Chapter 721 Crazy. Not good. The dragon elephant protector's heart fell to the bottom. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and he ran madly towards the distance. Maybe this kid is really the great uncle of the 10,000 Dao sword sect. Except for those super large sects, there would be no such terrifying existence. He escaped from the Gale Tiger King sect and did not immediately head towards Taishan Jingang Temple, but chose the opposite place. If my guess is correct, the disciples of Wandao Sword Sect must have been rushing here now. Even if they return to the sect, it is not safe. I have to hide in a deserted place for a while, away from the wind. However, while he was thinking about it, he heard Yang Muqing's voice coming from behind. Want to escape? Is it too late? Before the dragon elephant protector could recover, he noticed a terrifying punch coming from behind. Boom! Before he could recover, the punch hit his back. There was just a click sound, and a deep fist mark was dented on the dragon elephant protector's back, and a fist mark protruded sharply at the corresponding position on his chest. This terrifying power shocked all the muscles and bones in his body to explode at this moment, and a bloody mist suddenly exploded in the air. Yang Muqing slowly stopped. He killed two peak nascent souls without even moving a step. Quiet. The entire Gale Tiger King sect was as silent as a graveyard. Yang Muqing was so strong that everyone began to doubt his identity, regardless of whether he is true or false. The sect behind it is definitely quite powerful. Otherwise, such a heaven-defying existence would not appear. Sect Master Luo, I remembered that our disciples are about to hold a competition during this period, so I won't stay here for a long time. The great elder of the Jinlong Huanya sect said sarcastically, quietly stepping back. Our sect master also has something to do. Sect Master Luo, your Gale Tiger King sect is about to become a 6th-tier existence. With your sect, it is more than enough to deal with the Dacian dynasty, and you don't need help from us at all. The protector of another sect. Apparently, these people are scared. Previously, when Yang Muqing said that he wanted to cleanse the Gale Tiger King sect with blood, they only regarded it as a joke. But now, if he kills two peak nascent souls in this quiet moment, he would be an idiot if he stays any longer. What's more, the Gale Tiger King sect has gained a lot of benefits from the Dacian dynasty. But they have not. If they foolishly go up and fight Yang Muqing, they will be kicked in the head by a donkey. I said, none of you can leave today. Yang Muqing took a step forward, his muscles all tense. He looked at the many elders, who were full of resignation, and sneered in his heart. Walk? When I gave you the chance to leave earlier, why didn't you leave? Go now. It's too late. I am the emperor, and if I don't speak, I will act accordingly. Once I speak, I will never violate it. If I say I want to kill your whole family, I will kill your whole family. If I say I want to destroy your sect, I must destroy your sect. Otherwise, from now on, everyone dares to bully me and my Dacian dynasty. How can I lose my face? What? The sect leaders and elders present were all shocked. They had already made it clear that they would not interfere in this matter. But Yang Muqing still refused to let them go. This is simply unbelievable to everyone. Could it be that this boy really wants to offend so many sects? Although they are all 7th-tier sects, even the 6th-tier sects cannot bear to offend so many sects at once. Hey, have you seen it? Luo Jinsong sneered. This old demon Yang has made it clear that he wants to kill my Gale Tiger King sect. Do you think you can escape? Do you think you can get out of it? Why don't we all work together to kill this kid together? Everyone looked at me. I looked at you, and sighed. No one mentioned leaving anymore. They are all in the same boat now. If the Gale Tiger King sect sinks, they will not survive. Really? Are you all ready? Yang Muqing looked at the people who were already prepared and grinned. This makes sense. When you invaded my Dacian dynasty, you didn't expect today. That day, when you were preparing to bloodbath the palace, you didn't think of today. At that time, when you massacred my Dacian people, you didn't think about today. Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. Thousands of people are buried in the royal tombs of the Dacian dynasty. There are Longtang ancestors, black cavalry, and alchemy masters. There are even extremely ordinary maids and guards in the palace, densely packed tombstones and graves. Even more than the number of soldiers who died in every war in the past. This is an absolute shame for Yang Muqing and the Dacian dynasty. And today, he was going to wash away this humiliating experience with blood. Old Mo Yang, do you really think you are very powerful? Just because you want to fight against our Gale Tiger King sect? Not only will I kill you today, But after killing you, I will also kill your Dacian dynasty. I swear that you will make the Qian dynasty bleed into rivers and lay dead thousands of miles away. I want your women to be slaves and prostitutes. And to be humiliated. I want all the people you care about to be tortured to death. Boom. While Luo Jisong was speaking, he rolled up his long sleeves, and his inner energy filled the air at this moment. The huge pressure even made the ancestors of Longtang on the mountain gate and the masters of Aoki a little breathless. However, it was Luo Jinsong's words that made everyone even more angry. As we all know, what Yang Mucheng cares about most is the people around him, who he cares about and cares about. Now that Luo Jinsong has said these words, he has touched Yang Mucheng's dragon's reverse scale. Boom! As soon as Luo Jisong finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's mind seemed to be hit by a bolt of thunder. The extreme anger made Yang Mucheng unable to control his blood at this moment. The boiling blood surged, causing the five-clawed golden dragon behind him to appear directly at this moment. What's more, under this terrible anger, the eyes of the five-clawed golden dragon turned red. Luo Jinsong, you really deserve death. Killing you like this is really too easy for you. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Now, even his killing intent could not be contained. Just when Yang Mucheng was about to take action, a quiet snort came from a distance. This sound resounded in the sky above the mountain gate, and immediately spread to everyone's ears. The Gale Tiger King sect! You are so majestic! You actually dare to do harm to our great uncle of Wandao Sword sect! The sound was still in the sky when it resounded, but after it fell into the ears of everyone, a green figure suddenly flew from the horizon. Under the horrified gazes, he suddenly flew over the Gale Tiger King sect. Chapter 722, The Wandao Sword Sect is here. This moment, everyone looked towards the cyan figure. Even Luo Jinsong and the other sect leaders present were no exception and looked towards the sky. He just saw that the figure that passed by was a beautiful young woman in her 30s, dressed in green clothes, looking like a fairy who could not eat the fireworks of the world. Her words still echoed in the mountain gate. Especially the 4 words 10,000 Dao Sword Sect made the Gale Tiger King sect, which was originally full of solemn thoughts, suddenly fall silent, especially for Luo Jinsong. His anger was extinguished as if a bucket of ice water was poured down from top to bottom at this moment. Wandao Sword Sect! She is from the Wandao Sword Sect? Everyone couldn't help but started talking about it. Wandao Sword Sect. As the largest sect of the righteous path in the Jiantian domain, no one is unaware of his existence. But Wandao Sword Sect is like a divine dragon in the sky. Everyone has only heard of his name, but never seen him. Only occasionally can you hear some rumors about the Wandao Sword Sect. As a 7th line sect, facing these 10,000 Dao Sword Sects, they are just like ants. No matter how unbridled, arrogant, or domineering they are, they always show fear and fear when facing the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. However, what shocked everyone even more was that the existence that suddenly came over actually mentioned Master's uncle. Is he really the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect? At this time, one of the sect leaders asked timidly. Humph. He is not only the great uncle of our Wandao Sword Sect, but also the great uncle of the 36th sect, the Gale Tiger King sect. You are so brave. You actually dare to do harm to the great uncle of our sword sect. If Wandao Sword Sect wants to destroy these sects, it can be done with the flip of a finger. There are countless people from the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect who are more powerful than your Gale Tiger King sect. If they knew that Yang Mucheng was the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect, even if they were given 8 courages, they would not dare to challenge Yang Mucheng. You Fei Xuan, why are you here? Yang Mucheng looked at the other party with some surprise in his eyes. He clearly did not tell anyone from the sword sect that he was located in the Gale Tiger King sect. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually come. Yu Feishuan said with a hint of complaint. After the sect master received your order, he was very worried. So he sent me here. By the way, Uncle Sure, it's been 2 months since you left the sect, and you still haven't replied to your letter. But as soon as you sent the message, you wanted to kill the 48 sects. So I came after you. Uncle Master, had you made a breakthrough? Yu Feishuan glanced at Yang Mucheng and was suddenly stunned, her face full of disbelief. How long had Yang Mucheng left the sect? 2 months. Many half-step nascent soul disciples have been traveling for 2 months without even being able to find the opportunity or threshold for a breakthrough. But Yang Mucheng has actually made a breakthrough and has reached the middle nascent soul stage. This terrifying speed of improvement is simply unimaginable. Well, a month ago, I found an opportunity in the hands of the 3 worshippers of the Gale Tiger King sect, and took him to the edge of life and death. And then the golden elixir turned into Yuanying. Yang Mucheng nodded, watching Yu Feishuan and Yang Mucheng talking and laughing so freely. Luo Jinsong's heart sank to the bottom. Now, his head has almost become a piece of paste, and he can't move. It seems that his thinking has been completely frozen. His only thought now is, how is it possible? How is it possible? He is really the great uncle of Wandao's sword sect. Except Luo Jinsong. It's not the case for other people. The terrifying coercion on Yu Feishuan almost suppressed all of them and made them feel breathless. And the opposite. The Longtang ancestors were shocked. Although, they have known for a long time that Yang Mucheng is the great uncle of Wandao's sword sect. But I don't understand what position this great uncle is in. Now I see that it was just an elder like Yu Feishuan who came over and suppressed the more than 40 sect leaders present who did not dare to speak, did not dare to move, and did not dare to even make a sound. Only then did I know that Yang Mucheng, the master's uncle, was what a content. Tongue. Finally, at this time, someone couldn't help it. The great elder of the Golden Dragon Huan Ye sect tiptoed and fled into the distance quickly, facing the elders of Wandao's sword sect and Yu Feishuan. He didn't even have the courage to resist, so he could only escape. Except for him. Everyone is preparing to escape at this moment. But Yu Feishuan, who was talking to Yang Mucheng, raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and flicked away with her right finger. A burst of wind was heard, and a stream of air was compressed, turning into a wind bomb with a clear trajectory and blasting towards the distance. Boom! In the void, the great elder at the peak of the nascent soul was blown into a bloody mist. Even the nascent soul was shaken into the void. You have offended the great uncle of Wandao's sword sect. How can you leave so easily? Yu Feishuan snorted coldly. Don't have any hope. Even if you go to the poor blue and the poor to the underworld, there is no way for you to survive. When my uncle gave the order, there were already dozens of elders and hundreds of disciples from the Wandao sword sect. Let's go. Your sect is now completely destroyed. What? After hearing Yu Feishuan's words, everyone doubted that he was there. The Wandao sword sect can completely destroy all their sects in one day. Moreover, her words had already been spoken, which proved that their sect had no hope at all. At this moment, everyone's heart seemed to be falling into the abyss. Yu Feishuan, this is my business. I don't want you to interfere. Just when Yu Feishuan was about to take action, Yang Mucheng waved his hand, signaling the other party to step back. While I was away from the Qian dynasty, these guys committed heinous and unforgivable crimes in the dynasty. I won't be able to untie this knot unless I kill these guys with my own hands. Yang Mucheng stepped forward, looked at Luo Jinsong, looked at the other sect leaders present, and said coldly, now that I'm giving you a way to survive, I don't know if you can seize this opportunity. If you can defeat me, if you can kill me, I will let all of you go. Otherwise, you will all die here. Don't worry. This battle will only be fought by me, and you sect masters and elders. No one else will get involved. Of course, Yu Feishuan will not interfere. Yang Mucheng looked at the gazes of Luo Jinsong and others, looked towards Yu Feishuan timidly, and immediately added another sentence. What? Yang Mucheng's final declaration of defiance gave the originally despairing sect masters and elders a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They thought they were no match for Yu Feishuan, but they still had a lot of hope against Yang Mucheng, who was only in the middle stage of nascent soul. Chapter 723, The Terrifying Uncle. Is this guy planning to single out so many of us? Did I hear wrongly? An elder's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he said earlier. He is only in the middle stage of nascent soul. How dare he be so arrogant? It's not like it's fake. Yu Feishuan has already retreated. He really wants to fight us with his own hands. Another sect leader said in disbelief, with his eyes narrowed. Okay. This kid is so arrogant that he doesn't take us seriously. Since he has a road to heaven, let's send him to resist reincarnation. A protector clenched his fists. Cold roar. Yu Feishuan raised her eyebrows and smiled bitterly. Really? This is Yang Mucheng's character. I would rather die than retreat. At the beginning, even when he faced the siege of Emperor Shi Ania's sect and Huangji Lian Tower, even when he faced enemies that were stronger than him or even several times his own, he did not take a step back. Instead, he killed several existents. Now facing these people, how could he give in? But Yu Feishuan felt worried again. It should be noted that these elders, sect leaders, and protectors have been pushed to the extreme, and they are almost at the end of their rope. What you say now is tantamount to letting them fight like a trapped beast. Sure enough, when Yu Feishuan looked again, these beings were all looking at Yang Mucheng, with desperate expressions written on their faces. Old demon Yang, you are seeking death. Luo Jinsong felt a glimmer of hope in his heart, but he felt even more insulted. If that's the case, then only my subordinates can see Xinjiang. So does everyone else. Being forced into such a situation by a boy in the middle stage of nascent soul, and the other party also had to deal with so many of them with one. It was simply not taking them seriously. Let me teach you how strong your great uncle, the master of Wandao sword sect, is. For a while, everyone slowly gathered around. No one dared to be a little bit relaxed or contemptuous. Yang Mucheng had already shown terrifying strength by killing 2 peak nascent souls in an understatement. Now they have no way out and can only fight to the death. Only after killing Yang Mucheng can they have a chance to survive. Boom! As if they had agreed, these people attacked Yang Mucheng without any warning. Luo Jinsong drew out a crazy sword on the spot, and with a shocking continuous sword light, it swept towards Yang Mucheng overwhelmingly. The elder of the Golden Dragon Huan Ye sect roared, and his golden body immediately appeared, like a bloodthirsty Veda, which he slapped in the air with a palm filled with hatred. This moment, the overwhelming flash of swords, sword shadows, and martial arts skills were all aimed at Yang Mucheng. Boom! Facing this endless attack, Yang Mucheng not only had no intention of dodging, but instead took a step forward. In an instant, his suppressed anger and overwhelming murderous intent exploded wildly. The terrifying inner energy quickly swept through the body at this moment, and even condensed into substance at this moment. Then, he collided with everyone's attacks. Seeing this scene, Luo Jinsong and others were shocked. They didn't expect that Yang Mucheng would resist everyone's attacks. Roar! However, just when the endless attacks were about to hit Yang Mucheng's body, Yang Mucheng's explosive aura reached its peak at this moment. A shocking dragon roar sounded, and countless spiritual energy in the void seemed to be pulled at this moment, rushing towards his body desperately. And at this time, it transformed into a pair of black dragon-shaped armor. Boom! Boom! Countless attacks hit Yang Mucheng's body, completely tearing the air apart. The huge shockwaves spread out rapidly, causing the originally luxurious and extravagant Gale Tiger King sect to explode in an instant. It is indeed a low-grade self-protection martial skill. Until then, only then did Yang Mucheng display its true protective power. Under the siege of everyone, he remained motionless. Even when Yang Mucheng spread his arms, the ripples of destruction he caused swept across all directions like a tide at this moment. And in an instant, all the incoming crowds were driven back. Attack with all your strength! Luo Jinsong roared angrily. His eyes were blood red, like a mad lion. Others, too. It was a huge shame for them that so many warriors at the peak of Yuanying were repulsed by a mid-stage Yuanying. Boom! The nascent soul in Yang Mucheng's body was also beating wildly at this moment, and the huge internal energy was like a flame sweeping through his body. At this moment, the Xinglua Xuanye sword was drawn out with a clang. Almost at the same time, this weapon, which was also an earth-level weapon, erupted with a crisp sword cry. And then the dazzling sword light exploded all over the sky. It shot out and struck everyone like lightning. Phew! This sword slashed out diagonally, even shredding the air like paper. An elder of the sect, who had no time to escape, was directly thrown into the sword light. The opponent's inner energy shield, which was condensed for several inches, was extremely fragile. It was completely torn apart in an instant, and his body was cut off at the waist at this time. Want to escape? Looking at the warrior who was retreating continuously, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Clang! He pointed his right hand in the air, and the Xinglua Xuanye sword in his hand flew directly out, flying into the air with a clop sound. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual energy in the void was pulled at this moment, and came in desperately with a horrified attitude. These pure inner energies turned into swords of spiritual energy hanging upside down, gathering behind Yang Mucheng like thousands of swords returning. There are tens of thousands of these spiritual swords. Obviously, this is also a very powerful Xian-level sword controlling technique. What? Yu Feishuan's pupils narrowed. She could feel that these many aura swords actually contained more than 1,800 basic fighting intentions. All of these basic fighting intentions converged into killing fighting intentions. And at the same time, the aura sword turned into a terrifying killing sword that could slaughter gods and Buddhas. Are you still hiding him? This kid is the great uncle of the Wandao sword sect. He cannot be treated with common sense. If we don't show our ability to keep the bottom of the box, we will all die here. Feeling the terrifying nature of Yang Muqing's move, Luo Jinsong lost his face and cried out. And this time, the disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect were completely shocked. They never dreamed that such a scene would happen. This great uncle of Wandao sword sect, Yang Muqing, who is only in the middle stage of Yuanying, actually suppressed dozens of powerful people at the peak of Yuanying by himself. Chapter 724 Crazy Killing. Amitabha! Feeling the aura sword that contained the killing intent, an old monk let out a long sigh. As soon as he put his palms together, the relics in his body trembled violently, and the purest Buddhist inner energy swept out in an instant. To know, Buddhism is rare in Jiuzhou continent. This is not because Buddhist techniques are weak, but because it takes too long. Take the previous dragon elephant Dharma protector as an example. Although he had cultivated his body to the extreme, it took him more than 1,400 years of continuous hard work day and night. What Buddhist practice requires is perseverance. What is needed is not only the same day for 10 years, the same day for 100 years, but even the same day for 1,000 years. So, within Buddhism, there is polarization. Too weak, too strong. Once you have mastered Buddhist techniques, even the simplest and most low-level martial arts can be hundreds of times more powerful than the same martial arts. I saw. The old monk put his palms together, and the inner energy of Buddhism spread all over his body like golden paint in an instant, making his whole body look like it was filled with pure gold. And he looked like the 18th bronze man of Shaolin Temple. This old monk can actually practice such low-level martial arts to such an extent. Wang Renjia narrowed his eyes. How can this be? Everyone in Longtang also let out a burst of exclamations. The technique used by the old monk is a middle-grade spiritual-level body-protecting technique of copper skin and iron bone. No one knows how many years of hard training he has spent, but he has actually mastered this martial skill to the level of a low-level martial skill. Yu Feishuan closed her eyes and didn't know what to think about. Boom! The old monk put his palms together, and there was a sound of steel colliding. At the same time, a three-color Buddha light actually rose behind him. The whole person looked like the reincarnation of Buddha. At this moment, he single-handedly blocked Yang Muqing's aura sword full of killing intent. Master Yokota's bronze skin and iron bones. Good. While he has Lao Mo Yang under control. Let's take action quickly. Ding. 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 I saw the sharp sword that rushed over, hitting Master Yokota's chest, making bursts of harsh sounds, countless sparks splashing up, and those spiritual swords hitting his body. Like after hitting a wall, they turned into powder. Seeing this scene, one of the protectors shouted loudly, and was already attacking Yang Muqing with both fists. Snort! Yang Muqing closed his eyes, and an inner energy poured into the Xinglua Xuanya sword. In an instant, the long sword in his hand became extremely black, as if it contained a black hole, and even swallowed up the nearby light. Then, he flicked his right hand. Call out. The next moment, Xinglua Xuanya's sword was like an arrow from the string, shooting out crazily and blasting towards Master Yokota. After countless years of tempering, the copper-skinned iron bones that had already possessed the power of earth-level martial arts were still fragile in front of the Xinglua Xuanya's sword. There was just a click sound, and the Xinglua Xuanya's sword tore apart the Buddha's light with a pop sound. It pierced Master Yokota's throat directly, and shot out from the back of his neck, along with the splattered blood. The Buddhist monk was even more struck by this. The powerful power contained in the sword was blasted back hundreds of meters, and it was nailed to the rock with a ding sound. At this moment, Master Yokota's body of Buddha's light dissipated, and he no longer had the state of Skunda's arrival and Vajra reincarnation as before, just like a dead corpse. Do it! Who are you doing it to? After Yang Muqing shot out with his sword, he looked towards the rushing protector with a smile. It didn't matter, but the protector suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. At this moment, he was like a cat with explosive hair, involuntarily burning the blood in his body, and crushing him on the spot with his unreserved fists. This is the cross-strangling fist, which is a top-notch Shin-level martial skill. It is also a kind of boxing technique that is extremely strong and extremely young, with the burning of chi and blood. Its power is infinitely close to that of the low-level ones. However, but Yang Muqing remained motionless and suffered a blow from his head. Boom! Like a meteorite falling to the ground. Thunder rolling. The huge Tiger King mountain trembled violently, as if the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Yang Wuqing's body trembled under this cross-strangulation fist, and his feet hit the ground half a foot deep with a bang sound. The entire earth sank at this moment, and countless dense cracks appeared on his feet. Spreading out, it swept across the mountain peak in an instant. "What?" The protector, who didn't know which sect, exclaimed. "But see, where the dust was everywhere." Yang Muchung stood there like a javelin. The dragon soul armor on his body was only slightly dimmed, but the opponent was staring at him unscathed. "This punch is nothing more than that." Yang Muchung smiled faintly and pointed slowly with one finger of his right hand. This finger seemed slow, but was actually fast. Just when the protector was about to retreat, it clicked on his forehead with a snap sound. At this moment, the people on Tiger King Mountain felt as if they had fallen into the Nine Nether Coal prison, and the uncontrollable chill swept over them crazily, spreading all over their bodies. Everyone just heard a click sound, and a white frost spread crazily along the protector's eyebrows, and spread all over the body. In an instant, dense frost poured out from the tips of his eyebrows and the roots of his hair. He swept back quickly, but while his body was still in midair, he was already enveloped by the terrifying chill, and turned into an ice sculpture that hit the ground with a bang, leaving no trace of life. Yang Muchung directly activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique, and the energy and blood of every peak nascent soul killed by him was absorbed into the body in an instant. When killing begins, he simply released the demon god sacrifice. Boom! The terrifying aura originating from the demon god swept directly across the entire Gale Tiger King sect at this moment. This martial skill, which did not belong to Kyushu at all, appeared in front of everyone again. The frightening power was so violent that countless sect disciples felt their hearts trembling, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. One punch, one kick, one finger. Yang Wuqing's attack showed unimaginable power at this moment. But he seemed to be deliberately avoiding Luo Jisong, wanting to treat the leader of the Gale Tiger King sect as a feast and save it for last. Boom! Regardless of how the Taiji Yamong sect elder begged for mercy, Yang Muchung contracted his fingers and crushed his head. When the last trace of energy and blood entered the body, the shadow of the demon god sacrifice seemed to condense a few points more at this moment. "Now you!" Yang Muchung lowered his eyes, and finally landed on Luo Jisong. This moment, the entire Gale Tiger King sect was also silent. None of the more than 40 nascent soul experts survived. Chapter 725, Burning Blood Demonic Pill. Quiet. Deathly silence. This is a scene that no one expected. In the hearts of everyone, the existence of the nascent soul realm is already a very terrifying person. But in Yang Wuqing's hands, it was like a chicken, easily crushed to death. There's not even room to fight back. If I had known that old demon Yang was so scary, even if I were beaten to death, I wouldn't have invaded the Dakian dynasty. This moment, such an idea rose in everyone's minds. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Now you? In the ruins of the Gale Tiger King sect that was razed to the ground, Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back. The demon behind him almost merged with him, making everyone feel that he was the demon. In that dust-filled sky and the place where blood flowed across the sky, his long robe was not stained by any blood or dust. Just like those powerful nascent souls before, they were just ants in his hands. Mistake! Mistake! Luo Jisong sighed, as if he was extremely sorry. He slowly raised his head, and a pair of scarlet eyes fell on Yang Muchung like hooks. The Gale Tiger King sect has existed in Jiuzhou for more than thousands of years, but I didn't want to provoke a character like you. However, as the sect leader, I will definitely not let the sect be destroyed in your hands. As he spoke, he took out a pill from his arms. Blood-burning demonic pill? Yu Feishuan cried out. Yang Muchung also looked forward, and saw the round and round blood-burning heavenly demon pill lying in Luo Jisong's palm. Unlike other pills, it was crystal clear, like mutton fat white jade, but instead looked like condensed blood cells. Strange auras also rose from the elixir. Yang Muchung felt that this elixir did not look like something from a legitimate origin, but the aura it exuded was somewhat similar to his devil god sacrifice. What is the burning blood demonic pill? I don't know why, but this elixir actually gives me a trembling feeling. I'm afraid that there should be some terrible effect in this pill. Otherwise, Yu Feishuan wouldn't be so surprised. Waves of whispers slowly sounded out. Everyone is discussing this pill. At the last moment, Luo Jisong actually took out this elixir and prepared to reverse the situation. The only thing that people can be sure of is that this elixir is absolutely extraordinary. But see, Luo Jinsong, who had a complicated face, slowly raised his eyes and looked towards Yu Feishuan. Yes, it is the Burning Blood Heavenly Demon Pill. This pill is a kind of elixir from the evil path. It has the effect of burning blood. After taking it, it can make people's cultivation reach an extreme in a short period of time. It is worthy of being a member of the 10,000 Dao. The elders of the Sword Sect can actually recognize it at a glance. Back then, my senior from the Gale Tiger King sect found a total of 3 blood-burning heavenly demon pills in an ancient tomb. But now only this last one remains. Gudu. Before he finished speaking, Luo Jinsong had already swallowed the blood-burning demonic pill in one gulp. Crack. Almost at this moment, everyone could hear the crisp cracking sound coming from Luo Jinsong's body. When this sound was heard, the aura of his peak nascent soul was suddenly released like a burst balloon at this moment. This is? Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. He actually felt that as he took the elixir. The nascent soul in Luo Jinsong's body suddenly fell apart like a pile of sand. Uncle Master, leave it to me, Yu Feishuan said quickly as she stood down. No matter how high your cultivation level is, taking this blood-burning demon pill will dissipate your cultivation level. This technique is similar to the devil disintegration magic of the evil way. It is a kind of pill that kills oneself and then resurrects. Medicine. However, there is still a glimmer of hope in the godly demon disintegration technique. As long as you break through this last part, you can be reincarnated from death and live forever. But this blood-burning demon pill cannot. Once you take it, you are destined to die in the end. Undoubtedly. Yu Feishuan looked at Luo Jinsong, closed her eyes, and whispered, Uncle Master, he plans to die with you and save the entire Gale Tiger King sect. There is no need for you to fight such a lunatic. While talking, but he saw that Luo Jinsong's aura had dissipated to the extreme at this moment, even as weak as a child's. But, almost at the moment when the aura dropped to the lowest point, there seemed to be no barrier at all. And then at this moment, the aura on Luo Jinsong's body rose up desperately in a crazy manner. Almost instantly, this aura of improvement has reached the peak level of nascent soul. What? Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Luo Jinsong's aura was like a wild horse, rising crazily. Just like a rising tide lifts all boats, it reached an astonishing extreme in an instant. Nascent soul is complete. Nascent soul Grandmaster. Half a step to Zifu. Just with such a pill, Luo Jinsong jumped 3 levels in an instant. It wasn't until he reached the Zifu halfway that his surge of aura slowed down. But it still didn't stop at all. Could it be? Yu Feishuan closed her eyes. Boom! Finally, this aura, after accumulating for a long time, broke through the calm, broke through the shackles, reached the Zifu realm, and reached the last great realm of the pill formation stage. Boom! At the same time that Luo Jinsong reached the Purple Mansion realm, a terrifying aura swept out of his body crazily. This momentum has almost condensed into substance, transformed into a hurricane that can be seen with the naked eye, and even formed a circular air wave that swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire Hao Tianzhou was shaken by a terrifying force. This shocking hurricane blew away the clouds in the sky in an instant. Countless people were unable to contain themselves and were thrown away under this terrible hurricane. Even Yang Mucheng was pushed back by this terrible hurricane. Yu Feishuan gave him a hand, and then he stood firm. "Z Mansion! The sect leader has reached the realm of Zifu. The sect leader plans to sacrifice himself to protect the entire sect." The disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene. And at the same time, the Longtang ancestors all looked worried. That's right. Although Yang Mucheng was powerful, after using the demon god's sacrifice, he was able to kill the peak nascent soul, just like killing a chicken and a dog. However, no one thinks that he can deal with the strong men in the Zifu realm. Oldemo Yang, how are you? Now, do you still have the guts to continue fighting with me? Luo Jinsong sneered. There was a sting in his words, hiding a way to provoke the general. Master Uncle, he is using the provoking method. Don't take the bait, Yu Feishuan said quickly. I will deal with him. You are the master uncle of Wandao Sword Sect and have a body of 10,000 gold. How can you fight with such a person? Your Majesty, please think twice. At this time, Lu Qiafeng also came to his senses and shouted quickly. Your Majesty, please think twice. Your Majesty, Please think twice. For a moment, the clamor was loud, and no one thought that Yang Mucheng could be Luo Jinsong's opponent. After all, the opponent relied on the burning blood heavenly demon pill to reach the realm of the Purple Mansion. Such a being may not be the opponent's opponent even if he uses the demon god's sacrifice. Luo Jinsong sneered. Yang Mucheng lowered his head and half squinted his eyes. In the eyes of everyone, he seemed to be hesitating because he was afraid of Luo Jinsong's strength. After a while, Yang Mucheng sighed, as if he had made up his mind, and slowly raised his head. Under the expectant eyes, Yang Mucheng looked at Luo Jinsong and grinned. Even if you reach Sifu, I can still kill you. Chapter 726 changes. Even if you reach Sifu, I can still kill you. Yang Mucheng's words immediately shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone stared at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. They had thought that Yang Mucheng would choose to give up and let the Gale Tiger King Sek go. I also thought that Yang Mucheng would shamelessly ask Yu Feishuan to help. However, no one thought that Yang Mucheng would dare to be so arrogant even when facing Luo Jinsong, whose cultivation had reached the Zifu realm. Even if you reach Zifu, I can still kill you. Master Uncle, Yu Feishuan shouted. Yang Mucheng waved his right hand to signal her to shut up. There is no possibility of going back on what I have said. What is the Purple Mansion realm? I will kill him this time. He has committed so many murders in the Dacian dynasty. If I don't kill him, I will never die again. The hatred in my heart will never go away. Leave me alone. Your Majesty, Master Uncle, Senior. There were calls. However, seeing that Yang Mucheng had made up his mind, he could only sigh and retreat slowly. Yu Feishuan pursed her lips and tightened her grip on the sword at her waist. She made up her mind. As long as Yang Mucheng is in danger, she will take action no matter what. Kill me? Is it possible for you? Luo Jinsong sneered. The moment he took the burning blood demonic pill, it was destined that his life would not be his. Anyway, if you are going to die, then kill Yang Mucheng before you die. At least, this is the great uncle of Wanao Sword Sect. Boom! 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 He walked step by step, his steps heavier than those of the previous dragon elephant protector. Every step of the foot made the entire Tiger King mountain tremble, following the soles of his feet. Large and terrifying cracks swept across the entire mountain crazily. In an instant, the entire mountain peak was covered with cracks, as if it was about to explode at any time. There are more than 100 steps in total. Luo Jinsong's steps were slow, but his steps were filled with determination. When he came to Yang Mucheng, he grinned suddenly. Old Demon Yang, the burning blood heavenly demon pill can only allow me to maintain the cultivation level of Z Mansion for one stick of incense. But within this stick of incense, I am enough to kill you 1,000 times. Finished, his eyes widened angrily, and he slowly punched out towards Yang Mucheng. Cultivation reaches Zifu. This is no longer something that martial arts and mental skills can make up for. The gap is really too huge. Even ordinary fists and kicks can explode with frightening power. Luo Jinsong's punch was like a child dancing wildly, but the power contained in it frightened everyone. Even if this punch was not directed at them, everyone present could feel an extreme sense of suffocation. Laugh! This punch brought up a world-shattering wind, which made Yang Mu grow up and make his robes rustle. His body, which had been tempered with 6 times of dragon blood, was actually cut open by the fist wind brought by Luo Jinsong, with deep scars visible on the bones. The whole person was forced to retreat by this fist wind. Boom! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. Faced with this punch, his fighting spirit surged in his eyes. This moment, outside his body, the inner energy that was jumping like a flame quietly converged, gathering in a condensed and unyielding posture. At the same time, the demon that appeared behind Yang Mucheng also became darker and darker. The monstrous demonic energy, at this moment, even ate away at the surrounding air, making bursts of crack sounds. Upbraid! Yang Mucheng roared and punched away in the same way. This moment, he is also the devil. And the devil is also him. Under the horrified eyes of countless people, the fists of both sides smashed together in horror. The sky is falling apart. The first person who couldn't bear it was not others, but the mountain below the two of them. I saw that the Tiger King mountain, which was fully 2,318 feet long, collapsed from the bottom of the mountain first, as if a pair of big hands suddenly tore it open, and a huge crack spread from the foot of the mountain, like lightning, shooting towards the top of the mountain. When it spread to the mountainside, it seemed to be blooming, with countless huge cracks forming, covering the entire mountain. Then, it was a collapse without warning. Puff! Amid the dust, Yang Mucheng spit out a mouthful of blood and shot backwards. Old demon Yang! Take another punch from me! Luo Jinsong's eyes were focused, and he stepped on the mountain with the soles of his feet. At this moment, the Tiger King Mountain, which was already collapsing, collapsed directly, as if he had been slapped by the tip of his toe. And with the help of this crazy power, he was already approaching Yang Mucheng, who was shooting out in an instant. Another punch hit Yang Mucheng, whose body was still in midair, and was directly knocked into the ground by this punch. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and with Yang Mucheng's body as the center, the earth, with a radius of 300 feet, suddenly collapsed. A circular wave of air swept out in all directions at this moment. This wave of air was like a galloping army. Wherever it passed, whether it was mountains, rivers, vegetation, or mountains and rocks, they were all smashed into powder. Wow! A mouthful of blood mist spurted out, and Yang Mucheng's body immediately fell into the earth, and was immediately shrouded in dust. Here comes the knife! Luo Jinsong's eyes narrowed. His right hand grabbed toward the void. Suddenly, in the place where countless rubbles accumulated in the mountain, a shocking sound of swords suddenly resounded. A shadow of a knife pierced through the sky and earth, blasted out from the rubble, and flew into the palm of his hand. At this moment, Luo Jinsong's whole body became extremely red under the influence of the burning blood demonic pill, and his whole body seemed to be bathed in blood. But he was laughing heartily. Old demon Yang, if I can kill you, my life is worth it. Finished, he slashed down with a majestic sword, and the sword struck out, bringing out a bloody glow of several hundred feet, which seemed to sweep across the world, directly towards Yang Mucheng's position. He slashed wildly. Master Uncle! Yu Feishuan closed her eyes and shouted in horror. Luo Jinsong had been on guard against Yu Feishuan for a long time, so his attacks barely paused. From his first punch to the last slash, it was a long story, but it was completed in one go, in the blink of an eye. Even if I die, I have to drag you as my back. With you, the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect, as my companion. I will not be alone on the road to H.L. The sword's light flashed swiftly, like lightning. Your Majesty! Lu Yaoer shouted loudly. Their cultivation level is too low to intervene in a battle of this level. Only Yu Feishuan could take action. But the sword light that penetrated the world had already been completely blasted down. Even if she took action, it would be too late. Just when Luo Jinsong was excited and proud. Just when Yu Feishuan and Lu Yaoer's beautiful faces were pale. Just when countless Longdang ancestors were pale and frightened. A faint hum sounded from the dust. Kill me! Is it possible? The blade swept across the ground, spreading the dust covering the ground, making Yang Mucheng's figure appear again. Chapter 727. The whole world was shocked. The dust covering hundreds of miles quietly dispersed, revealing Yang Mucheng's figure. Now, the dragon soul armor on his body was already riddled with holes and mottled. Under the terrifying blade, the mottled armor disappeared at this moment like a cocoon being peeled off. At the same time, the demon god who flashed behind Yang Mucheng also swayed and suddenly disappeared. We can even say, at this moment, Yang Mucheng's aura has dropped to the extreme, and even beings under the golden elixir can kill him at will. But he actually didn't panic at all when facing Luo Jinsong's terrifying blade, and even thought that Luo Jinsong couldn't kill him? Is he crazy? At this moment, the disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect were shocked and speechless. What escape route does he have? Even that powerful demon god existence has disappeared. What trump card does he have? Countless eyes looked towards Yang Mucheng. His eyes were full of ridicule, sneer, contempt and disdain. Just as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he slowly took out a string of bracelets from his arms with his right hand, flicked his fingers, and suddenly a crystal clear rosary like a jade pearl flew out directly. As soon as the rosary flew out, it spontaneously ignited without fire, and then burned more and more intensely, as if it had transformed into a huge fireball. Amidst the mad churning of the flames, the world dimmed at this moment, and the infinite spiritual energy all around crazily moved towards the rosary, pouring in like seawater. At the same time, in the thick firelight, an extremely delicate long sword appeared in the void. As soon as this small sword appeared, the shocking sword light that was slashing towards Yang Mucheng seemed to have hit a transparent barrier. Although it was almost stuck to Yang Muqing's eyebrows, it was still unable to move forward. Every penny. And then, the edge of the small sword turned. With a torrent of fire, it directly shattered the sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth, and blasted towards Luo Jinsong. What is this? Luo Jinsong was horrified when he saw the rosary beads and the flaming sword exploding. This obviously shouldn't be a method available to the mid-stage nascent soul. As the master uncle of the Wandao sword sect, why wouldn't the sect give him a way to save his life? Puff! Everyone widened their eyes and looked forward. All I saw was that the flaming sword almost completely penetrated the void, and the trajectory of the flaming sword's passing was still left in the air. Just when Luo Jinsong was panicking, the small flaming sword had already pierced through Luo Jinsong's throat and shot into the void. Holding the knife in both hands, Luo Jinsong couldn't hide the look of horror on his face. Old Demon Yang, I am not willing to give in. Immediately afterwards, his whole body trembled, and dense spider web-like cracks appeared all over his body, which immediately exploded. It turned into infinite white light and dispersed in all directions. Only the broken knife in his hand was left, losing its support, whizzing down and inserting into the rock with a puff sound. Between heaven and earth, only a young man with black hair and black eyes was left, holding one hand behind his back, looking proudly into the void. Metropolitan! At this moment, the disciples in the Gale Tiger King sect let out a wave of humility. Even Luo Jinsong, who had taken the blood-burning demonic pill, died in the hands of Yang Mucheng. What else could they do? Countless disciples shed tears. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, looked at the group of sect disciples with sad faces, and sneered. You should have expected this scene when you squeezed me out of the Qian dynasty. Kill old Demon Yang and avenge the sect leader. An elder roared angrily. At this moment, countless disciples suddenly took a step forward, clenched their fists, and tensed their muscles, preparing to run towards Yang Mucheng. Snort! Yu Feishuan snorted coldly, and the aura coming from the strong man in the Purple Mansion realm was suppressed crazily. At this moment, many Tiger King sect disciples felt as if a mountain peak had been smashed on their shoulders, and their spines seemed to be crushed. Countless everyone knelt down in unison. Killed! Yang Mucheng waved his hand without looking. This moment, his tone was indifferent, as if what he wanted to kill was not the thousands of disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect, but just a group of ants. Yes! Lu Qianfeng and others would naturally not question Yang Muqing's order. They have followed Yang Mucheng for a long time, and know what he says. If I say I want to kill your whole family, I will kill your whole family, even if you are the emperor. What's more, the Gale Tiger King sect is still the sworn enemy of the Dacian dynasty. If he doesn't kill him, the people will not be angry. Senior, with this killing, I am afraid that no one will dare to invade the Dacian dynasty again in the future. Wang Renjie quietly looked at the young man with his hands behind his back and thought to himself. It was only then that he understood the true meaning of the emperor's anger. Blood flowing for thousands of miles, and millions of corpses lying on the ground. Corpses were hung high one after another. In the sky, countless scavenging vultures were constantly circling, forming a scene of death. This battle, the Dacian dynasty will finally become famous in Jiantian territory. Master Uncle! Yu Feishuan looked at Yang Mucheng, who was still slightly pale, and asked with a hint of worry. Don't worry. It's okay. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Although Luo Jinsong only relied on the burning blood demonic pill to briefly possess the Purple Mansion realm. After all, it is the power of the Purple Mansion realm. How can I remain unscathed when I compete with it? The disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect, together with the energy and blood of other sect masters and elders, filled the emptiness in his body. His current weakness was just the sequelae of overuse of the demon god sacrifice. That's good. Yu Feishuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask. Uncle Master, when will you return to the sect? Recently, evil activities in the 36 domains have become common again. The 36 sects and evil are mortal enemies. If let them know that you are in the outside world and not in the sect, maybe they will do something bad to you. Let's talk about it later. Yang Mucheng nodded. When the time comes, I will definitely go back. As the Black Flag army retreated, the news of this battle spread throughout the Jiantian territory like lightning in an instant. For a time, countless sects were constantly discussing what happened on this day. Although the Gale Tiger King sect can only rank in the 7th line among super sects, it is still difficult to destroy it. What is even more unimaginable is that not only the Lifeng Tiger King sect has been destroyed, but also Gufeng Lianlian Pavilion, Shanju Yin sect, Jiangzhou Tapingmen, Leihua Blood Mist sect, Shao Luoyang Palace, a total of 49 sections. All the doors were destroyed. For a time, everyone who knew about this incident was speechless. However, when they knew that the destruction of these forces was caused by the action of the Wandao Sword sect, they could no longer remain calm. From this day on, they really began to face up to this dynasty that they had never taken seriously. Chapter 728 Evil Path. So many sects have been destroyed. Even the Gale Tiger King sect, which was only one step away from reaching the 6th-tier sect, was destroyed, countless people exclaimed. Although the Dacian dynasty has risen rapidly in recent years, and it was only this year that it was barely able to squeeze into the superpower. But all this time, no one has taken it seriously. The Gale Tiger King sect even regards the Dacian dynasty as its own. The tributary country of Dacian almost slaughtered the royal family of Dacian. Yes, I heard about it too. In order to protect Queen Rome, the Dacian dynasty had to bow to the Gale Tiger King sect and hand over elixirs and armor. Someone sighed. After 49 seventh-line sects were completely destroyed in one day, almost no one believed it, and even regarded it as a joke. Some good people even traveled thousands of miles to those sects to find out what happened. But the results they got were really shocking. Horrible. Nowadays, everyone only has this idea about the Dacian dynasty. I didn't expect that the Dacian dynasty actually had such a powerful background as the Wandao Sword sect. It is said that the elders led the team to destroy these sect members. Could it be that there is a big shot in the Wandao Sword sect living in seclusion in the Dacian dynasty? Everyone was puzzled. However, no one knows for sure. Wandao Sword sect did not deliberately publicize Yang Muqing's identity. But those who knew these things remained silent. After all, the relationship between the Wandao Sword sect and the Dacian dynasty is still a mystery. In this battle, the Dacian dynasty should be able to line up as an 8th-tier force. Right. There is humanity. It should be enough. 49 sects have been destroyed, and all the background of these sects have been included in the Dacian dynasty. Even if they are not ranked, they will be almost the same in the future. Snort. A cold snort suddenly sounded in the tavern, interrupting everyone's chat. Looking towards the source of the sound, they discovered that it was coming from a mysterious man shrouded in black robes. This man in black robe is thin and small, only about 1.4 meters tall. There is no one around him, but even though he is far away, he can still smell the strong smell of blood coming from his body. The man in black robe realized that he had lost his composure and actually attracted the attention of everyone around him. He frowned secretly, left the food and wine, and left the tavern. However, what shocked everyone even more was that wherever the man in black robe passed, he actually left bloody footprints behind him. Who is that person? It wasn't until a moment later that someone couldn't help but ask. I don't know. His breath is erratic, and he has ups and downs. He should be seriously injured. However, he should at least be at the peak of nascent soul. Who can hurt him like this? Someone was dying. Staring at the leaving figure, he whispered quietly to everyone in the tavern. The appearance of the man in black robe was just a small episode, and no one would care. The man in black robe turned around the corner, listening to the voices of discussion in the tavern. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Old demon Yang, you destroyed my sect. If you don't take revenge, I will never give up. In the Dacian dynasty, Yang Muqing was relaxing with his eyes closed, while Yi Xian'er was counting the loot. All the heavenly and earthly treasures, elixirs, and weapons of the 49 sects were all sorted together in a short period of time. The savings of several major sects over thousands of years are so huge that hundreds of people can count them. It took 3 whole days. The exercises and martial arts are included in the royal library. The elixirs and prescriptions are distributed to the alchemy department. Submit the weapons and forging blueprints to the forging department. Besides, there are also some secret cultivation realms that are managed by Dragon Hall, Dachi Masters, Black Flag Army and Royal Academy according to their levels. I didn't expect that there are many good talents in the Royal Academy. Yu Feishuan, who had appreciated the elegance of the Dacian dynasty, couldn't help but admire it. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, What do you think if I send members of the Dragon Hall to the Wandao Sword sect to practice in the future? You are my uncle, so naturally you don't need my permission for this kind of thing. Yu Feishuan smiled and said, However, among the 36 sects, the overall strength of Wandao Sword sect is not very high, only ranking 3rd, around 10. In addition to the recent rampage of evil and frequent activities, It is time to expand the number of disciples in the sect. Yang Muchung nodded slightly. Although One House Sword Sect is a large sect, there are still too few affiliated families and forces. If you only choose disciples from a few cities every time, you will eventually miss some good seedlings. If I have the support of the Dacian dynasty behind me, but it can make up for such shortcomings. This was Yang Muchung's idea and plan after passing Sunset City. Although, there are hundreds of affiliated cities, like the Wandao Sword Sect. But the total population is less than 1% of the Dacian dynasty. Even if one genius can appear among 100,000 people, this ratio is naturally not as good as that of the Dacian dynasty. By the way, what is the evil thing you are talking about? Tell me about it. Yang Muchung motioned for Yu Feishuan to sit down and asked Lu Yaoer to make a cup of tea. Everything always has two sides, just like day and night. The evil way is naturally the opposite of the 36 sects. Just like the corpse chasers you once encountered are also members of the evil way. These evil people, they do everything possible. And most of them practice bloody methods. Just like the demon god sacrifice you used before. Which is also a kind of evil method. Also, the blood-burning heavenly demon pill that Luo Jinsong took is also a product of evil. Yu Feishuan let out a long breath. Although, in the same Jojo continent, evil people are not common. It is like being in two worlds. We belong to the light, and they are in the darkness. Recently, some evil people have begun to appear in 36 in the domain. Not only the Wandao Sword Sect is aware of this, but other sects can also sense this. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He didn't know much about evil, and Yu Feishuan only knew a little about it. But this does not deny the power of evil. Just one blood-burning demonic pill can bring such terrifying effects. Even the demon god's sacrifice is an evil practice. And this is just the tip of the iceberg regarding evil ways. If all evil ways were revealed, wouldn't they be able to compete with the 36 sects? Your Majesty! At this moment, Lu Qianfeng came to report. Our spies have discovered the whereabouts of the Dragon Elephant Protector. Dragon Elephant Protector. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He was able to absorb part of the energy and blood even if he didn't kill anyone. He did not absorb the energy and blood of the Dragon Elephant Protector of Taishan Jingang Temple. Yang Muchung also suspected that he was not dead. So he sent Long Ang to investigate around. Unexpectedly, he finally found traces of him. Cutting the grass and rooting out the roots is also the purpose of Yang Muchung's work. Chapter 729, Outer Disciples of Tianma Shura Temple. A thick stack of information was delivered to Yang Muchung. This is all the introduction to the Dragon Elephant Dharma Protector from Taishan Jingang Temple. From the martial arts he practiced to his birth background. It is also very clear. This is also the entire intelligence network that Yang Muchung set up in Hao Tianzhou after leaving the Dacian dynasty. Because the time was too short, the intelligence network only spread to Hao Tianzhou. And the other continents were still blank. Can be biased. The experience of the Dragon Elephant Protector practicing outside was not shown in the information. Where is the little old man now? Yang Muchung took a glance and continued to ask. After he left the tavern, we lost him. Our eyes could not catch up with his speed. And he is still a strong man at the peak of nascent soul. Once he gets too close, he will be discovered by the other party. So far, at least 10 mini informants died in his hands. Lu Qianfeng looked guilty. Yang Muchung nodded and said, You don't have to blame yourself. It is really rare to be able to set up such a tight intelligence network in Hao Tianzhou in less than a year. This little old man's target is me. After all, he will come back. How about we add some fire and try to lure the snake out of its hole? Yes. When Lu Qianfeng heard this, his eyes lit up. Uncle Master, do you need me to stay? Yu Feishuan asked. No need. Yang Muchung shook his head and said, If you were still in the Dacian dynasty, those people would not dare to come forward. So, you go back first. And I will discuss with Jin Lian later about the Dacian dynasty. The sword sect provides a disciple. The next day, Yang Muchung prepared a big banquet to honor Yu Feishuan. Just when the whole country was rejoicing in the Dacian dynasty. However, the Dragon Elephant Protector escaped the numerous intelligence networks and came to a mountain village. Who is it? Before he entered the stronghold, he was stopped by several warriors who jumped out from the secret sentry. Go and inform your village leader that the old man from Tianma Shura Temple is here to see you. When the warrior heard the word Tianma Shura Temple, his heart was shocked. He did not dare to neglect. And he quickly said respectfully, It turns out that I am a senior, and I have made mistakes. Yuan Ying, please come in. Several warriors opened the way and respectfully brought the Dragon Elephant Protector into the stronghold, hands behind back. The Dragon Elephant Protector looked at the fort, which was as dense as a military camp, and sighed in his heart. How wonderful it would have been if I had not gone to Taishan Jingang Temple to protect the Dharma after I left Tianma Shura Temple. And I would not have suffered like this today. Thinking in mind, he has already entered the main hall. However, he saw a tall man sitting in the upper position of the main hall, 2 meters away, like a little giant, wearing fine gold armor. He held a scantily clad girl in red gauze in his arms, touching her unscrupulously, making the girl gasp. He held a large bowl in one hand. What was shocking was that even the bowl he drank from was made of pure gold. Notice, this fine gold is an extremely heavy metal, even if it is only the size of an ear of wheat. It weighs more than 10 kilograms. His armor weighed at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms, and the large bowl alone weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. But in his hands, it seemed to be nothing, as light as a feather. Senior brother Song Longrong, you have violated the precepts. Dragon Elephant Protector said calmly. Wine and meat have passed through the intestines, but they remain in the heart of the Buddha. Lin Yesher, if you are not serving as your Dragon and Elephant Protector at Taishan Jingang Temple, why did you end up in a place like me where birds don't lay eggs and ghosts don't poop? The golden armored man, who was called Senior Brother Song Longrong by the Dragon Elephant Protector, laughed and said, Sit, sit, sit. What rules and regulations should you follow? Come, serve wine and meat. The words just fell, but they saw 7 or 8 people carrying a Demon King barbecue that was more than twice as big as an elephant to the main hall. He grabbed a fine gold sword from Longrong and chopped it down in the air. Each of his swords was powerful, but it fell lightly. Every time he struck the Demon King's barbecued body, he could cut off a thin piece of meat. Protector Long Xiang looked at Song Longrong quietly and sighed. Back then, among our group of brothers and sisters, your understanding was ranked among the top 3. I'm afraid you have already reached great success in practicing the power of King Kong. Already? What about the top 3 in understanding? When Protector Long Xiang mentioned this matter, a cold light flashed from Longrong's eyes. Back then, among our disciples, only Senior Brother could stay. We sacrificed countless lives and killed countless people for the Demon Shura Temple. But in the end, we were kicked out like used tissue paper. From the moment Longrong spoke, he didn't know how strong the force was, and he squeezed the delicate girl in his arms to death without even realizing it. The Dragon Elephant Protector sighed, clasped his hands together, and said nothing. His real name is Lin Yesher. The person in front of him is his 3rd senior brother, Song Longrong. In addition to these people, there were once more than 100 people, and they all had a name that they did not want to mention. Outer disciples of Tianma Shura Temple. It is different from other sects. Tianma Shura Temple never recruits outside disciples. Disciples who want to get started must first chop wood for 3 years, carry water for 3 years, and sweep the floor for 3 years. Only after passing the test of character can one become a true disciple of the Demon Shura Temple. Although they are both Buddhist, the martial arts and martial arts of Tianma Shura Temple are several times more powerful than those of other Buddhist temples. Although Tianma Shura Temple ranks at the bottom among the 5-tier sects, but no one dares to bully them. It is precisely because of this continuous martial arts foundation. Hundreds of years ago, evil turmoil swept through the 36 domains. These low-level sects don't even have the ability to protect themselves. In order to resist evil ways and prevent the sect from being destroyed, they had no choice but to violate the prohibitions handed down by their ancestors and teach some disciples who had not experienced the test of Xinqing skills that real inner disciples could not learn at all. In just over 100 years, there have been hundreds more nascent souls in Tianma Shura Temple, and even powerful men who have reached the level of Z Mansion. At last, the evil ways were suppressed, but the Demon Shura Temple also suffered. These outer disciples, who had not passed the test of their character, suddenly gained such great power and caused a lot of trouble outside. If you don't abide by the Buddhist rules and precepts, you will even kill people for your own selfish interests. Originally, these outer disciples should be executed by the heavenly Demon Shura Temple. But killing fellow disciples is something that only the evil way can do. Naturally, the heavenly Demon Shura Temple cannot do it, so they can only let these disciples leave. Certainly, they were warned as they left. When something happens outside, they must not mention their origins. Otherwise, Tianma Shura Temple will never let them go. Some of the disciples who left formed their own sect, Some took over the mountain and became kings. And some, like Lin Yesher, joined a Buddhist sect and served as protectors. Because during the period of turmoil in the evil path, these people fought side by side and formed a life and death friendship. So they are still connected to each other. Lin Yesher, are you injured? Song Longrong, who was gradually calming down, realized that his outer disciples seemed to have been seriously injured. Chapter 730 Invitation? Lin Yesher exhaled a breath, and then recounted what happened to him in the Gale Tiger King sect. That old demon Yang was really terrifying. In a physical competition, I was no match for him. On the contrary, he was so shocked that my internal organs were displaced. I had to choose to escape in the end. At this point, Lin Yesher's eyes flashed with coldness. But who knew that that kid would actually punch me at the last moment? If I hadn't learned the Golden Cicada's escape technique, I might have been buried in his hands. Although I escaped alive, most of my cultivation was ruined. My yuaning was shattered, and I could only breathe. He only has less than 3 years left to live. I see. Song Longrong narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. I will definitely avenge this for you. Don't want. Lin Yesher was shocked and stood up quickly. He looked at Song Longrong's puzzled expression and explained with a wry smile. To be honest, before I came to the village, I really wanted to take revenge. But in the end, I didn't dare to do it. This idea came to mind. The guy who took action was the great uncle of the Wandao Sword sect. Not only the Gale Tiger King sect, but also the Taishan Jingang temple where I was raised overnight. My cultivation level is gone now. And I am a useless person. I just want to find a place to spend the rest of my life. Snort. Song Longrong snorted coldly. When have we, the outer disciples, been bullied to the point of being bullied and still swallowed our anger? Although that boy is the great uncle of Wandao Sword sect, his own cultivation level is only in the middle stage of nascent soul. How can he be our opponent? He stood up, looked from Longrong to Lin Yesher, and said loudly, he can't be protected by someone all the time. As the saying goes, it's easy to guard against thieves in 1 day, but difficult to guard against thieves in 1,000 days. Even Wandao Sword sect, there are always times when you are negligent. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. While the assassination was being prepared here, Yu Feishuan had already left the Dacian dynasty. This half year, the Dacian dynasty also accumulated a lot of basic fighting spirit. Yang Macheng, except those that were not repeated, rewarded the rest to the people of Longtang. For a time, the amount of fighting spirit surged again. 1,956 kinds of fighting spirit. I will catch up with Yu Feishuan soon. However, this second kind of fighting spirit is still too little. I have only refined 3 types so far. Kuzai in the Mausoleum. I have touched the threshold of the 3rd level of star fighting spirit. But the 3rd level of fighting spirit requires too much accumulation of fighting spirit. It actually requires 1,008 kinds of 2nd level fusion. Fighting spirit. I really don't know what kind of strength this powerful person in the immortal sect possesses. Calm your mind. Yang Macheng was no longer thinking wildly. His return this time directly brought about a bloody storm, which also made some 7th and 8th level super sects in Hao Tianzhou similar to the Gale Tiger King sect, which were unknown to outsiders. Frightened, this made him realize that not only his own strength was extremely important, but also the strength of the Dacian dynasty could not be ignored. I want a dynasty to exist for a long time. Not only are high-end experts like him needed, but mid-range experts also need to keep up. That's why he discussed the matter of transporting disciples with the Wandao Sword sect. He was the great uncle of the Wandao Sword sect and the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Once this matter is accomplished, it will have indescribable benefits for the entire Dacian dynasty. Yang Macheng, who was gradually immersed in his mind, slowly analyzed the many basic fighting intentions. Su Feng's fighting spirit is as gentle as the wind. Immersed in ease, it has a posture as stable as Mount Tai. But at the same time its whereabouts are uncertain and difficult to figure out. The fighting spirit is floating in the clouds, formless and shapeless. You can be strong, but I can be carefree. Cold water fighting spirit. Heavy rain fighting will. Heavenly star fighting will. Since Yang Macheng had already refined the violent fighting spirit and rapid fighting spirit, Yang Macheng did not find it difficult to analyze these basic fighting wills. On the contrary, he felt comfortable with them. Of course, this is also due to Kazai's 3rd level star fighting spirit in the Tomb of Suspicion. It's like you have learned the martial arts of the earth level or even the heaven level. When you look back at the martial arts of the spirit level and yellow level, it becomes easy to understand. Just when Yang Mucheng was practicing calmly, a strange man came to the Dacian dynasty with an invitation. The person who received the other party was Liu Yao. The other party was polite, and did not look like someone looking for trouble at all. "Excuse me, is Emperor Yang here? Who are you?" Even so, Liu Yao was still vigilant. After all, in the Gale Tiger King sect, a peak nascent soul escaped. Nowadays, the Dacian dynasty seems to be on tight guard. Once any suspicious person appears, they will keep an eye on it. Not to mention, someone who entered the palace openly, and openly with such fanfare, and wanted to see Yang Mucheng. The next one is Yin Feishing, the deacon of Feishing Yulong sect. This time, he came here specifically to submit an invitation. "Our sect will hold a hero meeting in half a month, and we want to invite Emperor Yang to the banquet," the man said. "Flying Starfish Dragon sect?" A trace of doubt flashed in Liu Yao's eyes. She had always thought that the territory of the Dacian dynasty was large enough. But she did not expect that there were so many unknown sects that were not known to anyone. An imperceptible contempt flashed deep in Yin Feishing's eyes. "You must know that the Flying Starfish Dragon sect is a sixth line sect. And even an existence like the Gale Tiger King sect is just an ant to them. If Hao Tianzhou hadn't made such a big fuss this time, and Wan Dao Sword sect was behind him, they wouldn't have invited Yang Mucheng." However, Yin Feishing did not show it, but slowly explained, "The Heroes Association only targets the 6th-tier sections. Our existence is even more mysterious than the Gale Tiger King sect. The location of the sect is almost unknown to anyone. So it's normal that you haven't heard of it. The original intention of the Heroes Association is, it's for the sects to get acquainted with each other and make friends with each other. Of course, in the Heroes meeting, the sect leaders who come to participate will also bring some heavenly and earthly treasures and weird gadgets. Even if you don't want to join the Heroes meeting, you can still go to the free market a few days before the Heroes meeting, exchange things and get the items you want. The Holy One is not here, so I can't make the decision on this matter." Liu Yao pondered for a moment and could only shirk. "He went into seclusion half a month ago and has not come out yet." "That's right, what a pity." Yin Feishing raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. Unexpected, the invitation in his hand flew out involuntarily with a whooshing sound, and flew into the hands of a young man like an arrow from a string. "You?" Yin Feishing raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. Liu Yao was overjoyed and said, "Your Majesty, are you out of seclusion?" Chapter 731 Test. "I will go to the Heroes meeting. You can go back and resume your life." Yang Mucheng picked up the invitation. He said calmly. Yin Feishing squinted his eyes, and the surprise and shock could not be concealed in the depths of his eyes. He didn't know when the other party appeared, or when he appeared in front of him. He didn't even react when the invitation was taken away from him. "Humph! He walks like a cat. Silently," Yin Feishing thought to himself. However, he didn't know that a cat walks without making a sound, and a tiger and a cross walk without making a sound either. "Are you Emperor Yang?" Yin Feishing did not leave, but asked cautiously. "It's me." Yang Mucheng nodded, flicked his right hand, opened the seal on the invitation, glanced at him and asked, "Do you have anything else?" "Yang Emperor, the sect master has an order. This invitation must be handed over to me." Yin Feishing was unwilling to accept it. He was talking to Liu Yao earlier, and did not notice Yang Mucheng's appearance. He was silently greeted by the other party, took away the invitation. He made up a random reason, and wanted to try Yang Mucheng's methods. "Do you suspect that I am fake?" Yang Mucheng glanced at the contents of the invitation, then slowly raised his head, and glanced at Yin Feishing. "How do you want to prove it?" "This proves it." Laugh. Yin Feishing rushed towards Yang Mucheng suddenly, and without any warning. As a deacon of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect, Yin Feishing had the cultivation level of the early nascent soul, and he believed that his full blow would definitely make these little emperors make some fools of themselves on the spot. Even, he could see the other party's embarrassed posture right away. Snort! Liu Yao stood aside and didn't move. She just snorted coldly with disdain on her face. How could she not know that this boy wanted to show off his strength and regain his position with Yang Mucheng? Since the other party is willing to ask for trouble, she won't stop him. "Kneel down!" Just when Liu Yao's thoughts came up, just when Yin Feishing pounced on him, Yang Mucheng spoke calmly. "What?" Yin Feishing was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Yang Mucheng was talking to him, and he became furious. This boy really thinks of himself as a superior emperor. I am a member of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Do you think your order is effective on me? Yin Feixing sneered in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to make the other party look embarrassed. But now he changed his mind. He wanted to punch Yang Mucheng hard in the face to let this kid know that he was not qualified to kneel down. However, just as Yin Feixing's thoughts changed, a terrifying force suddenly fell from the sky in a horrifying manner. It was like a big hand was pressing down on his head, knocking him from midair to the ground. Boom! Yin Feixing looked horrified and struggled hard. But this sudden force was really terrifying. Almost terrifying to the extreme. Under Lu Yao's gloating gaze, he was forcefully slapped and knocked to his knees. With a dull loud noise, the luxurious stone slabs in the palace were smashed directly into two terrible deep pits by his knees. Centered on Yin Feixing's knees, dense cracks spread like lightning. You? Yin Feixing was furious and was about to speak out. However, Yang Mucheng snorted lightly, and the force that fell out of thin air suddenly became more ferocious. Yin Feixing's body trembled violently, and even his unruly head was pressed down by this terrifying force. Boom! A sound that was even more terrifying than before suddenly sounded, and Yin Feixing's head was directly pressed to the ground by this terrifying force. Like an ostrich. At this time, Yin Feixing couldn't even speak. This terrifying force completely squeezed his body, making all the bones in his body crackle. At the same time, the cracks under his body spread crazily. Humph! How dare a small warrior in the early stage of nascent soul dare to be presumptuous in front of me? He still wants to verify whether I am true or not. How daring! Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Put away your little cleverness. If you dare to play tricks in front of me again, I will kill you with one blow. It was only then that Yin Feixing felt that the pressure that seemed to be pressing down on him like a big mountain had quietly disappeared. Just like the tide. It comes and goes quickly. Yin Feixing raised his head and looked at Yang Mucheng with fear in his eyes. He didn't expect that the other party would completely suppress him without making a sound. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. Get out. At this time, Yang Mucheng said calmly. Before he could react, he saw Yang Mucheng flick his finger. At this moment, he felt like he was being hit by a cannonball, which hit his body in an instant. This sudden force is really terrifying, even to an unparalleled level of power. Boom! As if being hit by an ancient ferocious beast. His body trembled. Yin Feixing spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his whole body was shot backwards like an arrow from the string. And he rolled out of the palace. Snort. Slowly closing his hand, Yang Mucheng glanced at Yin Feixing, who was hurriedly getting up and running away, and looked away. Your Majesty, have you achieved another breakthrough? Lu Yao asked in surprise. Not yet. My current cultivation level is still in the middle stage of nascent soul. About 40 to 50%. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, in this retreat, I have understood the intention of fighting, and I have become more proficient in controlling power. Hee. That Yin Feixing is really short-sighted. I don't know how he broke through to the nascent soul realm. And he actually dares to be so presumptuous in front of you. By the way, Your Majesty, do you really plan to go to the Heroes Association? Lu Yao looked at the man who was being Yang Mucheng held the invitation in his hand. Dragon Elephant Protector Lin Yisher hasn't been found yet. He seems to have disappeared out of thin air. We don't know where he went. We have used various strategies during this period, but we have not found him. Your Majesty, at this time, it's probably not a good idea to leave the palace and go to a place where people and animals are mixed together. Lu Yao was a little worried. Go. Why not go? Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and said, not only am I going this time, but I am also going with great fanfare. As for that guy Lin Yisher, their target is me. If I don't show up in person, they won't may appear. This time I'm going to the Heroes Association to lure those people out and catch them all. Yang Mucheng smiled coldly. Cutting the grass without removing the roots will lead to endless troubles. 3 days later, Emperor Yang Mucheng of Dakian left the palace and set off for the heroes' meeting. Chapter 732 Bracelet. Along the way, as Yang Mucheng said, thousands of troops and horses cleared the way. Even according to the golden-haired rat's plan, he was going to find 2 rows of people to clear the way, beating gongs and drums while walking and shouting, "The Holy One is traveling." Su Su avoids it. But, as soon as this idea was proposed, it was directly rejected by Yang Mucheng. Although, he went to the Heroes Association this time to lure the snake out of its hole. But this bad idea of the golden-haired mouse is too obvious. If the other party is timid, he might even turn around and run away in fear. So halfway through, Yang Muchung simply withdrew his troops and only led Lu Yao along the way, because this place is close to the territory of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect, and his journey here has attracted a lot of attention. So anyone who is interested can detect his traces with a little inquiry. Linchuanzhou. This is an area close to Haotianzhou. It was just as Yin Feishing said. Ordinary people could not find the place. Even Yang Muchung held the invitation in his hand and walked around. It took him several days to reach the heroes' meeting. The Flying Starfish Dragon sect is located in a basin and plain, surrounded by villages similar to the Miao family, and lives deep in the forest. After entering the village, Yang Muchung felt that there were more people around. Turned out to be. The Feishing Fish Dragon sect has been organizing this hero meeting for decades. As Yin Feishing introduced before, it is to connect the major sects and show their faces to each other. As time went by, more and more people learned that during the heroes meeting, although those who had not accepted the invitation could not enter the sect, they could still wander around the market town outside to see if there were a magic weapon that suits you. Your Majesty, should we go directly to the Flying Starfish Dragon sect now? Lu Yao asked. I'm not going for the time being. If I go, how will those people show up? Yang Muchung said with a smile. Ever since he entered this area, he felt a few small tales behind him, but he was afraid of alerting others, so he didn't pry. After taking a look at the small market town that was already beginning to take shape, Yang Muchung walked directly forward. Since we're here, let's just wander around. It would be nice if we could get a few good things. After that, the two of them walked into the town. The huge market town is just like a vegetable market, with a dazzling array of goods on both sides. Things here are not calculated by price, but by barter for barter. Yang Muchung also saw a few young people who were not even strong enough to reach the golden elixir, guarding a huge stall and sitting there casually. Certainly, here, you can't judge a book by its appearance, and don't look down on the other person's low level of cultivation. But those who dare to set up a stall here at least have a backing. Yang Muchung walked around here to get a rough idea, but those people still didn't show up. Boss, look at that thing. Suddenly, the golden-haired mouse reminded in a low voice. Yang Muchung looked over subconsciously and saw the golden-haired mouse pointing at a string of rosary beads. When he came to the stall, he picked up the rosary at random and looked at it. Yang Muchung felt that the rosary had a strong repulsive force, and his consciousness could not enter at all. What is this? Yang Muchung asked. It should be a bracelet worn by a strong man, because it has been worn for too long. It has been contaminated by the strong man's thoughts. If you absorb and refine these thoughts, it will be of great benefit to reaching the realm of God transformation in the future. Golden Retriever Rat explained. Yang Muchung nodded. He picked up the bracelet, looked at the young man setting up the stall, and said, This bracelet, all Huang-level weapons, elixirs, and techniques are fine. The young man glanced at Yang Muchung and said leisurely. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. Is it expensive? The young man saw Yang Muchung's surprised look and said with an indifferent expression. Sorry, no counteroffer. If you can't get it, then that's it. Can't take it out? Lu Yao on the side covered her mouth and smiled. Not to mention the mysterious items obtained by Yang Muchung following Wang Rengjia's tomb robbery. Just the 49 sects contributed a lot. For this hero meeting, Yang Muchung specially brought a lot of Xin-level items, for fear of being embarrassed about being unable to exchange them for something he liked. I have a Xin-level low-grade weapon here. I want this bracelet. Look, there is nothing similar to this kind of bracelet. Yang Muchung picked out a Xin-level 7-ring sword and handed it over. Good. The young man glanced at Yang Muchung in surprise and hurriedly agreed. To know, although this kind of thing is very rare, basically no one wants it, because he is only useful for warriors below the realm of transformation into gods. As for consciousness and mindfulness, you can practice them as long as you are willing to spend time. Following his master's order, he stayed here for 3 or 4 days, but no one asked for the bracelet. Unexpectedly, he met a gangster today and bought all these things. Yang Muchung happily took the bracelet and couldn't help playing with it. In the hands of others, this thing may be tasteless and worthless, but it has a huge effect in my hands. Thinking in mind, Yang Muchung simply set up a stall in a decent manner, selling all weapons, elixirs, and techniques. Lu Yao was responsible for the sales. and only collected telepathy-type magic weapons. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, sat aside, calmly absorbing the telepathy in the bracelet. Before reaching the stage of divine transformation, warriors have many names for their mental power: consciousness, perception, idea. But after reaching the stage of divine transformation, everything will return to the spiritual mind. This is also the origin of the first of the three realms of the divine transformation stage. After reaching the stage of spiritual transformation, warriors, whether they are refining their bodies or refining their chi, will turn to practicing spiritual thoughts. As the saying goes, the three give birth to all things. Vertical and horizontal become gods. The number 3 in this one has a lot of meaning. One is inner strength. The second is physical strength. And the third is spiritual thoughts. To be honest, the human body is like a bucket. Your inner strength and physical strength are high, but your spiritual mind is your shortcoming, and you will not achieve much in the future. Yang Muchung and Jin Liang also discussed this issue at the beginning. Jin Liang even made it clear that he should focus on cultivating his consciousness to avoid lacking too much after reaching the stage of divine transformation. Because, under the stage of transformation into gods, it is not too important before consciousness evolves into divine thoughts. And once you reach the stage of divine transformation, you can control the power of heaven and earth. If your spiritual mind is weaker than others, you will really fall behind too far. Yang Muchung always remembered this. But he really couldn't spare the time to cultivate his consciousness. After all, a warrior like him in the middle stage of nascent soul, looking at Kyushu, no matter how stunning the existence is, he must be over 100 years old. They have enough time to hone their consciousness. And this kind of mental magic weapon does not have much effect on them. But Yang Muchung reached this level in less than 2 years. So the existence of this magic weapon satisfied his needs. Chapter 733 Mind Training. Closing his eyes, the chaos in the market town disappeared directly away from Yang Muchung at this moment. When his consciousness came into contact with the bracelet, he immediately saw an old-looking monk sitting cross-legged in front of the Buddha statue, beating wooden fish every day for 10 years. And what he was holding in his hand was this long string of rosary beads. Boom! In an instant, this string of rosary beads, which had been worn by the old monk for who knows how many years, suddenly erupted with a powerful wave, slapping towards Yang Muchung like a stormy sea. Now, Yang Muchung seemed to be in the extremely stern Buddhist temple. The kind-faced old monk was like a Vajra with angry eyes at this moment, as if he was scolding him for not kneeling down and worshipping the Buddha when he saw him. Naturally, this is just an existence of nothingness, and it is the old monk's persistent pursuit of Buddhism. However, if someone is not firm in consciousness, they may be directly impacted by this terrifying power of thought and become a fool directly. But Yang Muchung was also the Shura who came out of Pihe's blood sea, let alone the illusion in the rosary. Even when he really faced the old monk, he would not kneel down. Humph! Break it open for me! With a cold snort in his heart, Yang Muchung directly mobilized his consciousness. In an instant, a terrifying Shura demon god suddenly appeared in front of the angry monk. At the same time as this demon god appeared, Howrin struck down with his palm, directly reducing the old monk and the huge ancient temple to ashes at this moment. Wow! The exploding ancient temple, the smashed old monk, the majestic Buddha statue. These countless existences seemed to turn into thousands of thin threads at this moment, drilling towards Yang Muchung's body. This is invisible consciousness that others cannot see, touch, or understand. But Yang Muchung could clearly feel that after absorbing the power of the rosary, his consciousness continued to increase. Previously, he closed his eyes and could sense a radius of 500 meters. This kind of range can be reached by even a casual Xianhai realm warrior. Now after absorption, it has increased significantly, directly reaching 550 meters. It really works. Yang Muchung slowly opened his eyes. Although it is only an increase in the range of 50 meters, it will take at least about half a year of hard work. The range of perception of a warrior in the Golden Core realm is almost 10 miles in radius. The range of perception of a warrior in the Nascent Soul realm is 100 miles in radius. I'm still far away. Yang Muchung secretly shook his head, continued to close his eyes, and began to absorb the telepathy power of the next magic weapon. But, then again, even if others are in the same situation as Yang Muchung, they can't absorb telekinesis as crazily as him. After all, the telepathy in these magic weapons contains the spirit of the original owners. Once you absorb too much and cannot digest it, you will become insane. Only a person like Yang Muchung, who has lived in 2 lifetimes, can be so crazy. In the market town, such a strange stall quickly attracted the attention of many people. Not everyone may have any rare treasures, but many warriors have collected similar mental magic weapons in their lives of hundreds, or even nearly 1,000 years. They immediately came forward one after another, hoping to sell them to them. Yang Machung. This won't work. My mind power is too weak, and I can't sense anything at all. The power of thought in this magic weapon has been absorbed. Why else use it to lie? This item is fine. A medium-grade yellow-level weapon. Lu Yaoer sat in front of the stall and collected it in a decent manner. If there are things that she is not sure about, the golden mouse will control them. Moreover, Lu Yaoer was very sharp-tongued and kept the prices of these mental magic weapons relatively low. What? Think the price is too low? Sorry. I don't want your magic weapon anymore. There were only a few people who were willing to buy and sell mental magic weapons. These things were of no use if they were kept around. It would be better to sell them and exchange them for pills. For a time, Yang Machung had a lot of mental magic weapons piled up around him. But after he absorbed one piece, he absorbed another piece. This moment, the range of Yang Machung's consciousness was growing crazily at a terrifying speed. 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters. Certainly, the growth of this idea is not endless. And like cultivation, it will gradually slow down. Previously, a middle-grade yellow-level telepathy magic weapon allowed Yang Machung to increase his perception range by 50 meters. After reaching 1,000 meters, the same magic weapon can only increase the height by less than 5 meters. Moreover, as the power of thought continues to increase, the effect becomes weaker and weaker. The situation here caused everyone to be disturbed. However, in a corner, a thin man with an ordinary appearance was secretly paying attention to Yang Machung's position. After a moment, he turned around and walked out of the village. After leaving the cottage, the bones and muscles all over the man's body rolled like a dragon. The man, who was originally only of medium height, suddenly grew to a height of 1.8 meters at this moment. He hurried along and quickly came to a remote corner. This corner is ordinary, as if nothing exists. But he walked straight towards a big tree. The moment he touched the big tree, the tree trunk started to squirm like water. And the man actually wore it directly inside the trunk. But it is a space that no one could have imagined. And it is also a temporary position inside. A group of people are gathering around and discussing something unknown. Senior brother Long Rong. That boy stayed in the market town and started collecting telepathy magic weapons. After the man entered the position, he shouted to a man wearing fine gold armor. I've been observing for a while. And there's no one else around that kid. Only a woman named Lu Yaoer. This group of people are obviously the outer disciples of Tianma Shura Temple. They came to Feisheng Yulong sect this time to seek revenge on Yang Machung. Song Long Rong raised his head, narrowed his eyes and said, Are you sure? Have you been discovered by them? Of course. The man who changed his body shape nodded. Since old Mo Yang separated from the army halfway, I have followed them all the way. Along the way, I changed more than a dozen appearances, and even my breath was invisible. Even if he knows that I am following him, he will never recognize who I am. Then what are you waiting for? Let's swarm up, kill that kid, and avenge junior brother Lin Yesher. A bald man shouted in a cold voice with a fierce look in his eyes. Song Long Rong sneered, slowly pressed his right hand, and said, Don't be impatient. Yang Lao Mo is the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. How can there be no one around to take care of you? We still have plenty of time. Let's wait and see. Chapter 734 City Dominator. From Long Rong's words, everyone suddenly woke up. What they were facing was not an ordinary dynasty emperor. This emperor had a huge background behind him. If you're not careful, all of them will be wiped out. Third senior brother, what do you think we should do? At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Long Rong. Song Long Rong narrowed his eyes and sneered. This is easy to handle. Isn't that boy Yang Lama setting up a stall in the market town? We will know soon if anyone is following him. Yin Laolu, you go and inquire about it again. Anyway, we have enough time to meet you. This guy is here to spend. The man who could transform nodded, and all the bones and muscles in his body squirmed, and he transformed from the strong man before into a little boy. Brothers, please wait here while I go to find out more information. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Senior brother Song Long Rong, will Yin Laolu be okay? Lin Yesher asked with squinted eyes, his eyes full of worry. After fighting against evil for decades, Yin Lao deceived so many strong men with his various tricks. How could he not be able to deceive him? Song Long Rong narrowed his eyes, patted the fine gold sword in his arms, and sneered. As long as there is no strong person above Z Mansion to protect him, his fate is up to me. The market town was bustling with activity. There are more and more telekinesis magic weapons. Seeing that there are already quite a few telepathy magic weapons collected, Lu Yao prepares to close the stall. Look at this. At this time, there was a dull sound, and a man with a scar came over. He was holding an ordinary stone in his hand. It didn't look like a fancy thing. Is this just an ordinary stone? Lu Yao was afraid that she might have missed the point. So she secretly asked the golden-haired rat again. After getting the same affirmation, she couldn't help but look at him with anger. I only collect telepathy magic weapons here. And your stone is the most common one on the riverbed. Cobblestone. The scarred man was wearing a kung fu training suit with centipede legs and a half-arm-long scimitar on his waist. Hearing Lu Yao's words, he burst into laughter. Little girl, you don't have any eyesight. You can't see that this stone treasure of mine is actually a pebble? This is a middle-grade Xian-level magic weapon, and I want to exchange it for you, a middle-grade Xian-level weapon. Lu Yao raised her eyebrows. He already knew that he had met the city bully. There are quite a few such city tyrants in the secular world. They like to engage in force buying and selling, holding a broken stone or broken tile. No matter what kind of valuable treasure it is, you have to change even if you are forced to do so. And you have to change even if you don't. Why is this person talking nonsense? Even I, a warrior at the peak of the Golden Core, can see that there is nothing special about the stone. Why does he say it is a middle-grade Xian-level magic weapon? A young man said in a daze. As soon as he finished speaking, his companion on the side covered his mouth. Shh. Don't interrupt. We can't afford to offend this guy. When many people saw this scene, they all looked at Yang Maicheng and Lu Yao with regret and sympathy. As the saying goes, wealth is not revealed. If you dare to show off so many treasures in such a mixed place, isn't it obvious that you are attracting covetousness? Who is that person who dares to dominate the market like this? Someone asked in a low voice. Isn't he afraid of the background behind the other person? Some people looked puzzled. An old bird who has been hanging out in the market town all year round couldn't help but cover his mouth and smile, and said, the Scarface man's surname is Ma, and his name is Ma Fei. He is considered a local snake in this market town. Don't look at him looking stupid. But he is definitely smart enough. If he dares to take action, he must have been following this kid for a long time, and made sure that he has no background before taking action. However, they seek wealth rather than life. If you hand over your things to him honestly, you will be able to live in peace of mind. The old bird squinted and looked towards Yang Maicheng. At this time, Yin Lao's transformed butterboy also peeped at this scene from the crowd. However, he was not just watching the excitement. A pair of eyes swept around, taking in the expressions of everyone in all directions. He has done detailed work in the battle between good and evil, and can tell whether there are evil people among passers-by from their eyes, expressions, and even some small movements. But he said this. Immediately, Fei Fei sneered twice when he saw that Lu Yao didn't answer. Little girl, if you don't want to change the magic weapon, you can come here. Just sleep with me. Roll. Lu Yao originally didn't want to argue with such a local snake, but the words he said made her furious. However, what made Lu Yao even more annoyed was that Ma Fei not only said obscene words in his mouth, but also didn't restrain his hands at all, and actually grabbed her bulging breasts. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and Lu Yao immediately slapped him away with a palm. Well done. Ma Fei laughed loudly, clenched his strong palms into fists, and without any scruples, he blasted towards Lu Yao. He punched out. It was light and fluttery, and seemed to have no force at all. But every time the fist increased by 1 point, the speed of the punch suddenly increased by 1 point. It was silent from the beginning, but when it arrived in front of Lu Yao, it was like a poisonous dragon biting her. Boom! With one punch and one palm, a huge force exploded. Lu Yao suddenly made a sound. Her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back. But Ma Fei stood still, motionless. Alas! Seeing this scene, the people in the market town shook their heads secretly. This man has a way to fly immediately. He will use all kinds of dirty words to force you to make the first move. And when the time comes, you won't be able to figure it out. Really, after this blow, 3 or 5 strongmen jumped out from the crowd. Little girl, my boss is doing business with you. And you not only refuse to agree, but you actually take the initiative to hurt people. You are so brave. A man with triangular eyes shouted. If you don't come up with 2 or 3 high-grade Shin-level weapons today, don't even think about leaving this market town. Another horse-faced man shouted. That palm you gave me earlier shattered my heart. Brothers, catch this little bitch. If I die, I will bury her with her. Ma Fei said that his heart was broken, but his face she was still smiling. And Lu Yao's expression was even more lustful. You? Lu Yao clenched her fists, her face full of anger. The man with triangular eyes already gave a ferocious laugh and stretched out his right hand to grab Lu Yao. Snort. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, just when the triangular-eyed man's right hand was about to catch Lu Yao. A white jade-like palm suddenly stretched out from behind. He appeared without any warning and lightly pointed his finger on the palm of the man with triangular eyes. Crack. There was a sound of bone cracking, and the right arm bones of the man with triangular eyes were clearly dislocated. The white bones exploded directly from the back, flying out like an arrow from the string, and penetrated with a dough sound. An ancient tree. The ancient tree shook, and all the leaves fell down in no particular order. Everyone looked towards the owner of the white jade finger. It was the young man who had been crossing his legs to absorb telepathy. Lu Yao was even more surprised and shouted, Your Majesty. Chapter 735, Terrified. Ah! The right arm of the man with triangular eyes immediately drooped limply without the support of the frame. A moment later, a heartbreaking pain came, which made his face turn pale, and he was wailing. You? When Ma Fei saw his companion, one of his arms was destroyed by the other party's attack. His eyes suddenly opened with anger, and his eyes were about to split. Yang Mucheng didn't look at it, but slowly looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao, you didn't handle this matter correctly. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for disturbing your practice. Lu Yao's face was full of guilt. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, You shouldn't have said anything to him. Just kill him with one sword. You are my person. How can you allow others to tease you with dirty words? Call. Yang Mucheng's words caused a trace of anger to appear on Ma Fei's face, which shocked everyone around him. Isn't this kid too arrogant? A strong dragon will not overwhelm a local snake. I'm afraid he doesn't know the strength of Ma Fei, so he dares to speak like this. Yen Laolu, who was hiding in the crowd, closed his eyes and sneered secretly. What Lin Yesher said is indeed right. When this kid is arrogant, he doesn't take anyone into consideration. He immediately flew in the market town. He can be regarded as a tyrant. And if Yang Lao humiliates him in person and looks down on him, he will never let it go. Sure enough, Ma Fei's expression changed and he snorted coldly. You are looking for death. Immediately, Fei Zhou's body surged with energy, and with a clang, he drew out the scimitar that was curved like an antelope horn from his waist, and wiped it directly towards Yang Mucheng's throat. There are hundreds of kinds of knives. There are single sword, simple sword, ghost-headed sword, long-handled short-edged sword, fish-scale purple gold sword, Bangtong Hu Sabo. Each type of knife has a corresponding knife technique. The antelope sword that was about to fly was not flying with great force, but in an extremely strange way. He waved his right hand, and the antelope knife made a terrifying arc from bottom to top, slashing directly towards Yang Mucheng's throat. Ma Fei is angry. He rarely kills people in the market. I didn't expect that he was angered by a young boy today. Someone secretly said, This market town is, after all, the territory of the Flying Starfish and Dragon sect. If you make trouble here, you are not giving the Flying Starfish and Dragon sect face. If he wasn't extremely angry, he wouldn't kill anyone immediately. But before the swift and strange sword light came close to Yang Mucheng, Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and flexed his right finger slightly. At this moment, there was a strong wind within 10 meters around him, and countless airflows converged towards his fingertips, as if forming an eye of the wind. When the eye of the storm was concentrated to the extreme, he flicked it with a flick of his finger. The eye of the wind whizzed out and flew towards the antelope knife. Immediately, Fei's eyes closed, and the antelope sword quickly disappeared in midair, revealing 18 serial sword shadows. In the end, these 18 sword shadows suddenly gathered together and slashed towards the eye of the wind. Unexpectedly, this was only a wheel the size of a mung bean, but it was like a bomb. The moment the blade struck, it was like a volcano erupting. Countless violent winds burst out from the eye of the wind, forming overwhelming wind blades that flew towards the horse. Puff! 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 For a while, Ma Fei was caught off guard. Although he tried his best to intercept with his sword, the wind blades still caused 7 or 8 wounds on his body. This kid has great control over telekinesis. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes shrank and they were shocked. Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his back. This is the benefit of coming from the Wandao sword sect. There are really too many techniques in the sword sect, including telekinesis. He is not like other people who allow their mental power to develop. Although some people have huge mental power, they are complex. And Yang Mucheng is also constantly polishing his mental power, just like a piece of pig iron, which can only be turned into steel after 100 times of refining. Although, the scope of his current telekinesis control can only be similar to that of a warrior at the Golden Core stage. But in the control of telekinesis, it has reached the level of the strong men of Zifu. What are you still doing? Come on! Kill this kid! Fei immediately closed his eyes. Horrified, the position where the antelope knife struck the eye of the wind before was as if it had struck a high-level weapon. A gap the size of a thumb appeared directly, centered along this gap. The surrounding cracks were densely packed and scattered in all directions. Cover. Oh! Yang Mucheng was also slightly stunned. This was the first time he used telekinesis to fight, but the power of it made him a little happy. Is this telepathy? Although it is said that warriors below the stage of becoming gods cannot draw on the power of heaven and earth, this power is also evident. However, this can only be regarded as a small trick. In a duel with a truly strong person, there is no need to use it at all, but it will easily reveal its flaws. Yang Mucheng made up his mind. He still wants to collect this telekinesis magic weapon. After all, after reaching the stage of divine transformation, all thoughts will be transformed into divine thoughts. The greater your power of thought, the stronger the converted divine thought will be. It is also related to the strength of the future and whether it can reach the nirvana state. Thinking of this, he slowly raised his eyes. At this time, the few scoundrels who followed the horse immediately roared and rushed towards Yang Mucheng. Roar! With a roar, the golden-haired rat suddenly transformed into its true form. Its body directly appeared to be tens of feet in size, like a big mountain, and its open mouth was more like a bag that covered the sky and the sun, and directly swallowed these 4 or 5 people. In his mouth, he chewed it raw and swallowed it into his stomach with a slurp. Then, as if nothing had happened, the golden-haired rat returned to the size of a palm, looking harmless to humans and animals. Ma Fei looked at this scene in shock. The cracked antelope knife in his hand also slipped from his hand and hit the ground with a clang without realizing it. The 5 warriors he brought were directly swallowed by the opponent. And now he was the only one standing there alone. The whole place was dead silent. Yin Laoyu's eyes were almost bulging out. Whether it was Yang Mucheng or the golden-haired rat, their performance was beyond his understanding. As the saying goes, a strong dragon will not overwhelm a local snake. Regardless of whether it is a dragon or a tiger, everyone will be courteous to a local snake. But when it came to Yang Mucheng, it was different. He actually crushed this local snake to death, which was really terrifying. Plop! When Yang Mucheng looked over, his legs were so frightened that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Senior, I was wrong. I was blind to the mountains and offended you. I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. Just treat me like a fart. Immediately, his head hit the ground with a bang bang bang. Without any show, his forehead made a dent in the stone floor. But he showed no intention of stopping. He was completely frightened. Chapter 736, Old Demon Yang. What do you think of this sword? There was deathly silence in the market town, except for the sound of Ma Fei's head hitting the ground and his almost wailing begging for mercy. Yang Mucheng glanced at him, then looked at Lu Yaoer and said, Did you see it? To deal with such city tyrants, don't talk to them at all. Just kill them with one sword. This way, there will be no subsequent incidents. No. Lu Yaoer nodded. Finished, Yang Mucheng's eyes were focused on Ma Fei again. And Ma Fei suddenly felt like rays of light piercing his back. And he was trembling. He only dared to kowtow desperately and beg for mercy. Keep your eyes open from now on. It's not anyone you can mess with. Yang Mucheng sighed leisurely. Senior, I was wrong. A glimmer of hope arose in Ma Fei's heart, and he pressed his whole body to the ground, bowing to the ground. Just when everyone around thought that Yang Mucheng would let go and fly away, they heard Yang Mucheng say calmly, Remember this sentence? It will be useful to you in the next life. What? Immediately Fei was shocked. He only felt an unprecedented crisis approaching him crazily. The whole person was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. When he screamed, he was already running away desperately towards the distance. He's running away! At this time, everyone felt that something was going on. They didn't know what Ma Fei's original name was. The reason why he has this nickname is because of his speed. If he ran away with all his strength, there might be a way to survive. But just when everyone was imagining this, they heard Yang Muchung snort and tap lightly with the sole of his foot. Call! The next moment, an inner force of spiritual energy gathered in the void. And in an instant, a huge foot was formed. And it stepped down in the air. The body that was still in midair flew up. But it felt as if its body sank. And the whole person was crushed into the ground by this kick. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled and began to tremble wildly. When the sole of his foot disappeared, there were no bones left, leaving only a pool of blood. A house in a mountain forest. In a market town. More than 1,000 people stared at this scene in stunned silence, with complicated expressions. Only Yang Muchung looked calm and stood with his hands behind his back, as if the person he trampled to death was just an ant. Everyone! From today until the beginning of the heroes' meeting, I will set up a stall here. If you have telekinesis magic weapons, the manager can exchange them for you. I can take out all the skills, martial arts, elixirs, and weapons and keep them to your satisfaction. If anyone dares to fish in troubled waters and bully the street, they will end up like these people. Yin Lao didn't know how he returned to the camp. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be almost impossible for him to believe what happened. Before, he heard that Lin Yesher was deposed by a boy in the middle stage of nascent soul, and he still had some doubts and disbelief in his heart. But now that I have seen it with my own eyes, apart from shock, there is only amazement. As soon as he returned to the camp, many outer disciple brothers quickly surrounded him. What did you find out? Is that boy Yang Lao protected? Lao Lu, why do you look so bad? Yin Lao exhaled a breath and told exactly what happened in the market town earlier. Among the many senior brothers, Yin Lao is not a character who is good at fighting, but he is the best craftsman and spy. He once collected a lot of information in the battle between good and evil, which enabled his fellow sect to achieve good results. I can confirm that there are no strong men from the 10,000 Dao sword sect following me. There are only 2 people and 1 demon along the way. Lu Yao is only in the early stage of nascent soul. Although she has some combat power, she is not considered. The really scary thing is old Mo Yang, and its golden-haired rat. Yang Lama is only in the middle stage of Yuanying, but his strength is no less than peak Yuanying. According to my estimation, he and Yuanying perfection can fight. His golden-haired rat also has the perfect cultivation level of nascent soul, but its strength is also very terrifying. I can't see through its foundation at all. After what Yin Lao said, everyone couldn't help but be a little stunned. Original. They thought that the target this time was just a boy in the middle stage of nascent soul, but they didn't expect that his strength was so terrifying. Lin Yesher on the side smiled bitterly and said, Don't forget, he is the great uncle of Wandao sword sect. Fellow apprentices, I appreciate your kindness. This old demon Yang is not something we can deal with at all. You should disperse. Go. Don't risk your life for a dying person like me. No more words. Song Long Rong snorted coldly and shouted, I must kill old demon Yang. No matter how strong he is. Can he still compete with us? That's right. When have we, the outer disciples of Tianma Shura Temple, been bullied like this without ever fighting back? Yen Laolu, if you continue to stare at that old demon Yang in the past few days, if it is confirmed that there are no masters from the Wandao sword sect following you, we will kill him in 3 days. A cold light flashed from Long Rong's eyes, and he shouted sharply, In the next few days, it was business as usual in the market town. But, in front of Yang Muching's stall, there was a lot of excitement, as if there were too many warriors who came to exchange, and Lu Yao could not identify them alone. Yang Muchung simply went into battle himself. Well, the level is too low and is not of much use to me. I won't change it. This magic weapon of yours is pretty good. If you still have one more, I will give you another Shin-level weapon. The level is too low. I won't change. This is barely okay. Yang Muchung can quickly identify an item. There were also some local snakes who took aim at Yang Muching's stall. After all, he brought out too many things, basically without Xuanjia, so it was naturally very attractive. But just when he was about to find trouble, he was grabbed by someone else. As long as that person said, he would be trampled to death immediately. Those local snakes suddenly turned pale with fear and did not dare to cause trouble again. For a while, Yang Muchum also collected a lot of mental magic weapons. For 3 consecutive days, gradually fewer and fewer people came to the stall to redeem their items. No matter how useless the mental magic weapon is, it is still a magic weapon after all. Yang Muchum only needs to be at the lowest level of the Huang rank, which would wipe out a large number of people. Often, only 1 out of 20 items that come to exchange items can catch Yang Muchum's attention. The others either have too little telepathy or are just trying to fish in troubled waters. Ever since a man who fished in troubled waters and was slapped to death by him, there have been fewer and fewer people fishing in troubled waters. I guess no one came to redeem the items. The telepathy magic weapons collected in the past few days are enough for me to absorb for a long time and reach the normal nascent soul level, Yang Muchum thought to himself. However, just when he was about to close the stall, a dull sound came like thunder. Oldemo Yang, what do you think of my sword? Chapter 737. I have the confidence to kill you. Yang Muchum looked up, but they saw that the person who came was a burly man, 2.5 meters away. Like a little giant, he was covered in armor made of pure gold, like a golden god of war, and looked very terrifying. Even some of the body-refining warriors in this market town seemed to have turned into children when they stood in front of him. Now, he stood there, looking down like an eagle, sizing up Yang Muchum. The long knife in his right hand was only 3 feet away from Yang Muchum, but it was secretly pointing at Yang Muchum's eyebrows. Who is he? Why is he dressed like this? If he hadn't spoken, I would have regarded him as a stone statue. Isn't he tired wearing this armor? Hush, that's from Long Rome, someone whispered. From Long Melt. As soon as this name came out, the originally lively market town suddenly became quiet at this moment. No one knows where this godlike man came from. When people saw him, he was wearing a pair of fine gold armor, and he was the king of a mountain stronghold in Hao Tianzhou. It is said that his armor made of fine gold is not used for protection, but to suppress a certain skill he practices. But he rarely comes out of the village. Why did he come to the market town this time? Moreover, from the tone of his previous words, it didn't seem like he was here to redeem something, but more like he was here to cause trouble. Everyone looked forward. But see, Yang Muchum slowly raised his head, looked at the fine gold sword pointed at his eyebrows, and said lightly, the fine gold sword is a middle-grade Shin-level weapon. A grain of fine gold the size of an ear of wheat weighs 10 kilograms. Your fine gold sword is 1.5 meters long and about 3 fingers wide. It has been forged and smelted. It weighs at least 30,000 pounds and cannot be used by ordinary people. It is considered a good knife. Call. As soon as Yang Muchum said these words, everyone realized that Song Longrongi was actually wearing fine gold armor. This set of armor is probably as heavy as a mountain when it comes down. But when this man wears it on the mountain, he walks on flat ground without making any sound. For a moment, everyone looked at Song Longrong with a little more fear. I'm afraid the person who came here is evil, someone whispered. Sure enough, Song Longrong smiled faintly and said, Oldemo Yang, I wonder if you died under this knife. Do you think it is worth it? You? I'm afraid you're not worthy of taking my life. Yang Muchum smiled faintly. What about me? At this time, there was a sound among the crowd, and the person who spoke was a man in black robes. The man took off his black robe and revealed his true face. I saw that he was a bald man of normal size, with strange magic pattern tattoos painted on the top of his head, covering half of his face like flames, all the way down his neck and into his chest. His whole person looked extremely cold, but within 10 steps, he was like a furnace. The people who were burning were dry and their tongues were dry, and they retreated one after another. Why is he here too? Master Minghua, abandon Yanhong. Some people's pupils shrank, and they quickly retreated. This is a powerful person with perfect nascent soul, and he is also a being who dominates the mountain, although his copycat is just a small and unpopular force. Basically no one dares to step on it without a long-term view. It's entirely because of the existence of Qi Yanhong. Not enough. Yang Muchum shook his head. What if you had me? The words just fell. There was a terrible shaking sound in the distance, and the crowd dispersed like a tide, revealing the figure of the other party. But he saw that the man was riding a saber-toothed tiger that was more than 3 meters tall. He also had a bald head and looked half monk and half secular. Venerable Tiger King, Tianjue. Another strong man with perfect nascent soul appears. Are these three people all here for Yang Mucheng? Is it enough this time? Song Longrong held the fine gold sword in his right hand and asked with a smile on his face, as if he was confident about everything. It's still a little short of that. Since we're already here, let's all come out, Yang Mucheng said lightly. What a big tone. You actually said it's not even close? Count me in. Do you think it's enough to buy your life? There was another sound. But they saw a sturdy middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a bald head separated from the crowd and walked over. This middle-aged man had a rosy face and looked young, but his eyes were extremely old. His appearance caused another sensation. Li Hantian. Why is he here too? For nascent soul consummation experts. How can they deal with such a kid? Who is he? At this time, the crowd around him was almost groaning. Notice, Yang Mucheng was only in the middle stage of nascent soul, but he actually attracted 4 powerful masters of nascent soul perfection. Who said there are 4 of you? And I'm here too. At this time, a man with a gloomy face, who had always been unknown and was not noticed by everyone mingled in the crowd, sneered, straightened up suddenly, and took a few steps forward. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his suppressed aura surged wildly. He was once again a strong man with perfect nascent soul. Zhou Hanzui! He's here too! These 5 nascent soul consummation experts are not only the overlords of one party, but also have extraordinary strength. There is no shortage of killings and massacres in cities. Normally, they all stay on their own side. But who would have thought that they would actually gather together now? Which is shocking. For a moment, Yang Mucheng was directly surrounded by 5 nascent soul consummation experts. Any more? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and continued. Ha ha. Of course. Song Longrong laughed loudly and said, Everyone, come out! At this moment, the outer disciples of Tianma Shura Temple, who were hidden in the crowd, all appeared. However, these people do not have the cultivation level of the Yuanying perfection state before, but have reached the peak of Yuanying and the late stage of Yuanying. There were more or less 100 people. Hisses. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. With so many people and so many terrifying beings, if they were counted together, they would be comparable to a top 7-line sect. Lin Yesher, I have known for a long time that you are not dead. Yang Mucheng looked away and laughed suddenly when he saw the thin and short old man among the crowd. I have been waiting here for you to show up. Uncle Master, I wonder if you have any masters from the sect among you? Lin Yesher asked with a smile. No. Yang Mucheng simply shook his head. Uncle Master, I wonder if you have made a breakthrough in cultivation recently? Lin Yesher asked again. No. Yang Mucheng still shook his head and said, Uncle Master, are you the only one who comes to the market town this time? Lin Yesher continued to ask. Yes. This time, Yang Mucheng finally nodded. At the same time, Lin Yesher also closed his eyes. His cold eyes were like hooks hanging on Yang Mucheng's body, and his voice became cold and cold at this moment. He smiled sinisterly and said, Old demon Yang, you are not protected by the masters of the sect, and your cultivation level has not reached a heaven-defying level. There are only 2 of you and 1 demon in the market town this time. What confidence do you have? Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and grinned. I have the confidence to kill you. Chapter 738. How about my punch? I have the confidence to kill you. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes were as bright as a torch. In the eyes of everyone, he changed directly from the gentle young man before to. In this instant, he seemed to have turned into a terrifying being who held the power of heaven and earth, and the life and death of all living beings in his hands. A fierce evil aura also emanated from his body, causing the hearts of those watching the battle to tremble. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then came back to their senses, and everyone was shocked. What? Did I hear correctly? 5 nascent souls have reached perfection. More than 40 nascent souls are at their peak, and 70 or 80 nascent souls are at the late stage. How can a boy with only mid-level cultivation dare to say such a thing? Isn't this kid too arrogant? He simply doesn't know how high the sky is. His life is now in the hands of others. There were constant exclamations all around. Song Longrong was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized and sneered disdainfully. Several other people also laughed. Lu Yao, please step back first. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Yes. Lu Yao hesitated and withdrew from the crowd. She knew that she had no way to intervene in this kind of battle. If she insisted on staying by Yang Mucheng's side, not only would she not be able to help Yang Mucheng at all, but it would distract him from taking care of him. However, Lu Yaoer, who exited, was immediately stopped by a warrior from the Demon Shura Temple. Song Longrong shook his head and said, "Let her out! Old Demon Yang is here. She can't escape. Lin Yesher, old Demon Yang has ruined your cultivation. I will kill him first to avenge you. Then I will give you this little bitch as a reward. Let her sleep with you for 3 years. I do not want." Lin Yesher shook his head. Although he was kicked out of Tianma Shura Temple, he still abided by the Buddhist rules and stayed away from women. "Since you don't want it, then let me stay." Song Longrong grinned and looked at Yang Mucheng. "Yang Laomo, you said that this knife I have is not worth your life, so I have to give it a try today. Use this knife to chop off your dog's head." After saying that, he looked away, and the fine gold sword in his hand was already slashed straight down. This sword was as powerful as a giant sword when it fell, but when it reached Yang Mucheng, it was as light as a feather. If he had never seen the scene where Song Longrong killed the Demon King with his sword, Lin Yesher would have just thought that Song Longrong was just teasing and intimidating Yang Mucheng. At this moment, Lin Yesher could even guess that the next moment Yang Mucheng would be cut into thin pieces of flesh like the Demon King. "This sword is a good sword, but it can't do anything to me." The mid-level fine gold sword of the Xian level was certainly terrifying to others, but in front of Yang Mucheng, it looked like a toy. He smiled faintly and patted forward. Everyone was startled. This kid is actually good at resisting Xian-level weapons? Just when everyone was shocked, there was only a clang sound, but Yang Mucheng slapped away the sword that was slashing towards him. "Don't move, anyone. Let me try this kid." When Longrong saw that several other people were about to take action, he quickly shouted. He clenched his right hand, closed his fingers, and grabbed the sword. The long knife, which weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, seemed to be nothing in his hand. In an instant, it slashed towards Yang Mucheng's throat with a swift wind. "Why don't you believe in evil?" Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and slapped again with his right hand. He slapped the blade with his palm, turned it around, and slashed downwards. Suddenly, Longrong felt a huge force coming from the sword. He was so shocked that he could hardly hold the sword in his hand. The sword lost its balance and hit the ground directly. Boom! The fine gold sword just hit the ground lightly. But the next moment, there was a terrible explosion. I just saw that with this slash of his sword. A crack of 100 feet was cut on the ground. Whatever the crack passed through, whether it was a rock or a tree, was torn into pieces in an instant. Song Longrong narrowed his eyes, and the surprise in his pupils was even deeper. Let's not talk about whether his fine gold sword is sharp or not. Just by virtue of its weight and his divine power, even if it is smashed, it can kill a warrior at the peak of nascent soul. But this kid stopped his attack with just one hand. For a moment, anger arose in my heart, and the dragon melting blade turned. It no longer seemed like the ups and downs before, but became more vivid. In an instant, the blade bit towards Yang Mucheng like an overwhelming venomous snake. Although the battle between the two nascent soul masters was only within a few inches, and neither of them moved a single step, it was extremely dangerous. Everyone looking around felt as if their necks were being strangled, and they couldn't breathe. Come! Song Longrong's sword is too powerful. Yes, if I were to face this sword force, let alone resist it, even if I just scratched an edge, I might lose an arm or a leg. Everyone felt the power of Song Longrong's blade and couldn't help but look shocked. But they saw Yang Mucheng standing there, blocking all the attacks with just one hand. They didn't know that Yang Mucheng's body had been tempered with dragon blood 6 times, and was no match for the Demon King. Nowadays, even if he is called a humanoid weapon, it is not an exaggeration. With this mid-level Xian-level weapon alone, even if Yang Mucheng stood here and allowed you to attack, you might not be able to hurt him. I don't believe it. Song Longrong's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he clenched the sword tightly with both hands and swung out 72 swords in an instant, such as chopping, picking, whittling, chopping, belting, slicing. Everyone just felt like a blur in front of their eyes, as if there were 72 dragons attacking at the same time. These 72 swords appeared from midair, and when they landed on Yang Mucheng's head, it was like hundreds of rivers converging to form one sword. With an indomitable attitude, he slashed wildly, as if he was going to split Yang Mucheng into 2 pieces. Snort! A hint of impatience flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes, and he stepped forward suddenly at this moment. All the bones in his body crackled at this moment, and his body was stretched into a straight line from head to toe, like a tight strong bow. And his right fist was the sharp arrow that shot out suddenly. Call! A punch was thrown out, and the wind howled. There was a clang sound, and Yang Muqing's fist hit the blade, breaking the fine gold sword into 2 pieces. What? As soon as Long Rong's eyes closed, he abandoned his sword and retreated, firing rapidly. His reaction speed was already very strong, but when facing Yang Muqing, it was still 3 points too slow. He is fast, and Yang Muqing is even faster. Just when he took a step back and was about to escape, Yang Muqing's fist came suddenly and stamped firmly on his chest. Crack! The chest, which was as thick as a tile, was directly dented by Yang Muqing's punch. The corresponding position on his back showed a punch mark with a bang sound. At this moment, the connected armor took me with me, and was shot backwards like an arrow from the string. Boom! 7 or 8 warriors who had no time to dodge were hit on the spot. Their internal organs exploded, and they vomited blood and died. Several warriors who brushed against each other also had their bones broken. In a rumbling sound, Song Long Rong was smashed into a huge rock. All around, there was dead silence. Only Yang Muqing's voice slowly sounded. How about my punch? Chapter 739 crushed them all. Quiet. There was deathly silence all around. Everyone looked at the young man standing there with a calm face, and then looked at Song Long, who had been punched into the rock and buried under countless rubbles. Rong. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their eyes, and felt a chill down their spines. One punch shattered a mid-grade Qian-level weapon, shattered armor, and blasted a strong man with perfect nascent soul 100 feet away. How terrifying is this man's strength? Could it be? Is he a beast in human form? Old Demon Yang, you are looking for death. Lord Minghua Qi Yanhong was the first to come to his senses and let out a roar. In an instant, the blue and purple tattoos all over his body seemed to come alive, jumping continuously, and tumbling like crazy flames. Just hearing a boom, this blue-purple flame quickly covered the body. At the same time, the surrounding temperature continued to drop in a shocking manner. The flames burned brighter and brighter, but the surrounding temperature became colder and colder. A bone-deep coldness swept across all directions. Qi Yanhong, don't compare your physique with this kid. When Lin Yasher saw this, he quickly shouted. However, it was already too late. When Qi Yanhong swung out his palm, before he could hear clearly what the other party said, he saw Yang Muqing slapping his palm. This palm, which was even faster than before, brought up a stormy hurricane, and the flames that hit him almost went out with a pop. Then, Yang Muqing's palm struck his palm. Boom! At this moment, Qi Yanhong only felt a terrifying force surge in crazily with a horrifying attitude. This force was so powerful that it suddenly rushed into his body, leaving him completely defenseless. It was as if he had been hit by a terrifying beast, and he vomited blood and flew out. Old Demon Yang! There was a roar, mixed with the overwhelming fishy wind. The venerable Tiger King let out a roar, already charging from behind. The huge saber-toothed white tiger, with its terrifying claws, was already slamming down on Yang Muqing. Yang Muqing took a step back without even looking back. At this moment, his body suddenly released a golden light. In an instant, there was a shocking dragon roar, and the light converged into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Boom! The huge 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly raised its claws, and caught the terrifying attack of the saber-toothed white tiger. The other claw made a punch in the air, hitting the saber-toothed white tiger's belly hard. The terrifying force knocked the saber-toothed white tiger into the air at this moment. Only a slight crackling sound was heard. The saber-toothed white tiger flew directly backwards. His huge body fell heavily to the ground, and he could no longer stand up. He gulped loudly, vomiting blackened blood clots. The tiger-backed Li Hantian also rushed over at this moment. But before he got close to Yang Muqing, he suddenly felt a terrifying demonic energy sweeping over him. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the golden-haired rat under Yang Muqing's feet was growing crazily at this moment. In an instant, it grew to a height of dozens of feet, and it was like a wild lion's huge claws. Li Hantian narrowed his pupils and raised his arms. The golden-haired rat is a sky-devouring dragon rat, and its strength is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary demon kings. When it smashed down with its claws, Li Hantian was knocked down like a wooden stake. With a dong sound, most of his body was driven into the ground, leaving only his head outside. The remaining nascent soul consummation man named Zhou Hanzui was halfway through the attack when he saw Yang Mucheng coming with a strong wind. With almost no hesitation, he tiptoed and quickly retreated backwards. While retreating, he quickly formed seals, took in a sharp breath. His chest bulged high, and then let it out in one breath. In an instant, a surge of turquoise cold water swept over. The color of this cold water is like emerald jade. Verdant. When he appeared, the air that had been frozen by Lord Netherfire became cold again at this moment. The people watching the battle felt as if they were trapped in the 9 nether cold prison, and could not help but shiver. Yang Mucheng raised his head slightly, and his eyes turned into reality in an instant. The next moment, the monstrous fire surged up, directly burning the cold water into air, and rushed towards Zhou Hanzui desperately. The fire passed by. Although Zhou Hanzui avoided it, many parts of his body were burned, and he could smell a faint smell of meat. Quiet. There was dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Previously, Yang Mucheng said that the few people from Long Rong were not enough to kill him, and the people watching the battle thought it was too far-fetched. 5 nascent soul consummation masters. If they want to kill a mid-nascent soul, they can trample him to death with their eyes closed. Is it possible that they can't deal with him? But now, it is very different. Yang Mucheng, 1 man and 1 demon, actually completely suppressed these 5 nascent souls. Those peak nascent souls, who were preparing to attack, were even more frightened. They stood on the spot and looked at Yang Mucheng, as if they were looking at another living god and demon. Good! At this moment, a burst of angry shouts suddenly sounded. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound and heard a sudden crashing sound, but saw that Song Long Rong had already stood up from the ruins. The punch that hit his center line seemed to have no effect on him. "Third senior brother!" everyone shouted. "Everyone, please step back. This guy is not something you can deal with," Song Long Rong said slowly. "I'll do it myself." At this moment, the crowd also retreated. Lord Minghui Qianhong looked at Song Long Rong with shock and excitement in his eyes that was difficult to demonstrate. "Third senior brother is going to take action for real. Among our group of outer disciples, only the eldest brother and the third brother have mastered the Great Vidram magical skill. Third senior brother is not allowed to mention senior brother." Everyone looked. However, Song Long Rong took off the helmet on his head in an understatement. Before he took off his helmet, everyone thought he might be a ferocious man with a ferocious face. But now that the helmet was taken off, it was discovered that the opponent also had a pretty face. With a casual throw, Song Long Rong dropped the helmet at his feet. Boom! The helmet hit the ground, and there was a muffled sound, like a boulder hitting the ground, causing the whole earth to tremble suddenly. Along the helmet, terrifying cracks burst out densely all around. "I have been wearing this armor, eating and sleeping, and haven't taken it off for 80 years. You are the first person who can make me take it off." Song Long Rong narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng. "Today, let you experience the power of my Donkey Kong magic." Finished. With a pull from Long Rong's right hand, the fine gold armor on his body suddenly shattered and fell like tiles, causing the ground to tremble suddenly. With a grin on his lips, he stepped out from Long Rong, and suddenly appeared in front of Yang Mucheng as if he had shrunk to an inch. Chapter 740, The Great Vidram Magical Power. So fast! At this moment, the eyes of everyone, including Yang Mucheng, suddenly closed. So long melting speed was simply extremely fast. He was still in the same place when he took a step up. After the soles of his feet landed, his whole body suddenly appeared in front of Yang Mucheng. By the way, he has been wearing this armor for the past 80 years. Now that he is not restrained by this armor, his speed will increase many times. Someone saw the fine gold armor and cried out, "I was originally a master of body training, but after undergoing hard training with this armor, I am afraid that my strength has reached its peak." Someone sighed. "However, just because of the increase in speed, I'm afraid he is not a match for Yang Laoma." Right. Yang Laoma's strength has already been demonstrated before. He stood there motionless and you couldn't hit him, even if your speed increases several times. The punch hits his body, and it won't necessarily hurt. Snort. Hearing everyone's discussion, Zhou Hanzui, who was extremely embarrassed, snorted coldly and looked around mockingly. "Third senior brother, do you need to rely on this fine gold armor to practice? His Donkey Kong divine power has already reached the stage of perfection. and he is only one step away from reaching perfection. His body is too strong and he cannot control this power at all. So he can only use this adamantine armor to suppress him such power. Now without this suppression, he will be able to fully unleash the power of Donkey Kong. What? Everyone around was shocked when they heard this. They looked ahead. But when Song Longrong's eyes closed, the huge palm was already like an overwhelming dark cloud, slapping Yang Muqing's head. This palm is like the giant spirit god inverting the power of Mount Sumeru. It is coming menacingly, and the wind is howling and harsh. Everyone who felt this palm felt their hearts beat with fear, as if a mountain was already pressing on him, leaving them breathless. Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with shock, and he quickly retreated towards the rear. Snapped. Yang Muqing's palm did not hit him, and he lightly slapped it on the ground. Immediately, the hard rock sunk in like tofu, revealing palm prints with thousands of lines. This palm? Only this little power? It's just the power of Donkey Kong. I think it's better to swat mosquitoes. Many people stared wide-eyed, wondering if this palm was caused by heavy thunder and small rain. When they heard a booming explosion, and the ground with a radius of 500 meters suddenly collapsed. Countless warriors were unprepared and fell directly into it. After falling to the bottom of the pit, he discovered that Longrong's palm had turned the entire depth of the earth into a sinkhole. Terrible! Amidst a burst of exclamations, Longrong tapped his toes. Boom! The ground beneath his feet trembled violently, bursting open in an instant and sinking again. Countless gravel splashed wildly and crackled towards the surroundings. With the help of this terrifying force, Longrong's body turned around and flew over, cutting in front of Yang Muqing in an instant. I forgot to tell you that your previous punch was just an itch to me. I don't know if you can catch my punch. A ferocious smile flashed across Longrong's handsome face, and while he was speaking, he punched him again. This punch was faster and more violent than the previous slap, and it hit Yang Muqing in an instant. Yang Muqing frowned and quickly put his hands in front of him to protect himself. Boom! This punch hit Yang Muqing's arms, and then knocked his arms apart. Without losing any power, the fist hit Yang Muqing's chest hard. Call! At this moment, Yang Muqing was like a cannonball, flying out in an instant. Towering ancient trees were directly smashed by him, and countless rocks exploded. In the dense mountain forest, a huge passage was created by the impact of this blasting figure. For a time, there were rumbling sounds one after another, and the whole sky was in chaos. Your Majesty. Seeing this scene, Lu Yao's expression changed drastically. Everyone around was silent. He stared blankly at Song Longrong, his eyes full of fear. With such a physique, Grandmaster Yuan Chung would probably be slapped to death by him. No need to shout. Old Demon Yan will never survive my punch. Song Longrong smiled coldly, looked at Lu Yao and said, Follow me back and be my wife of Yaozhai. Can't survive? The golden-haired rat spat out 2 broken bones. It didn't know when it ate the injured saber-toothed white tiger, and looked at Song Longrong with a greasy mouth. I'm not dead yet. How can you hurt my boss? The golden-haired rat signed a master-servant contract with Yang Muqing. If Yang Muqing died, it would not survive. Song Longrong raised his eyebrows, disbelief written all over his face. Among the many outer disciples of Tianma Ashura Temple, he ranks 3rd. The second senior brother died in the battle between good and evil. The eldest brother became an inner disciple because of his firm character. But this does not mean that his strength is poor. On the contrary, because he was born with divine power and talent, he practiced the power of King Kong. Although he didn't learn many techniques like other juniors, when he was in the Tianma Ashura Temple, he continued to study the power of the Great Vajra. Every day, he practiced this technique to the extreme, and his body was like fine iron. And he always had the power of a dragon and an elephant. No matter how strong his opponent is, he will still escape death with this punch. Even if he could survive, he might only have half a life left. Song Longrong grinned and looked at the golden-haired rat. You, the Demon King, have quite a high level of intelligence. The only person who can speak like you, except for some alien monsters, is the great Demon King. You little thing, even if you are roasted, is not enough for me to stuff between my teeth. For me, there is nothing that cannot be solved with 1 fist. If not, then use 2 fists. If that old demon Yang is not dead, I will punch him again and beat him to pieces. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a faint voice sounded in the distance. Is it? When they heard this familiar voice, Everyone present couldn't help but close their eyes and quickly look towards the source of the sound. But I saw a figure slowly becoming clearer. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Mucheng? I saw Yang Mucheng, who was blasted out by Long Rong's punch, was unscathed, but the casual clothes on his body were smashed to pieces. His body was as white as jade and was crystal clear without any dust. Only from the position where Long Rong's punch struck, there was a punch mark that was not too distinct. After patting the dust on his body, Yang Mucheng raised his head, looked at Song Long Rong, and said with a faint smile, "I'm here. I want to see how you punch me to pieces." Chapter 741 Flying Starfish Dragon Sect Wu Fa. It's okay. Not only was there a flash of shock in Long Rong's eyes, but all the warriors present were astonished. That punch hit everyone present, not only shattering their bones, but also breaking their arms and legs. But they couldn't run away. Now it only left a white mark on his body. Is it possible that this boy's body is stronger than that of a monster? This moment, such an idea could not help but arise in everyone's mind. Looking from Long Rong to Yang Mucheng, he was stunned for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter, nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, very good. As expected of old Demon Yang. It's really interesting. With the power of the Great Vidra, I rarely encounter strong people who dare to confront me head-on, even those who are much higher than me in cultivation. Facing me he is like a loach all the time, dodging left and right, which makes people very unhappy. I didn't expect your physique to be so outstanding. You must have tempered your body with dragon blood before." Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. "I have used dragon blood to temper my body 3 times. But unfortunately, after leaving the sect, I had no resources, no supplies of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. Therefore, my Vidra divine power stayed at this step, and I was unable to move forward again. I didn't expect that I would also meet you, a warrior who has used dragon blood to temper his body. If I drink your blood, the Vidra power will definitely reach its final perfection and be retractable freely." What? Song Long Rong's words shocked everyone. He has not yet mastered such terrifying Donkey Kong power, from dragon melting to the extreme. If it really allowed him to reach final perfection, how terrifying would it be? "Drink my blood?" Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "I'm afraid you can't do it. But be careful not to be killed by me and take away the ancient dragon blood in your body." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took the lead. His upper body was naked, and the 5-clawed golden dragon on his back seemed to come alive, as if it was about to penetrate and burst out of the skin of his back at any time. Even when Yang Mucheng passed by, everyone could hear a sharp dragon roar. Arriving in front of Song Long Rongshan, Yang Mucheng was the first to throw out his fists. In an instant, the two of them fought together. Neither of them mustered the slightest bit of inner strength, and they were fighting with fists and fists. Long Rong could not find an opponent who could unleash his combat power. And the same was true for Yang Mucheng. Since quenching the body with dragon blood 6 times, his body has been strengthened to an extreme. Not only is it a terrifying existence among warriors of the same level of cultivation, even some warriors with higher cultivation levels than him are not timid at all. Everyone looked at the two people who were already at a fever pitch in fear. For a moment, their scalps just felt numb. The postures of these two people were completely like crazy ancient tyrannosaurs, and every move they made was terrifyingly powerful. Fortunately, the two of them had already flown into the sky. Otherwise everyone present would have suffered. "This kid can actually compete with third senior brother?" Lord Minghua Qi Yanhong closed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "Third senior brother without the adamantine armor has almost full firepower. Ordinary people can't even catch his punch. This old demon Yang actually fought to a draw with third senior brother. It's really terrifying." Lin Yesher felt the terrible vibration in the sky. For a moment, he seemed to return to the scene when he was crushed by Yang Mucheng in the Gale Tiger King sect. His body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Is that the old demon Yang of the Dacian dynasty?" Inside the Flying Starfish Dragon sect, a pair of eyes looked calmly. "Speaker." It was a man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, who was wearing a training uniform. And he had a strong aura. It has even reached the level of Luo Jin Song, who took the burning blood demonic pill. And he is none other than Wu Fa, the leader of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. "Yes." Yin Feisheng on the side replied respectfully. "I personally handed the invitation into his hands. Moreover, This kid made me kneel down and kicked me out of the palace, Yin Feixing said. A trace of oppressed shame flashed across his face. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fei said, Yin Fei. Yin Feixing's body trembled when he heard this, and he quickly knelt on the ground and shouted, Sect Master, forgive me. Wu Fei sneered and said, Yang Lama is somehow related to the Wandao sword sect. He is so talented that he must be a disciple that the sword sect attaches great importance to. How could he be suppressed by you? Yin Feixing's face turned pale. To be honest, no matter who it is, if they see Yang Macheng, they will probably not think how strong Yang Macheng is. After all, he is too young, and ordinary people would never imagine that he has such strength. Of course you are guilty, Wu Fei sneered and said. However, this old demon Yang is too bold. Relying on his relationship with the Wandao sword sect, he dares to humiliate my disciples of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. This tone, I won't swallow it. Yin Feixing was overjoyed when he heard this and said quickly, Sect Master, are you planning to attack him? I'm not such an idiot. Wu Fei shook his head. It has only been a month since the encounter with the Gale Tiger King sect, and I don't want to ruin the Flying Starfish Dragon sect as well. During this hero meeting, I used old Demon Yang as a gun and asked him to deal with several other A sect. Yin Feixing had a look of pride on his face. He knew that those sects were not easy to get along with. They were all guys who would eat people without spitting out their bones. If old Demon Yang confronts those sects, he may not be able to take advantage, and may anger the Wandao sword sect again. This move is good for killing someone with a borrowed knife. But Yin Feixing raised his eyebrows slightly, looked towards the battlefield, and couldn't help but ask, Old Mo Yang is in trouble now. Can he beat Song Longrong's opponent? Song Longrong is an outer disciple of Tianma Shura Temple. It is said that the reason why Tianma Shura Temple wanted to kill those outer disciples was because Song Longrong was too strong and had committed too many crimes outside. They are all dead. Don't worry. Wu Fei smiled lightly. Old Demon Yang hasn't shown all his strength yet. What? Yin Feixing's heart trembled. Although he knew that Yang Macheng was terrifying, he didn't want to face this Song Longrong who had hidden his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking demon-like aura flashed out from Yang Macheng's body. At this moment, his strength suddenly increased dozens of times. In Song Longrong's horrified eyes, the palm falling from the sky came towards him like a dragon roaring. Longrong's eyes narrowed, and a trace of horror flashed across his face. Without any hesitation, he quickly swept backwards, and before he could react, a hand as white as jade grabbed his throat in an instant. Yang Macheng grinned at Song Longrong, whose face was full of horror and shock. It's over. Immediately afterwards, everyone present saw this scene that was almost unforgettable. Chapter 742 Crushed to Death. In the sky, the two figures collided fiercely. That thin figure had the absolute upper hand in an instant, grabbing the huge figure by the throat. At the same time, a huge force surged out rapidly. This force was so powerful that it suppressed the figure below and suddenly lost its balance in midair. It fell directly from midair. Boom! It wasn't until the figure below was pressed heavily to the ground, and his body erupted with a shocking sound of crackling, that he stopped. And the one who was blasted into the ground was Song Longrong. Song Longrong, who has practiced the power of King Kong, and Yang Macheng, still maintaining the posture of falling from the sky and crushing Longrong down. His 5 fingers were tightly locked. No matter how hard the opponent struggled, he could not move. Third senior brother. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. Qi Yanhong was even more furious and rushed towards Yang Macheng crazily. But the golden-haired rat is not always watching the fun. It is always on guard against these people. Now that Qi Yanhong was rushing towards him, his body of dozens of feet flew over like a wall, directly blocking Qi Yanhong's path. Hack me! Qi Yanhong let out a roar, and a burst of terrifying blue-purple fire erupted from his body, and he was about to blast towards the golden-haired rat. There was a chill in the eyes of the golden-haired rat, and his sharp claws slashed down in the air. For sharp claws swept through the void, like 4 blades that cut everything apart. There was a sound of the brocade being torn apart, and Qi Yanhong didn't even let out a scream. He was cut into pieces on the spot, and blood flowed and splattered crazily. Golden Mouse, you will eat all those people, Yang Macheng said lightly. Okay, I'm just waiting for your words, boss. The golden-haired mouse couldn't hold back anymore after hearing Yang Macheng's order. After following Yang Macheng for a while, The golden-haired rat was no longer as hungry as it was when it was knocked out of the god realm, and when it first came to Jojo continent. Nowadays, everyone has their mouths full of food, and they only eat the golden elixir nascent soul. As soon as it said this, it opened its mouth wide, and swallowed Qi Yanhong's nascent soul that escaped from his broken body. Then he rushed towards the panicked crowd crazily. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, slowly turned around and looked at Song Longrong, who was still strangled to the ground by him, and slowly shook his head. It seems that your Donkey Kong power is not home yet. Sorry. I will accept the 3 drops of ancient dragon blood on you. Boom. The 5 fingers suddenly retracted. And suddenly a terrifying force burst out crazily. And only a burst of explosions could be heard. Song Longrong's neck was twisted on the spot. After running the ancient heaven swallowing technique, a stream of pure energy and blood from Longrong's body was immediately absorbed into his body. Among this energy and blood, 3 drops of blood that looked like pearls and diamonds were particularly conspicuous. Flying into the air, fall into the hands of Yang Mucheng. You see? Wu Fa put his hands behind his back, looked at the stunned Yin Feixing, and said calmly, This kid is a member of the Wandao sword sect after all. How can he be so valued by the sword sect? How can he not have the means to save his life? Let's go! Wu Fa lifted his steps and walked towards the outside world. Let's go meet this old demon Yang. Yes. Yin Feixing nodded and responded quickly. After receiving 3 drops of ancient dragon blood, Yang Mucheng did not absorb it eagerly. After all, the power contained in the dragon's blood is too huge, even his ancient heaven swallowing technique, and it takes a long time to absorb it. He needs absolute silence. Looking at the people around him, who were being chased by golden-haired rats, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, increased mental power still has benefits. The previous use of the demon god sacrifice, even for just a short moment, caused a considerable loss of mental power. Nowadays, it is much easier to use. The burst of power at that moment was the demon god sacrifice. Nature. This is what Yang Mucheng suddenly did. After using the demon god sacrifice, his strength, speed, and all aspects will be improved to an absolute extreme. Long-term use not only consumes a lot of physical strength, qi, blood, and internal energy, but also consumes a lot of energy. Therefore, Yang Mucheng planned to give it a try to see what the effect would be if he used the demon god sacrifice after his telepathy was strengthened. Sure enough, the effect this time was astonishing. It seems that after the power of thought has been enhanced, the side effects of using the demon god sacrifice have also been reduced a lot. But I feel that this demon god sacrifice doesn't seem to be a complete technique. It still has some flaws when used. With a long sigh, Yang Mucheng put away the ancient dragon's blood. Your Majesty! At this time, Lu Yao hurried over. She took out a piece of casual clothes from the storage bracelet, put it on for Yang Mucheng, and buttoned it carefully. Everyone watching this scene was envious. Sure enough, people with status are different. Others are fighting and killing on the side. But he has a maid to accompany him, and even help him dress and button. Di Yang, what a good trick! Right now, a burst of hearty cheers rang out, and Wu Fa and Yin Feixing were rushed over. Behind them were many sect elders and deacons, making it a grand spectacle. Wherever the crowd went, the irrelevant crowds watching the battle were immediately pushed away by them. Wu Fa didn't talk nonsense. When he came to the court, he shouted loudly, These thieves dare to assassinate Emperor Yang on the territory of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Take them all down and execute them on the spot. Wow! Immediately, everyone from the Flying Starfish Dragon sect swarmed forward. The outer disciples of Tianma Shura Temple, who were already being chased by the golden-haired rat, were swarmed by these people and were killed on the spot without any escape route. This was an advantage for the golden-haired rat, as it could enjoy the harvest without having to do anything. With one mouthful, it collected all those people's nascent souls into the storage space in its mouth. Yin Lao's face suddenly turned pale as he looked at the fellow apprentices who were captured one by one. He quietly took a step back, and the muscles on his body squirmed, transforming into an ordinary face, and escaped into the darkness, never to be seen again. Who are you? Yang Mucheng looked at Wu Fa, who came over in surprise, and asked doubtfully. I am the sect leader of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Emperor Yang, you are very resourceful. I came too late to save you, so please forgive me. Wu Fa raised his hands in a frightened manner. But don't worry. These thieves dare to attack you outside my Flying Starfish Dragon sect. I will never let them go. Come! 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 I have prepared a table of good wine and food in the sect, waiting for you to go to the banquet. After speaking, Wu Fa stretched out his right hand and made a respectful gesture. Chapter 743, leading you into the urn. As soon as Yang Mucheng and Wu Fa left, the surroundings suddenly became lively. They looked at Yang Mucheng with shock on his face. Whether it was Yang Mucheng's blow from the sky to Long Rong, or Wu Fa's large formation to greet him, they all became the talk of the town. He is Lao Mo Yang? Is he the emperor of the Dacian dynasty? If sect leader Wu hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known his identity at all. A warrior's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. I've always heard that this guy has a background in the Wandao sword sect, but I don't know if it's true or not. Now that Wu Fa has come to invite him in person, it seems like his background is really great. Another murmured. This kid looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old. But now, he has such a status and identity. I wonder what will happen in 100 years. Someone exclaimed, with an expression of envy or jealousy written on his face. But some people actually saw something different. Wu Fa has something wrong. There are so many sect leaders here this time. But Wu Fa didn't greet any of them. Yet he welcomed this kid with such a big fanfare. I'm afraid he wants to push this kid out and use him as a gun. In a market town, there is a luxurious little courtyard. An old man was punching slowly and leisurely. Each punch he punched was very slow. If you look carefully, his hands seemed to be holding tens of thousands of kilograms of things, which was extremely heavy. Only those with a high level of cultivation will find that the infinite spiritual energy from the sky is gathered in the palm of his hand. As mysterious as Tai Chi. Beside the old man, there was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and looking at him unblinkingly. Sudden, a young man dressed as a sect disciple rushed in, ran to the middle-aged man's side, and whispered a few words. What? A trace of anger flashed on the middle-aged man's face. I see. The old man half squinted his eyes, glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Zhang Yi, I have told you a long time ago, if you are favored or humiliated in trouble, you will not show mercy, and you will not be surprised if the sky falls. The man named Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and said, Sect Master, you can't blame me for this. The Flying Starfish Dragon sect is really too abominable. Just now, Wu Fa, the leader of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect, went to the market town in person. Invite Mr. Yang Lamo from the Dacian dynasty. The old man frowned, clenched his hands involuntarily, and the void exploded with a bang. It seems that when their status reaches their level, they value external things much less, and what they care about most is face. Sect Master, our Shonji sect is a 6th-tier sect after all, and its status is not much worse than that of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. When we came over, Wu Fa did not come to pick us up in person, but only sent a deacon to take us lived in this courtyard. But Yang Mucheng was treated like this. I know that he certainly has a background from the Wandao sword sect, but no one knows whether this background is true or false. Just because of such a rumor, Wu Fa is so disrespectful to our Bai Zhongji sect. It's really too much. The old man narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and said, I know. At the heroes' meeting, I want to take a good look at who that kid is. The news swept through like a hurricane. Certainly, the sect leaders of other sects also accepted the news. What? Are you serious? Wu Fa went to greet Yang Mucheng in person. He was simply bullying others, and didn't take us seriously. Is it possible that a little emperor from a small 9-line dynasty has a higher status than us? But this kid is said to have a background from the 10,000 Dao sword sect. What about the background of Wandao sword sect? That's just a rumor. Who knows if it's true or not? I haven't seen it myself. Thanks to Wu Fa's deliberate spread, almost on the same day, many sect leaders and heads who came to attend the heroes' meeting received the news. While everyone was furious, Yang Mucheng was respectfully invited into the Flying Starfish Dragon sect by Wu Fa. When I first heard about you, Emperor Yang, I couldn't believe it. Could it be that there really is such an amazing genius in the world? But after I saw you, I had to admit that there are many talented people in the world. 100 years from now, I'm afraid we all will have to look up to your existence. Wu Fa said with a smile. Lu Yao hugged the golden-haired rat and followed Yang Mucheng every step of the way. The elder deacons of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect took dozens of steps back and kept a certain distance. Sect leader Wu, where is the residence you arranged for me? Yang Mucheng suddenly interrupted the other party. Oh, It's on the other side. Did you see it? It's that courtyard. The location where you live is much more luxurious than others. Only in this way can it be worthy of your status. The flattering Wu Fa. He doesn't look like the head of a sect at all, but rather like a little eunuch in the secular world who flatters the emperor. Take someone to take me to my residence, Yang Mucheng said calmly. Yang Emperor. You are not going to the banquet? Wu Fa was surprised. Yang Mucheng smiled and said, I am a little tired after fighting for a while. Wu Fa showed a trace of regret, shook his head and said, This is really a pity. If that's the case, then I won't force you. Emperor Yang. Present. Wu Fa sent an elder to lead Yang Mucheng towards the courtyard. It wasn't until Yang Mucheng disappeared from everyone's sight that the disguised flattery on Wu Fa's face turned into a trace of ridicule and disdain. Sect Master, do you think this guy Yang Lama will take the bait? Yin Feixing asked doubtfully. This little guy is very shrewd. He doesn't seem to be someone who is easily fooled. I just saw that he was ignoring you. Could it be that he already knows your plan? Wu Fa snorted coldly, stretched out his hands, and immediately a maid came up with a basin. He washed his hands, took the mouthwash tea, took a sip and then said, I have never said so many flattering words in my life. And now I tell them all to this kid. Although his cultivation is not bad, how can he be my opponent with his qualifications? Ever since I brought you out of the sect, I have made a big fanfare when I greeted him. He was already introduced into the condom. For a young man like him, who has achieved this kind of cultivation strength at such a young age, plus he has a background from the 10,000 Dao sword sect, some arrogance is natural, and he will definitely look down on a sixth lion sect like me, Metropolitan. But it's not up to him whether he likes it or not. Said. Wu Fa seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly, How did you do the things I asked you to do? Yin Fei. Wu Fa nodded and said with a smile on his face, Everything has been taken care of. All we have to do is wait until the day of the heroes meeting to add fuel to the fire. Finished. He sneered and looked at the other courtyard where Yang Mucheng was. Sneered, and left with his hands behind his back. Chapter 744. Concentrate on hard work. Your Majesty, Sect Master Wu is very polite, and actually came to greet you in person. I heard that he didn't pay much attention to how many other sect masters from the Sixth Lion sect came over. Moreover, he even assigned them to outside the sect residents. I've checked where they live, but they're not even half as big as yours. Lu Yao's face was full of joy. After all, Yang Mucheng's favor and disgrace is also related to them. The more favor Yang Mucheng receives, the more honor they will feel. Yang Mucheng sat down silently. Lu Yao immediately made a cup of calming tea, handed it over, and said with a smile, Holy Mountain, I think you are a little cold towards Sect Master Wu, since he invited you to the banquet. This is also an opportunity to get closer. Although with your status, you don't need these people to support you. But you, others will think you are too cold and unreasonable. After taking a sip of tea, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, looked at Lu Yao, and asked, How old is Wu Fa this year? Lu Yao thought for a while. More than 700? Humph. I am 700 years old, and I have long been a human spirit. Except for you. No one knows that I am the great uncle of Wandao Sword Master. Naturally, he will not know it either. But in the end, he came with such a big fanfare. Welcome me. You can't tell, but I can see that he really has evil intentions. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, with a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Yao covered her mouth and said in surprise, Your Majesty, you mean? That's right. Yang Mucheng nodded and sneered. There are 70 or 86 lion sects who came to participate in the heroes meeting this time. Wu Fa did not go to greet any of them, but he treated me specially. Moreover, there were all kinds of flattery along the way. Is it possible? Do you really think of me as a young boy who doesn't know anything about the world? He is planning to use me as a target. If you don't believe it, go out and ask around. Now those sect leaders who come to attend the Heroes Association will definitely be dissatisfied with me. Lu Yao's expression changed drastically, and a trace of anger suddenly flashed on her face. The golden-haired rat was still smiling, and no one knew what it was thinking. However, it also secretly admires it. If it were another person in Yang Mucheng's position, he would have been so boasted by Wu Fa that he would treat him as a confidant and wish he could burn yellow paper to sworn friends. But Yang Mucheng actually saw the whole thing clearly, which was really rare. Your Majesty, what are we still doing here? Lu Yao stood up to leave. Why are you leaving? Yang Machung sneered with narrowed eyes. This Wu Fa regards me as a little guy who doesn't understand the world and wants to use me like a gun. It's not that easy to play with me in his hands. Since he dares to do it, he has to be prepared to face the consequences. Got it. Lu Yao. Go and guard outside the door. I want to practice in seclusion. No one is allowed in. Yang Machung said. Lu Yao responded and immediately stood up. Take out 3 drops of ancient dragon blood. But see, these 3 drops of ancient dragon blood had been absorbed from dragon milk before, so most of the energy contained in them had been consumed. But the purity of them was very high. The total content is equivalent to a drop of ancient dragon blood. Yang Machung also felt that it was a good deal to get it after only killing 1 person. Boom! With a flick of his right hand, 3 drops of dragon blood rose into the air. Yang Machung closed his 5 fingers, and the 3 merged into 1. At the same time, the ancient heaven swallowing technique was activated. The pure power in the dragon's blood transformed into countless strands of bright red light, slowly falling downwards. As it was absorbed bit by bit, the 5-clawed golden dragon behind Yang Machung became quiet. It seemed as if he had found an existence passed down by blood and was quietly immersed in it. Yang Machung also has a lot of experience in absorbing the blood of ancient dragons, so he is familiar with it. After killing so many warriors before, his cultivation level also increased sharply from 50% in the middle stage of nascent soul to as much as 70%. The reason why we need to retreat is because we want to take this opportunity to make another breakthrough and reach the late nascent soul stage. Look at the golden mouse. Give me some of the nascent soul you swallowed earlier. Isn't that bad? I gave it all to you, so I don't have to eat it myself. The golden-haired rat smiled. Seeing Yang Machung's half-smiling expression, he had no choice but to give in. Okay, I'll only give you 3, and I'll keep the rest to eat. The golden mouse opened its mouth carefully. Yang Machung didn't say anything. He clasped his right hand, and a huge suction force came directly from his palm. In an instant, more than 100 nascent souls were pulled out from the space in the golden-haired rat's mouth on the spot. These nascent souls were imprisoned in the space inside the mouth of the golden-haired rat, and could not move. Now when they appeared, they tried their best to escape in fright. Humph! You want to escape? How can it be that easy? Yang Machung snorted coldly. Since you have come to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. With a flick of his finger, these hundreds of nascent souls were imprisoned in midair. With a clenched 5 fingers, the 4 nascent souls with perfect cultivation levels, including Qi Yanhong and Zhou Hanzhui, were immediately blasted to pieces. The pure power turned into ripples of nothingness and fell into the sky. Preparing to return to the world, Yang Machung directly released the ancient heaven swallowing technique and took it into his body. 70%, 80%, 90%. Each nascent soul felt like it was being crushed into pieces. Nascent soul, originally transformed by the golden elixir, is the most pure part of the warrior's body. It is comparable to the treasure of heaven and earth, and it is the last thought power of the warrior. When some warriors encounter catastrophe, they will give up their bodies and keep their nascent soul. Although the existence of nascent soul will cause heavenly calamity, they can also regain their bodies by seizing their bodies. The golden-haired rat looked at the nascent souls that were taken away by Yang Machung miserably, with helplessness on his face. Although it was very fast to improve strength through the ancient heaven swallowing technique, but Yang Machung did not immerse himself in the temptation of rapid improvement in cultivation. After reaching the late stage of nascent soul, he did not continue to devour it, but returned the remaining nascent soul to the golden-haired rat and began to consolidate his cultivation. Since Wu Fa pushed him out to be a spearman, Yang Machung would naturally not fall for Daetuking's promise. How could he give up without turning this hero's meeting upside down? Without Tu Zong, this is already his mercy. No one can plot against him. That's it. When Yang Machung was concentrating on cultivation, when many sect leaders and elders were angry, when Wu Fa was triumphant, the last 3 days had passed quietly, until the first ray of morning sunlight shone on the flying starfish dragon when Zong was in the sky. The annual heroes meeting also started at this moment. Chapter 745, The Position of Leader. Go to the palace. Almost as soon as the morning sun set, the deacon's shouting voice echoed throughout the village. All the sect leaders, who had already been prepared, walked towards the main hall of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Every deacon who walked in at the door shouted loudly, and the loud voice spread throughout the sect. Please, Guofuyu, the leader of the Shongji sect in the daytime, enters the palace. Please. the head of the Tian Hai Wen family, full of talent, enters the palace. Please! Master and I Punchi of the Flying Eagle Green Thunder Pagoda enters the palace. Please! The leader of the Bright Flying Tiger sect, Yu Zhenyang, enter the palace. Please! Zhu Xingyi, the master of Lumen Genie Square, enters the palace. The sect leaders and heads who entered the hall one by one were led into the hall by the deacons of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. But see, the entire hall is filled with 78 seats, 2 of which are arranged side by side at the top, and the rest are arranged on both sides according to the word 2. The stronger sects will naturally be in the front, and the weaker ones will naturally be in the back. When the sect leaders and elders entered the hall, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw the chief's chair sitting side by side. You know, that position belongs to Wu Fa. Wu Fa's Flying Starfish Dragon sect is not only the host of this hero meeting, but also a 6th line sect with the status of alliance leader. It is understandable that Wu Fa sits at the top. But now there is an extra spot in the queue. What's going on? Snort! Even Guofuyu, who had a very good temper, couldn't help but snorted when he saw the extra seats. Sect Master, why is there an extra position? Zhang Yi asked in a low voice. If my guess is correct, this position must be reserved for Mr. Yang. Guofuyu narrowed his eyes. Everyone present frowned slightly. Is there a seat available for Mr. Yang? Although he, Mr. Yang, is a disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect, is he enough to be on an equal footing with us? No, not just on an equal footing. He is also suppressing us and riding on our heads. Does Wu Fa want to use this boy's name to consolidate his position as alliance leader? Everyone looked at each other and talked in low voices. At this time, the deacon shouted, Please! Wu Fa, the leader of Feishing Yulong sect and leader of Hao Tianzhou Alliance, into the palace. As the shouts rang out, Wu Fa strode in. He walked straight forward, not squinting. After reaching the first place, he slowly sat down. Seeing the empty seat next to him, he raised his eyebrows and asked deliberately, In Feishing, why hasn't Emperor Yang come yet? Sect Master, we have already gone to invite Emperor Yang. But Emperor Yang's maid said that Emperor Yang is practicing and cannot be disturbed. In Feishing reported truthfully. Ha ha. Wu Fa almost laughed when he heard this. He was originally thinking about how to push Yang Mucheng out and light a fire to make everyone dissatisfied with Yang Mucheng. But he didn't expect that if he didn't do it himself, this kid would jump directly into the fire pit. He secretly glanced at the expressions of the sect leaders present. Although he was secretly happy in his heart, he still pretended to have an expression of great regret and said, In that case, let's wait for Emperor Yang. Time passed by minute. Everyone in the Heroes Association gradually became impatient. Whenever they asked when the heroes would start, Wu Fa would always push it aside with an understatement of wait until Emperor Yang comes. This made everyone who was already filled with a ball of fire in their hearts become even more angry. This kid is so hateful. Yes. Why are so many of us waiting for him? A disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect is so great? Don't you put everyone in your eyes? It's simply too much. Although, the ones here range from hundreds to thousands of years old. But how can he be the opponent of an old fox like Wu Fa? He almost controlled everyone in the palm of his hand with one person. Listening to the private discussions and the almost irrepressible anger, Wu Fa felt more and more proud. Finally, just when someone was about to get angry, and when Wu Fa saw that the fire was getting hotter, a loud shout came from outside. Please! The Emperor of the Dakian Dynasty, Yang Mucheng, enters the palace. With the sound of drinking, Yang Mucheng came slowly with Liu Yaoer. You came at the right time. Wu Fa raised his eyebrows, stood up quickly, and went up to greet him, pretending to be extremely enthusiastic and flattering. His action immediately made Yang Mucheng the target of public criticism at this moment, and the target of all the sect leaders. Yang Emperor, I heard that you were practicing, so I didn't bother you. Now that you are here, it is the best. With your status, you naturally have to sit at the top of the list. Come, please. Wu Fa led the way, while doing the servant's work. Old guy, you have evil intentions. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and said nothing. After practicing for 3 days, he has used dragon blood to temper his body 7 times, and his cultivation has reached the late stage of nascent soul. In addition, the telepathy power in many magic weapons has been absorbed, and his strength has quietly jumped to a level. Steps. At this moment, he naturally felt the unkind looks from all directions. Take your seat. Wu Fa cleared his throat, and the heroes' meeting naturally began. Now that Emperor Yang has arrived, the heroes' meeting will begin. I, Wu Fa, am favored by everyone and serve as the leader of the alliance. I also coordinate and manage the internal and external affairs of many sections. This year's heroes' meeting will be as usual. Let's all get acquainted and settle our usual grievances. Wu Fa said and deliberately glanced at Yang Mucheng. But how could Yang Mucheng take the bait? At this moment, he simply closed his eyes and seemed to pay no attention to other matters. Wu Fa smiled in his heart again and continued talking. I see. Yang Mucheng understood a lot after listening to Wu Fa's words. This old fox turns out to be the leader of these six-line sects. He was the leader of the alliance because of his cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm. At that time, not many people objected. After all, he has the highest strength. But now, the strength of these people has begun to grow stronger. And many people have also reached the Zifu realm. So naturally they are dissatisfied with Wu Fa and want to replace him. Wu Fa was naturally unwilling to give up his position as leader of the alliance in vain. So he pushed me out as a shield. One is to let me attract firepower. Even if I can't bear it, it has nothing to do with him. Secondly, it is to use Wandao Sword Sect to suppress these people. Yang Mucheng thought to himself, narrowed his eyes, and glanced at Wu Fa with a sneer. Since I have seen through your plan, how can I let you succeed? How can we allow you to continue to hold the position of alliance leader? You'd better come down obediently and give up the position of alliance leader to me. Chapter 746. I also want to fight for the alliance leader. Don't know how long. Finally, some people couldn't help it anymore. This time, they came for the position of leader of the heroes' meeting. Yu Shengyang stood up and sneered. Wu Fa! Stop talking nonsense! You have been the leader of the alliance for so long, and I have long been dissatisfied. You were the first to break through the Z Mansion, overwhelming everyone. Now I have also reached the Z Mansion realm. You've been sitting on this position of leader for 30 or 40 years. So it's time to give it up. Right. Wu Fa's face darkened. Yu Shengyang is the leader of the Guangming Flying Tiger sect. And he is not far from his Flying Starfish Dragon sect. The two forces often have frictions and have long-standing grudges. This Yu Shengyang is a powerful enemy of his. The words just fell. And Ai Pengqi also opened his eyes. And a pair of eagle eyes flashed with a cold light. I think so too. The martial arts world has always respected martial arts. Back then, our strength was not as good as yours. So it was understandable that you would become the alliance leader. But now, it is different. Many of the people present have broken through to the Zifu realm. If you are shameless, sitting in this position, everyone naturally disagrees. Wu Fa smiled instead of being angry. He had expected this situation. Although the position of alliance leader does not have any real power. When the strength reaches their level, what they compete for is face, status and identity. The position of leader of the alliance has already begun to be unstable after many people reach the realm of Zifu. Otherwise, Wu Fa would not have pushed Yang Mucheng out. Think of this. He looked at Yang Mucheng and asked, Emperor Yang, you are also the emperor of the Daqian dynasty and a disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect. I wonder what you think of this matter. Uh-huh. When Wu Fa said these words, everyone immediately looked towards Yang Mucheng. If this kid dares to stop me from getting the position of alliance leader, I will destroy him first and then deal with Wu Fa. Yu Shengyang thought in his mind as he narrowed his eyes. No matter who it is, if he dares to block my plan, even if he is a disciple of Wandao Sword Sect. And Ai Pengqi sneered. Except for these two people. Everyone else present had unkind eyes. Notice. Everyone is xenophobic. You, Yang Mucheng, are just a young emperor from the 9th line dynasty. If you didn't have the background of Wandao Sword Sect, you wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the Heroes Association. If you were an elder or deacon of the Sword Sect and had the ability to transform into gods, maybe everyone would still obey you if you stood here. But you only have the cultivation level of the late nascent soul. So who cares about you? Wu Fuzhao sneered. When he asked this question, the whole plan came to an end. In his opinion, Yang Mucheng must have two choices. First, support yourself as the leader of the alliance. Once Yang Mucheng chooses this, he will have nothing to do next. Because he will bear all the wrath of others. Second, or stay out of it. However, it doesn't matter even if Yang Mucheng stays out of the matter. Because he would naturally have a way to drag Yang Mucheng into the pit of fire. Just when Wu Fa was looking forward to it. When everyone's eyes were extremely unkind. Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes. He looked at everyone, smiled coldly and said, I think it's feasible. Martial arts has always respected martial arts. If you are weak, you will definitely not be qualified to sit in the position of leader. This moment, Wu Fo was completely stunned, and his complexion suddenly turned livid. He also didn't expect that Yang Mucheng would say such a thing. However, what Wu Fo didn't expect was that Yang Mucheng also continued. All capable people can come and compete for the position of leader. I am also very interested in the position of leader and want to compete for it. Wu Fo was furious. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng was not old enough that he would lure him into a trap and take the bait obediently. But he didn't expect that Yang Mucheng's words would directly destroy the situation he had worked so hard to arrange, which was equivalent to pushing him down the abyss. The sect leaders present were also surprised and happy. Fortunately, Yang Mucheng did not use his status as the Wandao Sword sect to pressure them and make them give up the fight for the alliance leader position. What is surprising is that this boy who is only in the late stage of nascent soul actually wants to compete with them for the alliance leader. Good! Yu Xingyang was the first to speak up and laughed loudly. Yang Di is right. Everyone can grab the position of alliance leader. Whoever has higher strength can get the position of alliance leader. Wu Fa, I have long disliked you. We are all warriors, and we don't want to play with those things. Wawa Changxi, I'm going to siege Xinjiang under my control. If I defeat you, get out of here and the position of leader belongs to me. After saying that, Yu Xingyang stood up in one step. Wu Fa glared at Yang Mucheng resentfully, feeling annoyed and angry at the same time. He didn't expect that the other party was completely out of his control. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward bravely. This old guy wants to use the Holy Spirit as a gun. It's simply unforgivable. Lu Yao looked at Wu Fa and sneered in her heart. Since they have decided to use force to fight for the alliance leader, naturally they cannot be in this hall. Everyone came to the arena of Feishing Yulong sect. Yu Zhengyang couldn't wait any longer, so he stepped into the air and came to the ring. Wu Fa also sighed and shot like an arrow onto the ring. For a moment, the cheers all around also became quiet. Everyone looked towards the ring. Your Majesty, who do you think will win among these two? Lu Yao asked in a low voice. No matter who wins, I will seize the position of alliance leader. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, looked at Wu Fa, and sneered. This old boy dares to scheme against me. I will never keep him. It is not enough to kill him. Calm down my anger. Your Majesty, are you going to wipe out the entire Feishing Fish Dragon sect? Lu Yao asked. Need not. Yang Mucheng condensed for a moment. According to Wu Fa's calculations against him, he did have a plan and idea to kill the Flying Star Fish Dragon sect. But if the Flying Star Fish Dragon sect is really destroyed, then his identity as the great uncle of the Wandao Sword sect may no longer be guaranteed. Yu Feishuan came over in person and told him several times in a row that evil activities had been rampant recently. He doesn't want to be targeted by evil. Boom! While the two were talking, the two were already fighting on the ring. Almost at the same time, Yu Zhengyang shot towards Wu Fa like an arrow from the bowstring. Although he had a strong figure, his whole body was like a spring, extremely dexterous, and the sudden shot hit him in front of Wu Fa. He immediately punched him away. Stop talking. Let's watch the arena match. Yang Mucheng nodded, stopped talking, and looked towards the ring. Since we want to fight for the alliance leader, naturally, we need to understand the strength of these people. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. These people are not like Luo Jinsong who relied on the burning blood heavenly demon pill to break through to the existence of Z Mansion. But they are the real strong men of Z Mansion. Chapter 747, Gas Condensation. He is truly a strong man from the Z Mansion. Yu Xingyang's attacks were at least several times stronger than Luo Jinsong's. When he arrived in front of Wu Fa, he punched him. His punch was not only unexpected, it was also as fast and violent as thunder. While his body was still in midair, his waist twisted strangely. All the strength in his body gathered at this moment and poured into his waist. There was a shrill tearing sound in the air, and the light of the protective shield around the ring was blown away. The flash of light and dark caused by the smash made everyone in the audience change their colors. After all, Luo Jinsong has been in the Zifu realm for a long time. His realm is more stable than others, and his internal energy is also much higher. Faced with this punch, he remained calm and pushed forward with both hands, using offense instead of defense. Boom! The fists of the two collided in midair, causing a shocking sound and the entire arena trembling. Yu Xingyang narrowed his eyes. He tried to achieve the effect with one punch, but the next punch came like a violent storm. Wu Fa secretly exerted force on his feet, and the soles of his feet dug directly into the ground for half a foot. He stayed still and followed the opponent's moves. There was a rapid rumbling sound between the moves of these two people. There was a shocking loud noise, which shocked the faces of the spectators around. Alas! After all, Wu Fa has reached the Zifu realm for a long time, and his foundation is much stronger than Yu Xingyang. Yu Xingyang is too impatient. If he had delayed a few years to challenge, there might be a glimmer of hope. Now that his realm has not been consolidated, it is if you act in a hurry. One mistake may affect your future cultivation. The leader of the Zhongji sect in the daytime, Guifuyu, shook his head and sighed. Since Yu Xingyang dares to challenge, he has the confidence. When Wu Fa became the leader of the alliance, it was because none of us had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, and he had taken the lead. But now so many people have reached the Purple Mansion realm. Who can tolerate him sitting on top of us? An eye punchy from the Flying Eagle Green Thunder Pagoda sneered. That's right. When Wu Fa was the leader of the alliance, he relied on his strength to be superior to us and arrogant towards us. I tolerated him for a long time. Now that I have broken through the Z Mansion, I can teach him a lesson and seize the position of leader. Why not? Another sect leader said. By the way, Mr. Yang said earlier that he would also compete for the alliance leader. Do you think he has a chance? Guifuyu narrowed his eyes and asked with a sneer. Snort. Mentioning Yang Mucheng. Everyone present couldn't help but snort. They were all human spirits. So how could they not know that Yang Mucheng was pushed out by Wu Fa as a shield? But when they thought about Yang Mucheng overpowering them, and even making them wait for a long time at the heroes' meeting, everyone present couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. What chance does he have? How can a boy in the late nascent soul stage, even if he is a disciple of the Wandao sword sect, defeat us, the strong men of Zifu? And I Pingqi sneered and shook his head in disdain. If he gets on the ring, I don't care if he is a disciple of the Wandao sword sect or not. I will still beat him, someone said coldly. Yes, in the competition in the ring. If this old demon Yang loses, even if he dies in our hands, Wandao sword sect will only swallow this breath. Who makes his skills inferior to others? Zhu Zhini from Looming Jinyafang sneered. Just when everyone is talking, the battle in the arena was drawing to an end. No one wants to turn this battle into a tug-of-war, but to defeat the opponent in the shortest possible time. After all, Wu Fa has been in the Zifu realm for decades, and his cultivation is far better than others. At this moment, he was already superior to Yu Xingyang, and he almost retreated continuously with a pair of iron fists. The shocking explosion shook the entire earth, and countless pieces of gravel flew out in all directions like angry arrows. Wu Fa! I don't believe it. I have been practicing hard for 10 years and breaking through the Zifu realm, but I will still be defeated by you. Boom! With a fierce punch, Yu Xingyang was knocked back hundreds of steps, and his body hit the shield behind him. He shouted violently, flicked his right hand forward, and heard a clang of sword sounds, and immediately saw a burst of golden light erupting from his dantian. The next moment, I saw that the countless golden lights were converging into substance and condensing into a long sword the moment they burst out. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. As expected of a strong man in the Zifu realm, he can actually condense gas into matter. Lu Yao's eyes widened even more, with a look of shock on her face. This is the difference between Yuanying and Zifu. If, under the nascent soul realm, it is just a simple increase in cultivation, then, after arriving at Zifu, you can gradually start to communicate with heaven and earth. This method of condensing spirit into gaseous matter is naturally one of them. Is this the realm of Zifu? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. I just saw that the endless golden light that burst out gathered into thousands of long swords. When they were formed, they were like hundreds of rivers converging, gathering rapidly in front of Yu Xingyang. Thousands of long swords were connected end to end at this moment, forming a line. Although these swords are completely condensed by internal energy, each sword shines with a cold light, which is almost the same as a real sword, as if it was forged by a blacksmith who has been hammered for thousands of times. Yu Xingyang was actually able to form a large number of long swords with just a wave of his hand. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable, and his complexion suddenly turned pale. Obviously, he planned to put all his last hopes on this move. Gas condensate? Seeing Yu Xingyang's offensive, Wu Fa burst out laughing. I didn't expect that you would be able to use the method of condensing gas to form objects so skillfully just after entering the Z Mansion for a year. But it's a pity that you are still no match for me. You will know later whether he is your opponent or not. Yu Shengyang snorted coldly and pointed forward with his right hand. Clang. In an instant, the group of swords connected in a line rushed towards Wu Fa crazily with a harsh whistling sound. Wu Fa shook his head slowly, looked at Yu Shengyang with disdain, and said in a cold voice, "Do you know why I haven't used the method of condensing gas until now? This method is unexpected, but it consumes a lot of internal energy. It's so huge that if you fail to succeed, you will lose everything. 20 years of hard training are useless. Want to snatch my position as leader? You can go back and practice hard for another 100 years. Today, I will convince you." Wu Fa's eyes narrowed and his palms suddenly closed. Just listen to a loud bang, like the loud explosion when the heaven and earth first opened. But I saw him pulling out his hands, as if pulling something out of the void. That is? Yang Mucheng took a closer look and could not help but slightly adjust his brows. It's actually a flute? Chapter 748, The Terrifying Golden Armored General. Yang Mucheng and Lu Yao were both stunned because they didn't expect Wu Fa to come up with such a thing. But Yang Mucheng noticed something. The expressions of many sect leaders present changed drastically, especially Guofu Yu and others. The strong men who have reached the level of Zifu have a hint of horror in their eyes. Obviously, they are extremely fearful. Not good. As for Yu Shengyang, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He cursed secretly and clenched his fingers suddenly. The next moment, the spiritual swords lined up in a line, like a heavy rain covering the sky, were already like a waterfall of wild dragons, pouring towards Wu Fa's position desperately. Who? This moment, countless sharp swords tore through the air, causing a terrifying roar, as if there were endless war ghosts wailing in the arena. I just saw Wu Fa playing the flute slowly and calmly. The disciple looked like a rib of an unknown monster, and his whole body was filled with the color of gold and jade, exuding a terrifying tide. The moment the flute sounded, a warrior wearing golden armor slowly emerged from the hole of the bone flute. This warrior is somewhat similar to the previous Song Long Rong. He is covered in armor, and even his head is wrapped in tight armor, with only 2 eyes showing a fierce light. He appeared out of thin air, like an insignificant feather, but after appearing, he was as heavy as a mountain. He fell directly with a bang and landed in front of Wu Fa. Boom! When the golden armored warrior appeared, he was like a wall, standing directly in front of Wu Fa, facing the terrifying 10,000 swords unification method. He actually took a step forward. Dang! 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 Next moment, the infinitely horrifying spirit sword waterfall collided with the body of the golden armored warrior, just hearing waves of terrifying explosions. The body of the golden armored warrior actually blocked the endless rain of swords. Every drop of sword rain that fell on his body would quickly crack, shatter, and turn into powder with a horrifying gesture, and then turn into infinite pure spiritual energy, floating in the sky. I don't believe it. Yu Shengyang closed his eyes and grabbed his fingers again. He exerted so much force on his palms that the joints of his fingers turned white and purple. The inner energy in the body poured out at this moment. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and the endless rain of swords condensed into a line, forming a long sword. This sword seemed to be like the sun in the sky, shining with infinite light. Amidst a terrifying whistling sound, it flew towards the golden armored general crazily. This position as leader of the alliance belongs to me, and no one can take it away. It seems that the lessons I taught you more than 30 years ago were not enough. Wu Fa sneered and squeezed the seal in his hand. In an instant, just when he saw the golden armored god general step forward, his giant-like fingers suddenly contracted, clenching them into iron fists. And then he struck forward. This punch was like a cannon, like an arrow, like thunder, like lightning, and with infinite wind, it suddenly hit Yu Shengyang's last sword. Boom! The huge airflow spread out like a knife. The sharp wind hit the protective cover of the arena, cutting the entire protective cover into a harsh sound. The lightsaber made a click sound, cracked in an instant, and then suddenly cracked and dissipated quietly. Puff! The move was broken. Wu Fa's body trembled, as if he had suffered terrible injuries, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards like an arrow from the string. He hit the shield with a bang sound, and his whole body went limp and powerless, slide down slowly while holding the shield. He tried to stand up but failed several times. This golden armored warrior is so powerful. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows slightly. It's even better than my body tempered by ancient dragon blood 7 times. What kind of existence is that? It's just the zombie refining method of the corpse exorcist sect. At this time, Pengchi snorted coldly. Back then, several of our sect leaders found the ancient tomb of a strong man together, and Wu Fa got this flute. The flute contained this golden armored warrior. It seems that although Wu Fa's cultivation has not improved much over the years, he has refined the strength of this golden armored warrior. Guofuyu narrowed his eyes. This golden armored warrior may not have the strength of a true Purple Mansion realm powerhouse, but his brute strength and physique are enough to compete with the Purple Mansion powerhouse. No wonder he is so confident and has never been worried that we will snatch his position as leader. It turns out that he has been prepared for it. Another sect leader clenched his fists and said. Everyone's eyes shrank. There was shock, surprise, and disbelief. But what was even deeper was deep fear. Only Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. I wonder how my physique will compare with this golden armored warrior. If we are matched up, I should have a 70% chance of winning. How? Wu Fa looked at Yu Xingyang, who was walking down the ring dejectedly, his face full of pride. I have already said that if you want to take away my position as the sect leader, you have to practice for another 100 years before you have a chance. As he spoke, he shook his head, as if he had everything in mind, and no one seemed to be his opponent. Who else wants to challenge the position of leader? Why don't you all come up together this year and let me fix you up? The more Wu Fa said, the more lawless he became. The more he looked at the lowered heads under the ring, the more he seemed to be in high spirits and arrogant. I come! Guofuyu clapped his hands, stood up, and walked toward the arena. Wu Fa narrowed his eyes, looked at Guofuyu, and sneered. Guofuyu, you are the oldest among us. Can your arms and legs withstand the attack of my golden armored god general? What if I, the golden armored god general, accidentally beat you to death? Will your disciples come to my flying starfish dragon sect for revenge? Guofuyu snorted coldly. In the arena, life and death are determined by God. I still know this truth. Don't think that you can defeat so many of us with the help of the golden armored general. Today I will be destroyed even if I risk my life. Got your golden armored general. After saying that, he shot out and rushed towards the golden armored general crazily. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that Guofuyu, who looked like a 70-year-old man, was actually a body-refining warrior. His physique seems to be stronger than Song Long Rong. This old man should have never used the ancient dragon blood-quenching body before. The fact that his physique has reached this level is entirely dependent on a little bit of practice. This is similar to the Buddhist practice. However, with just this kind of physique, he may still be a little behind if he wants to fight against the golden armored god general. Yang Muchung thought secretly. Sure enough, as soon as Guofuyu came on the stage, he was suppressed by this golden armored god. Chapter 749, Invincible in the Arena? The corpse gate method? The golden-haired rat with a lazy posture couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the golden armored god general. You know? Yang Muchung's face was full of surprise. The golden-haired rat nodded and said, I know a little bit. But this golden armored god is just similar to the corpse sex method. It is to refine his own body into an invincible weapon. But this kind of refining has some flaws. After all, Gold the armored general is just a dead thing, with too little room for improvement and little potential in the future. On the other hand, your body tempering method still has unlimited room. I'm afraid no one will be frightened when they meet the corpse sect in the future. The golden-haired rat glanced at Yang Muchung and said thoughtfully. When Yang Muchung asked again, the golden-haired rat stopped talking and pretended to be dead. But Yang Muchung put away his endless reverie and looked towards the ring again. But they saw that the golden-armored god general was really like a human weapon, running rampant and unscrupulous. Just like what the golden-haired mouse said. It was just a dead thing. Guofuyu punched it, which only made it tremble. It didn't feel any pain at all. But if the golden-armored god general punched him, it would make Guofuyu's hands tremble, and his whole body's bones tremble. The entire arena only saw two groups of black shadows sweeping across like crazy. Every punch and every kick caused gravel to fly all over the sky and hit the arena with crackling sounds. Some people with lower cultivation levels could not clearly see their movements. Boom! Suddenly, the golden-armored god general suddenly rose up. It raised its fists, like a pangu hammer hitting its head. This shocking punch was extremely ferocious. like a wild beast pounced with all its strength, and seemed to beat Guofuyu into a pulp. Guofuyu's heart trembled, and he jumped back quickly. Boom! The next moment, the fist that had not hit Guofuyu hit the ground hard. The entire arena trembled violently, and even everyone outside the arena felt as if there was an earthquake. With their feet numb, the entire arena was filled with flying rubble and dust. Guofuyu looked pale amid the splash of gravel. Although he didn't seem to be injured at all, the terrifying power of the golden armored god penetrated into his body, shaking his internal organs. "I surrender!" Guofuyu shouted. However, before he could speak, a large hand suddenly stretched out from the dust. This palm belongs to the golden armored general. The golden armored god general grinned, and with a sudden tug on his right hand, he pulled Guofuyu down from midair. Boom! This terrifying tug knocked Guofuyu to the ground. When everyone screamed, they saw the golden armored god general raising his knife and hitting Guofuyu on the right leg. There was just a click sound, and Guofuyu's right leg was directly smashed to pieces. Ah! After a burst of screams, Guofuyu's body trembled, and he fainted on the spot. Only then did the golden armored general stop. But he was not polite, and kicked the unconscious Guofuyu off the ring. Metropolitan! When Zhang Yi saw this scene, his eyes were filled with tears. Other people also felt their scalps were numb. It should be noted that even if Guofuyu reconnects this right leg, his physical skills will still be reduced by 30%. If the second powerful person from the Purple Mansion does not appear in the G sect during the day, their sect will fall to the 7th level. I am going to kill you! Seeing the unconscious Guofuyu, Zhang Yi couldn't control his emotions anymore, let out a roar, and shot towards the arena like an arrow. Court death! Wu Fa snorted coldly. With a swish sound, the golden armored god general appeared again like a wall, and struck Zhang Yi with a palm in the air, knocking him down from midair. Zhang Yi tumbled in midair and rolled to the ground. When everyone looked around, they saw a deep palm print on Zhang Yi's chest. Not only was his heart broken, but all the bones in his body were shattered. He died on the spot. Everyone just felt sad that the rabbit died and the fox died. This piece of tea is the next generation sect leader destined by the Zhongji sect in the daytime. Once he died, there would be no more outstanding second generation disciples of the Zhongji sect in the daytime. It is inevitable that Zhongji sect will fall into the 7th line sect during the day. I've said it before. Life or death is a matter of fate when you enter the ring. No matter how great your background is or how high your cultivation level is, you are not allowed to violate it. This kid broke the rules. I am just cleaning up the door for the White Sun Zhongji sect, Wu Fa said. And after finishing speaking, he pretended to look at everyone and asked, What do you think? At this time, no one dares to answer. They all lowered their heads. Wu Fa snorted coldly and continued to ask, The arena competition is not over yet. I wonder who is going to challenge next. Who dares to speak? Wu Fa plus this golden armored god general are equal to 2 powerful men in Zifu. Let's not talk about whether they can defeat this golden armored general. Even if they finally defeat this golden armored general, I am afraid they will have to face the even more terrifying Wu Fa next. There was no chance of winning this game from the beginning. N.I. Punchy. Haven't you been clamoring to compete with me for the position of leader? Now is the opportunity. Come up. When Wu Fa saw that no one was speaking, he became even more proud. Now he was calling the names one by one. He looked at N.I. Pengqi, hooked his hand, and said mockingly, I feel inferior. N.I. Pengqi lowered his head and almost broke his teeth. Although he wanted to tear Wu Fa alive at this moment, he didn't dare to do it at all. He is not a body-refining warrior, so he can only fight at a 50-50 draw with the golden armored god general. If Wu Fa is added to the mix, he will definitely lose, and there is no chance of a comeback. Wu Fa snorted coldly and looked at Zhu Zhengyi at looming Genie Square. Before he could speak, Zhu Zhengyi smiled and said flatteringly, Alliance leader Wu is very powerful. I feel ashamed, so I won't show off my shame. This Zhu Zhengyi is just a wallflower. Yes, he was the one who shouted the loudest to push Wu Fa down earlier. Now the title of Alliance leader has been changed very quickly. There is no way, including the golden armored god general, our sects will not be able to shake his status within 100 years. Not to mention 200 years. Although everyone felt unwilling, there was nothing they could do. After all, the opponent's strength is too strong. Wu Fa became even more proud when he saw the surrendered postures of everyone. He snorted coldly and glanced at Yang Mucheng lightly. Originally, he did not intend to expose the golden armored general, Although in a short period of time, others had no other way to deal with the golden-armored general. There would definitely be people seeking to crack his golden-armored general in the next 100 years. Method. But now that the golden-armored god general has appeared, he no longer has to hide anything. But he is a little annoyed that Yang Mucheng did not follow his arrangement. Otherwise, his golden-armored god general can be used as a trump card. Since no one plans to enter the ring again, it seems that the position of leader still belongs to me. Ha ha! Wu Fa laughed wildly with pride. For a moment, everyone around them bowed their heads. At this moment, a cold voice slowly resounded throughout the audience. Sect leader Wu, you seem to have forgotten me. I have long said that I will also fight for the position of leader. Chapter 750 Yang Mucheng vs. Golden Armored God General. A cold voice slowly resounded through the scene. And for a while, there was silence all around. As if he didn't react, a bunch of disbelieving eyes were all looking at Yang Mucheng. As if he couldn't believe it. What did you say? Wu Fa still had a proud smile on his face. When the sound sounded, he couldn't believe his ears. He looked forward and asked again, as if he didn't hear clearly. Uh-huh. At this moment, in an instant, countless eyes were cast towards Yang Mucheng. But see, Yang Mucheng stood up slowly, as if he had been waiting in line for a long time. The impatience on his face finally dissipated, as if the fog had been cleared to see the bright moon. Are you unable to understand people's words? Or what? I told you that I will also compete for the position of leader. Yang Mucheng was very rude. Not only was this old guy arrogant, he even used him as a gun. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the arena. Old demon Yang, haven't you seen the power of the golden armored general? And I Punchy shouted. That thing is not something you can handle. This old boy Wu Fa is ready to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Didn't you see that we have all surrendered? Why are you still making trouble here? He will not show mercy to you in the arena just because you are a disciple of the Wandao sword sect. Zhu Jingyi snorted coldly. Come down quickly. Wu Fa is the most vindictive, and he will retaliate if he likes others. You have Wandao sword sect as your backer. And as long as you don't go to the ring, he can't do anything to you. Someone advised. But Yang Mucheng didn't seem to hear anything at all, and walked towards the arena as usual. Old Mo Yang, are you ready to enter the ring? Wu Fa also lost his patience. He stared at Yang Mucheng and stopped shouting Yang Emperor. Although he was afraid of Yang Mucheng, he was still somewhat afraid of the Wandao sword sect behind Yang Mucheng. You have to pay attention. Not everyone can enter this arena. If you are not strong enough, you can force your way into the arena, even if you are the emperor. I know. Yang Mucheng said calmly. Once you enter the arena, life or death is determined by fate. Since I dare to enter the arena, I naturally have the courage and capital to enter the arena. His words not only made Wu Fa raise his eyebrows, but also made everyone present stunned for a while, unable to react for a long time. Is this kid crazy? Zhu Jingyi couldn't help shouting. Two strong men from the Zifu were defeated in a row. One was injured and the other disabled. He is only in the late stage of nascent soul. What capital does he have to compete with the opponent? Even the golden armored god general can kill him with one punch. Right? And I Punchy shouted. If you really go to the ring, it will be a matter of life and death. Wu Fa will never show mercy. No matter, everyone was arguing and couldn't believe how bad it was. Yang Mucheng still walked slowly towards the ring step by step. And at this time, seeing Yang Mucheng standing opposite him, Wu Fai's expression suddenly darkened. Yang Lamo, if you go down, I can forget about it and pretend that you have never been in the ring. Wu Fada said. Hey, since I'm up here, if you want me to go down, you can only rely on force. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said calmly. Wu Fa frowned slightly, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip with water at this moment. He found that he had indeed underestimated this boy, and he couldn't see through him. Although he is only 17 or 18 years old, he is more difficult to deal with than some old foxes. But a trace of fear and trouble arose in Wu Fa's heart. What is worrying is that Yang Mucheng is only 17 years old. He is very ambitious and has already made it clear that he wants the position of leader. If he left it alone, he might be stepped on by this kid in more than 10 years. The tricky part is the Wandao sword sect behind Yang Mucheng. He originally wanted the 10,000 Dao sword sect to suppress the other sect masters, but he didn't expect that the mountain of 10,000 Dao sword sect was now pressing down on him. This child must not be kept. If he stays, it will be trouble in the future. I should have known better not to invite him to the heroes meeting. I didn't expect that this kid was a time bomb. Instead, I shot myself in the foot. Think of this. Wu Fa then raised his head and said slowly, Old Demon Yang, this arena is a place where swords have no eyes. Needless to say, if I die, it will only be because I am not good at learning. Wandao Sword Sect will not come to trouble you. Yang Macheng frowned slightly. He looked at Wu Fa and snorted coldly. Dignified alliance leader. You want me to fight my mother-in-law? If I don't fight, get out of here and give up the position of leader to me. Wu Fa was furious when he heard this. If he hadn't been worried about the Wandao Sword Sect behind Yang Macheng, he would have gone up and punched this arrogant boy to death. But he didn't expect that this kid was much more arrogant than he imagined. And he actually dared to mock himself like this. Okay, Old Demon Yang. Life or death is determined by fate. That's what you said. Once you get on this stage, your life no longer belongs to you, but to me. Boom! Wu Fa closed his eyes and made a seal with his right hand. Boom! The golden armored god tiptoed, and his whole body burst out with a burst of terrifying speed, which swept through him very quickly in an instant. The terrifying momentum of this charge was even faster, fiercer, and more vicious than when the golden armored general defended Guofuyu before. In an instant, it swept over and arrived in front of Yang Macheng. It roared low, raised its right hand, and slashed down like a knife, At this moment, it didn't hold back at all, and struck directly at Yang Macheng's head. What? Seeing the posture of the golden armored god general, everyone couldn't help but stood up in shock. Does he really dare to kill Yang Macheng? Yang Macheng is from the Wandao Sword Sect. Wu Fa is too murderous. Now he doesn't care about anything. Besides, old Mo Yang is seeking death. Wu Fa has warned him many times, but he still refuses to listen and insists on going to the ring. Even if Wandao Sword Sect blames him, there is nothing we can do. Zhu Xingyi shook his head slowly. Yes, life and death are determined in the arena. Even the Wandao Sword Sect would not take the opportunity to attack. Yang Macheng was killed, and they just knocked out his teeth and swallowed them. With this blow, Old Demon Yang will die. Guofuyu, who had been unconscious before, didn't know when he woke up. He dragged his half-broken leg and looked at his disciple, who was killed by a palm. His eyes filled with blood. Although the flames of revenge in his heart were rising crazily, Guofuyu still knew the terrifying strength of the golden armored god general. Looking at Yang Macheng, who was standing in front of the golden armored god general, like a tiny ant, no one thought that he could survive this terrible attack. However, just when everyone thought that everything would end in the next moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Yang Macheng fought back. He took a step forward and punched directly towards the golden armored god to smash that terrifying giant fist. Chapter 751. The even more terrifying Old Demon Yang. This boy! At this moment, everyone exclaimed, and everyone looked at Yang Macheng in disbelief. Even in their dreams, they never thought that Yang Macheng would dare to confront the golden armored general in such a suspicious manner. Previously, however, the defeats of Guofuyu and Yu Zhanyang both indirectly or directly told everyone how terrifying this golden armored god general was. With Yang Macheng's cultivation strength, he might be completely killed in an instant. Right? Your Majesty! Although, the golden-haired rat has already said that Yang Macheng's physique is no less than that of the golden armored general. But Lu Yao, who had seen the terrifying power of the golden armored god general, still couldn't hide the shock in her heart, and couldn't help but feel a little worried for Yang Macheng. Oh, it's over! At this moment, some people even shook their heads secretly, as if they had already seen that Yang Macheng, facing this punch, would be killed by the golden armored god in an instant. Snort! Wu Fa even snorted coldly. Now that he has entered this arena, his life no longer belongs to him, but to him. Even if the other party is a disciple of Wandao Sword Sect, he will not show any mercy. Wu Fa's face showed a hint of pride when he thought that no one could shake his position as leader within 100 years, or even 200 years. However, as soon as this smile appeared on his cheeks, it completely stiffened in an instant. Boom! I just saw that when Yang Macheng punched out, his whole momentum suddenly changed at this moment. From the seemingly ordinary young man before, he seemed to have turned into a demon god who looked down upon the world at this moment. The devil-like aura emerged rapidly. Demon Festival. Dragon Soul Armor. At this moment, it was already used. Yang Macheng's idea is very simple. since he plans to compete for the position of Alliance leader. There is no need to hide his clumsiness. Therefore, at this time, he also used all his strength. He wants to completely destroy this golden armored general in front of everyone. Only in this way will everyone be convinced by him. Boom! Under the shocked eyes of countless people, two fists, one big and one small, collided with each other. A ring-shaped storm swept across quickly at this moment, rushing in all directions along his fists like a tide. What? Guofuyu's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he looked forward with disbelief. Zhu Jingyi's face turned pale, and he stared straight ahead. Others couldn't believe their eyes. Yang Mucheng actually caught the golden armored general's punch alive. However, just catching this punch was not enough to shock everyone. Just hearing a click sound, the golden armor-like armor outside the right arm of the golden armored god actually burst into a terrifying crack under this punch. Immediately, it turned into countless fragments and exploded in all directions. Each fragment seemed to be filled with the infinite inner energy of a peerless strongman, shooting out in all directions crazily. These fragments hit the shield without stopping at all, and were embedded crazily with a horrifying force. Yang Mucheng's body swayed slightly, then calmed down in an instant. But the golden armored general staggered back 3 steps. How can it be? Wu Fei could no longer maintain his previous calmness, even when facing the powerful men of Zifu. His golden armored general showed no signs of retreating. But now, facing a young man in the late nascent soul stage, not only was he repelled, but his right arm armor was also blown away. Burst? This? Countless people were shocked and speechless, and couldn't believe their eyes. However, Yang Mucheng grinned, and his whole body was like a whirlwind, blasting away towards the golden armored god general. Bang! 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 In front of Yang Mucheng, the golden armored general was like a sandbag, and could only be beaten passively. Has this golden armored general become weaker? Zhu Jingyi couldn't help shouting. Could it be that Wu Fei was afraid that old demon Yang had a background in the Wandao sword sect and didn't dare to kill him? And Pengqi said in disbelief. No. Guofuyu shook his head. It's not that the golden armored general has become weaker, nor is it Wu Fei's fear of old demon Yang, but that old demon Yang is too strong. Powerful? Everyone closed their eyes and looked forward. Why not? Previously, the golden armored god general, who could crush the entire audience, was now being suppressed and beaten by Yang Mucheng. Although the golden armored general is powerful, it is just a dead thing after all. It is not as flexible as Yang Mucheng, who only knows how to fight head-on. But Yang Mucheng was not like this. He used offense instead of defense, never took a step back, and kept the fight within a few inches, as if he had stood firm before driving a stake. More than 20 kinds of second-level fighting spirit were integrated into every punch at this moment. Swift fighting spirit, weakened fighting spirit, explosive fighting spirit, killing intent. Each one has no reservations. His punch speed is faster, harder and stronger than the golden armored general. In the time it took for the golden armored god to punch one punch, Yang Mucheng could punch 3 or even 4 punches. Each punch was enough to leave a deep punch mark on the opponent's godlike armor. When the second punch passes, the piece of golden armor will inevitably shatter. As for the golden armored god general's fist, he did not dodge at all. He would either punch it back with one punch, or stand still and let it punch him. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble with fear. Is he the reincarnation of a vicious beast? Guofuyu almost groaned when he faced the golden armored god general. He didn't dare to be so bold. But after defending against him 3 times and feeling the opponent's terrifying power, he had completely learned the lesson and no longer dared to be tough. How dare you be like Yang Mucheng and resist directly with your body? Damn it! Wu Fei's heart was bleeding. When he first got this bone flute, he didn't know how much manpower and material resources he spent to temper the golden armored god general in it to this level. But under Yang Mucheng's attack, it was completely changed beyond recognition and riddled with holes. He shouted loudly and held up the seal with both hands. The next moment, the golden armored god general let out an extremely furious roar. Roar! This roar sounded like a human, but not a human being. A demon, but not a demon. At this moment, everyone could feel a surging power suddenly bursting out from the body of the golden armored general. Almost at the same time, the layer of golden armor outside the golden armored general's body, which was originally mottled and full of cracks, made a dense cracking sound at this moment. Then, the last punch was fired like a cannonball, and it reached Yang Mucheng in the blink of an eye. Old demon Yang! It's over! Wu Fa shouted in a deep voice. Although they were not facing this punch directly, everyone in the ring felt a sense of oppression that was hard to breathe. Everyone's hearts were in their voices at this moment, and their eyes were looking straight at the arena. That's right. Yang Muchung closed his eyes and took a step forward at this moment. Chapter 752, The Oil is Exhausted? The Last Punch. Click. 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 Yang Muchung took a step forward. The demon outside his body had already condensed into essence at this moment. The dark dragon soul armor seemed to have gathered into a black hole at this moment. All the light falling on his body would be destroyed in an instant. Absorption. No reflection at all. Roar! A burst of dragon roar resounded loudly. Then came the sight. The five-clawed golden dragon also appeared in an instant, as the energy and blood surged excitedly. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, the fists of both sides collided fiercely. This was a terrifying shock, like that of the comet of doomsday hitting the earth. The shocking thunder exploded in an instant, and then spread rapidly. A wave of ripples swept across all directions, and everyone felt that the ripples spread very quickly. And in an instant they hit the shield hard. Crack! A crisp sound resounded quietly. And then I saw that the huge shield spread like glass with huge cracks at this moment. Immediately afterwards, the power hidden between the fists of both sides also exploded at this moment. The earth-shattering power swept through a hurricane that swept across the world, directly tearing the cracked shield open on the spot at this moment. At the same time, the mighty wind poured out like the tide from a broken embankment, sweeping in all directions. Only the strong men from the Z Mansion were able to maintain their composure. All the warriors under the Z Mansion were wildly blown away by the terrifying explosive force. The people who were thrown away didn't even bother to get up at this moment. They immediately stood up and looked forward. Woo! Under the confrontation between the two strong men, Yang Muchung's body trembled, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. And the right arm of the golden armored god general exploded rapidly in an extreme posture at this moment. At the same time, under this shocking bombardment, the golden armored god general's godlike arm, the body lost its balance at this moment and exploded towards the back. Destroy! Boom! Yang Muchung took a step forward, and all the strength in his body gathered between his right fingers at this moment. This finger was like tearing apart the void and piercing through Hingyu. Everyone just felt that the sky and the earth were connected into one at this moment. All the light dimmed at this moment, and the rotation of spring, summer, autumn and winter gathered in Yang Muchung's fingertips at this moment. However, this lightning-fast finger seemed extremely slow in everyone's eyes, as if every tiny bit of movement was caught in everyone's eyes. Then, this finger gently touched the golden armored general's chest. Ding! Just like a drop of rain falling into the mirror lake. The body of the golden armored general trembled quietly at this moment. Weird ripples followed Yang Muchung's finger and spread rapidly in all directions. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the huge body of the golden armored god general dissipated quietly like sand at this moment. Quiet. There was deathly silence all around. Everyone's eyes were widened, and they looked forward in disbelief. They looked at the golden armored general, who had turned into nothingness and dust, with disbelief on their faces. Click! As the golden armored god general was destroyed, the jade flute that had been held in Wu Fei's hand also quickly became filled with cracks at this moment, and then quietly dissipated. Snapped. Wu Fei looked gloomy and clenched his fists, so ugly that he almost dripped water. How can this be? Zhu Jingyi exclaimed and groaned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Yang Muchung could completely smash the golden armored general. He actually smashed the golden armored general alive without any damage. And Ai Pingqi's eyes almost bulged out. Certainly, among everyone, the ones who couldn't believe it the most were naturally Yu Xingyang and Guofuyu. These two people had personally fought against the golden armored god general, so they naturally knew how terrifying the opponent was. But now this terrifying existence was shattered by Yang Muchung. One! Waves of cheers kept ringing out. Lu Yao was so excited that she almost jumped up. Snort! At this time, Wu Fei's cold snort pulled the shocked, surprised, disbelieving, and excited people out of their thoughts. The moment everyone looked at Wu Fei, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts and showed a wry smile. The golden armored general is just the appetizer for this battle. Wu Fei is the last existence. If you can't defeat him, how can you compete for the position of leader? Because at the beginning, the golden armored general was so conspicuous that everyone ignored Wu Fei, who had been controlling the golden armored general from behind. You seem to be happy too early, Wu Fei said calmly. He looked at Yang Muchung, however, At this moment, Yang Mucheng slowly retracted his right hand and stood quietly on the spot. The demon-like figure behind him dissipated like smoke. At the same time, the dragon soul armor on his body also dissipated at this moment like a thread peeling off a cocoon. Original. Yang Mucheng's rising aura slowly disappeared like a burst balloon at this moment. Although you have defeated my golden armor general, it seems that it is not so easy to snatch my position as leader. Right. Wu Fa narrowed his eyes and sneered. It's really unimaginable. You were able to smash my golden armor general. But even if you smashed it, you had exhausted all your strength. Right. Can you still continue to fight? When Wu Fa said this, everyone reacted. Yang Mucheng's aura at this moment has also dropped to the extreme. And it seems that he can't feel any inner energy. In the previous battle with the golden armored god general, although he completely destroyed the opponent, he himself was unable to fight again in a short period of time. Of course you can. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and looked at Wu Fa with his hands behind his back, as if he had everything under control. What? Wu Fa's eyes narrowed. He really couldn't figure out what other abilities this kid Yang Mucheng had. You damn duck has a tough mouth. Wu Fa sneered and said in a cold voice. Since you want to fight, then I will accompany you. He flicked his finger. The scabbard behind his back trembled violently, and a surge of sword energy burst into the sky. With a clang sound, the long sword flew through an arc into Wu Fa's palm. He held it in his hand and pointed towards Yang Mucheng from a distance at this moment. Not good! At this moment, everyone looked horrified when they saw the scene. Yang Mucheng has run out of gas. But Wu Fa is still at his peak. At this time, when Yang Mucheng faced Wu Fa, he was like a helpless ordinary man facing a god who controlled everything, with absolutely no way to survive. Chapter 753, Murder for Life? Call. There was almost no hesitation. When Wu Fa's killing intent reached its peak, his sword struck out quickly. Yang Mucheng was not given any time to react, nor was he given the slightest chance to make preparations. Even a blind man can see that Wu Fa's sword must kill Yang Mucheng, because he felt threatened by Yang Mucheng. If before Yang Mucheng's battle with the golden armored general, he had only had a few thoughts but no real action. But now, he is truly full of murderous intent. In addition to the fact that he would kill, his sword contained a deep fear of Yang Mucheng. Because, if Yang Mucheng is allowed to grow for a few more years, the other party will definitely surpass him. Therefore, it is impossible not to kill this son. Otherwise he will definitely become a disaster in the future. Did he really have murderous intentions? Guofuyu's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Even if old Demon Yang has 10,000 sword sects behind him, he still doesn't care? Yu Xingyang said in a loss of voice. Clang. The shocking sword energy exploded to its absolute extreme at this moment. The infinite sword light gathered crazily and condensed into a line. If we had to compare Yang Mucheng's frightening finger, which condensed his entire body's cultivation, with Wu Fa's sword, then the shocking finger is like a gurgling stream, and this sword is like an endless river. Even when Yang Mucheng was at his strongest, he might not have a chance of winning against Wu Fa. What's more, Yang Mucheng, whose inner strength has now dissipated. Z Mansion is Z Mansion after all. Under the ring, some warriors, who had not yet reached the realm of Zifu, looked at the scene in front of them with astonishment. There was no one among them who was not completely shocked by the power contained in Wu Fa's sword. This old fox actually hides such terrifying strength? Zhu Zhini clenched his fists. Original. They believed that without the golden armor general, Wu Fa was like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. Although he was powerful, he no longer posed much of a threat to them. But now Wu Fa's sword has completely dispelled everyone's thoughts. It seems that even without the golden armored warrior, I can't defeat him. Yu Xingyang, who always thought that he had lost a lot, said with a bitter smile. And this time, that terrifying sword was already approaching Yang Mucheng. Facing the shocking sword, Yang Mucheng even closed his eyes. Wu Fa, you are really lawless. Since you refuse to give up and give up the position of alliance leader, then I will personally kill you. Laugh. After the words fell, Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, although he no longer possessed the invincible demonic spirit as before, his body suddenly gained an aura of dominance in the sky and on earth. Go! He bit his right hand, and at some point around, crystal-like jade-like rosary appeared on his fingertips. As his voice came out, his fingertips suddenly popped open. Just hearing a whistling sound, the rosary was already tumbling into the sky. turning into a sharp sword burning with flames, and hit the tip of Wu Fei's sword with a ding sound. Ding! The shocking sound resounded loudly. Wu Fei's sword was only a hair's breadth away from Yang Maicheng, but he could no longer move forward. The flaming sword was only as long as a finger, but it withstood a huge force at this moment. As the infinite flames leap and burn, the infinite spiritual energy from heaven and earth pours in rapidly. How can it be? Wu Fei's pupil shrank, hiding shock. Boom! A terrible loud sound resounded loudly. The light on the flaming sword suddenly entered the sword and blasted forward. Bang! 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 Every time there was an explosion, the flaming sword shattered Wu Fei's sword by an inch, making him advance one step further at this moment. Even more, the long sword in Wu Fei's hand also completely exploded at this moment, leaving only a bare hilt, and his whole body was shot backwards by this shocking power. Die! Yang Maicheng closed his eyes, moved his right hand together, and pointed a sword. In the next moment, the flaming sword continued its momentum and blasted forward. A pop sound penetrated Wu Fei's dantian, and even shot out from his back. The nascent soul was completely torn apart at this moment. Boom! Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Wu Fei's body hit the ground heavily like a rag bag, making a dull sound. Everyone quickly looked around and saw that Wu Fei was already dead, and his eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe it. Metropolitan! Metropolitan! Sect Master! For a time, waves of exclamations continued to resound. In the Flying Starfish Dragon sect, the leader of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect was actually killed on the spot, which was remarkable. For a time, countless elders and deacons shouted, "Old Demon Yang! How dare you kill our sect leader!" Yin Feishing's eyes were red, and he stared at Yang Maicheng. Yang Lama kills people to pay with his life. If you kill our sect leader, you must pay with your life. There was constant drinking. Zhu Jingyi wanted to stand up, but after thinking about it, he sat down. He glanced at the other sect leaders, who were sitting there as if it had nothing to do with them, and didn't interfere in the slightest. After all, Yang Maicheng killed Wu Fei in the arena, so he became their leader. However, no one wants to be weighed down by such a young boy. At this moment, most people still had the mentality of watching a joke. They hoped that Yang Maicheng and the Flying Starfish Dragon sect would fight, and both sides would suffer. At that time, the position of alliance leader will be born among these people. I wonder how to deal with this kid. Zhu Zheng glanced at everyone and sneered in his heart. A bunch of old foxes. But no one wants to stand up. At this time, some people secretly watched the joke and wanted to see Sister Yang Yiqing resolve today's matter. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Yang Maicheng. I saw that Yang Maicheng was still holding his hands behind his back, without any panic, and seemed not at all worried about the environment where he was surrounded by enemies. This scene made people shake their heads secretly. Although they knew that Yang Maicheng also had a perfect nascent soul demon king, they had to know that there were several nascent soul grandmasters in the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Once in the ring, life or death is determined by fate. Wu Fei's skills are not as good as those of others. If he dies in my hands, he can only blame himself. In my opinion, he should not be called Wu Fei, but incompetent. Yang Maicheng smiled lightly. As for repaying life, it is even more impossible. How can my status be compared to that of the leader of the Little Flying Starfish Dragon sect? In my opinion, his life is the same as that of an ant. Could it be that you trample an ant to death? Do you also have to pay for it with your life? Chapter 754 I am the leader of the alliance. To Yang Maicheng, Wu Fei was an ant. So what if he is the leader of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect? What if he is a strong man in the Zifu realm? At best, they are just slightly larger ants. What? After hearing Yang Maicheng's words, the eyes of everyone in the Flying Starfish Dragon sect almost bulged out. They all stared at Yang Maicheng, wishing to eat this boy alive. However, Yang Maicheng's next words made them even more furious. Don't say you must kill for life. If you offend me, I will slaughter your entire Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Hisses. These words made everyone present take a breath and tremble with uncontrollable fear from between their teeth to the bottom of their hearts. If he offends the other party, he will slaughter the entire Flying Starfish Dragon sect? What kind of person is this that can say such a thing? If this kid becomes the leader of the alliance, I'm afraid he will cause chaos in the world. When Zhu Zheng heard this, he almost bit off his tongue. It's hard to say. Guofuyu shook his head. This old demon Yang has a pretty good character. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. He is not like Wu Fa, who can fall out of favor faster than turning the pages of a book. Everyone was talking about it. One was restrained by Yang Muqing's tone, and the other was frightened by Yang Muqing's words. Can he kill the entire Flying Starfish Dragon sect? Can he come if he has this? Even the onlookers around were shocked, let alone the disciples of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Wu Fa was killed on the spot, and they were already about to go berserk. Coupled with Yang Muqing's words, they were even more angry to the extreme. Old demon Yang, you are looking for death. You are so presumptuous that you dare to speak so arrogantly? Destroy our Flying Starfish Dragon sect? Today, we will kill you first, and then destroy your Dakian dynasty. Boom! Accompanied by bursts of crazy shouts. The next moment, he saw that many disciples of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect were already attacking and killing him. It was as if the sky and the earth were overwhelming, and the swarm was like a swarm of locusts devouring the sky and the earth, trying to completely submerge Yang Muqing at this moment. Your Majesty! Lu Yao was shocked. She was about to step forward, but was held back by the golden mouse. But the golden-haired rat shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Don't you know what the boss is thinking? He wants to kill the Flying Starfish and Dragon sect and kill the chickens to scare the monkeys, so that he can secure his position as the leader of the alliance. Hearing this, Lu Yao clenched her fists and looked at Yang Muqing with worry on her face. That's right. For Yang Muqing, he just wants to use the Flying Starfish Dragon sect as a guide to scare the monkeys and secure his position as leader. Don't you see? Although Wu Fa has been sitting as the leader of the alliance for 10 years, none of the many sect leaders support him, fear him, and instead want to overthrow him. If he doesn't clear the way with blood, even if he gets the position of leader, other sect leaders will not take him seriously. Therefore, I will prove the truth with blood today. Looking at the people who were crushing them like crazy, Yang Muqing grinned. At this moment, the killing intent was like a tide sweeping across all directions. His eyes darkened slightly, and a rosary rose into the sky. While the rosary was still in midair, there was already a terrifying sword sound, and the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged towards the rosary. In the gathering of rolling spiritual energy, a flaming sword flashed rapidly. Then he appeared in front of Yang Muqing. With a cold look in front of his eyes, Yang Muqing grabbed it with his right hand, and the flaming sword was held in his palm on the spot. Then, sweep it. At this moment, a crimson flame, like a stormy sea sweeping across the world, spread crazily throughout the entire Flying Starfish Dragon sect, and completely submerged the rushing disciples of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect in an instant. Wherever the red flames passed, rocks shattered, trees burned, and buildings became nothing. Countless disciples were quickly cut into 2 pieces under this sword and fell to the ground with a crackle. This sword not only burned those nascent soul grandmasters to ashes on the spot, but also almost wiped out the entire top brass of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Quiet. The surroundings were as dead as a cemetery, and everyone's eyes were widened, looking at the young man standing in the arena in disbelief. Previously, this young man said that he wanted to kill the Flying Starfish Dragon sect, but everyone thought he was joking and trying to intimidate the other party. But now that the sword was slashed and everyone in the Flying Starfish Dragon sect was killed on the spot, they realized that there was no way Yang Muqing was joking with you. He does what he says. If he says he wants to kill your whole family, he will definitely kill your whole family. If I say I want to massacre your sect, I will definitely massacre your sect. How? Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes and asked lightly. When he was about to leave the Wandao sword sect, Jin Liang gave him this rosary, and now he uses 2 of them in the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. But even so, he didn't feel it was a waste. Looking at the horrified looks of everyone around him, he knew that if he were the leader of the alliance, no one would dare to disobey him. Yang Emperor, after today, I regard you as the leader of the alliance. Zhu Jingyi was shocked. He was just a wallflower. When he saw the scene, he knew that if he didn't express his support for Yang Muqing, the young emperor would definitely be angry, and then it would be his turn to destroy the sect. Everyone else also trembled violently, knowing that the situation was over. They couldn't even defeat Wu Fa, let alone Yang Muqing, who killed Wu Fa. Thank you, Emperor Yan, for killing Wu Fa and avenging my disciple. From now on, the Berry Zhongji sect will regard you as its leader. Guofuyu hugged his fists and said in a deep voice, Yang Emperor, you Zhenyang, regard you as the leader of the alliance. Uh-huh. These powerful men from the Z Mansion also chose to surrender. The other powerful men from the sect were only at the first level of nascent soul. How dare they dare to disobey in the slightest? They all knelt down on the ground and declared their submission. Many disciples of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect looked at the young man standing with his hands behind his hands, and at the countless sect masters who were groveling before Yang Mucheng, and their expressions turned extremely pale in an instant, if they had any luck before. Now that many sect leaders have chosen to surrender, even if they want to take revenge, they may have no hope in this life. Alliance leader! The Flying Starfish Dragon sect disciples present. You look at me. I look at you. They also chose to surrender. They knelt on the ground, their eyes lowered, hiding the murderous intent in their eyes. So what if you are the leader? There are so many of us. I don't believe we can't deal with you. Pretend to accept you as our leader for now. And when the time comes, we will be the first to kill you. For a while, the young man in the arena was worshipped by thousands of people. Since I am the leader of the alliance, I will issue the first order. Yang Mucheng's expression was neither happy nor sad, making it difficult to tell what he was thinking. Everyone looked around. I don't know what the first order Yang Mucheng issued after assuming the position of alliance leader. But see. Yang Mucheng raised his eyes slightly, slowly landed on the people of Feishing Yulong sect, and said word by word, "Kill the Flying Starfish Dragon sect, leaving no one behind." Chapter 755 Senior Brother. Just when everyone was still thinking about what order Yang Mucheng would give, his words suddenly shocked everyone. No matter how bloodthirsty the alliance leader is, he would not dare to destroy a sect while rising to power. Moreover, this is still a 6th-tier sect. Yang Mucheng's order was simply unbelievable to everyone. I always say my words only once. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and sneered. Yes. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but shudder and swallow their saliva. This is no ordinary alliance leader. His other identity is the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. If you don't follow what the emperor says, you are disobeying him. Even if I kill you then, there is no need to explain anything. Kill! Zhu Sheng stood up and shouted in a cold voice. The Flying Starfish Dragon sect is unfavorable to the alliance leader. Today, I am ordered by the alliance leader to eradicate the Flying Starfish Dragon sect. Many disciples of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect were completely slaughtered before they could react. Even their senior officials, who were not killed by Yang Mucheng with one sword, had no chance of survival when faced with attacks from so many sect master level figures. In just half a day, they were completely slaughtered. Main hall. Yang Mucheng was sitting at the head of the table, drinking tea leisurely, while the sect leaders below were standing in rows. Sit down? Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the crowd calmly. Thank you, alliance leader. Everyone shouted in unison and sat down. Even so, everyone still seemed a little cautious. On the first day, he became the leader of the alliance. He slaughtered his sect. This method of killing chickens to scare monkeys made all of them extremely fearful. How could he dare to face Wu Fa with such a disobedient attitude like before? Guofuyu, I have a pill here that can cure your leg injury. Yang Mucheng flicked his right hand, and a pill flew into Guofuyu's hand. Guofuyu's eyes widened. This? Everyone else could not help but secretly be speechless. The pill that was given casually was a top-grade Xian-level pill. Just when everyone was envious, they heard Yang Mucheng continue. I am the leader of the alliance. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who rebel against me will perish. I don't want to see scenes like that when Wu Fa was in power. If you follow me wholeheartedly, I will never treat you badly. But if you do anything in private, it's a small move. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone nodded quickly. Zhu Sheng raised his eyebrows and said quickly, Leader, it's the day of visiting the tomb soon. In the past, Wu Fa took us to visit the tomb. Will you take us there this year? What day of visiting the grave? Yang Mucheng asked in confusion. It's like this. We found a vast cemetery in Haotianzhou. It is the tomb of dozens of powerful people from the Zifu. The expansion of this hero meeting is also to discuss the ownership of the treasures obtained from visiting the tomb. As the leader of the alliance, you should take us to visit the tomb, Zhu Sheng said. It turns out that this happened. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. How to divide the treasures that visited the tomb in the past? Yang Mucheng asked, reporting back to the alliance leader. The alliance leader will be the first to choose a treasure, and the rest will be divided equally among the others, Guofuyu said. After finishing speaking, everyone looked at Yang Mucheng secretly. Don't underestimate the priority of picking the treasure first. During each visit to the tomb, a total of only a dozen treasures can be harvested. Wu Fa gave priority to selecting a treasure. But there were not many precious things left. Will Yang Mucheng be more ruthless than Wu Fa? Will he even be the first to pick out 2 pieces? Some people are secretly guessing. Humph. The alliance leader took the first one to pick one. Doesn't that mean he has the lion's share? Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. Since I am the leader of the alliance, I have to change this selection method. Every visit to the tomb will be distributed according to the amount of effort. Whoever contributes more will get more treasures. I wonder what this rule is. I agree. Zhu Zheng's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, I agree. Everyone cheered loudly. According to this selection method, enthusiasm can naturally be mobilized. Otherwise, after a few times, those sect leaders who have made great efforts but cannot get any treasures will gradually lose interest in visiting the tomb. Who would still be willing to put in the effort? Yang Mucheng's method gave everyone hope. Then we will visit the tomb in 7 days. All the sect leaders will go back and prepare first. Yes. Everyone was excited. After bidding farewell to Yang Mucheng, they couldn't wait to leave. Your Majesty! Lu Yao, who was counting the treasures of the Flying Starfish Dragon sect, arrived. She held a demon pill in her hand, and her face was full of doubts. Everything has been counted, and only this demon pill is left. This demon pill seems to contain martial arts skills. I can't see through it, and I don't dare to handle it easily. Take a look. Demon pill? Martial skills? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He knows. The martial arts recorded with demon pills must be from the earth level. I don't know. What kind of earth level martial skill is this? Injecting his thoughts into the demon pill, for big characters immediately appeared in his mind. The heaven-building tribulation hand. Lin Chuanzhou. In a mighty mountain stands a Buddhist temple. This temple is not like a temple in the secular world, filled with kind-hearted bodhisattvas and amiable arhats. Instead, it is filled with green-faced and fanged shuras and skundas. And, at the gate facing the mountain road, there is a clearly defined plaque with 5 characters. Demon Shura Temple. There is no dignity or majesty in this word. Instead, it was written by a bloodthirsty Shura, full of murderous intent. If you don't know, you might think that the Demon Shura Temple belongs to one of the evil sects when you come here for the first time. But on the contrary, this Tianma Shura Temple couldn't be more decent. Stop! When Yen Lao was about to step into the gate, 2 young novice monks holding killing sticks immediately blocked his way. But it's forbidden area. No one can enter. Yen Lao sighed, recalling that back then, he had practiced here. But now, he couldn't even enter the gate of Tianma Shura Temple. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a jade tablet from his arms and handed it to the little novice monk guarding the door, saying, Please give this jade tablet to Song Yuanhua, and say that we meet old friends. The little novice monk glanced at Yen Laolu suspiciously and signaled to the other person to guard the door, while he quickly entered the temple with the jade token. After a while, a young monk with a delicate face slowly walked out of the temple. Yen Laolu, it's been 300 years, and you haven't been to this heavenly demon Shura temple. Are you still complaining about me? Are the others okay? Where is my brother Song Longrong? Big brother! The moment Yen Laolu saw the young man, he knelt down with a bang and cried, All the senior brothers are dead. And so is the 3rd senior brother. The next moment, the young monk turned pale. Chapter 756, Heaven-Mending Tribulation Hand. Buddha's Temple. The burning incense slowly drifted away, and a pair of dragons and phoenixes hung in the antique room, quiet. But, at this moment, the owner of this word is so heartbroken that he cannot calm down. Say it! The young man sat there and asked. Yen Laolu shed tears and looked at the young man in front of him. This man's name is Song Yuanhua, and he is Song Longrong's brother. He is also their big brother. At the beginning, hundreds of outer disciples were all kicked out of the sect because of their weak character. Only Song Yuanhua passed the test and stayed in Tianma Shura Temple. But it was exactly this that made their outer disciples complain about Song Yuanhua. And Song Longrong even forbade them to mention Song Longrong to his face. Not just me. Everyone died. In the hands of old demon Yang. Yen Laolu slowly told what happened in the village. When talking about being killed by Yang Mucheng from Longrong, the look on Yen Lao's face became even more ferocious. He clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, I wanted to rush forward together and die with everyone. But I was unwilling to do so. If I died too, no one would come to report the news. Boom! Yin Laolu knocked his head heavily on the ground and said, Elder brother, you must avenge everyone. But a trace of struggle flashed from Yuanhua's eyes. As the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of Tianma Shura Temple, I can influence the whole body. If I secretly go down the mountain to kill someone, I'm afraid it will make things difficult for Master. Senior brother, are you just going to watch your senior brother, who has been through life and death, die in the hands of others and remain indifferent? Yin Laolu shouted. Master, Master, you keep saying it is for Master. That old guy brought us into the sect and kicked us out of the sect. Squeak. As soon as he finished speaking, the closed meditation room was suddenly opened. An old monk walked in slowly. Master. When Yin Laolu saw this old monk, he was suddenly stunned. Song Yuanhua also stood up, saluted hurriedly, and said, Master. This old monk was also the head of the Law Enforcement Hall back then, and is now the abbot Hua Tianxi of the Demon Shura Temple. Hua Tianxi didn't speak and sat down slowly. This group of outer disciples was involved in the disgraceful experience of the Demon Shura Temple. As the master who teaches these outer disciples, how could he think that these people have no feelings at all? At the beginning, when the temple decided to put these outer disciples to death because they caused too many troubles, he was the one who defied all opinions and allowed everyone to leave alive. Sit down. Hua Tianxi took a long breath and said, I heard everything you just said. Yin Laolu and Song Yuanhua were shocked. Hua Tianxi smiled bitterly and said, Since Yuanhua, when hundreds of outer disciples were driven out of Tianma Shura Temple, you are the only one left. I know that you have been suffering in your heart for the past 300 years. You are the most qualified among them all. The best person turned out to be a demon because of this incident, which made him unable to make any progress after reaching the Z Mansion. This time, I promise you to go down the mountain and avenge the others. This can be regarded as my regret for all of you outer disciples. Thank you, Master. Song Yuanhua knocked heavily on the ground and said, On behalf of all the outer disciples, thank you. Hua Tianxi sighed and said, This time when you go down the mountain, you could only succeed and not fail. Although you have reached the realm of Zifu, you have also practiced the Vajra divine power to perfection and can send and receive it freely. But your opponent is the master uncle of Wandao Sword Sect, so he will inevitably have some tricks up his sleeve. He said. He took out a demon subduing pestle from his arms, handed it to Song Yuanhua, and said, This is my magic weapon for self-protection. It can kill even the master of Zifu. You can take this thing with you. Whatever the devil, Yanglao, no matter what method you use, you may not be the opponent of this demonic pestle. When you come back and free yourself from the inner demon, I will pass on the position of the abbot of Tianma Shura Temple to you. Yes. He took the demon subduing pestle from Yuanhua and bowed to Hua Tianxi again. Master, I'm going down the mountain. Looking at the figure leaving Yuanhua, Hua Tianxi closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and chanted the Buddha's name. Amitabha. Within the Flying Starfish Dragon Sect courtyard, the once luxurious Flying Starfish Dragon Sect was completely destroyed at this moment. Not to mention the disciples of the sect. Not even a dog could be found within 100 miles. Today, this place has become Yang Muqing's temporary palace. Originally, he planned to return to the Dacian dynasty. But the approaching day of visiting the tomb and the middle-level martial arts of the Heaven Building Tribulation show made him choose to stay here for a few days. The Heaven Building Tribulation Hand. This is an earth-level martial skill that is even more complicated than the transformation of the frightening finger. Yang Mucheng blasted out his right palm, and his 5 fingers kept changing in front of him. One moment, they were like eagle claws. Another moment, they were like tiger paws. And now they were like snake mouths. The changes were endless. This technique is not like the finger of shock, which concentrates all the power and blasts it out at one point. Instead, it is shot out in an unpredictable manner, making it difficult for people to guard against it. Of course, the same is true. Although this technique is an earth-level mid-level martial art, it consumes slightly less internal energy than the shocking finger. However, this move consumes a lot of mental energy. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes. At this moment, he blasted out with both hands, as if he was Nua, who was mending the sky, and all existence was in the control of his hands. The hands seemed to have become like eyes, and can even perceive everything in the surrounding area. An ant 10 miles away was slowly emerging from its nest. 18 steps and 3 minutes away, a leaf slowly fell. Upbraid! Yang Muchung took a step forward, blasted out the heaven-mending tribulation hand, and gently touched the falling leaf with a precise gesture. But the leaf did not explode, but stopped in the void for a short moment before falling down. Taking a deep breath, Yang Muchung slowly finished his work. Your Majesty! Lu Yao couldn't help but stare at the fallen leaf and said, in the past 2 or 3 days, I saw that you have practiced the heaven-mending tribulation spell. Why do I feel that this low-level martial art has no power at all? You do not understand. Yang Muchung slowly opened his eyes, looked at Lu Yao, who was full of doubts, shook his head with a smile and said, this heaven-building tribulation hand is not a martial art that uses attack as a means. Strictly speaking, it is more like a means of perception. The heaven-building tribulation hand can be integrated into any move. You may not be able to see its power when I practice it like this, but when we are actually facing an enemy, the effect of this heaven-building tribulation hand can improve any low-grade earth-level martial arts by 1 level. Yang Mu originally wanted to go back to Wandao Sword Sect and learn some middle-level martial arts. However, the existence of the heaven-building tribulation hand allowed his Jingxin finger and Tongxian swordsmanship to reach the level of mid-level earth-level swordsmanship when facing enemies. Next, let's start studying Dragon Soul Armor. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and said secretly, Chapter 757. Is he really the leader? 7 days later, Yang Muchung took Lu Yao to the tombs. Viewed from the sky, this entire tomb group should have been in a huge mountain. But because the mountain seemed to have experienced some kind of battle and was cut in half, one of the tombs was revealed. But later people, after constant exploration of the tombs, discovered that there was not only one tomb, but many. Alliance leader! From a distance, Yang Muchung also heard someone calling him. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw that it was Zhu Xingyi. Leader, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. What are you waiting for me to do? Yang Muchung smiled. It's your first time coming to the cemetery. I'm afraid you don't understand the rules, so I'll wait here. Zhu Xing said. No one else is here yet. Let's take a look at the cemetery first. The entrance to the cemetery is outside a canyon, and you will soon arrive along the long and narrow path. I saw an old man lying at the entrance of the canyon. His eyes half squinted, and he was clearly a strong man from the Zifu. He is the tombkeeper, Zhu Xingyi explained. Turn out to be. How could the appearance of the tombs of so many powerful people from Zifu not attract tomb robbers from all directions? As a result, these 6 lion sects discussed and specially appointed the Xian sect soul-chasing sect closest to the tombs as the tombkeepers. Of course, in order to prevent the Xian sect from guarding and stealing from the soul-chasing sect, only the alliance leader is qualified to activate the restrictions on the cemetery. Zhu Xingyi, you are the first to come every year. The old man with a white beard squinted and looked over. When he saw Yang Muchung and Lu Yao, he couldn't help but close his eyes and said, the rules of this cemetery were set by everyone together. Yes. Haven't you forgotten? What rules? Yang Muchung was slightly surprised. Only the sect leaders of the major sects can enter the cemetery. Outsiders are not allowed to go. Otherwise it will be difficult to distribute magic weapons. In addition, there are many traps in the cemetery, and it is also the tomb of the powerful Zifu. Zhu Xingyi hurriedly faced Yang Muchung explained in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward, pointed at Yang Muchung and said, Jiaxiu, this is not an outsider. He is the newly negotiated leader of our heroes meeting this time. Old man, I'm not dazzled yet. Is this guy the leader of the alliance? He is only in the late nascent soul stage. Can he be Wu Fei's opponent? The old man named Jiaxiu snorted coldly, and his white mustache trembled angrily. Don't even think about bringing in anyone with unknown origins. Send him away quickly. Zhu Xingyi smiled bitterly. He had long known that the old man was extremely stubborn, so he came in advance to rescue Yang Muchung. But he didn't expect that even after he explained it, the old man would still behave in such an inhumane manner. He was about to speak when he saw Yang Muchung step forward and said, Then how can you trust me? Hey, have you seen that big cauldron? If you lift that big cauldron, I will believe you. Jiaxiu said. Tripod? Only then did Yang Muchung see that there was a furnace cauldron as tall as one person at the entrance of the valley. The cauldron is completely dark, with a strange and primitive color everywhere, and there are strange patterns carved on it. This furnace is not that big, not to mention the Dacian dynasty. Even in some temples, you can see furnaces several times larger than this furnace. Young man, don't underestimate this cauldron. This cauldron is made of Wiking gold. which is 7 or 8 times heavier than fine gold. Such a cauldron weighs at least millions of kilograms. Some people at the peak of nascent soul and perfect cultivation, no one may be able to lift it. Jiaxiu saw Yang Muqing's eyebrows raised, as if with a hint of disdain, and couldn't help but remind him, "Boy, retreat when you face difficulties. Don't hold on for dear life. Be careful that the cauldron will come down and crush you to death." I saw that. Are there any blood stains on the ground? Last time, someone at the peak of nascent soul wanted to sneak into the valley, and I asked him to lift the cauldron. In the end, when he was halfway up, he couldn't hold on any longer. The furnace suddenly fell down, shattering his body. Zhu Xingyi laughed and said, "Jiaxiu, you don't know the ability of this alliance leader. It may be a little difficult for us to lift this cauldron, but it is not too difficult for him." Snort. Jiaxiu said nothing. His responsibility as the tomb keeper is to prevent anyone from getting into the tomb. Don't talk nonsense. Just hold it up before you talk. While speaking, Yang Muqing had already arrived in front of the furnace. He slowly circled around the cauldron without speaking. The cauldron was a head taller than him, with 3 huge legs propped on the ground. Showing a simple posture, Jiaxiu squinted his eyes, preparing to see the joke. But the next moment, his eyes almost bulged out. "Drink." Yang Muqing gave a low shout and suddenly slapped his hands on the furnace cauldron with a clang sound. This loud sound was like a giant bell being struck, erupting into a rolling ripple of sound. At this moment, Yang Muqing's palm sank deeply into the cauldron, leaving 2 half-inch deep palm prints. Boom! The ground was the first to be unable to withstand this terrifying force, and only heard a loud noise. I saw that Yang Muqing's feet suddenly sank into the earth, with his feet as the center. A dense crack spread in all directions in an astonishing manner. Amidst the bursts of explosions, Yang Muqing threw the furnace cauldron into the air. When the bronze tripod fell, he stood still, held it up with one hand, and firmly caught the fallen tripod. Boom! A loud sound like a falling meteorite resounded, with Yang Mu as the center, and the earth with a radius of several hundred meters exploded at this moment. Yang Muqing, on the other hand, stood firmly on the spot and caught the falling furnace cauldron with one hand. "How can this be?" Jiaxiu swallowed. Notice, the furnace cauldron is smashed from the sky, and coupled with inertia, the explosive force will be several times the weight of the furnace cauldron itself. Except for warriors who have absolute confidence in their own bodies who dare to do this. If other warriors do this, the furnace cauldron will smash everyone to pieces like a dead branch. Jiaxiu's eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Muqing in disbelief. With such a terrifying physique, Yang Muqing's strength was already superior to that of many sect leaders. Boom! Yang Muqing casually threw it with his right hand, and he threw the cauldron dozens of feet away, causing the entire earth to tremble. "Do you believe it now?" Yang Muqing clapped his hands and looked at Jiaxiu calmly. Swallowing his saliva, Jiaxiu asked Zhu Xingyi in a low voice, "Is this guy really the leader of the alliance? What do you think?" Zhu Xingyi said with a half-smile. Chapter 758, Every injustice has its owner, and its debtor has its owner. It is naturally impossible to just use this cauldron to prove whether he is the leader of the alliance. But the terrifying strength displayed by Yang Muqing made Jiaxiu unable to believe it, especially since the opponent is just a warrior in the late nascent soul stage. "Where's Wu Fa?" Jiaxiu whispered. "I remember that you all wanted to compete for the position of leader." Zhu Xingyi shook his head and said, "Wu Fa died in his hands. Therefore, he is our alliance leader. By the way, I advise you not to question him. The Flying Starfish Dragon sect has been taken over by our leader. The new leader was razed to the ground, and there wasn't even a dog left within 100 miles. Call." When Jiaxiu heard this, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. But even so, he still couldn't believe it in his heart. After all, Wu Fa is a strong man in the Z Mansion. There are so many people coveting the position of alliance leader and trying to push Wu Fa down. But no one has been able to do it. How could this kid be able to do it? "Leader, Zhu Xingyi, are you all here?" At this time, an excited voice came from a distance. The visitor was none other than Guofuyu. He came to Yang Muqing's side with excitement on his face and said, "Alliance leader, thank you for the elixir. My broken leg has been repaired continuously, and it has not affected my strength at all. If it weren't for you, my Shonji sect would probably have declined into a 7-lion sect." Yang Muqing nodded slightly. It was as if he had done something insignificant. "Alliance leader! Alliance leader! Alliance leader? At this time, one by one, the sect leaders came from far away. When they saw Yang Macheng, these powerful beings all shouted respectfully. There was no disdain on his face like before when he was facing Wu Fa. Jiaxiu even noticed that when everyone looked at the young alliance leader, there was still a little fear on their faces. Zhu Xinyi on the side told Jiaxiu Dao everything that happened at the heroes' meeting in detail, especially when it came to Yang Macheng smashing the golden armor general with one finger, killing Wu Fa with one sword, and finally, after flattening the entire flying starfish dragon sect, Jiaxiu's face turned ugly. Swallowing his saliva, he came to Yang Macheng and said cautiously, "Leader, I really deserve to die. I am blind and do not know your true identity." Yang Macheng waved his hand and said with a smile, "Ignorance is not guilty. You also acted according to the rules. I don't blame you. Since everyone is here, let's enter the ancient tomb next. Miss Lu Yao, please invite me too," Jiaxiu said hurriedly. Lu Yao shook her head and said, "I won't go. My cultivation level is too low. Even if I go in, it will be a hindrance and affect your visit to the tomb." "Is this a group of tombs?" Not long after Yang Macheng and others entered the cemetery, two figures came outside the cemetery. One of them had a bald head and a delicate face. The other person has a posture like a strong man. These two people were Song Yuanhua and Yin Laolu, who came down the mountain to seek revenge. "Yes." Yin Laolu nodded. "I tried to sneak in several times before, but I was blocked by the old man guarding the door. It is said that this is a group of tombs of powerful people from the Z Mansion, and there are at least 100 Z people. The powerful man was buried here, and there are many treasures inside." Yin Laolu looked at the huge group of tombs, his eyes full of covetousness and greed. "Elder brother, Mr. Yang Lama and the others should have broken into the tombs. Why don't we just rush in and kill them all? Let's explore some more by the way. Come to the ancient tomb." Song Yuanhua clasped his hands together, shook his head slowly and said, "I came here this time just to kill old demon Yang, not to hunt for treasures, let alone kill people. Don't try to bewitch me." Yin Laolu smacked his lips. It was precisely Song Yuanhua's attitude and perseverance that made him move from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. And now he has become an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. That is unexpected. Yin Laolu closed his eyes and saw Lu Yao, who was still outside the ancient tomb. "Elder brother, her name is Lu Yao. She is Lao Mo Yang's woman." "Who is it?" At this time, Lu Yao also heard the noise. She quickly looked towards the source of the sound, and when she saw these two people walking out, she immediately became highly alert. "Has old demon Yang entered the tomb?" Song Yuanhua asked calmly. "Who are you? These two people are not good people, and good people are not here." Especially the monk who asked the question had a similar appearance to Song Longrong. "Are you here for revenge?" "Chang." With almost no hesitation, Lu Yao drew her sword and moved forward, pointing towards Song Yuanhua. Yin Laolu won't say anything yet. At most, he only had the cultivation level of the late nascent soul, so the sense of oppression given to Lu Yao was not strong. But Song Yuanhua, who had a delicate face, brought a terrible sense of fear to her. Even if he just stood there quietly, he still gave people the oppressive feeling of King Kong's angry glare and Shura's punch. "That's right. It was my younger brother Song Longrong that Mr. Yang killed earlier, and I am also his older brother, Song Yuanhua." Song Yuanhua said lightly, "In addition to my brother, I have more than 100. All the junior brothers died in the hands of old demon Yang. This time, I am here to seek revenge. I hope you will take me to the ancient tomb." "Dream." Lu Yao scolded angrily and immediately attacked. How could someone seek revenge on Yang Macheng and ask her to lead the way? How could this be possible? With a flick of the long sword, Lu Yao's entire body turned into a glimmer of light and flew forward. This sword almost reached the extreme, and it was her strongest sword so far. "Elder brother, let me deal with this little bitch." Yin Laolu sneered and prepared to step forward. However, Song Yuanhua has already taken action. With a flick of his right hand, a pure inner energy quickly swept out from his fingertips and turned into a golden ring. This ring was used as a hood, directly binding Lu Yao tightly. Boom! Being bound by this ring, Lu Yao's shocking murderous intention was also bound to death by this ring. The whole person fell to the ground helplessly. "Hey, little girl." Yin Laolu looked at Lu Yao, who couldn't move, and even her inner energy was restrained. A lustful light flashed in his eyes. "Old demon Yang has killed so many of our brothers. And today I will get some interest back from you. You dare. Lu Yao was frightened and kept struggling. But the aura of inner energy on her body restricted her from moving, let alone escaping. Yen Lao Lu. At this time, Song Yuanhua on the side said calmly, every wrongdoer has his own debtor. I have said it many times. We are here to avenge Mr. Yang. And we must not implicate innocent people. We are here to guard, just hang on. His woman is in my hands, and she will come over eventually. Chapter 759 Half-Man Spider. Yen Lao Lu stood there, staring blankly at Lu Yao, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, sighed, and sat down. He knows. Song Yuanhua has always been very disciplined in doing things. If he disobeys him and forcefully does something to Lu Yao, and angers Song Yuanhua, the other party will definitely kill him first, and then kill old Mo Yang. Nodding, Yen Lao did not dare to say any more. While these things were happening outside the valley, Yang Mucheng and others also entered the ancient tomb. But see, a huge group of tombs has already appeared. Looking at it, this group of tombs looks more like a continuous palace. One palace after another, covering dozens of miles in radius, was even bigger than his palace. Before, this group of tombs was hidden in the mountains. And here are the tombs of nearly 100 powerful people from the Z Mansion. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his hands and looked away. Previously, when he was above the valley, he was blocked by the restrictions on the valley, and could not see clearly. Looking at it now, I find something different. I just saw that these more than 100 tombs were surrounding the central position, like stars looming over the moon. This tomb? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and said doubtfully, is it a gesture of worship from thousands of tribes? Zhu Xingyi understood Yang Mucheng's meaning and asked quickly, Leader, you have really good eyesight. It was only after we went back and forth so many times that we discovered what's special about the entire cemetery. Xu Zheng waved his hand and drew a circle in the void. Leader, outside this circle, there are all the tombs of the powerful people from the Z Mansion. Outside these circles, there are all the powerful people from the Z Mansion. As for the center of the circle, there is the tomb of a powerful person who transforms into a god. Every mausoleum of a powerful person in the Z Mansion is an entrance, leading directly to the tomb of a powerful person with spiritual thoughts in the center. Each mausoleum is nested within a mausoleum, which seems to be interconnected and shaped like a maze. We have calculated several times and found that there are a total of 107 tombs of the powerful people in the Z Mansion. Counting the tombs of the powerful people who transform into gods, there are a total of 108. Over the years, we have only passed through 3 in total. Grave. 3 ways? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask, why are there only so many? Could it be that there are serious traps in this tomb group? Guofuyu interjected. That's not true. In the past, when Wu Fei led the team, everyone didn't have much enthusiasm because of the rules. After all, you could only take out more than 10 treasures at a time, and the rest were divided equally. So everyone not much effort. Snort. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and looked back at everyone. I will lead the team completely this time. As for the rules for distributing treasures, whoever contributes more will get more. People who fish in troubled waters can't get anything. If you want to get something for nothing, I advise you to leave early. If you annoy me in the mausoleum, I will slap you to death. No one even dared to say anything. Present. Only then did everyone enter the tomb. As soon as you enter the mausoleum, it's like heaven and man are separated from each other, and everything outside is isolated behind you. After everyone's explanation, Yang Mucheng realized that the entire mausoleum was also decorated with the 108 stars of Tiangang and Disha. The 3 tombs that were broken into were the Dixing Palace, the Dithis Star Palace, and the Daikixing Palace. And the time rules in this mausoleum are somewhat different from those in the outside world. There is 1 month inside the mausoleum and only 1 day outside. This is the Dijiangsing Palace. After passing through 3 halls in succession, everyone came to the tomb. Leader, we stopped here last time. We originally planned to move forward, but ended up unhappy because of the uneven distribution of magic weapons. We came out now and did not continue to explore. Yang Mucheng nodded. It is too common for people to fight because of uneven distribution of benefits. These sect masters did not take action against each other, which was considered very restrained. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, you might even fight to the death because of uneven distribution. Let's go! Yang Mucheng commanded. There is still a long tomb corridor leading to the main hall. Above the tomb passage, there are actually spiders with ferocious faces carved into them. Each spider firmly occupied a stone slab, moving forward on the ground, walls, and even the ceiling. The moment they entered the tomb passage, everyone felt as if they had entered a spider world. However, that is exactly what happened. When Yang Muqing's feet stepped on this spider slate, a strange force immediately passed through the field. Countless slates all burst out with a dazzling light at this moment. In a burst of light, I saw that the pattern of the stone slab was turbulent at this moment, and huge phantoms rose up like steam, and gradually formed a huge spider in the distortion. This spider is as tall as a person, and has 4 claws to support its body. The pattern on the back is very unique, like a human face. Every time these giant spiders move, the patterns on their backs tremble. From a distance, these human faces seem to be making various expressions of laughter and curses at the crowd. Certainly, what was even more shocking was that under the shocked gazes of everyone, a ray of light erupted from almost every stone slab, and a huge human-faced spider emerged. Suddenly, these ferocious-looking spiders appeared in the sky, on the ground, and even on the walls. At this moment, every spider looked at everyone with 6 blood-red eyes. However, the appearance of these spiders also became eclipsed after another existence appeared.
That is! What is that? How could there be such a thing?
There was a cry. Just see, in the deepest part of this tomb passage, a burst of light that was enough to suppress countless human-faced spiders appeared crazily. And in the twisted light, a half-human, half-spider existence appeared. And this being is actually a half-human, half-spider monster. Since the other party appeared, he stood there quietly, looking at everyone present quietly with his black and white eyes.
What kind of monster is that? What on earth is this? How can such an existence exist? Is she a human being and a monster?
Looking at the sudden appearance of this strange being, a series of shouts were heard, and everyone present felt their scalp numb, as if they were in a dream. But the terrifying spider, which seemed to be composed of 2 extremes, grinned, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened its mouth. At this moment, terrifying sound waves spread wildly. Chapter 760 Spider's Secret Passage.
Ah!
The high-pitched and terrifying sound seemed not to come from its petite body, but from the huge spider. This voice sounded like a human, but not a human. Like a spider, but not a spider. It reached its peak in an instant, and as the shocking sound resounded, ripples were seen spreading rapidly around. As this wave of sound waves spread, Xian even saw the huge human-faced spiders, which seemed to come alive at this moment. Those pairs of red eyes completely exploded at this moment, becoming extremely ferocious blood red.
Gigi!
A scream that was extremely sharp came from the body of each human-faced spider. The next moment, these endless human-faced spiders were already moving toward everyone with a horrifying attitude, sweeping in like a tide.
Hiss!
One of the human-faced spiders pounced towards Yang Muqing at this moment.
Kill!
Yang Muqing's eyes flashed, and he grabbed the Xinglua Xuanya sword from the void, cutting down in the air. This sword was like a knife cutting tofu, directly cutting the human-faced spider into 2 halves. The huge corpse crashed to the ground and was still struggling. But immediately, the spider turned into a gray light and threw it towards the stone slab.
This?
Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows, not allowing him to think at all. And then dozens of human-faced spiders rushed over quickly. The other sect leaders also quickly opened their fronts at this moment to resist these huge spiders. These 4-legged spiders were about the strength of nascent soul's peak. For everyone, Wu Fa caused too much trouble. In particular, more than a dozen strong men from the Zifu stood in front, like a wall, blocking the spiders' charge.
There's something weird about these spiders.
The golden-haired mouse lying on Yang Muqing's shoulder whispered.
Nature!
There were more and more of these spiders, and Yang Muqing didn't even have the time to speak, so he could only say a few simple words of agreement.
These spiders seem to be completely nihilistic existences. My ancient heaven-swallowing technique can't absorb anything from their bodies.
Original. Yang Muqing believed that if there were enough spiders, he might be able to directly upgrade his cultivation from the late Yuanning stage to the peak Yuanning stage. But in fact, there was no energy or blood on the bodies of these spiders. Even if the ancient heaven-swallowing technique is released, it is completely useless. Suddenly, there was a cry. Yang Muqing's attention was immediately attracted. I just saw that with the roar of the beauty spider, the stone slabs that were originally dim suddenly lit up at this moment. Another huge spider emerged from the stone slab. Moreover, these spiders have turned into 6-legged spiders. Not only had their strength increased to the level of nascent soul consummation, but their number had more than doubled at this moment. Boom! The huge group of spiders once again collided with the defense formed by everyone. And this time, everyone was obviously not as relaxed as before. This human-faced spider has a greatly increased defense. The fur-like armor on its back can even withstand the full force of a high-grade Shin-level weapon.
What to do? There are just too many spiders. It's just endless.
Soon, some of the sect leaders, who were only half a step into the Purple Mansion, could no longer support it. It was impossible for them to be like the other strong men of the Z Mansion, who could face 7 or 8 human-faced spiders alone. And they were quickly defeated. Yang Mucheng was doing better. With the Xinglua Xuanye sword in his hand, Zhu Zhenyi, Guofuyu, Jia Xiu, and other powerful people from the Zifu stood together.
Leader, why don't we retreat first?
Zhu Zhenyi shouted.
These spiders seem to be endless. Can't retreat,
Guofuyu shouted.
I have seen this kind of mechanism before. Once we exit, this mechanism will return to its original state. When the time comes to break in again, we will have to face these spiders. What should we do?
Jia Xiu, who originally wanted to take a step back, was dumbfounded when he heard these words, and quickly killed him. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He kept resisting the oncoming human-faced spider, while his mind was spinning rapidly.
Boss!
The golden-haired rat lowered his voice and said,
If my guess is correct, that beautiful spider is the centerpiece of the entire organization. As long as she is killed, the entire organization will be destroyed. I just took a look at the structure of the entire organization's tomb. Department. This is a chain mechanism. What is that?
Yang Mucheng was surprised.
One ring within another. Now we are dealing with a 6-legged spider with a nascent soul grandmaster. The next ring may be an 8-legged spider with a half-step Zifu, continuously strengthening it until it reaches the 12-legged spider, possessing the middle stage of Zifu.
The golden-haired mouse said anxiously.
By then, we may not be able to escape even if we want to.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. This is the first time that he has led many sects to visit the tomb. If he fails to return the first time, it will probably have a big blow to his reputation. To know, many of these sect leaders were originally dissatisfied with him, but they did not dare to show it because they were afraid of their own strength. If this visit to the tomb is not done well, then even if these people do not dare to openly rebel against themselves, they may be willing to do one thing in front of others, and the other in reverse.
Zhu Zhenyi, Guofuyu,
Yang Mucheng shouted.
You two accompany me and fight out together. I will deal with that beautiful spider. You guys will cover me. The others will stay where they are. Yes.
The two took orders.
Tongue.
In an instant, the three of them flew towards the spider group like a whirlwind. Zhu Zhenyi and Guofuyu, the two powerful men of the Zifu, did not hold back at this moment and defended Yang Mucheng from the endless giant spiders coming from all directions. Any spider that didn't get close would be beaten into powder by the two of them.
Roar!
The beauty spider also discovered the movements of the three people at this moment, and suddenly let out a scream that was even more piercing than before. This moment just saw that the countless human-faced spiders shone brightly at this moment and turned into 8-legged spiders. The strength of each spider reached half a step of the Zifu strongman. Zhu Zhenyi and Guofuyu, who were originally able to block all spider attacks for Yang Mucheng, were suddenly in trouble. In addition, the sect leaders, who were frantically resisting many human-faced spiders, also felt the pressure increase several times at this moment. And this time, Yang Mucheng had already rushed to the beautiful spider with the golden-haired rat.
Tongxian swordsmanship.
Clang. Xinglua Xuanye's sword pointed forward, and the infinite sword light gathered in a line, pointing at the center of the beauty spider's eyebrows. But this weird and beautiful spider smiled solemnly at Yang Mucheng. Chapter 761 The Power of the Heaven-Building Tribulation Hand. This moment, facing the beautiful spider, Yang Mucheng felt an unprecedented danger suddenly coming. Her pupils were stern, and her slender right hand suddenly reached forward and grabbed it. Thousands of spider-like auras gathered in the palm of her hand, forming a huge scythe as tall as 2 people, like the scythe of the god of death, and then swung violently forward. In the void, a gray giant blade slashed swiftly.
Chong! Chong! Chong!
The terrifying sound of passing wind suddenly resounded. I saw that this sickle brought up a knife-like wind. These strong winds passed by, leaving neat cuts on the surrounding stone slabs. Each cut was half a meter deep, almost tearing the wall apart. Many of the human-faced spiders involved were torn to pieces on the spot.
Clang! The tip of the sword collided hard with the sickle, and a loud and ear-piercing sound erupted. Suddenly, the two powerful forces collided, and a loud and shocking sound erupted. A hurricane visible to the naked eye spread rapidly in all directions. Many eight-legged spiders were completely torn to pieces by the strong wind on the spot. Boom! 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 Yang Mucheng felt a huge force coming out of him. His body trembled, and he took a few steps backwards. Every step he took hit the ground heavily, leaving a deep footprint. As for the beautiful spider, her body swayed slightly, and then she quickly stabilized her figure. Zitsatizi. Almost as soon as Yang Mucheng stabilized, the large eight-legged spider quickly jumped in the direction and rushed towards Yang Mucheng. The golden-haired rat did not dare to neglect, and transformed into its true form, blocking the impact from the rear. What is this kid doing? An eye Pengqi saw that Yang Mucheng actually took the initiative to attack the beautiful spider, and immediately let out a roar. He angered the beautiful spider, and all these human-faced spiders turned into eight-legged ones. There is half a step to Zifu. Old demon Yang mistook me. Another sect leader shouted. Original. Just the six-legged spiders of Grandmaster Nascent Soul are enough to give everyone a headache. Nowadays, there are so many half-step Z-Mansion human-faced spiders that they can even swallow everyone's flesh and bones. No brains. Originally we could exit safely, but now, everyone is entangled by these human-faced spiders and have to die here. All this is because of old demon Yang. What kind of leader can he be? What orders can he issue? He is just relying on the Wadao sword sect to oppress us. If I can survive this time, I will be the first to overthrow old Mo Yang. For a while, the sudden increase in the number of human-faced spiders put everyone on the verge of despair. If there were hundreds, even thousands of human-faced spiders, they wouldn't be so panicked. Nowadays, there are hundreds of thousands of human-faced spiders, or even endless ones. Who dares to say that they can survive the impact of so many human-faced spiders? Hiss. The human-faced spider swayed slightly, quickly regained its balance, and grinned again. The half-spider body under her body has 12 legs. As the smile appears, these 12 slender legs move directly in an amazing posture, like a running cheetah, directly towards Yang Mucheng's position. Come! And the sickle in her hand was waving wildly at this moment. Call! 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 The sickle was waved, and exploding cloud rings appeared. It was a spectacle of the air being split. In an instant, dozens of giant blades capable of splitting everything fiercely swept towards Yang Mucheng. Each of these giant blades has the same power as before, and is enough to kill a strong man from Zifu. If it was before. In this situation, Yang Mucheng would inevitably have to sacrifice the rosary that Jin Liang gave him. But at this moment, he fell into a strange sedimentation. Looking at the giant blades coming towards him, he didn't panic at all, but instead rushed forward. Boom! At this moment, the heaven-building tribulation hand was released in an instant. At the same time, the feeling of being able to control countless things in the world came again. 7 inches. 3 feet. 2 minutes and 6 cents. Without even looking, Yang Mucheng shook his right hand, and the Xinglua Xuanya sword stood on top of the first giant blade. The point where the tip of his sword fell was the weakest point of the wind blade. A dazzling spark exploded from the tip of the sword, and with a loud sound, the giant blade that was enough to kill a strong man from Zifu was torn apart. 8 feet 6 minutes and 1 millisecond centimeters. Ding! The tip of the sword shook and immediately struck another giant blade, like a hot knife cutting into butter. The second giant blade was also chopped into pieces at the same time. The power of the heaven-building tribulation hand is here. It is enough to make the user know where the opponent's weaknesses are, and achieve a true posture of using the sword at will. At this moment, Yang Mucheng also struck out 36 swords. Each sword struck steadily at the weakest point of the giant blade structure, chopping it into pieces with ease. And these 36 swords also turned into Tong Xian's sword at the end and pointed at the beauty spider again. A sound of sword blades and flesh being torn apart suddenly came. A trace of blood flew out, and the beauty spider's body suddenly stiffened. Her head shook slightly, and it fell diagonally from her neck. It hit the ground with a bang and made a muffled sound. Almost at the same time, the countless human-faced spiders that were fighting with everyone also trembled and suddenly transformed into countless smoke, slowly throwing towards their respective stone slabs. What's going on? Everyone who was originally desperate had their eyes widened. Many people thought that they would definitely die here this time.
But they did not expect that things suddenly took a turn for the better.
Beauty Spider! Beauty Spider was killed.
And Punchy couldn't help shouting when he saw the beautiful spider lying on the ground.
It turns out that this beautiful spider is the key to this trap. If we don't kill her, I'm afraid the human-faced spiders will appear endlessly.
Someone looked at the body of the beautiful spider thoughtfully.
Old Demon Yang killed this beautiful spider to break this mechanism. It turns out that we wrongly blamed him.
I yelled that old Demon Yang had mistaken me as the sect leader, smiled and said sheepishly,
If Wu Afao was the original leader, everyone would fight independently, let alone half a day to break through this secret spider tunnel. Even half a month may not be possible.
Guifu secretly thought.
It seems that becoming the alliance leader with Yang Mu is a good choice.
This first spider secret passage immediately changed everyone's view of Yang Maicheng. Chapter 762 Lost in Spider Cave. After passing through the spider secret passage, there is a burial armory. Since Zhu Xingyi and others had visited the cemetery several times in succession, they were already familiar with this area. Although the tomb contains various weapons used by the owner of the tomb. Due to the lack of aura in the tomb, even some magical weapons will lose their aura and turn into ordinary items due to time. Therefore, every time they enter the cemetery, everyone can only obtain 7 or 8 useful items, or at most a dozen.
Leader, this is the weapons depot.
Zhu Xingyi walked in with Yang Maicheng. This moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Maicheng. Because, according to the previous rules, distribution according to work, whoever contributes more will get more. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Yang Maicheng smiled secretly. Of course, if you want to be a convincing leader, you cannot only look after the interests of a small group of people.
Lu Yuanchao.
Yang Maicheng took out a weapon from the weapon rack and said,
When you fought the human-faced spider earlier, your giant sword was damaged. You used this sword first.
Lu Yuanchao took the sword. But see, this sword is as tall as a person, and is a single-edged sword. On one side is a sharp sword blade, and on the other side is a jagged jaw. Among the many weapons, it belongs to the category whose aura has not faded away. This, everyone was shocked. Because, Lu Yuanchao's contribution in the previous battle was not too great. While Zhu Xingyi, and Punchy, Guifu and others all contributed a lot. But Yang Maicheng didn't seem to notice other people's comments. Instead, he continued,
Zhang Shihan, your copper hammer was chopped into pieces by the human-faced spider. Although this giant hammer is slightly different from the one you used, you should be proficient in using it soon. Zhao Tianqi, your 3-pointed 2-edged sword has been scrapped. This weapon is just right. You can use it first.
Yang Maicheng accurately picked out a series of 7 or 8 weapons from the pile of weapons, and distributed them to everyone. But the strange thing is, several warriors with great contributions were not allocated to any of them. But it happened that these people with average efforts got the weapons, which naturally made some people dissatisfied.
Leader!
And Punchy couldn't help but stand up.
Did your rewards be distributed wrong?
Oh! Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows.
How to say? Lu Yuanchao, Zhang Shihan, Zhao Tianqi, although these people put in a lot of effort, they were no longer able to help when dealing with the 8-legged spider. It was a few of us who were strong in the Zifu realm who stopped us. There are so many 8-legged spiders. Why are they assigned weapons, but we are not?
And Punchy said dissatisfied.
Yes. Alliance leader, you said that we should distribute according to work. But the person who contributed the most did not get anything. But the others got the reward. How can we visit the tomb next?
A strong man from the Zifu whispered. The way. Guifu was just thinking about saying a few words for Yang Maicheng to relieve the siege. But he was pulled back by Zhu Xingyi. The latter shook his head and whispered.
The leader is not such an idiot. He can lead a dynasty from weak to strong. How can he not handle such a thing badly? I suspect he has other ideas.
Everyone else looked towards Yang Maicheng. To be honest, in the past, if they encountered such a checkpoint, it would have taken them at least a month or 2 to crack it. However, after Yang Maicheng joined, it only took 1 day to crack it. But no matter how powerful you are in combat, if you don't distribute the spoils well, others won't want to cooperate. Yang Maicheng smiled lightly and said,
These trophies are not distributed to them, but are given to them for temporary use. Temporary?
And Punchy's face was full of surprise.
Yes.
Yang Maicheng nodded and said,
We still need to visit the tomb next. This is just a mechanism, but it has made us all very anxious. I am just lending these weapons to them temporarily, so that they will not be in trouble during the next visit to the tomb. Holding back. Could it be that you think we have to turn back after we only entered such an armory? Wait a year and a half before entering these tombs again?
Yang Mucheng looked at everyone with a half smile. His words made everyone blush. Nature. In the past, when Wu Fei led the team, they had to spend at least a month or two in an organization like this. Some were fishing in troubled waters. Some were too lazy to do their best. And some were passive and slow in their work. Even if the mechanism is broken, the subsequent distribution of the spoils will make everyone very unhappy. Therefore, every time they come, they only break one mechanism and then leave. In more than 30 years, only 3 tombs have been explored.
The spoils will not be distributed for now, but will be given to them for temporary use. Once the tomb is explored once and for all, they will be distributed according to their work after they come out. If anyone feels that my rules are unreasonable, you can pick one of these weapons out. I will never stop you,
Yang Mucheng said leisurely.
Hee hee. Alliance leader. I said something wrong earlier. Don't take it to heart.
And Peng Qi was not an idiot, and he naturally knew that this rule was the most suitable for everyone. Moreover, if you take a weapon out now, you may be able to get more things from the next tomb, so you will suffer a loss.
Let's go!
Yang Mucheng looked at everyone and continued moving forward.
It is indeed the Emperor's method.
Zhu Xingyi secretly applauded.
I originally thought that Yang Lama couldn't handle such a situation, but I didn't expect that he actually resolved it easily. In this way,
no one will have any complaints, and everyone will want to use more energy to explore one more palace. You can get more loot later. That's right.
Guofuyu nodded. He couldn't help but sneer at his heart when he thought of Wu Fei. According to Wu Fei's estimation, Yang Mucheng was strong, but he was young and did not understand the ways of the world. But in fact it was just the opposite. Yang Mucheng's methods were more sophisticated than Wu Fei's.
Wu Fei brought old Demon Yang here just to use him to restrict us. But he didn't expect that he would end up stealing a handful of rice and get himself killed.
Have to say, Yang Mucheng's rules inspired everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone wants to be more powerful when cracking the mechanism. Fortunately, when the spoils were divided at the end, some more were obtained. The Jianqing Tomb Hall was dominated by spiders. After everyone passed through this secret spider passage, they quickly came to the second mechanism. But I saw that the second mechanism was the Lost Spider Cave. Looking around, I saw that there were hundreds of passages. Each passage is of different depths, and the bottom cannot be seen at a glance.
Leader, how should we break in?
Everyone looked towards Yang Mucheng. Chapter 763 12-Legged Spider. If Yang Mucheng was asked to lead the team before, it was only because he was the leader and nothing else. But now, it's different. Everyone is really convinced by him and want to hear his opinion.
I just counted. There are about 360 caves here. There must be a passage leading to the next tomb behind us. I think there is a way. There are a total of 13 powerful people from the Zifu present, divided into 13 teams. Each team leads 5 or 6 half-step Zifu and Yuaning masters to break through the cave to ensure safety. If the cave is a dead end, then turn back immediately. If there are monsters in the cave that cannot be dealt with, then turn back immediately and leave a mark so that we can all rush through together later. If someone discovers the next passage and does not come back to inform others, he will be kicked out of the Heroes Association and will never be allowed to enter the tomb passage again.
After Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he looked at the other party.
I agree. I agree.
No one objected. This method is also the most appropriate method. Not only does it ensure the speed of visiting the tomb, but it also ensures everyone's safety.
I have some sound transmission stones here. Let's take one for everyone. If there is anything we can contact through the sound transmission stones.
And Peng Qi is not stingy. Since everyone is here to visit the tomb, naturally they are all here to get more treasures. After taking the sound transmission stone, 13 teams set off. Yang Mucheng, Lu Yuanchao, Zhang Shihan, Zhao Tianqi and others teamed up and randomly selected a secret cave to enter. After stepping into the passage, Yang Mucheng discovered that the passage was like a huge spider nest, constantly branching out. If you continue along the new passage, there will be countless forks and countless new passages. But these new passages are not able to move forward forever, but are blocked by a piece of spider silk. Layers of spider silk seal the entire cave entrance. Like a wall, these spider silks are also woven in a strange way, forming a huge spider pattern. This is just one secret cave. There are at least hundreds of secret caves. together with more than 300 other secret caves. There are at least thousands of branch roads in this lost spider cave.
Leader, is there a passage behind this spider web?
Lu Yuanchao said doubtfully. Because he passed behind the spider web and seemed to see a fork in the road behind it.
Open to take a look.
Yang Mu became enlightened. Lu Yuanchao nodded. He raised his long sword and struck directly, cutting open the spider silk at the entrance of the cave. Almost as soon as the spider silk was cut, an 8-legged spider with the same pattern as the spider web jumped out. Because Yang Mucheng had already warned everyone to be alert, the appearance of this spider did not frighten everyone. Zhang Shihan, Zhao Tianqi and others swarmed up and directly killed the spider in the half-step Zifu.
Almost at the same time that the 8-legged spider was killed, the new passage behind the spider web disappeared.
What's going on? Why did a good cave suddenly disappear?
Lu Yuanchao looked at this scene with confusion on his face. Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes, looked at the sealed cave, condensed for a moment, and then signaled Lu Yuanchao to cut off the spider silk in the other cave. The result is still the same. Once the 8-legged spider is killed, the cave will be sealed. In addition to encountering such a strange situation here, Zhu Zhenyi and I Pengqi and other teams also encountered this situation in their respective caves.
I seem to understand.
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly as he looked at the sealed caves.
Each secret cave is a small maze. Only by breaking the seal on the fork in the road and killing the seal can you know whether the passage is true or false. If you want to find the entrance to the next tomb, the only way is to check them one by one.
He immediately took out the sound transmission stone and told several other teams about his speculation. Present, 13 teams, moving at full speed. Every time you encounter a fork in the road, you have to lift the seal. After killing the 8-legged spider, you will find that it is not an exit and then move forward again. After exploring a secret cave, proceed to the next secret cave. In a full day, 13 teams eliminated 120 secret caves. After a short night's rest, everyone moved forward again. Finally, when he explored the 219th secret cave, Yang Mucheng suddenly discovered that his secret passage was different. Because, in the previous secret cave, almost every few steps, there would be a fork in the road. But the secret cave he chose this time was a passage that went straight forward.
Could this be the exit from the lost spider cave? Yes, that must be the case. The previous secret cave had too many forks and too many passages. But this time, the secret cave goes straight forward. Maybe this is the exit.
Everyone walked forward with excitement, surprise, and doubts. Finally, after half an hour, the exit was found. However, the exit was still hung with a huge spider web seal as before. And the spider on the web is actually a 12-legged spider.
Don't chop!
Yang Mucheng quickly shouted back Lu Yuanchao, who stepped forward and was about to cut off the spider web.
The seal on this spider web is different. The 12-legged spider is from the middle stage of the Zifu. If we cut it open rashly, it will be very difficult for us.
Yang Mucheng quickly called the others over through the sound transmission stone. When everyone saw this huge spider seal, they couldn't help but get excited.
12-legged spider. This is different from the secret caves we have entered before. If there are no mistakes, this secret cave is likely to be the final exit.
Zhu Xing stepped forward and cut open the cobweb. Almost as soon as the cobweb shattered, a huge spider sprang out from the cobweb. This spider was much larger than the spiders they had encountered before.
Midterm Zifu.
Everyone's expressions changed. Although they had been prepared for it, the appearance of the Spider King still shocked everyone. Lu Yuanchao was even more frightened and looked towards Yang Mucheng gratefully. Fortunately, he didn't have the impulse to chop up the spider web. Otherwise, they would have been torn to pieces by this terrifying spider web. Facing this huge 12-legged spider, everyone was too small in front of it. Just like human beings facing a hill.
Do it!
Yang Mucheng shouted. Although, his rosary flame sword could kill the Spider King. But Yang Mucheng did not use it. He only had the last 4 rosary beads left. In addition to keeping them for life-saving purposes, he was also preparing to deal with the tomb of a powerful man in the God Transformation realm that was the most central among the tombs. As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, everyone who had been prepared rushed towards the 12-legged Spider King with the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. Chapter 764 Dryad King. When everyone rushed towards the Spider King, preparing to kill the Spider King, the Spider King suddenly let out a sharp hissing sound, and immediately spit out a huge stream of spider silk. Directly towards one of the Zifu, the strong man enveloped him and left.
It's like blooming in an instant and closing in an instant. Zhu Zhengyi, who was unable to dodge, was immediately wrapped up in the spider web, and his whole body was wrapped into a cocoon-like appearance. Directly attached to the wall, several strong men who were half-stepping the mansion were unable to dodge, and were quickly enveloped by the spider web. So strong! At this moment, everyone was shocked. This Spider King has actually reached the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. If everyone doesn't attack this terrifying superior Demon King, the whole army might be annihilated here. Yang Mucheng thought that even if he used Tongxian swordsmanship, Enai Pengqi actually took out a huge black sword that was as big as a giant ruler. Guofuyu took out 2 iron gulls made from the Demon King's demon pill from his arms. The other sect masters also unleashed their strongest attacks at this moment, overwhelming the Spider King's position. Go! Roar! Faced with everyone's attacks, the Spider King did not panic at all. It let out a loud roar, and was full of demonic aura. Then the big mouth spit out countless spider silks. These spider silks were different from before, but flashed with a dark color. Sure enough, it was just as everyone guessed. These jet black spider silks were used as weapons by the Spider King. When the spider silks were spit out, they transformed into huge spider silk swords in midair, and then attacked everyone fiercely. Went over. Boom! 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 There were waves of terrifying explosions. And this powerful Spider King used strange means to suppress everyone. This Demon King from the middle stage of the Purple Mansion is indeed terrifying. Clang! Yang Mucheng split a long sword that transformed into spider silk, and Bu Tianjia's hands immediately sensed the vital points of the spider web. Pattern! The human face behind the Spider King is its weakness. As long as that human face is chopped into pieces, this Spider King can be eliminated. At this time, everyone was startled and quickly looked towards the Spider King. It didn't matter at this glance. As expected, I found that there was a pattern of a human face on the Spider King's back. As the Spider King attacks, retreats, spins silk, and closes the web, you can see that the human face seems to come alive at this moment, as if angry, laughing, disdain, showing various different expressions. And this time, the Spider King also seemed to have discovered everyone's plan, and let out a sharp roar, spitting out strands of blue spider silk. These spider silks are actually a different kind of spider silk from the previous milky white and black spider silks. Ugh! 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 There was just a breaking sound, and then everyone discovered that the place where the blue spider silk passed was actually cutting iron like mud. The towering stalactites in the secret cave were cut open like tofu with a knife. Moreover, these terrifying spider threads gathered rapidly at this moment, shrinking like a fishing net, trying to cover everyone in it. If it was really shrouded in cobwebs, I'm afraid everyone would be completely strangled by the cobwebs. Attack! Aim all attacks at people's faces! Yang Mucheng shouted loudly. Boom! 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 Faced with the Spider King's sure kill move, no one, including Yang Mucheng, dared to slack off. They used their own skills to press the bottom of the box. In the next moment, all the bombardments fell on the human face pattern on the Spider King's back. The powerful attack directly penetrated the Spider King's body and killed it on the spot. Boom! After an instant, the Spider King also turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked behind the Spider King. I saw. That is indeed the exit from the Lost Spider Cave. After breaking through this Lost Spider Cave, the next step is the Magic Weapon Room, Yang Mucheng said loudly. Let's leave here first to avoid any changes. Rest in the Magic Weapon Room for a night before moving on. Yes, Alliance Leader. At this moment, everyone's emotions were extremely high. This was their first time entering the cemetery, and they passed 2 levels in a row without any casualties. Yang Mucheng's leadership is indeed better than Mu Fei's. More brilliant, and at the same time more convincing. Magical weapon indoors. Everyone found 6 magic weapons. This time, Yang Mucheng temporarily distributed these magic weapons to everyone as before, so that they could display higher combat effectiveness in the next battle. Originally, these sect leaders all had different intentions, and each had their own little calculations. But under the leadership of Yang Mucheng, they actually began to unite together and try their best to break into the entire tomb group. Of course, with the help of magic weapons and weapons, everyone explored the tombs faster and faster. It only took 6 days to completely break through the Dijiangsing Tomb Palace. After breaking through, everyone did not go back home, but continued to break through the next tomb hall. The Earth's Strong Star, the Earth's Inferior Star, the Ursine Star, the Earth's square star. Each palace can be broken through in almost 5 days. A full month's time. Everyone has broken through 6 tomb halls. And to the outside world, this month has only passed 1 day. Certainly, as the tomb palace continues to enter, the next tomb palace becomes more and more difficult. And even the strong men of Zifu feel very strenuous. After passing through 11 more tomb halls, all the sect leaders had gained a lot. And most of the people in the team had the idea of giving up and returning to their sect. However, a strange figure in the Earth and Sky Star Tomb Palace attracted everyone's attention. When everyone chased after the figure, they discovered that this tomb palace was completely different from the ones they had visited before. A huge inner universe array was set up inside, transforming into a huge valley. Now that they have come in, no one is willing to leave empty-handed. So they start exploring the tomb hall. When everyone went deep into the tomb hall, they discovered that all the treasures in the tomb hall were hidden under the big trees. The roots of the big tree are wrapped in layers, like a big hand holding a treasure and taking root deep in the ground. And these big trees are actually demon kings too. It is an extremely rare tree demon king. Once someone gets close to it, the other person will pull out the roots and swing them around to repel all warriors who want to dig up treasures. There are thousands of trees in this forest. This also means that all the treasures have reached thousands of pieces. For a moment, everyone became excited. Chapter 765 Ancient Dragon Claw. There are treasures buried under every Demon King tree. How many treasures will there be in these thousands of Demon King trees? However, the strength of these Demon King trees is not bad. Even the outermost ones have the cultivation level of Zifu. And the innermost ones are probably at the middle stage of Zifu. Or even the later stage. Everyone is talking. Look! At this time, a cry drew everyone's attention. I saw Zhu Jingyi pointing far away to the center of the entire forest, where there was a huge willow tree that was 100 meters high. Countless emerald green willow branches hang down, and the crown also reaches 100 meters. Such willow trees are quite common in the outside world, but if it were placed in this tomb hall, it would shock everyone, because the tree demon king here naturally has a bigger body and stronger strength. Such a huge willow tree demon would be very troublesome. Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and looked towards the inner circle. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, because, under the willow tree demon, he felt a familiar wave. And this fluctuation is the ancient dragon bone. I didn't expect to find the ancient dragon bone in this tomb. A few days before entering the tomb hall, I studied the dragon soul armor. Although I made a huge breakthrough, I still missed the most critical point. If I can get this ancient dragon bone, my dragon soul armor can become a top-grade true dragon armor on the earth level. Yang Mucheng's eyes were full of excitement. Leader, give the order. At this time, others couldn't contain their excitement, and everyone shouted. After visiting more than a dozen tomb halls, everyone was completely convinced of Yang Mucheng. Even those who were originally dissatisfied with Yang Mucheng could not help but secretly admire the new alliance leader at this moment. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid they wouldn't have gotten to this point, let alone so many treasures. Start! Yang Mucheng shouted loudly. At this time, everyone is looking for their own goals. Leader, what are you doing? Suddenly, someone noticed that Yang Mucheng walked directly towards the willow tree demon in the center without stopping. The leader wants to deal with the willow tree demon. Isn't it possible? That willow tree demon belongs to the Zifu, and may even reach the middle stage of the Zifu. Moreover, the strength of these tree demons is different from other demon kings. Waves of doubts kept coming, because the tree demon is a very strange monster in Jiuzhou. They don't look like those monsters. Even the lowest level monsters know how to approach instinct. But the tree demon didn't know. If an ordinary tree can evolve into a monster, it will take several times, or even dozens of times, the time compared to the monster. But within several times the time, the tree demon is several times more powerful than monsters of the same level. Have to say, it can be said that a tree demon in the Purple Mansion realm can easily deal with 5 or 6 monsters of the same cultivation level. Now, Yang Mucheng actually chose the largest willow tree demon. It has to be said that in the eyes of everyone, this is really incredible, because at least everyone must come forward to kill that tree demon. Maybe it will be possible to kill it. Alliance leader! Alliance leader! For a moment, everyone shouted. But, at this moment, Yang Mucheng could no longer hear anything, and all his attention was focused on the huge willow tree demon. In this dense forest, the willow tree demon is at the center. Like other monsters, the more powerful the tree monster is, the broader its territory will be. And the same goes for this willow tree demon. Just see. In the middle of the huge forest, you can see a huge lake island, where the willow tree demon is rooted. Countless dragon-like tree roots clung to the huge dragon bone. That is, Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. From the gap between the tree roots, he could see that the dragon bone under the willow tree demon was not like the dragon bone he had encountered before, which was just another part of the incomplete bones in the body, but a complete dragon claw. This dragon claw is very huge. It is dozens of meters long, like a huge hill. Just one dragon claw is so huge. How huge must the entire ancient dragon be? Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. The golden-haired rat looked at the ancient dragon claw on its head and didn't know what it was thinking. Do you know this piece of dragon bone? Yang Muqing asked. Hee. I don't know. The golden-haired mouse shook his head dishonestly. Yang Muqing did not continue to ask. He knows. No matter how much I asked. The golden-haired rat would not answer. Perhaps. Only after getting all the dragon bones can we know what is hidden behind them. Let's do it. Tongue. Yang Muqing tiptoed, and his whole body was like an arrow shooting towards the huge willow tree demon. Here we go! The leader of the Alliance has taken action against the willow tree demon. I'm afraid the Alliance leader is no match for this willow tree demon. This moment, all the eyes of the people who were fighting the tree demon were attracted by Yang Muqing's gaze. Call! Almost in an instant, Yang Muqing quickly crossed the huge lake and headed towards the willow tree demon's rapid bombardment. The willow tree demon, which was originally silent and like an ordinary tree, suddenly became restless at this moment. Its huge tree body suddenly began to tremble rapidly. Wow! There was a sound of restless leaves. At this moment, countless willow branches began to violently shake like an electric shock. At this moment, countless long and narrow willow leaves suddenly broke away from the treetops and fell down. In an instant, it swept towards Yang Muqing. There are thousands of willow leaves. From a distance, they look like a dense green sea wave. Each willow leaf is as long as a finger. Every willow leaf is green. Every willow leaf looks like it is made of jadeite. The air that tears with every willow leaf. Every willow leaf seems to be that terrible leaf sword. Just like this, with a crazy attitude, it whizzed over quickly, and in an instant, it was already in front of Yang Muqing. Everyone was shocked. This was just the first contact, and the willow tree demon burst out with such a terrifying attack. Can Yang Muqing withstand it? At this moment, everyone's hearts couldn't help but raise their voices, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards Yang Muqing. They wanted to see if Yang Muqing could withstand the first wave of attacks from the willow tree demon. Chapter 766: The Terrifying Willow Tree Demon. Just when everyone's eyes were looking towards Yang Muqing, and when the endless willow leaves swept over Yang Muqing like a violent storm, Yang Muqing, who was rushing in the air, opened his eyes angrily, and the gaze in his pupils was at this moment. It suddenly transformed into reality. Laugh! A horrified light burst out from those clear black and white eyes. Two clusters of flames quickly overflowed from the eye sockets, and the next moment, they rolled out like a sea of fire. Lihua God Tong. It burns when it meets water. It burns when it meets air. It burns when it meets stone. And it can burn everything in the world. The rolling flames swept forward quickly and fiercely. Wherever the flames passed, the endless willow leaves were burned to ashes. Destroy it! Yang Muqing shouted angrily, the flames in his eyes getting even louder. The next moment, the shocking flames were in midair, as if they had encountered the eye of the wind. They kept spinning and turned into a ferocious and huge fire dragon. Then, they let out a shocking dragon roar and headed towards it. The willow tree demon blasts away. Even at this moment, everyone could feel that under the shocking fire bombardment, even if the flames were not aimed at other tree monsters in the huge forest began to tremble. They are afraid of this flame. Does the Alliance leader want to kill this willow tree demon with one blow? Everyone let out a burst of exclamation. But some people maintain a not too optimistic attitude. I'm afraid it's not that easy. After all, the difference in strength is huge. This willow tree demon exists in the middle stage of Zifu. If we are to deal with this willow tree demon, at least everyone must come together. Really? Facing this terrifying fire, the willow tree demon did not see any surprise or panic. Its roots, entwined with dragon claws and deeply rooted in the ground, were finally pulled out of the soil at this moment. At the same time, it quickly danced towards the midair. Each tree trunk is like a dancing wild snake, quickly converging in midair, and quickly forming a huge wooden shield. And this wooden shield, with an incredible gesture, blocked the impact of the fire dragon, no matter how ferocious the terrifying fire dragon was. But blocked by the wooden shield, it was like a huge wave hitting an indestructible rock. Suddenly, it exploded suddenly and turned into countless flying sparks. Snort! Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. With almost no hesitation, he quickly took out the rosary. Boom! With a flick of his right hand, a loud whistling sound was heard, and the rosary quickly flew into the sky. The sound of swords resounding throughout the world suddenly resounded. At this moment, the countless spiritual energy in the world quickly gathered towards the rosary in a horrified manner, and in an instant it transformed into a huge long sword. For this dragon bone, Yang Mucheng even took out his rosary at this moment, just to kill this willow tree demon. However, a scene that no one expected happened. The willow tree demon rolled up. At this moment, nearly half of the tree roots were pulled out directly from the soil, and then quickly condensed crazily in midair, and then transformed into a tree. The huge sword struck hard at the flaming sword. Boom! The terrifying loud sound suddenly resounded. The two giant swords collided in midair, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye surged crazily. This wave of air stirred the surrounding lakes. With the surge of air waves, the horrifying lake water rushed hundreds of meters into the sky at this moment. And the lake water, which was mixed with infinite power and a terrifying hurricane, instantly surged up and hit Yang Muqing's body hard. Puff! His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mist. Yang Mucheng was blasted out of the lake on the spot. Kick! But Yang Mucheng did not lose his balance. He quickly stabilized his body, with a little bit of the ball of his foot. What? How can it be? That kind of terrifying attack can be blocked by the willow tree demon? The alliance leader made a miscalculation this time. Yes, the strength of this willow tree demon exceeds all of our imaginations. The brief confrontation allowed everyone to see the terrifying strength of this willow tree demon, especially the combination of offensive and defensive methods, as well as the endless attacks, made everyone feel numb. The leader still wants to fight? Everyone was shocked. But they saw that after Yang Mucheng landed, he didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He grabbed his right hand toward the void, and the Xinglua Shuanya sword appeared in his palm. Just when everyone thought Yang Mucheng would rush forward again, Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and sat down cross-legged. This tree demon is too powerful. With my current strength, there is no way I can take it down. After all, there are too many different realms. If I can break through to the peak of nascent soul, there may be a chance. Think of this. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and started practicing directly in the tomb of earth and sky stars. Without the slightest scruple, the ancient heaven swallowing technique was released directly. At this moment, the huge spiritual energy rushed towards his body desperately. Phew! The earth and sky star tomb palace, which had just calmed down, became turbulent again. Infinite spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, quickly moved towards Yang Muqing's position, rushing in like 100 rivers converging. Has the leader started practicing? It seems that I haven't given up. However, it is still difficult for him to defeat the willow tree demon with his own strength. What do we do now? Find your own target. Maybe the alliance leader will give up in a few days. Then, we will all go deal with that willow tree demon together. After Yang Mucheng practiced, everyone started fighting again. Tree demons were being killed one after another. Treasures are being unearthed one after another. The golden-haired rat is naturally not idle either. It is no match for the willow tree demon, but it is still very good at dealing with other tree demons. The golden-haired rat did not transform into a huge figure. It was just like an ordinary lion, dealing with the tree monsters at absolute speed. The speed of the golden-haired rat is no less than that of other strong men, and is even faster than them. But, although there are many treasures here, the weapons included cannot withstand the flow of spiritual energy. But the harvest also made many people excited. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, never moved again after his first battle with the willow tree demon. The terrifying flow of spiritual energy, which surprised everyone at the beginning, gradually made everyone get used to it. Finally, 33 days after entering the tomb of earth and sky stars, Yang Mucheng opened his eyes. Chapter 767 33 Days of Hard Training. Laugh. When his eyes opened, a gaze that almost transformed into substance suddenly shot out of Yang Muqing's pupils. Even at this moment, everyone could feel that the surrounding temperature suddenly increased several degrees at this moment. Boom! At the same time, a stronger aura than before swept from Yang Muqing's body. Far away,
The calm lake also became turbulent. Among the ripples, there was a terrifying murderous intention, which was also sweeping towards the willow tree demon at this moment. Wow! The calm willow tree demon was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on at this moment. The thousands of willow leaves that were originally hanging down with green waves actually stood up one by one at this moment. And they became alert quickly, as if feeling an extreme danger. At this moment, everyone's eyes were also attracted, and they all looked at Yang Mucheng in astonishment.
Breakthrough? The peak of nascent soul? Just at the peak of nascent soul. You have such a powerful and terrifying aura and murderous intention. Does the Alliance leader still want to compete with that willow tree demon?
I saw. Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. As he stood up, all the bones in his body made a crackling sound at this moment. The surging killing intent not only did not diminish at all, but actually became more surging at this moment. Like a roaring tide, one wave after another swept towards the willow tree demon. And the willow tree demon also responded in the same way at this moment. The huge tree body was shaking continuously at this moment, showing an extremely vigilant attitude.
33 days!
Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath and slowly clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body.
This is the first time since I started practicing that I have been in seclusion for such a long time. However, everything is worth it. And I finally reached the nascent soul realm.
Narrowed his eyes, looking towards the huge willow tree demon. Yang Mucheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air.
Last time, I was defeated by you, but I may not be able to do so this time. For this ancient dragon claw, I will use the last 3 rosary beads this time.
Original. Yang Mucheng planned to use these 4 beads after entering the tomb of the powerful person who transformed into a god. However, the existence of this group of tombs was so powerful that it was only the 15th palace, which already forced him to use a rosary. What made Yang Mucheng even more furious was that the rosary had not even achieved the slightest effect, but was blocked by the willow tree demon.
But
this time, it won't happen.
Alliance leader, this willow tree demon is too powerful and cannot be dealt with by one person. After we kill all the tree demons, we will kill this willow tree demon together.
Guifuyu saw Yang Mucheng's eyes becoming more serious. The terrifying murderous intention swept across even more crazily, and he couldn't help but step forward to persuade.
Old man Gui is right. If you are not willing, let's let go of the ordinary tree demons first and work with you to deal with this willow tree demon.
Zhu Zheng said together, and I Peng Qi on the side also said Lo. Immediately, the sect leaders who were fighting against the tree demons all dropped everything at this moment and rushed to the lake. Apparently, as long as Yang Mucheng said a word, they would not hesitate to join Yang Mucheng in killing the willow tree demon.
No need. I can do it alone.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. How could he accept being defeated at the hands of a tree demon? For this willow tree demon and this ancient dragon claw, he had been practicing hard for 33 days just to wait for this moment. How could he allow others to interfere?
Alliance leader.
Zhu Zheng was ready to persuade again. The golden-haired rat squeezed into the crowd, smiling and shaking his head. They don't understand what an emperor's persistence is. If Yang Mucheng really cooperates with you, then he is no longer the famous Mr. Yang. Really. In the next moment, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and shot forward quickly. Original. The warning range of this willow tree demon is only a small island. As long as you don't go to the island, the willow tree demon will not attack. But now, after sensing Yang Mucheng's murderous intention, the willow tree demon launched a direct attack when Yang Mucheng was far away from the island and just stepped onto the lake.
We have to fight again! Why didn't the leader of the Alliance listen to the advice?
Seeing this scene, everyone was a little dumbfounded. They also did not expect that Yang Mucheng had no intention of joining forces with them, but insisted on monopolizing this willow tree demon.
Well,
Zhu Zheng looked at the people who were full of confusion, slowly shook his head and said,
You don't understand the pride of an emperor. The last time he lost to the willow tree demon with hatred. How could he let it go? Maybe it's because of this. This absolute obsession makes him stronger.
When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nodded. If it were them, after knowing that they were no match for this willow tree demon, they might choose to give up, or they might seek help from others. But he would never be like Yang Mucheng, who spent his whole life practicing hard by the lake for 33 days.
However, even if the Alliance leader's cultivation has reached the peak of nascent soul, it will still be quite difficult to deal with this willow tree demon. That's right, this willow tree demon is too powerful. Just from its performance when it first fought against the leader, we can see that its methods are endless, and it is not as easy to deal with as ordinary monsters. It's very possible that the leader of the Alliance will end up in despair this time.
Even though Yang Muqing's cultivation level has already reached a breakthrough, reaching the peak of nascent soul. However, everyone did not think highly of him, because this willow tree demon is so powerful that no one present is confident that they can defeat this willow tree demon. Wow! At this time, a fierce surge of leaves caused everyone's eyes to look forward again. But I saw it. The willow tree demon's attack finally broke out. Countless drooping willow branches rose up into the sky crazily at this moment, quickly gathering together in midair, constantly entangled with each other like hemp ropes, and actually transformed into a head that seemed to be completely composed of jasper in the eyes of everyone. Green Dragon. The back half of the green dragon's body was connected to the willow tree demon, while the front half of the body rushed directly and swiftly towards Yang Muqing. No one expected that this time the method of its explosion would be completely different from before, and it would be more terrifying and violent than before. Chapter 768: The Most Powerful Blow. Boom! At this moment, the green leaf dragon almost flew across the lake crazily. Wherever it passed, the terrifying momentum split the entire lake in half. The endless water of the lake parted on its own, and the white waves accompanied the rampage of the jade dragon, creating a huge wave under everyone's shocked eyes. This jade dragon rushed in front of Yang Muqing in the blink of an eye. Boom! And this time, Liwa God's pupils have already burst out. After all, Yang Muqing's cultivation had already reached the peak of nascent soul, and the power of the Liwa God pupil was even greater than that of 33 heavens. And even the surging fire was already tinged with a trace of golden flame. The flowing fire then slammed into the huge jade dragon. Boom! 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 A huge explosion swept away, and ripples visible to the naked eye surged in all directions. Not good! This moment, all the people watching the battle were shocked, but they could only see that the spreading ripples brought up a huge wave. This huge wave was several times larger than the one that pushed Yang Muqing back from the lake last time. Even if Yang Muqing is an indestructible rock, this huge wave will smash him to pieces in an instant. Are you going to lose? Everyone's hearts were in their throats at this moment. Chang! However, facing this huge wave, Yang Muqing grabbed the void with his right hand, and stars seemed to be gathering between the sky and the earth. The gathered Xinglua Xuanya sword suddenly slashed forward. I have a sword and I can fight against the world. Poof! At this moment, Yang Muqing was like the ancient water gods working together, and the huge waves suddenly separated under his sword. After cutting the waves with one sword, his figure landed gracefully on the small island in the middle of the lake at this moment. After 33 days of hard training, Yang Muqing finally set foot on the island. The willow tree demon seemed to be briefly shocked because he couldn't believe that Yang Muqing had broken into his territory. But this shocked silence did not last long. Almost the next moment, I saw the willow tree demon erupt. Boom! Thousands of weeping willows stood tall like long hair at this moment, and countless thick tree trunks were also swinging continuously at this moment. Then, the roaring willow leaves swept over the sky and covered the earth. Is it still the same trick? Good! I want to see what other trump cards you, the willow tree demon, have! Yang Muqing slowly raised his head and looked at the willow leaves that were sweeping in like rain, like locusts, and like a rain of arrows, covering the sky and the sun, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. At this moment, he even walked forward, the Xinglua Xuanya sword in his hand. At this moment, has reached a posture where the sword can move as he pleases. Pick, chop, swing, dance, tease. At this moment, rays of sword light formed an intertwined sword network, striking the willow leaves fiercely. When the Xinglua Xuanya sword struck the willow leaves, it even caused dazzling sparks to collide with it. Looking from a distance, it seemed as if a brilliant firework exploded in the void. Those willow leaves that did not hit Yang Muqing were shot hard on the ground, not only directly piercing the rocks, but also directly blasting a large hole half a meter in diameter on the ground. Even so, the slender and fragile willow leaves still showed no sign of stopping. This scene made everyone frown. There are too many willow leaves. If he is beaten passively like this, things may change. This willow tree demon is not a simple existence. If he is caught by it, Yang Muqing will be completely in trouble. But see, Yang Muqing stood there, facing the endless willow leaves, and already had a new way of coping. Chang! Xinglua Xuanya's sword suddenly burst out with a burst of infinite starlight. The astonishing sword energy centered on his body, and swept rapidly in all directions. Countless willow leaves were instantly crushed by this terrifying sword energy before they even got close.
Rise!
Just when the Xinglua Xuanya sword was hanging in the air, Yang Mucheng suddenly shouted in a deep voice. He slowly raised his arms, as if he were holding millions of heavy objects between his palms. And as he raised his hands, the endless water in the lake behind him was also pulled at this moment, flying up drop by drop rapidly. Every drop of lake water has an independent existence. The entire huge lake contains as many water droplets as the stars in the sky. Then, this dense lake fiercely blasted towards the overwhelming willow leaves in the same manner as it blocked the sky and the sun.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Every drop of water is filled with the purest inner energy, contains terrifying killing intent, and has the power to penetrate everything, slamming into the willow leaf. In midair, shocking sparks erupted, making it dizzying.
It's like two powerful men from the Zifu are fighting.
Zhu Zhenyi couldn't help but smacked his lips.
Yes.
Jiaxiu nodded.
It is reasonable that the Willow Tree Demon can burst out with such power. It is a superior demon king in the middle stage of the Zifu. But the Alliance leader only has the cultivation level of the nascent soul peak. Regardless of the extent of his internal strength or the ability to fight, the consciousness is far beyond that of ordinary nascent soul warriors. Even comparable to us. Hee. The leader is a disciple of Wandao Sword Sect.
Guofu smiled.
Wandao Sword Sect.
Upon hearing this name, Jiaxiu suddenly raised his brows, showing a hint of realization.
How can a disciple of Wandao Sword Sect be ordinary?
This is natural. There is a world of difference between the disciples who come from the first-tier sects and the disciples who come from the 7th and 8th-tier sects. As for Yang Mucheng, he is even comparable to the heads of these 6th-line sects.
I heard that among the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, as long as the cultivation level reaches Zifu, you can become an elder. Maybe our alliance leader will be able to be promoted to an elder in a while.
Right. And Pengqi said without hesitation. I know where I heard the gossip from.
I'm not sure. In fact, only those who are in the realm of gods can become elders. Unless you are on the yellow list.
You can become an elder, someone said casually. But with our alliance leader's strength, it won't be long before we can stand out on the yellow list.
Right? Look. While everyone was talking, they saw that the endless willow leaves were torn apart quickly. But the surging lake water was just a faint attack. The real attack was the Xinglua Xuanya sword that had been hovering in front of Yang Mucheng.
Cheng.
His right hand was raised, and the killing intent was poured into it. The Xinglua Xuanya sword, which burst out with infinite starlight, dimmed at this moment, and the infinite light seemed to be absorbed into the sword body. The pitch-black sword body is like the bottomless starry sky, or even more like a black hole that can swallow everything. This is the most powerful attack of Tianbu Jie Shou and Tongxian sword technique.
Go!
When the starlight converged to the extreme, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly opened angrily. And the next moment, the Xinglua Xuanya sword flew out. Chapter 769, The True Form of the Willow Tree Demon. Clang! The shocking sword light seemed to tear the entire void apart. Under this sword, there is no sword energy, no frightening light, and even the slightest bit of inner strength seems to be unfeelable. What supports this sword is entirely the 32-second level fighting intentions possessed by Yang Mucheng.
Crackling.
But the Willow Tree Demon is not doing very well at this moment. When the sword struck, the Willow Tree Demon's hanging willow branches were fluttering in the air due to the infinite sword power brought by the sword. Countless willow leaves were also crushed to pieces by the sword force at this moment.
Will it succeed? Can you kill this Willow Tree Demon?
This moment, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked forward. However, it should be noted that this is a superior demon king in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, and the most powerful Willow Tree Demon in the entire Tomb Palace. Just when the Xinglua Xuanya sword was about to strike, and just when everyone thought that this sword would kill the Willow Tree Demon, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A shocking sound suddenly resounded. The huge Willow Tree Demon is like a wild beast awakening from its slumber. The endless tree roots were suddenly pulled out of the soil at this moment, and the huge branch also hung down at this moment. And the withered and rough tree trunk slowly cracked, revealing a huge human face. This huge Willow Tree Demon, under Yang Mucheng's last sword, he transformed into a huge tree man. When the tree man was pulled up from the ground, the thick trunk was drawn out like an arm. Just hearing a clang sound, the Xinglua Xuanya sword that was imbued with the heaven-building tribulation hand and Tongxian sword technique was directly whipped away at this moment, drawing an arc in midair. With a crack there was a slow sound, and it was inserted at Yang Muqing's feet. The terrifying power made the hilt of Xingluo Xuanya sword still tremble slightly. Boom! Waves of terrifying sounds erupted at this moment. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the huge willow tree demon transformed into a terrifying tree man that was 100 meters tall. The arms are huge tree trunks, and the legs are countless tangled tree roots. The hanging wicker is the long green hair. You are a warrior in the late stage of nascent soul. You can force me to reveal my true form. You are proud of yourself. But it's a pity. You just stop there. The huge body of the tree man almost covered the sky and the sun. And the sound was deafening. Even looking at this tree man, everyone has to raise their heads so that they can see its true appearance. No one expected that Yang Muqing's last sword attack would actually reveal the willow tree demon's true form. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the tree man stepped forward. This random step was like a landslide, and the earth was shattering. The lakes outside the shocking island seemed to turn into an angry sea at this moment. And the huge waves rushed to a height of 100 meters at this moment. Under the white waves, the tree man raised his fist and smashed it towards Yang Muqing. Compared with the tree man, Yang Muqing is like an ant at its feet. Even a strong man at the peak of nascent soul is only a slightly more powerful ant. Its shocking punch was enough to level the entire mountain. However, Yang Muqing stood on the spot. But he had no intention of dodge. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the giant fist that smashed down. He suddenly clenched his fists, and a surging momentum emanated from his body. A shocking dragon roar resounded, and black armor quickly emerged on his body, condensing into distinct pieces of armor. At the same time, the monstrous demon god also appeared at this moment. Although there is no direct ratio between the two, but Yang Muqing wants to use his small body to shake the terrifying tree man. Under the shocked gazes, the tiny fist collided hard with the tree man's huge fist. Boom! This shocking force caused the entire island to be razed to the ground at this moment. Among the surging rubble that looked like a fountain, the two figures, one large and one small, had already flown out of the air. Chawing! 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 This moment, Yang Muqing took out the rosary directly and blasted out the last 3 rosary beats. In order to kill this tree man from the middle stage of the purple mansion, he did not hesitate to do anything. Boom! 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 The 3 rosary beats soared into the sky and instantly transformed into a black hole-like existence. In the entire tomb hall, the infinite spiritual energy was completely drained by these 3 beads at this moment. Even Zhuzhini and others felt that all their inner energy seemed to have been drained away by these 3 beads. Original. The spiritual energy in the tomb hall is as abundant as the water in the spring sea. But after the 3 rosary beads appeared, they seemed to turn into a desert. All the spiritual energy has been drained away by the rosary. 3 flaming swords suddenly formed in midair. Then, he frantically attacked the huge tree man. Boom! 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 The shocking flaming sword flew through the void like meteors. It was towards the tree man and bombarded the tree man's body in the blink of an eye. A series of explosions sounded wildly. Each flaming sword blasted a wound several feet in size on the huge tree trunk of the tree man. However, what flowed from the wound was naturally not blood, but gurgling green liquid. At the same time, these 3 flaming swords severely bombarded the tree man's body into the air, and countless wood chips fell down crazily. Each piece of sawdust was more than several meters in diameter, making a thumping sound on the entire ground. Roar! The tree man, on the other hand, burst out with a shocking roar. It looked at the wound on its chest, looked at the flaming sword that was constantly burning its body, and the face of an ordinary person who had been burned on the tree trunk suddenly showed an extremely angry expression. And even the whole face was filled with anger at this moment. Completely twisted. Boy! How dare you hurt me! I am going to kill you! The crazy roar even caused the entire tomb hall to tremble at this moment. In fact, the power contained in the roar made the entire Qingquan formation in the tomb hall begin to tremble. Huge cracks appeared in the space in front of everyone at this moment, like glass that would break at any time. And this angry tree demon, with a crazy attitude like a mountain wing on top, crashed down desperately. And the location where it crashed was exactly in the direction of Yang Muqing. Chapter 770 Dried Nascent Soul? Boom! The terrifying momentum of the willow tree demon, which was blasted with anger, was like a tide, spreading crazily and rapidly in all directions. The right-handed raised high suddenly transformed at this moment. Countless branches continued to wrap around its right hand, forming a terrifying spear. At the same time that the spear was formed, it was crushing hard towards Yang Muqing's position. Although, this spear is only made of wood, but it contains enough inner strength. This is also the Willow Tree Demon's most powerful attack. Alliance Leader! Alliance Leader! At this moment, everyone who was still watching the battle was stunned. They knew they could no longer stand by and watch. This was an angry attack from the Demon King in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. And it was by no means an easy move. Even they may not be able to bear it. If they didn't come to rescue him, Yang Muqing would definitely be completely killed by the Willow Tree Demon here. Everyone! Stop for me! Just when everyone was about to take action, Yang Muqing's voice suddenly shouted loudly. He is the Emperor. You will never allow yourself to fail twice in a row in front of an opponent. Don't allow others to interfere in your own affairs. This is the pride that belongs to the Emperor. And it is also his pride. Everyone was stunned when they heard Yang Muqing's voice. They looked ahead. But see, when facing the Tree Man's angry attack, Yang Muqing did not panic as they imagined, but was extremely calm. His eyes were fixed on the Demon King descending, and his thoughts were spinning rapidly. What to do? How to hide? The huge tree gun, at this moment, seemed to have penetrated the void and arrived in front of him in an instant. This scene, what Yang Muqing didn't expect was that he would attack the Willow Tree Demon with 3 rosary beads in unison. Instead of killing the Willow Tree Demon, it actually angered it completely. That is, in the midst of the electric light and flint, Yang Muqing's eyes suddenly fell on the Willow Tree Demon and the 3 huge pits that were blasted out of the Willow Tree Demon. And that location is exactly the location of the Tree Demon's heart Dantian. Certainly, in the broken tree trunk, there was no existence like the internal organs of a warrior. But something strange appeared. Nascent soul? It was not a nascent soul that was crystal clear and as white as jade, like a warrior. Instead, it was a palm-sized, green tree trunk. That tree trunk is also the core of the entire tree man, and it exudes infinite power. Between the flowing green liquid, there is a faint and breathtaking light. Fight! Yang Muqing's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly. Here comes the sword! Clang! Almost at the same time, he saw the Xingluoxuanya's sword, which was already buried in ruins. At this moment, a burst of frightening sword light suddenly burst out, and then it quickly rose into the sky. With a kind of the horrified gesture flew into his palm. At this moment, Yang Muqing held swords in both hands and rose into the sky, under the eyes of countless people who couldn't believe it. He quickly flew towards the location of the huge tree man. His body speed has almost reached its absolute extreme at this moment. Even, in the eyes of everyone, a horrifying afterimage was left, and in the blink of an eye, he had already passed over the war spear that the tree man was stabbing straight at, and furiously attacked the huge wound on the tree man's chest. Boom! Xingluoxuanya's sword struck the strange core tree trunk, and in an instant, endless spiritual light suddenly bloomed between heaven and earth. The whole world seemed to be eclipsed at this moment. With this sword movement, Yang Muqing seemed to have drained away all the internal energy in Yang Muqing's body. All the internal energy seemed to be poured into this sword. It seemed like a long time passed. But in fact it was only a moment. When the Xingluoxuanya's sword collided with the Treeman nascent soul, the huge nascent soul was cut into 2 pieces. And under this sword, Yang Muqing's whole body was like a sharp arrow, blasting directly from the tree man's chest and blasting out again from the back. Yang Muqing turned over gracefully in midair and landed on the ground. The tree man who was still in the air let out a scream, and his huge body was exploded, turning into countless fragments and floating in the void. But the core that was split into 2 parts flipped over and fell directly from midair. Yang Muqing reached out to catch the broken nascent soul, only to find that the fragments were smooth and neat. It's like being carved from jade. Alliance Leader! Alliance Leader! At this time, everyone arrived. They stared dumbfoundedly at the dispersing tree men in the sky and the chopped nascent soul in Yang Muqing's hand. They couldn't believe their eyes. Did you really kill that tree man? Oh my god! This is the tree demon from the middle stage of Z Mansion. Yang Muqing listened to the noise around him and looked at the tree demon nascent soul in his hand. This is an extremely rare tree demon nascent soul. Shock was written all over Zhu Jingyi's face. It is originally more difficult for tree monsters to activate their spiritual intelligence than ordinary monsters. And it is even more difficult for them to cultivate Taoism. Low-level tree monsters cannot grow into such a complete nascent soul. They have almost just reached the golden elixir stage. It was killed when it formed a core. Only in this tomb hall can this tree demon be completely preserved.
I remember that Yufeishuan's war harp was made from the core of a Wudong tree demon in the late nascent soul stage. This core can be used by Yufeishuan. Yang Mucheng secretly said.
What's this? What a big bone!
At this time, everyone rushed forward. They wanted to see what kind of treasure this willow tree demon was wrapped in. But when everyone arrived, they discovered that the willow tree demon was protecting a skeleton that was dozens of meters long. And it looked like the claws of something. Of course, only Yang Mucheng knew that this was an ancient dragon claw. Let out a breath. Yang Mucheng looked at the crowd and said slowly.
I don't want all the treasures in the 12 tomb palaces. I only want this dryad core and this dragon bone. How about you share the rest equally?
For Yang Mucheng, in the entire tomb hall, there were only these two things that he could like. And he didn't like anything else. Although it took 4 rosary beads to kill the tree demon. For Yang Mucheng, it was definitely a return to money. And, as long as he gets the dragon claw, his dragon soul armor can complete the last step and become a real dragon armor. Chapter 771 Big Harvest. The claw of an unknown creature. A piece of the nascent soul of a tree demon from the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. These two things are definitely the two most valuable things that everyone can get among all the tombs. Now that Yang Mucheng was about to take it away, everyone was silent. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. And just when he thought everyone would strongly object, and Pengqi spoke.
Leader, of course you can take these two things. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to deal with this tree demon. Moreover, this tree demon was killed by you alone, so it naturally belongs to you.
If the alliance leader is still Wu Fa from before, not to mention wanting to take away these two things, he might not be allowed to take even a hair away.
Alliance leader.
Zhu Xingyi walked over with a smile and said,
If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gone through 12 tomb halls and obtained so many treasures this time. As the leader of the alliance, you killed this tree demon. Of course it belongs to you. I don't have any objections anyway. That's right.
Jia Xiu also spoke. This moment, everyone was surprisingly unanimous. To know, for everyone, this dragon bone is of little use. Although the two pieces of the tree demon's nascent soul are precious, they may not be able to use them. Because although the nascent soul of the tree demon is precious, it is of little use. It can only be used as a piano, a bow, or a gun barrel. But to get it, you still need to have enough skills to refine it. This is the core of Yuaning in the middle stage of Zifu. And its cultivation is higher than all of them. Even if it can be used, it will probably be hundreds of years later. By then, perhaps more advanced beings can be found in the tombs. Who cares about this stuff?
Thank you very much.
Yang Mucheng cupped his hands. After confirming that these two things belonged to him, Yang Mucheng was not polite and simply put the core into the space. And then walked towards the dragon bone claws. Almost as soon as his palm touched the dragon claw turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Yang Mucheng's body. Seeing this scene, everyone was no longer surprised. Yang Mucheng has too many secrets. But after all, he is a disciple of Wandao Sword Sect. How can he be like these people? After absorbing the dragon bone, Yang Mucheng sat down cross-legged. The technique that had not evolved until now seemed to point out a path for him at this moment. By integrating this dragon claw into the dragon soul armor, you can create a top-grade true dragon armor on the earth level.
The leader is practicing again. There are still a lot of dryads here. Let's start taking action. After killing these tree demons, we should go back home.
Seeing Yang Mucheng practicing cross-legged, all the sect leaders calmed down. They still have more tree demons that they haven't been able to deal with. They need to completely kill them and take away the treasures guarded by the tree demons. This is the 5th month that Yang Mucheng and others have entered the tombs. It was also the longest time for all the sect leaders to enter the tombs. After the last tree demon was killed, everyone consciously took out the treasures they had obtained previously and placed them on the field. Looking at the tall pile of treasures, everyone couldn't help but smile.
I have been in the tombs for 5 months. But to the outside world, it has only been 5 days. If we bring these treasures back to the sect's strength will definitely increase a lot. There are more than 10 top-grade Xian level weapons alone. And there are also many high-grade Xian level weapons. This is the first time in more than 30 years that we have such a huge harvest.
And Pengqi couldn't help but said. At this time, Zhu Xingyi was also smiling.
To be honest, this is also thanks to the alliance leader. The harvest this time is much greater than what we have gained before we came in. If it weren't for the alliance leader, maybe we would be the same as before. After just exploring a tomb passage, he will leave and come back next year. Yes. Yes. In the past, when Wu Fa was the leader of the Alliance, everyone could not work together to visit the tomb,
and had to be wary of each other. How could it be so easy this time?
Jiaxiu said with a proud smile. Certainly. For everyone. The one they are most grateful for is Yang Macheng. If Yang Macheng hadn't been the backbone to unite them all and twist them into a rope, they wouldn't have achieved such a big gain.
Before the Alliance leader killed the Willow Tree Demon, he practiced hard for 33 days and reached the peak of nascent soul. His hard training lasted longer this time. It has been a full 2 months. Is he going to break through again? That's not necessarily true. The leader of the Alliance hasn't absorbed any spiritual energy yet. But I feel like he seems to be practicing some kind of technique. When the leader was in the Heroes Association, he was only in the middle stage of Yuaning. When he joined the Heroes Association, he had reached the late stage of Yuaning. Now in this tomb group, he has reached the peak of Yuaning. He is worthy of being able to enter the Wandao Sword Sect. Disciple. With his talent, there are probably not many people in the Wandao Sword Sect who can match him.
Just saying. Yang Macheng, who was sitting far away and had been practicing hard for 2 months, opened his eyes. This time, instead of possessing earth-shattering power like before, nothing seemed to happen. Did the cultivation fail? Everyone looked towards Yang Macheng, but Yang Wucheng's expression was neither happy nor sad at the moment, making it hard to see through.
Alliance leader. Alliance leader.
Seeing Yang Macheng coming, everyone stopped thinking and shouted. They respected Yang Macheng from the bottom of their hearts. If before entering the ancient tomb, there were still many people who were dissatisfied with Yang Macheng and even wanted to think of ways to target him. But now, when they faced Yang Macheng again, they no longer had such thoughts in their minds. It is no exaggeration to say that without Yang Macheng, they would never have even thought of obtaining such rich loot from the tombs.
What are you waiting for me to do?
Yang Macheng walked over with a smile. He is in a good mood. He has already mastered the true dragon armor, which is a top-level skill on the earth level. Although with his current cultivation and inner strength, he can only use it for a short moment. The protective power is absolutely amazing. It can even withstand a full blow from the powerful man of Z Mansion.
Leader. Of course, I am waiting for you to share the spoils.
Zhu Xingyi looked at Yang Wucheng's slightly puzzled eyes and smiled.
This is not just my idea, but also everyone's idea. If it weren't for you this time otherwise, we wouldn't be able to gain so much.
Everyone nodded in unison. Having tasted the feeling of being led by Yang Macheng, they were really afraid that Yang Macheng would give up and not bring them to the tombs next year. And except for Yang Macheng, no one could convince them so.
All right.
Yang Macheng was not polite either. At that moment, I randomly selected a few items for Lu Yao's use, and let the rest of the people divide the others. After all preparations were made, everyone naturally left the tombs and prepared to visit the tombs next year. Chapter 772 Taniguchi's Murderous Intent.
Big brother.
In front of the rock, Yin Lao took a sip of hot wine. His patience had been exhausted in the past few days. He slammed the wine bottle in his hand to the ground, ignoring the wine stains in his mouth. I couldn't help but look at Song Yuanhua, who had been sitting cross-legged on the rock without any movement for 5 days.
Elder brother, we have been waiting here for 5 days. I heard that the passage of time in the tombs is different from that in the outside world. A day in the outside world is a month in the tombs. In other words, they stayed there for 5 months. They must have died in it. Right? If you had listened to me and taken this woman with you.
Yin Lao's right finger landed on Lu Yao's body.
Let's take this woman and go straight into the tombs. If we met that old demon Yang earlier, he would have been shattered into pieces and scattered with ashes. Do we need to wait here for 5 or 6 days?
Song Yuanhua still sat there cross-legged, motionless, like a stone sculpture.
It seemed that Yin Lao's words were not what he said.
Good. Since you don't move, I'll go alone.
Say it. Yin Lao stood up suddenly. He grabbed Lu Yao, who had been imprisoned there, and wanted to enter the valley. Only then did Song Yuanhua's tightly closed eyes open.
Stop!
From Yuanhua Road.
Elder brother.
Yin Lao almost bit his teeth into pieces with hatred. And he said firmly,
You won't go to the tombs to kill that old demon Yang. And you won't let me kill that old demon Yang. What do you want? Don't you want to avenge your junior brothers?
Tongue! Stand up slowly from Yuanhua.
That's not the case. But old demon Yang is out. Come with me.
The words just fell. The two stood up and looked forward. In the distance, a noise was heard. Song Yuanhua narrowed his eyes. The long-suppressed killing intent burst out like a volcanic eruption. And a moment later, the two sides stared at each other in the valley. The person who walked out of the valley impressively was none other than Yang Mucheng.
Leader, this is the first time in so many years that we have gotten so much loot.
On the way back, everyone was extremely excited.
Yes. It's a pity that the tomb hall is getting more and more difficult. With our current strength, after breaking through the Earth and Sky Star Tomb Hall, we will no longer be able to continue. Otherwise, I really want to break through all the tomb halls at once. Go to the tomb of the powerful man who transformed into a god and take a good look.
This time, there is no doubt that it is a big harvest. But Yang Mucheng was also a little depressed. He originally had the same plan as everyone else, planning to rush through the 108 tombs in one go, and even went to search for the tombs of powerful gods. However, the endless mechanisms and increasingly powerful monsters have made their strength far unable to keep up. Especially the last willow tree demon. Even if everyone is included, they may not be its opponent. Even Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel a little scared when he thought of that last scene.
If it weren't for the existence of the rosary, maybe I would have been buried in the tomb this time. If I hadn't seen the willow tree demon's nascent soul at the last moment and destroyed it, maybe everyone would have survived. Although I was not able to explore to the end, being able to obtain the ancient dragon claw is not a big loss for me.
For Yang Mucheng, after all, the beads were just consumables, given to him by Jin Liang to save his life. Next time, after returning to Wandao Sword Sect, Jin Liang will give him more and better magic weapons.
Wrong!
Just as he was condensing, just as Yang Mucheng was walking out of the valley, his footsteps suddenly stopped.
Leader, what's wrong?
Zhu Jingyi asked.
Don't you think it's too quiet?
Yang Mucheng frowned secretly.
No.
Everyone pricked up their ears, but they didn't feel much. Instead, they felt that the breathing and footsteps around them were very noisy. How could it be too quiet?
With murderous intent.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and walked quickly forward. However, when he came to the mouth of the valley, he saw the uninvited guest coming from Yuanhua. At this moment, both sides saw each other.
These people? Miss Yaoer.
Original. They didn't quite believe Yang Mucheng said he had murderous intent. But now, when everyone walked outside the valley, they saw the imprisoned Lu Yaoer, and even saw Song Yuanhua and Yin Laolu, who had been waiting outside the valley.
Old demon Yang.
Song Yuanhua clasped his hands together and looked at Yang Mucheng. Although he had never seen each other before, among the people who came out of the valley, only Yang Mucheng had that unique temperament.
The poor monk has been waiting here for a long time. Wait for me. Are you waiting to die?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and glanced at the imprisoned Lu Yaoer. He was relieved when he found that the other party was not injured. But immediately, a murderous intention also emanated from his body. At this time, Yin Laolu couldn't bear it any longer. When his enemies met, he became extremely jealous. He shouted angrily,
Yang Laomo, how dare you be so arrogant when you are about to die? You killed so many of our brothers and sisters at the market that day. And today is the time for you to pay for it with your life. But don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. Before you die, I will let you watch with helpless eyes how I made this little bitch feel like dying under my crotch. Court death.
For Yang Mucheng, the people around him are his reverse scales, and no one is allowed to invade them. Now that Yin Laolu is threatening Lu Yaoer in front of him, how can he bear it? Boom! With an angry shout, Yang Mucheng took a step forward, like a wind in a cloud, and in one swift step, he stepped in front of Yin Laolu, and immediately slapped him in the face.
I'll kill you first. Then him.
Just when Yang Mucheng's angry palm was about to hit Yin Laolu, Yuanhua moved at this moment. He is as motionless as a mountain, and as motionless as the heaven and earth collapsing. At this moment, Song Yuanhua took a step forward and slowly pushed away with his palm. He came first and hit Yang Mucheng's right palm with a snap sound. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the tremendous power of his shocking palm was like a stone cow entering the sea, disappearing into nothing in an instant. At the same time, an even greater countershock force surged forward in an instant. Under this huge force, Yang Mucheng shuddered and was beaten so hard that he took 3 steps back. Quiet! The entire valley entrance was filled with deathly silence. Yang Muchung clenched his right fist to remove the huge force from Yuan Hua's palm, and slowly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 773. You are not worthy enough to kill me.
Stinky bald donkey. Which sect are you from?
After a while, everyone came to their senses and started roaring and cursing.
If you have the sense, let him go immediately. Otherwise, we will crush your sect. Kneel down and beg for mercy quickly. Otherwise our Mingyu Jiniafang will never let you go. You are so arrogant. You dare to attack our alliance leader. You are simply seeking death.
Song Yuanhua wanted to take action against Yang Muchung in front of so many sect leaders. This is not just a matter of Yang Muchung, but affects all of them. In any case, Yang Muchung is the leader of their alliance. Now a man jumps out of nowhere and says, I want to kill your alliance leader. How could they agree? Yin Laolu sneered repeatedly and said nothing. Song Yuanhua looked calm and composed. He put his palms together and said calmly,
The poor monk came today just to seek revenge. He didn't want to accidentally hurt innocent people. If the others leave, the poor monk will never pursue them. I want to see how you pursue it and challenge so many of us.
And I Pengqi was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward.
Chang!
An ultimate sword light also appeared at this moment. This was a sword beam that was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. In an instant, it struck in front of Song Yuanhua and was pointed directly at Song Yuanhua's throat. However, Song Yuanhua still looked old and decrepit. He raised his eyelids slightly and even attacked an Ai Pengqi. To him, it was like an insult. Sure enough, an Ai Pengqi was furious when he saw this scene. His sword, which was already at its peak, became even faster and fiercer at this moment, approaching Song Yuanhua in an instant. A burst of extreme whistling sound resounded, and the surrounding land was swept by strong winds. The surrounding land was cut by the sweeping wind caused by this sword, and deep cut marks were cut on the ground.
Big brother!
An Ai Pengqi stabbed him with his sword, and Yuanhua couldn't hide. As if he was completely stupid, Yin Lao's eyes almost popped out, and he shouted hurriedly. However, Zhu Zhengyi, Jia Xiu, and others know the power of an Ai Pengqi's sword. No matter what your cultivation level is, you will never survive this sword.
Ding!
This sword struck Song Yuanhua's throat steadily, and a burst of metal and stone clanging sounds erupted.
How can it be? This. Wrong!
Everyone looked forward. After seeing the situation clearly, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't believe it. But see! Song Yuanhua raised his 2 fingers in front of him, like chopsticks picking up vegetables, clamping an Ai Pengqi's sword, even if the tip of the sword was only a hair away from his throat. No matter how hard an Ai Pengqi exerted his strength, he could still hold it, unable to stab forward again.
Everyone come together!
When Zhu Zheng saw that the situation was not good, he hurriedly shouted, Tongue! 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 At this moment, 7 or 8 powerful men from the Zifu jumped up from where they were and rushed towards Song Yuanhua. When Yin Laolu saw this, his face turned pale with fright, and he quickly fled towards the back. But Song Yuanhua didn't seem to have the slightest fear. The soles of his feet struck the ground, and the mountain shook under his feet, centered on the soles of his feet. The surrounding rocks were torn apart inch by inch, and huge rocks gushed out like fountains, with smoke and dust everywhere. Song Yuanhua had already hit a huge rock with his palm. This huge rock could not withstand Song Yuanhua's power, and it suddenly exploded into 7 or 8 pieces, like a cannonball being fired from a barrel. And it was like a powerful angry arrow shooting towards everyone. It carries the inner strength of Yuanhua for 300 years, and also carries his freely retractable and powerful Vajra divine power. Even a mountain peak can be pierced by this rock, and a tunnel can be blasted out.
Humph! What a small trick!
Zhu Zhengyi and others looked at the rocks flying by and snorted disdainfully. It is easy for the powerful men of Zifu to do this. Not to mention this rock the size of a basin. Even if it was hundreds of times larger, they could easily smash it.
Boom!
Zhu Zhengyi casually slapped his right hand towards the incoming rock fragments. But the moment his palm touched the broken rock, he felt a surge of dragon elephant power, pouring into his body like a flood in an instant, shaking all the bones in his body with a click sound. And all the energy in his body was shaken. All the internal organs seemed to be out of place. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood mist. Zhu Zheng's eyes darkened, and he shot it out. He quickly shouted, Careful! However, before Zhu Zhengyi could finish his words, The 6 or 7 powerful men from the Purple Mansion were already hit by the broken rock one by one. They spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed it to the ground like dumplings. His. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Previously, Song Yuanhua said that he wanted to kill Yang Mucheng. Everyone just thought that this kid was here to die. Not to mention Yang Mucheng's terrifying strength. None of the sect leaders present were easy to offend. But now this move from Yuanhua shocked everyone. It was simply terrifying.
Which sect does this young monk belong to? Who knows? You can't tell from the martial arts he uses. Besides, Buddhist martial arts are generally similar. Not too special. Such a character will never appear in a 6th-tier sect. He is definitely a 5th-tier sect.
Everyone looked at this scene and speculated on Song Yuanhua's sect. At this time, someone could no longer bear it and shouted quickly.
Which sect are you from? The poor monk can't say it. If I say it, you will all die here.
Song Yuanhua said calmly. The emperor of the Dacian dynasty and the leader of the 6th Lion sect. Song Yuanhua could ignore these two identities. But the identity of the great uncle of Wandao Sword Master is too terrifying. Once his identity is revealed, Tianma Ashura Temple will definitely suffer an absolutely fatal blow from Wandao Sword sect. So, how could you say that? Donkey Kong power. Yang Mucheng stepped forward calmly, nodded and said,
Not long ago, Song Longrong also used this mental method to fight me. However,
although his Vajra divine power
is terrifying, it has not reached the state of perfection. And it is not yet able to. It seems that your power of Vajra has reached the highest level.
Looking at Song Yuanhua, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, shook his head and said,
But even so, you are not worthy enough to kill me.
Yin Laolu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up angrily.
Yang Laomo, if you dare to speak harshly when you are about to die, senior brother will definitely kill you this time. Even if you are the emperor, it will be useless. I will wait for you.
I will definitely beat you to the point where you will run away with your head in your hands and kneel down to beg for mercy.
Song Yuanhua said nothing, but at this moment, he proved his determination to kill Yang Mucheng with his heartbeat. He took one step forward, and at this moment, the peaceful valley became like an angry sea. Chapter 774. The battle has just begun. Boom! He stepped out from Yuanhua and landed on the ground. In an instant, the entire valley trembled with terror. The large cracks along the soles of his feet spread crazily, and even the distant mountain peaks trembled at this moment, and countless rocks rolled down. I saw that his whole body was already like an arrow, shooting towards Yang Mucheng, bringing out a huge wave of gray dust behind the valley. It's like the Sea Dragon King skimming across the sea with lightning speed, setting off terrifying waves. This huge wave of dust spread from outside the valley to Yang Mucheng's side. Even the black gold furnace cauldron lying in front of everyone was smashed to pieces by him. A distance of hundreds of meters. For Song Yuanhua, it was just a moment. Boom! Countless fragments of the exploding cauldron shot out like a strong rain, causing the many sect leaders standing in front of Yang Mucheng to vomit blood one by one and fly backwards. Everyone just felt terrified in their hearts. Some of them have also seen Song Longrong's
Donkey Kong divine power,
and they only think that after Song Yuanhua has cultivated this
Donkey Kong divine power
to the extreme, it will only be a little stronger than Song Longrong at most. But the strength shown by Yuanhua now far exceeds everyone's imagination. If you compared Song Longrong with him, there is simply a huge difference. Boom! Yang Mucheng stood there, not dodging or dodging, and forcefully received Song Yuanhua's punch. There was a loud noise, and the ground beneath the two of them exploded at this moment. Invisible ripples spread out, and the rocks on the surrounding ground were lifted up crazily.
Ultimo Yang, you can actually catch my punch.
Song Yuanhua seemed to be a puppet, with no emotion in his eyes. He looked at Yang Mucheng indifferently, not as if he was looking at the enemy who killed his brother.
As expected of the grand uncle of Wandao Sword sect. Do you know my identity?
Yang Mucheng raised his brows. He felt that although his palm blocked the opponent's fist, the mighty divine power still surged in like a roaring sea. If anyone else had received this punch, their internal organs would have been shattered by the hidden energy in it.
The poor monk naturally knows. No matter who you are, this poor monk will kill you. Ma Wangxiang.
Song Yuanhua closed his right fist, and his expression became solemn at this moment. But he saw that his feet exerted great force, and the soles of his feet hit the ground with a bang and were half an inch into the rock. The raised hands, like the raised hooves of a warhorse, suddenly stepped towards Yang Muqing's shoulders at this moment. Now! A piece of Buddha's light rose up from behind Yuan Hua, and what suddenly appeared in the Buddha's light was a handsome white dragon horse. Snort! Yang Mucheng raised his fists and smashed down Yuan Hua's palm. The fists and palms briefly crossed each other in midair, causing Yuan Hua to stagger and his body tilted backward. Although Yang Muqing's body could withstand this force, the ground under his feet could not. There was an explosion, and the ground exploded again. The rocks under his feet looked like blooming stone flowers. And at this time, the second blow from Yuan Hua has arrived. Although he leaned back and seemed to have lost his balance, when he fell to the ground, he slapped his palms on the ground, raised his feet that were half an inch into the ground, and slammed into Yang Muqing's lower body. The Buddha's light behind him suddenly transformed into a huge ape. Huh? Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he jumped up like a big bird to avoid the blow from his lower body. While his body was still in the air, he was already using Qianjun pendant to press down on Song Yuan Hua. But at this moment, strange moves from Yuan Hua came out. He failed with one move, facing Yang Muqing's counterattack. The Buddha's light behind him transformed into a golden carp at this moment. The whole person stood up like a carp, dodging Yang Muqing's blow. The 36 phases of Buddhism. Yin Laoyu was the first to recognize this move. Senior brother, did Master pass on all these techniques to you? Song Yuan Hua said nothing and nodded by default. The 36 appearances of Buddhism uses 36 kinds of objects as phantoms to simulate postures for defense or offense. It is a step-by-step mid-level martial arts. It doesn't seem to be very powerful, but it is actually both offensive and defensive, coupled with a Donkey Kong power that can be freely sent and received. It is absolutely terrifying. What kind of weird trick is this? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. A trick to kill you. Song Yuanhua's expression condensed, and his demeanor suddenly changed at this moment. At the same time, the Buddha light behind him turned again and turned into a statue of Skunda from Yuanhua's right hand. Under the illusion of Buddha's light, it turned out to be a condensation of gas, forming a magic whip and smashing it towards Yang Mucheng. Skunda is also an evil monk and an evil Buddha. This moment, Song Yuanhua is like a god and Buddha in charge of the law, and he wants to make Yang Mu achieve rectification of the law. Kill me! You are so arrogant! Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and the demon god sacrifice appeared. He raised his fist and struck it on the whip. This whip, which can beat ghosts and gods, was completely shattered by Yang Mucheng and burst into pieces. Song Yuanhua said nothing, but when he saw the devil appearing behind Yang Mucheng, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Behind him, Wei Tua transformed into a Vajra with angry eyes, and struck Yang Mucheng in the chest with a palm. Yang Mucheng directly fired out the frightening finger, and pressed back with one finger. He quietly transformed the energy from Yuanhua's palm, and at the same time unleashed his own power. Boom! A bang! Song Yuanhua made a muffled sound, and lost his balance. He retreated backwards due to this instruction, and crashed directly into the mountain. Elder brother was defeated? Yin Laoyu's face was as white as paper, and he couldn't believe it. The leader won. At this moment, everyone also cheered and shouted. Yang Mucheng used his right hand to release the restraints on Lu Yaoer. Lu Yaoer was about to speak, but Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, "Quickly retreat." This? Everyone was stunned. Could it be? Some excited people have already guessed something. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he heard a crackling sound in the distant mountains, and countless rocks fell down in the huge hole, with dust everywhere. Yuanhua slowly walked out. The Jingshan finger left no trace on his body. Not even his monk's robe was shattered, and his aura was increasing instead of decreasing at this moment. As expected of Mr. Yang, Song Yuanhua walked out slowly and looked at Yang Mucheng quietly. There was a smile on his sudden face. Not a mockery, not a contempt, not a sneer, but rather a proud gesture as if he had everything under his control. The sparkle in his eyes exploded. Now! The battle has just begun! Chapter 775. Buddha's light shines vs demonic flame surge into the sky. Step by step from Yuanhua. The Buddha's light behind him keeps changing. Horse King phase, Fish King phase, Ape King phase, Snake King phase, Skunda phase, Vajra phase, Arhat phase, Bodhisattva image, Deity phase. 36 phases flashed behind him. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, he transformed into the form of Buddha.
And this huge Buddha figure, with a faint smile on his face, is exactly the same as Song Yuanhua, as if he has the attitude of having everything in the world under his control.
Old Mo Yang, this poor monk has heard of your name a long time ago. Now that I see you, not only are you a rare talent in the mortal world, but there are not many people in the martial arts world who can compete with you. Your body is not inferior to that of the Sapphire Bodhisattva that the poor monk has cultivated. Your strength is stronger than the Vajra divine power that the poor monk has cultivated. Your inner strength is better than that of the poor monk Z.
The cultivation level in the early stage of the mansion is even stronger.
Song Yuanhua swung his long sleeves, and the Buddha's light behind him slowly fell. The Buddha's image almost merged with him at this moment. At this moment, he is the Buddha, and the Buddha is him. A red Buddha's light slowly emerged behind him. Like the rising sun, the monk's robe and skin were all covered with a faint layer of colored glaze at this moment. The whole person seemed to be made of colored glaze, full of images of gold and jade. Although Yang Mucheng pointed him back, there was no sign of despair on his face. Instead, his eyes were even more serious.
It's a pity that the poor monk still wants to kill you.
Yeah. Yang Mucheng sneered. He slowly lowered his eyes, and the huge demon behind him was also slowly shrinking at this moment. Due to the increase in telepathy, Yang Mucheng's understanding of the demon god's sacrifice became much more profound. The first form is regarded as the manifestation of the devil, and the second form is the possession of the devil. The demon god's body swayed and turned into thousands of black mist, which rushed towards Yang Mucheng's 18,000 pores and disappeared. And at the same time, a black sun seemed to rise behind Yang Mucheng, which was exactly the opposite of the red sun of Buddha's light coming from behind Yuanhua. This black sun seemed to be transformed into a black hole, as if it had swallowed up all the light. A black mist, like soaring demonic energy, rose from Yang Mucheng's body.
Old demon Yang, you are indeed possessed by a demon. I don't know how many people you killed to develop the demonic skills you have today.
Seeing this scene, Song Yuanhua clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name, with even more murderous intent in his eyes.
I hate you monks the most. You talk so much about the truth. Whether I am possessed by a demon or not is not your decision.
Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and asked,
How dare you say that you have never killed anyone?
Song Yuanhua was startled. The blood of his men was no less than that of Yang Mucheng. When the battle between good and evil takes place, he once led many outer disciples into evil sects and slaughtered no less than hundreds of sects.
Those people are all evil people.
Song Yuanhua said righteously.
Yes, in my eyes. Are you not evil people? The Gale Tiger King sect oppressed my Dacian dynasty and massacred my people. Your junior brothers helped them do evil, and they did not distinguish between good and bad, and entangled a group of people to come to Fixing Yulongzong assassinated me. Now, you come to kill me again. What is the difference between you and the evil people?
Yang Mucheng sneered.
For a moment,
Song Yuanhua was speechless. But I heard Yang Mucheng continue.
Kill people. Kill people. Don't make yourself perfect. Like the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Since you have come to kill me, you have already committed a capital crime. Don't worry. If I kill you today, I will crush your sect in the future. Otherwise, after killing you, all your masters and ancestors will be killed in the future. Come to me to seek revenge. But before that, I have to kill him first.
Yang Mucheng's eyes changed. Yin Lao took Liu Yao and threatened him face to face. This has touched his inner skin. Even with the Emperor protecting Yin Lao, Yin Lao cannot survive. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took a step forward. This moment, his speed was hundreds of times faster than before. Even from Yuanhua, he only saw a monstrous demonic shadow passing through his eyes. Immediately, Yang Mucheng came to Yin Lao, and at the same time, this shocking palm it slapped away and lightly printed on Yin Lao's chest. Boom! A muffled sound sounded.
Yin Lao's body trembled. A palm print was dented on his chest, and a terrifying bulge immediately emerged at the corresponding position on his back. It was like a piece of silk being torn apart, and the sound of a balloon exploding was heard. Yin Lao's back exploded violently, and countless blood, along with the shattered internal organs, turned into a blood arrow and poured out from behind him, and shot it out fiercely. Yin Lao, on the other hand, fell limply on the spot, no longer alive.
Old demon Yang.
Song Yuanhua's face turned cold. He clenched his fists and his muscles tensed up.
The red sun Buddha's light behind him suddenly burst out, and pieces of red Buddha's light seemed to condense into substance, blasting the surrounding earth into terrifying mottled and exploding pieces.
He deserves to die,
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
No one has ever been able to survive after threatening me.
When Yang Mucheng said this, he was full of righteousness. On the other hand, Song Yuanhua is full of murderous intentions, like an evil Shura ghost. The sects in the distance looked at this scene and felt that the situation was reversed.
This little monk is so awesome.
Zhu Xingyi covered his chest. His chest was hit by the broken furnace, and his ribs and collarbone were also broken.
I don't know what sect he is from. Yes.
Everyone was shocked. Just a casual blow knocked them all back, leaving them unable to fight anymore.
I wonder if the Alliance leader can compete with him,
Jia Xiu said worriedly. At this moment, everyone fell into silence. No doubt, this is also a genius qualification from Yuanhua. Moreover, his body refining skills have reached the extreme, and he is many times more powerful than the golden armored god general they encountered before. Although Yang Mucheng was only in the late stage of Yuaning when he faced the golden armored god general, he has already reached the peak of Yuaning at this moment. But everyone was still worried about Song Yuanhua.
He must be from the Fifth Line sect.
Enai Pingqi narrowed his eyes and stared at Song Yuanhua.
Boom!
At this time, Song Yuanhua finally took action.
Old demon Yang, you killed my junior brother and still dared to uphold the right path. Today, I will eliminate the demon and defend the path.
He shouted in a deep voice and grabbed the void with both hands. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged in between the heaven and the earth like a tide, boiling and gathering. The spiritual energy within a radius of several miles was directly evacuated at this moment, and condensed into a long monk stick in an instant. The monk stick was hundreds of feet long. He was grasped in Song Yuanhua's hand, and when it was formed, it was thrown directly downwards. The power of this stick seemed to shatter the entire space. The sharp and whistling sound of the stick was like an arhat holding a dragon stick. Chapter 776, Thousands of Dharma Appearances. Billions of Incarnations.
So strong. Not good. Get out of the way.
This force of a stick striking the sky, before it could be suppressed, was already denting the surrounding earth. There was only a crackling sound, and a huge stick mark appeared crazily on the ground. This terrifying stick mark spread from Yuanhua's feet to the valley, shrouding Yang Mucheng in it.
Break!
Facing this huge stick hitting his head, Yang Mucheng was not afraid at all. He smiled coldly, raised his right finger, and slashed forward. This slash was like the sun and moon being reversed, mountains and rivers flowing backwards, and a giant sword of 100 feet forming in midair. The sword body penetrated the void and struck the sky-holding stick fiercely. There was an explosion. The swords and sticks collided and dissipated in an instant. But this terrifying momentum made everyone look horrified, and they quickly shot towards the rear. I saw where the two were fighting, and even a shocking tornado rose up. Small gravels, large rocks, and thousand-year-old trees were all swallowed up by the tornado and swept directly into the sky. Even the valley surrounding the tombs was covered with cracks in this shocking confrontation, as if it was about to collapse at any time.
Since Yuanhua was too strong,
he has always been in a dominant position.
Present, only Zhu Xingyi, Jia Xiu, Enai Pingqi and other powerful people from Zifu could see everything in the field. Others could only see two blurry figures in the tornado.
Then if you say that, doesn't it mean that the Holy One is in danger?
Lu Yao was anxious. Yang Mucheng has always been physically strong and has few opponents. His inner strength and physical strength are enough to deal with ordinary Zifu strongmen. But today he met his opponent, from Yuanhua. Although Zhu Xingyi is not that old compared to the powerful men of the Zifu, who are 700 or 800 years old, or even thousands of years old, he is actually a real enlightened monk. With every move he made, the ground exploded, causing endless winds. Everyone watching changed their colors. Go! With a finger from Yuanhua's right hand, a ray of Buddha's light shot out, and at the same time it transformed into a huge 8-sided Han sword, which was 100 meters long, and directly tore apart the thousands-meter tornado that swept into the sky at this moment. The dust and clouds all over the sky seemed to be cut apart by his finger.
Shocking finger.
Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with golden light. Demonic energy surged behind him, and his long hair rose. The demon god blended into it, with 25 kinds of changes at the fingertips. And there were gusts of sinister wind all around. And he pointed a fierce finger at the sword that penetrated the heaven and earth from Yuanhua.
Both of you take a step back. Come again. Yang Macheng shouted and took a step forward. After all, he was using the demon god sacrifice, a martial skill from outside the immortal sect. Under the demon god sacrifice, any of his moves were upgraded to a level out of thin air. He was actually on par with Song Yuanhua. I don't know when from Yuanhua. The controlling smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an extremely solemn look. He never expected that Yang Macheng would be so powerful. Even though he was only at the peak of nascent soul, he could be on par with him, who was in the early stage of Zifu.
Is this the difference between first-tier sects and fifth-tier sects? No wonder the Wandao sword sect can be called one of the 36 sects.
Song Yuanhua sighed in his heart. But his offensive did not stop at all. His hands rolled in the void. In an instant, the dust clouds that had been chopped up by his sword seemed to be pulled by the black hole at this moment, turning into thousands of strands, and hundreds of rivers converged to form two huge Buddha palms. With a roar, Yang Macheng was caught in his hand, and in an instant it turned into a huge earth ball, wrapping Yang Macheng in it.
Not good.
Seeing this scene, Lu Yao's face turned pale, and she was horrified. But her cultivation level is too low. In the face of the momentum generated during the battle between the two sides, it is extremely difficult to take a step forward, let alone block it.
Is this the difference between the 5th and 6th lines?
The sect leaders present all looked horrified. Although, they and Song Yuanhua were both strong men in the early stages of the Z Mansion, but their combat effectiveness was less than half that of the other party.
Terrible.
Such an idea arose in everyone's mind.
How could he be so strong?
Someone couldn't help but ask. Zhu Zheng shook his head and smiled bitterly.
We are all strong in the Zifu. But there are differences. The cultivation techniques, the martial arts learned, whether the internal energy is huge, whether the body, energy and blood are strong, every point determines one thing. A strong warrior. He is stronger than any of us from Yuanhua. Break.
Just when the huge earth ball was about to close up and crush Yang Macheng alive, Yang Macheng split the earth ball open with the Xinglua Xuanye sword. But at this time, Song Yuanhua is already using another trick. I saw the Buddha's light behind him flourishing, and thousands of arms transformed under his ribs, making the whole person look like the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara. With each hand, he quickly made a seal or made a gesture. Just when he saw that the earth ball chopped up by Yang Macheng was about to turn into thousands of dust and scatter towards the ground,
it transformed again. Either a fist, a palm, a claw, or a finger. Buddha has thousands of Dharma appearances and billions of incarnations. This time, Yuanhua's attack amounted to more than hundreds of millions. This blow was even faster than before, like a hail of bullets heading towards Yang Macheng. And Yang Macheng casually made a seal, and the Xinglua Xuanye sword in his hand flew out with a clang, releasing a tangible sword energy, which condensed into a sword aura in front of him. And he could not dodge, avoid, and catch these countless attacks alive.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
One attack after another struck the sword in shock, erupting into pieces of earth-shattering dust. Yang Macheng squinted and sneered.
You only have this ability, and you want to kill me.
He didn't know which sect Song Yuanhua belonged to. But no matter who he was, he couldn't stop Yang Macheng from having a murderous intention. In this world, for Yang Macheng, there are only two kinds of people. One is a friend. One is the enemy. Since you have come to kill him, you are his enemy. Yang Macheng would not be merciful at all when dealing with his enemies.
It's enough to kill you.
Song Yuanhua closed his eyes, and the Buddha's light behind him erupted again. Original. The Buddha's light is like a red sun, but at this moment it is a golden light, as if a god or Buddha has descended. However, he saw that the dust that was falling all over the sky gathered rapidly at this moment, rolling in the void and transforming into a huge image of Tathagata Buddha, which was majestic and sacred and could not be offended. When this huge Buddha image appeared, it shouted the Buddha's name, rolled up its huge Buddha palms, and came towards Yang Macheng to crush him.
Crack!
There was a crisp and harsh sound, and the sword gang condensed outside Xinglua Xuanye's sword actually exploded at this moment. Chapter 777 The Magic Weapon. The Magic Pestle. This monstrous Buddha's palm was pressing down at this moment, as if it was going to crush Yang Macheng to death. Boom! With a palm strike, shocking power swept over him. In fact, the entire earth sank crazily at this moment, and a terrifying palm print, with a radius of several hundred feet, suddenly appeared. At this moment, Song Yuanhua's eyes suddenly turned nihilistic and arrogant. It seemed that in his eyes, Yang Muchung had become a monster that he could crush.
It's over. Old demon Yang.
The voice from Yuan Hua came slowly, accompanied by the mighty sound, as if falling from the sky.
Yeah.
Yang Muchung stretched his body and released the ancient heaven swallowing technique. This moment, his whole body seemed to have become the center of the world. An infinite spiritual energy surged crazily towards his body in an astonishing manner. As this huge spiritual energy entered his body, the demonic energy on his body suddenly surged. The demonic energy that had been integrated into the body surged up at this moment, and instantly turned into a monstrous demonic figure confronting the Buddha. The chaotic shadow of nothingness. Only the pair of blood-red eyes seemed to shine from the blood river under the nine netherworld. This moment, the sky above the valley seemed to be divided into two halves. Half of it is the Buddha's light shining everywhere. Half of it is filled with demonic flames. And now, Yang Muchung wanted to use this demonic flame to kill the gods and Buddhas all over the sky. Boom! The surging killing sword intent surged out of his body crazily and swept away, facing the monstrous Buddha who was pressing down crazily. Yang Muchung slowly waved his palm. The demon behind him also slowly raised his palms in accordance with his movements. At this moment, the monstrous demonic energy seemed to have found an outlet, and it suddenly surged towards the Buddha's palm like a flood breaking through a bank.
Boom!
The Buddha and the demon are fierce, and the world is trembling. A circular wave of wind swayed along the bodies of the two of them, like a huge wave sweeping across the world. This wind and wave flew sand and rocks, completely destroying everything in its path. It also slapped heavily on the valley, and with a click sound, the huge valley collapsed at this moment. The people were frightened and ran away like crazy. This battle has exceeded everyone's imagination, and everyone is stunned to see the Buddha and the demon fighting. Buddha wants to suppress the devil. The devil wants to kill Buddha. At this moment, the world was still eclipsed, as if it had completely collapsed.
Boom!
Just heard a muffled sound. Song Yuanhua's body trembled in midair and shot backwards under the attack of this force. The Buddha's light and Buddha behind him also swayed slightly, quietly turning into white light like a broken glass mirror, and disappeared into the sky.
One!
Seeing this scene, countless people exclaimed. But see! Yang Muchung, who had repelled Yuan Hua, also slowly fell from the air. The monstrous demonic shadow behind him also quietly disappeared at this moment.
A tie?
Countless people lost their voices.
You are many times stronger than those junior brothers who died in my hands.
Yang Mu raised his sleeves, raised his hands, and looked at Song Longhua quietly.
But it's still not enough in front of me. That's not necessarily the case.
Song Yuanhua slowly raised his eyes and looked towards Yang Muchung.
Before I came down the mountain, Master gave me something. Originally, I didn't intend to use it to kill you. But now, it's okay if I don't use it,
he said, taking something out of his arms. Everyone hurriedly looked forward, only to see that the thing was a half-arm-long demon-conquering pestle. Although the shape was ordinary, it was blood-red all over, giving off a strange color. After taking it out, the surrounding temperature seemed to suddenly drop at this moment, as if it was trapped in a cold prison.
What is that? What a terrible smell. It can actually affect my mind. No, this little monk actually has such a weird magic weapon. I'm afraid the leader will be in big trouble this time.
Everyone was shocked. However, Yang Muchung, who was closer to Yuanhua, could even hear bursts of roars that sounded like men, women, old and young, all of which seemed to be coming from the demon-conquering pestle. If you look closely, you can still see ghostly shadows emerging from the demon-conquering pestle from time to time, as if they are trying to escape. But in the end, he was still restrained by the even more terrifying confinement power that erupted from the demonic pestle.
Old demon Yang, this demon-subduing pestle is the most precious treasure of our sect. It has killed 1,800 powerful men from the Z Mansion and bound the wrong souls of 1,800 powerful men from the Z Mansion,
said, from Yuanhua. He slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Muchung.
If I use this to slay the demonic pestle, can I kill you? I'm afraid this will become a magic weapon.
Zhu Jingyi trembled all over as he looked at the ghostly demon-subduing pestle.
It's over. It's over. I'm afraid the Alliance leader is hopeless this time. What is a magic weapon?
Lu Yao asked. Although they were far apart, she could definitely feel the terrifying aura emanating from the demon-conquering pestle. This breath made her break out in cold sweat, and she couldn't even move her legs. She raised her head with difficulty and looked around. it was discovered that besides her, the other sect leaders were also shocked and trembling all over.
A magic weapon is also a kind of magic weapon. When this magic weapon kills too many people, kills too many powerful people, and resentment gathers on the magic weapon, it becomes a magic weapon. After the magic weapon turns into a demon, the power will increase several times, but it will also swallow people's hearts.
Zhu Xingyi swallowed his saliva. When people of evil ways refine magic weapons, they usually use human life to construct them. The magic weapons and weapons they refine are filled with demonic flames. But he didn't expect that a righteous Buddhist pestle could also become a magic weapon and kill so many powerful people in the Zifu. At this time, Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, seeming to be thinking about something. He was slightly stunned when he saw Song Yuanhua looking at him and heard Song Yuanhua's words. In the eyes of others, he seemed to have absolutely no means of coping.
It looks like it's going to end here.
Song Yuanhua clutched the magic pestle tightly with a smile on his face, as if everything had become a foregone conclusion and no one could change it. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and still shook his head slowly.
This demonic pestle is not enough to kill me.
What? Even Buddha's heart, who had been cultivating for 300 years in Tianma Shura Temple, raised his head in shock when he heard these words from Yuanhua, and looked towards Yang Mucheng in disbelief.
Old demon Yang, you are really the devil in this world. You are not afraid of heaven or earth. You don't know how to be afraid. But you are still so arrogant and domineering even when you are about to die. In this case, today I will use this demonic pestle to take your life.
After saying that, he threw with his right hand, and the demon-conquering pestle flew out. Chapter 778 The Murderous Buddha. The magic pestle is a Buddhist weapon. It is a very strong and yang treasure, specially designed to control all the filthy and mean things in the world. But now, the demon-subduing pestle seems to have become a weapon in Shura's hands. At this moment, it carries endless murderous intent and demonic energy, as if the Nine Netherworld has been opened.
Call!
The rapidly swooping demon-conquering pestle was like a wild horse that had lost control almost the moment it broke away from Yuanhua's hand. The endless black mist is like a flood bursting a bank, and a volcanic eruption emerges crazily from the half-arm-long demon-conquering pestle. Countless souls of injustice keep rising up.
Destroy! Destroy! Destroy!
From Yuanhua's mouth, he proclaimed the Buddha's name, and his hands continued to form seals. As the seals were formed, the infinite souls of grievances actually squirmed up at this moment, as if a huge black hole appeared in midair to swallow them up. And even more so, transformed into the void. Buddhism has something to say. Everyone is compassionate. Therefore, the Buddhas in the heavens all have kind eyebrows and kind eyes. But no one knows that there is also a murderous and aggressive Buddha among the Buddhists. He is Ashura, named after one of the 6 paths, also known as unruly in Sanskrit. At this moment, everyone was shocked and silent. But see, the monstrous ghostly shadows gathered in the void to form a terrifying Buddha shadow. This Buddha's body is as big as Mount Sumeru, with more than 1,000 eyes and 24 legs. It has 990 heads, mouths, and hands. It doesn't look like a Buddha, but more like a demon.
What kind of demon is this? This is obviously a demon.
Lu Yaor cried out.
He is a Buddha. He is a Buddha killer who came out of the poesy of blood. He is the most troublemaking and aggressive kind of Buddha killer.
Guofuyu looked horrified. Under the power of the demonic pestle, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. His whole body was soaked with sweat, and his whole body seemed to be fished out of the water.
I wonder if the leader can catch this blow.
Others' eyes widened even more, as if a pair of hands had reached into their stomachs and grasped their hearts. Even Lu Yaor, who had the most confidence in Yang Mucheng, could not stop his pupils from shrinking at this moment. Song Yuanhua's previous attacks were certainly terrifying, but Yang Mucheng was still able to resist with the same strength, and he was on equal footing with him. But now this demon-subduing pestle has exceeded everyone's imagination. It has killed so many powerful people in the Z Mansion, and has already become a magic weapon. If he was hit by the demon-subduing pestle, even if Yang Mucheng was lucky enough to survive, he would be possessed by the 1,800 innocent souls of the Zifu contained in the demon-subduing pestle, and his body would be torn apart. Not to mention whether Yang Mucheng could block the demon-conquering pestle. Even if all of them combined at the moment, they would be completely killed by the shocking blow of the demon-conquering pestle.
Shang!
Yang Mucheng shouted loudly and raised his sword. Immediately, the Xinglua Xuanye's sword rose up and floated in front of him.
Condensation! He squeezed the seal with his right hand, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into thousands of strands and surged towards him. The Xingluo sword, which was completely covered in darkness, actually burst into a burst of bright starlight at this moment. This moment, the space between heaven and earth seemed to be eclipsed. Only the Xingluo sword in Yang Muqing's hand can illuminate the entire void. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Muqing seemed like a god and demon who controlled the stars. Everything in heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only him.
Today, let me come and meet you, the subduing demonic pestle, who has killed 1,800 strong men of the Purple Mansion.
Yang Muqing shouted in a deep voice.
Good.
After Yuan Hua spat out the last word, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. At this time, he no longer looked like an enlightened monk, but instead looked like an evil ghost crawling out of the abyss. He roared and pushed his right hand forward. Suddenly, Azura also roared at this moment, with 999 eyes fixed on Yang Muqing, and 999 hands rising to grab Yang Muqing.
Boom!
Then, the attacks between the two sides collided heavily. This moment, the burst of bright light completely engulfed the two of them.
Crack!
Suddenly, there was a burst of explosion sound, and the low-grade Xingluo sword suddenly exploded under the bombardment of the demon-conquering pestle. The demon-subduing pestle is like an existence that can penetrate everything and is incomparable. Every time it advances, the sword body of Xingluo sword is destroyed by it. The broken sword body had the luster of stars, and was instantly swallowed up by Azura's endless Buddha light.
Not good!
At this moment, everyone shouted. The sword in Yang Muqing's hand could kill even the strong men of the Zifu. But now it was shattered by the demon-subduing pestle.
Laugh!
Song Yuanhua's eyes widened angrily. At this moment, it was like King Kong's angry glare, and the demon-subduing pestle that he blasted out, with the superposition of his two powers, pressed towards Yang Muqing again.
Boom!
A muffled sound resounded. The remaining half of the Xingluo sword was directly smashed to pieces by the subduing demonic pestle and turned into endless dust. And this time, the demon-subduing pestle was no longer in the way, and it blasted directly towards Yang Muqing's eyebrows. The center of the eyebrows, in Buddhist terms, is also the Shangyuan Palace. People have three palaces: Shangyuan Palace, Shongyuan Palace, and Lower Yuan Palace. The Shangyuan Palace nourishes the relics, soul, and soul. The Nawan Palace gathers qi and blood throughout the body. Xia Yuan Palace is also the Dantian, where Yuaning and Jin Dan are stored. If you are hit between the eyebrows by this demon-subduing pestle, you will be torn apart on the spot even if you have reached the realm of spiritual thoughts and cultivated your soul. And your soul will be imprisoned in this demon-conquering pestle, suffering forever, unable to escape, becoming the nourishment of this demon-conquering pestle, and becoming a part of this wronged soul. Boom! It was like a thunder suddenly falling from the sky and hitting everyone in front of them. Everyone felt their eardrums trembling and their blood boiling.
Old Demon Yang! It's over!
Song Yuanhua shouted loudly, and pushed again with his right hand. The next moment, there is no obstacle in the way of Jiang Yamochu, just like a typhoon passing through, with Jiang Yamochu as the center. A deep depression has been dug into the ground, like a huge artificial canal. Countless rocks and trees were crushed crazily. Everyone had no choice but to retreat again and again. Only the strong man from Zifu could barely stand on the spot. The others had already been blown hundreds of meters away by the power of the demon-subduing pestle.
Call!
The strong wind howled, causing Yang Muqing's black hair to rise. The robes on his body were also torn to pieces at this moment, turning into powder and disappearing in the wind. However, facing Song Yuanhua's most powerful blow, there was no fear in Yang Muqing's eyes, but instead, he became more and more willing to fight.
I said that if you want to kill me with this, it's not enough. Boom!
Before Yang Muqing could finish his words, the shocking power erupted by the demonic pestle completely covered him, and the horrifying explosion completely covered his voice. In the battlefield, a black light hundreds of times more dazzling than the blazing sun suddenly erupted, completely covering up Yang Muqing. Chapter 779. I'm going to take revenge. Quiet. At this moment, the world was dead silent. All sounds seemed to have disappeared. The sound of wind, rain, and breathing all cease. Everyone felt their eyes go dark, as if the whole world was collapsing at this moment. If you look down from the sky, you will definitely be able to see the key. The black light erupted from the demon-conquering pestle was like a huge sky cover, completely covering hundreds of miles around. Here, it is nothingness. Here, it is an abyss. Here, it's H.L. Your Majesty! Lu Yaoer screamed miserably. Her body went limp, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Alliance leader! Several other powerful men from the Z Mansion also looked pale. In their opinion, Yuan Hua's final blow was the most powerful attack of the magic weapon. Even the warriors in the middle stage of Zifu can kill them here. No matter how strong Yang Mu is, he may not be able to withstand it. Although other people did not see the key, they could still guess the final situation. What to do? Escape? There is humanity at this time. We recognize the face of that young monk, and we are afraid that he will kill someone and silence him. Hurry and report to Wandao Sword Sect. Everyone was in panic. What? Sudden. Song Yuanhua exclaimed, his eyes almost bulging out, looking straight ahead with disbelief written all over his face. Seeing this scene, everyone who was preparing to escape trembled in their hearts, and an incredible color appeared in their minds, and they quickly looked forward. When he saw this, he was as shocked as Song Yuanhua. Your Majesty? Lu Yaoer also opened her eyes wide, trying to see clearly the center of the black sky. But I saw it. The huge black sky slowly disappeared, and the black light quietly dispersed. On that land that was razed to the ground and covered with desolation, a scene appeared that everyone will never forget. A naked young man was covered in golden dragon armor. He clasped his hands together and clamped the demon-conquering pestle that was filled with demonic flames. The tip of the demon-conquering pestle, shining with infinite blood, was only half a hair away from the young man's brow. Even the demon-conquering pestle was still howling and roaring, but it was always clamped tightly by the young man's hands, unable to move. Boom! With the young man's sudden tightening, the countless innocent souls on the demon-conquering pestle were shattered, and countless ghostly auras emitted from his fingertips. How can this be? Yuanhua's face was full of shock. I do not believe. He also did not expect that his last demonic pestle would not be able to kill Yang Maicheng. Letting out a roar, Yuanhua clenched his fists, and the Buddha's light that dissipated behind him rose into the sky at this moment, transforming into a towering Buddha, and then crazily crushing towards where Yang Maicheng was. Yang Maicheng's right hand fiercely grabbed forward, and in an instant, the billowing spiritual energy gathered in the void. A huge palm fell from the sky and grabbed Song Yuanhua. Junior brother, I am incompetent and cannot avenge you. Song Yuanhua, who was captured, had a look of despair on his face. Die! Yang Maicheng said lightly. Then, he exerted force with his 5 fingers, and a shocking force burst out from his giant palm, and blood mist erupted into the sky. In the void, there was only one young man left with true dragon armor. Tianma Shura Temple. Forbidden Room. This is the forbidden area of Tianma Shura Temple. There are jade plaques hanging on the surrounding walls, each with a name. Anyone who becomes a disciple of Tianma Shura Temple will hang a jade plaque in the Forbidden Room. This jade tablet, also known as the Life Tablet, is divided into 2 pieces. One is worn by the disciples, and the other is hung in the Forbidden Room. Once a disciple dies, the nameplate will be shattered. Not only can the identity of the disciple be verified, but also the death of the disciple can be known. The same is true for the Wandao Sword Sect's floating island. Early this morning, the elder responsible for taking care of the Forbidden Room discovered that one of the life cards was violently turbulent. Is this the token of Song Yuanhua, the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall? The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. Didn't he go down the mountain on the orders of the abbot? Why did the fortune card tremble so fiercely? Did he get into a fight with someone? Who is it that can make the fate card so violently turbulent? But, elder, don't worry about anything. In the 300 years since Yuanhua was the most talented Buddhist disciple in the Tianma Shura Temple, he was a firm-minded person, and was even made an exception from the outer sect to become an inner sect disciple. From novices, to monks, to deacons, and now to the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall, they have all stepped forward step by step with the questioning eyes of everyone. Abbot! At this moment, the elder's eyes narrowed. He discovered that a skinny old monk had appeared in the Forbidden Room. Why are you here? I'm worried, so I came to the Forbidden Room to take a look. Hua Tianxi put his hands behind his back and looked leisurely at the life tablet hanging on the wall. Are you worried about Song Yuanhua? The elder of the Forbidden Room smiled lightly and said, He is your proud disciple. Although he has never been down the mountain in the past 300 years, there is no need to question his strength. No matter how terrible the opponent is, he will turn it into a disaster. Hua Tianxi said nothing. Only he knows what kind of opponent Yuan Hua will face this time.
Abbot, before going down the mountain, didn't you give the demon-conquering pestle to Song Yuanhua? Even if he encounters an unbeatable opponent, he can still defeat the opponent by using the demon-conquering pestle. He is just going down the mountain. Not what danger could there be?
The elder of the Forbidden Room comforted.
Hurry up. The fortune cards have stopped.
At this time, the elder of the Forbidden Room suddenly spoke up. Hua Tianxi exhaled a breath of turbid air and nodded secretly. Although the opponent is Yang Macheng, he also believes that Song Yuanhua has an absolute chance of winning.
It seems that it won't be long before Song Yuanhua comes back,
Hua Tianxi said secretly. Click! Just when Hua Tianxi finished his thoughts, a sudden crisp sound suddenly came from the life card. At this moment, Hua Tianxi closed his eyes and quickly looked towards the fate card. However, he saw that a crack quickly spread out on the life card that represented Song Yuanhua's safety. Just when Hua Tianxi looked at it, the crystal-clear life card exploded with a click and turned into countless pieces of powder falling down. Hua Tianxi froze on the spot for a moment, his expression instantly gloomy to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he rushed out the door.
Abbot! Abbot!
The elder of the Forbidden Room came to his senses, shouted loudly, and chased him all the way out. He actually discovered that after Hua Tianxi left the Forbidden Room, without any hesitation, his whole body turned into an angry arrow and flew directly towards the outside of the temple.
Where are you going?
Hua Tianxi seemed to turn a deaf ear until his figure completely disappeared, and then his cold voice was left in the void.
I'm going to take revenge.
Chapter 780, The Nameless Town. Valley. Tombs. There was dead silence. Everyone looked at the young man, who looked like the reincarnation of the dragon god, in stunned silence. After not Song Yuanhua died, the dragon body surrounding the young man like a coiled dragon quietly dispersed like dust, as if it did not exist. Emperor Yang Macheng of Dakian, the leader of the Sixth Lion sect and the great-uncle of the 36th Grandmaster, was defeated by Yuan Hua, and received a single blow from the magic weapon subdued the demonic pestle and was unscathed.
The leader wins.
Zhu Jingyi looked at the handsome young man with disbelief on his face.
Yang Macheng stood proudly between heaven and earth, and the huge dragon soul slowly converged on his back, forming a 5-clawed golden dragon again.
I don't know what sect this young monk is from, but this sect can bring out such disciples. So it must be very powerful. It must be the existence of the Fifth Lion sect, but the Fifth Lion sect. Let's contact No. I don't know how many there are.
Jiaxiao frowned slightly. One line of sect. One line of sky. A line of sects is like a mountain stream. There seems to be only a thin line between their Sixth Lion sect and the Fifth Lion sect. But the difference is very different. Even bigger.
Your Majesty!
Lu Yao ran over in a panic. She looked up and down at Yang Macheng carefully, and asked with worry on her face.
Are you okay? Fine,
Yang Macheng said lightly.
Fortunately, I trained the true dragon armor in the tombs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do anything to this guy. However, this demon-subduing pestle.
Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes, and looked at the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. Even after Yuan Hua was killed, the ghostly aura in the demon-conquering pestle was still strong, and it still felt eerie when held in his hand. Look at the people coming.
Alliance leader! Alliance leader!
Calls rang out one after another. Yang Macheng played with the magic pestle in his hand, looked at the crowd, and asked,
Does anyone know what sect this magic weapon belongs to?
After beating the outer disciples, the inner disciples came. This magic weapon, no matter where it is placed, can be regarded as a rare treasure. According to Yang Macheng, Song Yuanhua must be an important figure in a certain sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to produce such a demonic subduing pestle. Instead of waiting for the other party to come to you one by one, it is better to kill them as soon as possible.
I don't know.
Zhu Jingyi took a step forward and said,
But we just calculated that this Yuan Hua must be a 5th line or 4th line Buddhist disciple. We have also heard of 7 or 8 of these 5-line and 4-image Buddhist sects. But Wu Fa is sure that this which sect Song Yuanhua belongs to. Tell me about it.
Yang Macheng said.
The 5-line sects include Song Lei Wuya Temple, Ren Wang Xian Yu Temple, Da Sun Quang Long Temple, Shang Tian Qin Yang Temple, and Xiantian Qi Lei Temple. The 4th line sect has the Xingxiang Shizhuan Temple and the Wunian World Temple.
Zhu Jingyi said slowly.
Are these the only sects? Are there no others?
Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows.
Leader, even if there is only a thin line between the sects, there is a big gap between them. We have only heard about these sects, but have never seen them or been there. Just like our Heroes Association. It's limited to the 6th line sects. And I'm afraid even the 7th line sects have never heard of it.
Zhu Jingyi smiled bitterly. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. The level of hierarchy in this martial arts world was simply beyond his imagination.
And this is just how Tianzhou,
Zhu Jingyi continued.
If I want to find this sect from Yuanhua, I'm afraid I can only turn to the Wandao Sword sect for help.
Yang Mu grew up and let out a sigh of relief. It seems that if you don't return to Wandao Sword sect, you really don't know what sect it belongs to. That's all. I'll go back to the Dacian dynasty first, and make arrangements before returning to the Wandao Sword sect. Think of this. Yang Mucheng looked at the crowd and said calmly.
Everyone, please leave now. I will go back to the dynasty first, and then go to Wandao Sword sect. When I am not here, you will guard the dynasty for me. Yes, Alliance leader.
Zhu Jingyi and others quickly raised their hands and said. After deciding to visit the tombs again next year, Yang Mucheng took Lu Yaoer and flew towards the Dacian dynasty, followed Zhu Jingyi and others back to the sect. Hundreds of 6th-line sects all ordered Yang Mu to become the leader of the alliance. Anyone who dared to harm the Dacian dynasty must be disrespectful to their sect, and the sects would attack in groups. For a time, the forces on the 7th, 8th, and 9th fronts all lost their voices. No one knows what is going on. Even though Yang Mucheng was previously invited to join the Heroes Association, and some forces had already received the news, but they couldn't figure out why these sects suddenly accepted Yang Mu as their leader.
Even when Wu Fa became the leader of the alliance, these sects did not command the world. Now Yang Laoimo allows them to command the world. What is going on?
Many people are wondering, but no one dares to test the weight of Yang Mucheng, the alliance leader. After all, hundreds of 6th-tier sects are speaking out at the same time. If you attack Yang Mucheng at this time, you will offend so many sects at once. The disturbance among the people naturally has nothing to do with Yang Mucheng, no matter good or bad. To him, it is like the discussion of ants. Does anyone care what the ants think of them? Just when everyone was excited about the position of alliance leader, Yang Mucheng was already on his way to the Dacian dynasty.
Waiter, serve the wine!
In a tavern, Lu Yaoer shouted loudly. Hurrying up would certainly not be a big expense for Yang Mucheng, but Lu Yaoer was a little unable to bear it. They settled in a small mountain town, planning to rest for the night and start their journey again tomorrow. When they come, this small town is very remote, and the flow of people is not too large. But now the small town is overcrowded, and there is an endless stream of powerful people coming and going. Yang Mucheng even saw some elders and deacons from the 6th-line sect.
Holy Lord! This is...
Lu Yaoer looked around in surprise.
I don't know, but based on my guess, either a strange treasure must have been born here, or some big tomb has appeared. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have suddenly gathered.
Yang Mucheng drank lightly, indifferently.
Then should we?
Lu Yaoer whispered.
No, I don't want to cause trouble.
Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. He had just explored the tomb before. At this time, we should go back to the Dacian dynasty to arrange things, and find out the sect behind Yuanhua as soon as possible. If you cut the grass without removing the root, there will be endless troubles. As for the tomb, he has better places to be. He didn't believe that the tombs in this small town could be more attractive than Kazai's tomb in the Eclipse region.
Another death.
2 men came into the tavern, sat down in a corner, and spoke. At this time, everyone's eyes were directed towards the 2 men. Yang Mucheng also slowly raised his head. Chapter 781. I finally caught up with you. These 2 men are both nascent soul grandmasters, and they are dressed in sect uniforms. They don't know which sect they come from, but they seem to be here for this small town. There was no evasion in their conversation, and the news would spread out soon anyway. No matter how much he tried to cover it up, it was useless. This naturally satisfied everyone's curiosity.
Yes!
Another tall and thin man threw the sword in his hand on the table with a bang and shouted.
The waiter will serve the wine and the food.
Before answering,
the sect master sent us to lead the charge. We will send back any news as soon as possible. We have wasted 3 days here in vain. We have not even been able to enter the cemetery door. We don't know how long we can spend here. This is not a cemetery. It seems to be a sealed place.
Another slightly fatter man grabbed a handful of beef and ate it, muttering something unclear.
I heard someone there just now. It seems that a being named Mo Fan is suppressed here, and it has been discovered. This place is sealed within 100 miles. Who is Mo Fan?
The tall and thin man asked.
Who knows? Some people say that this place has been around for nearly 10,000 years. Even if he is a strong man in the Tai realm, it is useless. If he is suppressed here, he will probably turn into a pile of less.
The fat man took a big gulp of a bowl. Drinking wine. He said,
That's all. Let's go take a look after eating.
Yang Muchung lowered his head. Sealed place? However, he didn't find it strange. After all, this Jojo was once full of spiritual energy, and all kinds of strong people appeared. Naturally, there will also be some strong people in the Nirvana and Tai realms who still stay here. Eat slowly. More and more people are coming back from the sealed land. It is obvious that after a day of detection, everyone is a little tired and plans to take a rest before going back. However, from the mouths of these people, Yang Muchung also knew the reason for the sealed place. Turn out to be. This town is called Decay Town. The reason why it has such a strange name is because of a decaying forest 76 miles away from the town. The woods were like a ghost land. Whether it was flowers, plants or trees, they were all pitch black, as if they had been scorched by fire, and seemed to be corroded by yin qi. So few people went in on weekdays. As for how the sealed place was discovered, it is also a bit strange. It is said that he was a gold-touching captain. According to feng shui detection, he found that this place is the most sinister and evil place. It is not suitable for burials at all, because no matter who is buried here, they will be corroded by yin qi, and they will not be able to transcend life and turn into yin objects. But there were rumors about a tomb in this decaying town. So the search ended here. He dug a hole in the center of the decaying forest. But he didn't know what he encountered. The entire 60 or 70 miles of forest actually opened on its own, like a monster's open mouth. After he descended into the crack, he found 18 bronze coffins and a stone gate. The moment his hand touched the stone door, his whole body turned into ashes. It was at this time that a ray of light rose into the sky and broke through the clouds, which attracted many sects to come here. Tavern. The sect disciple Hu Chi stuffed himself for a while, then returned to the decaying forest again, no matter where it is a cemetery or a sealed place. After all, it is the traces left by the strong. Once the door is opened, you might be able to get the treasure left by your predecessors. This is an opportunity for the sect and an individual to rise to the top. Although Yang Muchung was tempted, he had no plans to go find out for the time being. More and more warriors are coming towards the town and towards the decaying forest. However, at this time, more and more people were gathering in the huge gap under the decaying forest. Each of the 18 bronze coffins is 7 to 8 feet long and 3 to 4 feet wide, making them difficult to move. Countless people, even using top-grade Shin-level weapons, were unable to pry open the coffin or break it into pieces. But there is something even more eye-catching beside the coffin. That is a huge stone gate. This stone gate, it is hundreds of feet high, as if it was created by a giant. In the center of the bronze door, there is a huge turntable. Although, many people are more interested in the stone door behind the turntable, but no one is willing to touch it, because at least dozens of people were covered in endless black energy as soon as their palms touched this huge turntable, and they turned into mummies in an instant. Under the stone gate, there were already 70, 80, or even hundreds of mummies lying. These mummies all looked like mummies that had been weathered for thousands of years. Their bodies were completely dry, and they looked like the burnt blackness of a tomb. As a last resort, these people only had their targets in the bronze coffin. Another night, when the first ray of morning sunlight fell on the rotten town, Yang Muchung and Lu Yao walked out of the tavern. After a series of fierce battles and several days of traveling, even Yang Muchung felt extremely exhausted.
Let's go back to the dynasty.
Yang Muchung was in high spirits. As long as he has to travel for 2 more days, he can return to the dynasty.
Your Majesty, are you leaving again?
Lu Yao's eyes were full of reluctance. She knows. After Yang Muchung returned to the dynasty, he made arrangements and then went to Wandao Sword Sect to practice again. Last time, Yang Muchung was away for more than half a year. This time, he didn't know when he would be back.
Are you reluctant to leave me? After I complete my cultivation, I can come back.
Yang Muchung smiled and touched Lu Yao's head.
I will always be the emperor of the Dacian dynasty and will not abandon you. Besides, I will go there this time. After joining the Wandao Sword Sect, It will also be beneficial to the Dacian dynasty. I will try to get Jin Liang to agree so that the ancestor of Longyang can also enter the Wandao sword sect to practice.
Lu Yao nodded and said firmly,
Your Majesty, I will also work hard to practice and become the most powerful person in Hao Tianzhou. When the time comes, I will be taken to the Wandao sword sect by the Suoling Fairy to practice with you. Good,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, and he looked outside the town. But see, the place where the sky and the earth meet is when the rising sun is first born. But at this moment it is quietly covered with a layer of blood. In that round that almost turned into a bloody sun, a thin and withered old monk slowly walked over. His murderous intent, like a tide, swept across him crazily and continued to impact. Mixed with the gradually rising wind, it rushed towards the face with an astonishing gesture.
It's still a step too late after all.
Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath of thick air. He had long expected that the sect behind Yuan Hua would definitely come to take revenge. But he did not expect that this revenge would come so quickly. But see, the old monk seemed to have shrunk to an inch. And he came quickly, spanning dozens of miles with each step. When Yang Mucheng saw him for the first time, he was only the size of a black dot. But within 3 or 4 snaps of his fingers, he was already in front of him.
Old Mo Yang, I finally caught up with you.
The old monk looked at Yang Mucheng, with murderous intent blooming in his eyes. Chapter 782, the state official set fires, and the people lit lamps. Yang Mucheng remained silent, looked at the old monk quietly. Without words, he understood the old monk's intention. This old monk is much more powerful than Song Yuan Hua. If you have to compare it with Yuan Hua, then the old monk's cultivation is like that of an ancient ferocious beast, while Song Yuan Hua is just an ordinary monster.
Old demon Yang, all the disciples I taught carefully will die at your hands. Even my beloved disciple was killed by you. Today, I'm here to take your life.
A cold light shone in the old monk's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and forced himself in front of Yang Mucheng. Suddenly, the town seemed to be shaken by the earth, and cracks spread along the old monk's feet. There was only one crack at first, but after it broke out half an inch, it turned into 3. Every inch forward, the number triples. By the time they reach Yang Mucheng, there are already thousands of them.
Boom!
With a loud noise, Yang Mucheng carried Lu Yao and flew into the sky. The tavern behind him was already torn apart by this huge crack. Not only was the tavern unscathed, but even the hill upon which the tavern rested was completely shattered at this moment.
Lu Yao, run away!
Yang Mu rolled up his long sleeves and set Lu Yao 100 feet away.
I didn't expect that Mr. Yang, who is so prolific in killing people, would actually care so much about the people around him. Don't worry. I'm just here to kill you today. Everyone who has seen my face will die. Remember my name. I am Hua Tianxi. After entering the underworld and climbing the Naiha Bridge. Don't forget whose hands you died in.
Yang Mucheng's body was still in the air, and as soon as he set Lu Yao out, Hua Tianxi swept in. At this moment, Haoran suddenly landed on top of Yang Mucheng and punched him down with a punch.
I must avenge the murder of my disciple. Old demon Yang, accept your fate.
Hua Tianxi's thin and shriveled fist came slowly. This punch was like a desperate blow from a dying old man. But in Yang Mucheng's eyes, it was very powerful. He didn't dare to neglect at this moment. The real dragon armor appeared directly, and he put his hands in front of him to protect him.
Boom!
This moment, Yang Mucheng was blasted directly from the sky to the ground.
Wow!
Although the true dragon armor removed 7 points of the power of Hua Tianxi's punch, the remaining 3 points still shook his internal organs out of position, and the blood flow in his meridians was reversed. His back hit the ground, making a dent in the earth, and spurted out a mouthful of blood.
Huh? He's not dead.
Hua Tianxi seemed very surprised that Yang Mucheng could receive his punch, and his face was full of shock.
That's right. If you can kill Song Yuan Hua, you can naturally catch my punch. However, I want to see how many times you can catch it. Avenge your disciple? Hey, you bald donkeys. All of you talk about benevolence, justice and morality. Only you are allowed to kill others. And only you state officials are allowed to set fire. Your disciple died in my hands, and I can only blame them for their inferior skills. I kill the outer sect disciples, and the inner sect disciples came to seek revenge. I killed the inner sect disciples, and you came again. Will all your sects come here next?
Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. This old monk at least has the cultivation level of the late Zifu. and has even reached its peak. The true dragon armor was able to block the full blow of the demon-subduing pestle, but it could not block his hateful punch. Now with this punch, the true dragon armor had already dimmed. I am afraid that another punch would damage the true dragon armor. It will not be able to hold up, and will be completely broken.
Old Demon Yang, I know you have many tricks. No matter what you say today, you will die. My disciples are as big as the world. How can you kill them?
Hua Tianxi's eyes were filled with emotion.
Hey, no matter how great your disciple is, how can you be as great as me? Hua Laodo, if I don't die today, I will lead the 10,000 Dao sword sect to crush your sect in the future.
Yang Mucheng looked at Hua Tianxi, his eyes cold. Mangsen ran.
You can rely on the sect to kill people, don't I? Do you think I don't have a sect?
Hua Tianxi snorted coldly, his eyes flashing coldly.
I know you are the great uncle of Wan Dao Sword Master. Originally, I thought Yuan Hua alone could kill you. After confirming insurance, I brought him the sect's demon-subduing pestle. Unexpectedly in this way, he will be defeated by you. As for destroying my sect, I'm afraid you won't have a chance, because I will kill you with my own hands.
Finished? Hua Tianxi's eyes widened angrily, and a Buddha image suddenly appeared behind him. This giant Buddha is 1,200 feet tall, with a 5-color divine light flashing behind it. It is unknown how many times more powerful than Song Yuan was. As soon as the rolling Buddha's light appeared, he quickly struck out with a palm. Hua Tianxi knew it clearly. Yang Mucheng's identity and background were so terrifying that he didn't dare to show any slightness. So he planned to kill the opponent as soon as he took action, never giving Yang Mucheng a chance to survive. Otherwise, as Yang Mucheng said, the entire sect will be completely razed to the ground. Boom! This terrifying palm struck down, and the entire rotten town was completely razed to the ground at this moment. As the earth exploded, a huge palm print appeared. This palm print is hundreds of feet wide. However, this is just palm wind. Crackling. There were crazy explosions all around, and the air seemed to be being squeezed crazily. Woo! And at the center of the palm strike, Yang Mucheng felt as if a terrifying Mount Sumeru suddenly hit his shoulder. At this moment, all the bones in his body were crackling. However, the originally dim and transparent true dragon armor could no longer hold up under this terrifying palm, turning into a residual light and quietly disappearing. But under this terrifying palm, Yang Mucheng did not give up, because he has never been someone who gives up easily. Facing this horrifying giant palm, he clasped his palm, and a crimson-red object that looked like it was made entirely of blood suddenly appeared in his palm. This was the demon-conquering pestle.
Conquer the demonic pestle. Old Demon Yang, it was you who killed Song Yuan Hua. You actually took away the demon-conquering pestle I gave him.
Seeing the thing in Yang Mucheng's hand, Hua Tianxi's eyes showed murderous intent crazily. He pressed down with his big palm, and the huge Buddha palm in the sky more than doubled in size at this moment. Like the overwhelming black clouds, attacked towards Yang Mucheng.
Go!
And Yang Mucheng also gritted his teeth and quickly blasted out the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. A howling sound like 100 ghosts walking at night spread wildly, and in an instant it resounded through the entire town. Just when the palm struck in front of Yang Mucheng, the demon-conquering pestle was already filled with monstrous demonic flames, like a roiling river rising to the sky, and then it shook heavily with the Buddha's palm. Chapter 783 Sacrifice the door with blood. Boom! 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 In an instant, the terrifying internal energy contained in the demon-subduing pestle and the sky-holding Buddha palm collided directly, and a shocking explosion immediately resounded throughout the entire decaying town. Even in this terrible collision of internal energy, the terrible internal energy set off a terrifying stormy wind, and a wave visible to the naked eye spread crazily at this moment, even spreading for 67 miles. The decaying forest was completely razed to the ground at this moment.
Puff!
In the midst of this shocking air wave, Yang Mucheng's body trembled suddenly, spit out a mouthful of blood mist again, and flew backwards. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Hua Tianxi, who also lost his balance under the air wave and was pushed back repeatedly. Without even the slightest hesitation, Yang Mucheng turned his hand to catch it and grabbed the demon-conquering pestle that dropped from the sky. He was already like a dexterous cheetah, escaping desperately at an astonishing extreme speed, although fearless. But it does not mean that you are ignorant, knowing that you are invincible but still going up. The power Hua Tianxi showed was so powerful.
This old dog Hua is either in the late stage of Zifu or at the peak of Zifu. Which Buddhist sect is he? If I were to find out, I would never let this sect survive. It's better to avoid the edge for now.
Yang Muchung stood up, ignoring everyone's horrified expressions, and quickly fled towards the distance. And the location where Yang Muchung escaped was none other than the sealed place. Thousands of miles around, there is endless plains. No matter where he flees, he will be overtaken by Hua Tianxi in the shortest possible time. Absolutely lifeless. But in that sealed land, there is still a way to survive.
Blocked. How can this be? When these two forces collide, the young man does not fall behind at all. How can that young man compete with the powerful men of Z Mansion?
The shocking sound of fighting also attracted the attention of everyone in the town. When everyone saw that Yang Muchung had caught Hua Tianxi's terrifying attack, saw the mess that was bombarded thousands of feet in radius, and then looked at Yang Muchung who was speeding towards the distance, they all let out a burst of incredulity. Exclamations.
Who is that young man? He is so scary. Why have I never heard of the existence of this young man? To be able to withstand such a terrifying attack, he must be a disciple from a first or second tier sect.
Yang Muchung blocked the fatal attack from the powerful man of Zifu just by using the peak strength of nascent soul. How could this not surprise everyone present?
Old demon Yang, you killed my disciple, but you still dare to use the magic weapon I gave him to resist my attack. Even if you are in the blue sky or the underworld, I will catch you and kill you completely.
Hua Tianxi was also shaken by this powerful force and took a few steps back. When he stopped and looked at Yang Muchung who was escaping quickly, his eyes turned blood red, and he was almost possessed at this moment. Because of his anger, the inner energy in his body was already rolling uncontrollably, and the terrifying aura alone made everyone unable to breathe. Looking towards the direction in which Yang Muchung was escaping, he almost didn't hesitate at all, and rushed forward quickly with a gust of wind.
They rushed towards the sealed land. Now there's something good to watch. Hurry and take a look.
For a time, countless warriors followed the two and rushed towards the sealed place. Far away, Lu Yao got up vomiting blood. Although Yang Muchung had let her escape, she simply couldn't let Yang Muchung go. Holding back her injuries, she immediately stood up and rushed towards the sealed place. Escape! 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 Yang Muchung clenched his fists and almost escaped from the town. He had already used the demon god's sacrifice and rushed forward crazily. His goal is the sealed place. That's his only way to survive. But see, the surrounding decaying forest was also completely razed to the ground by the previous airwave bombardment. But I can still feel the gloominess around me. Countless trees are like burnt mummies, growing crookedly and creating an extremely gloomy scene. Tongue! Yang Muchung, whose speed exploded to the extreme, was already flying past quickly. In an instant, he dived into the huge crack.
Want to escape?
Hua Tianxi's speed was so fast that he came over almost instantly. Seeing Yang Muchung crawling into the crack, his eyes narrowed without any hesitation. He took a sharp breath, his chest bulging high, and then opened his mouth and spit it out. Suddenly, a bolt of Bai-Lian that had been condensed to the extreme blasted out like lightning across the void and hit Yang Muchung directly behind him with a loud bang. At this moment, Yang Muchung felt as if he had been hit on the back by a wild beast. His vision suddenly went dark, and his body flew out involuntarily, falling directly towards the crack. Crack. Countless warriors are all gathered here. 18 bronze coffins were surrounded by a circle of people. Everyone tried various methods to pry open the coffins. An old man with a white beard and a pale face looked like a dead man without any blood. He held the compass in his hand and kept looking around.
Suppressed with 18 bronze coffins. The people in this sealed place are absolutely terrifying. The person who set up this seal in the first place was also very vicious. He wanted the people here to never be reincarnated. However, it stands to reason that this kind of seal should be opened after absorbing 99 lives. This should, and still requires, one person's blood to open the seal.
The words just fell. Then someone laughed and said,
Captain, you said it easily. Just this door alone killed hundreds of people. You didn't dare to go near the door until you saw so many people. This stone door needs blood. You can do it yourself.
Use blood to open the door.
No one knows the name of this old man. They only know that he was once a gold-touching captain, because he got some training techniques in the tomb. He also entered the world of martial arts. The old man put away the compass and smiled.
I have passed through more than 1,000 tombs, including the tombs of powerful gods. Is it possible that I can still see it wrong?
Since you don't believe it, then I will let you see clearly. Just when the captain was about to step forward and open the door with blood, a sudden whistling sound suddenly sounded. Immediately, I saw a figure descending from the sky, as if being bombarded by someone, and hit the stone door with a bang like an arrow from a string. Wow! A mouthful of blood mist spurted out and sprinkled on Sherman Mountain. Chapter 784, Entering the Sealed Land. Boom! This scene immediately made everyone stunned and looked forward. I saw the young man hitting the stone door, like a kite with a broken string, slowly drawing along the stone door. Captain, you are mistaken. Yes, didn't this young man sacrifice his blood to the door? Why hasn't the stone door been opened yet? The old man froze on the spot and looked ahead. Monk Zhang-er was confused and didn't know what was going on. But more people turned their attention to Yang Macheng. What's going on with this young man? It seems like he was knocked down by someone. Just when everyone was wondering, just when everyone didn't know what was going on, suddenly, an even more terrifying aura came from above the crack in the canyon. I saw an old monk put his hands together and walk down from the void step by step. And this terrifying aura came from his body. Old demon Yang. Escape. You can't escape. Hua Tianxi squinted his eyes, and his eyes fell on Yang Macheng like knives. I said, if you go up to the blue sky and go down to the underworld, I have to kill you. What? Hua Tianxi's words made everyone's eyes fall on Yang Macheng again. Is he old demon Yang? Old demon Yang, whom hundreds of sects regard as their leader? How could it be him? Everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that during this period, old Mo Yang, who had caused the martial arts world to be abuzz and everyone was discussing it, and the leader of the 100 sects in the discussion, was actually the young man who was blasted down from the sky. Yang Macheng didn't speak and stood up slowly. Hua Tianxi, winner takes all. Loser for Ko. As long as I can survive today, I will definitely destroy your sect. What? This sentence shocked everyone present. Arrogant. This is everyone's first instinct towards Yang Macheng. After all, in this situation of imminent death, I am afraid no one will beg for mercy. But Yang Macheng is not like this. He even speaks in this manner. Do you still think your life is too long? Sure enough, Hua Tianxi's eyes turned cold, and he shouted angrily. Old demon Yang, do you think you still have a way to survive? Today, you will definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to take action. At this time, Sherman reacted. I saw that the huge and simple stone door, which was carved with endless strange patterns, was violently turbulent at this moment. It was like a dry sponge, like a piece of earth that had been exposed to the sun for 3 years, frantically absorbing the blood spitted by Yang Macheng at this moment. The traces of blood quickly turned into a red glow in the blink of an eye. This red light was just a thin red line at first, but under an inexplicable force, it turned up quickly, like a shocking existence, holding a paintbrush and swiping at Fang Qiu. This scene is a long story, but in fact it only happened in a flash of lightning. Just when Hua Tianxi raised his palms, squeak! The door that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years suddenly opened at this moment. This terrifying sound was like the roar of a wild beast. As the stone gate opened, a shocking black light erupted directly from the stone gate like a flood bursting its banks. Call! The shocking black light swept out quickly at this moment, completely covering everyone in it. This, Lu Yao, who was rushing towards the sealed land frantically, looked at the large black light with an unconcealable look of horror in her eyes. When I arrived at the canyon, I was shocked to find out all the people were sucked in by the black light. Squeak! A harsh sound sounded again. Immediately afterwards, just seeing that the open door was also closed. Throughout the canyon, the once noisy crowd seemed to have never appeared at this moment. Not to mention half a human figure. Not even any living thing was missing. What on earth is it? How come everyone is sucked into this stone gate? Lu Yao's eyes widened, and she could hardly believe what she saw with her own eyes. How to do this? Why did this stone gate suddenly close? Lu Yao's mind was racing rapidly, constantly turbulent. Wan Dao Sword Sect. A thought suddenly flashed in her mind. Hurry to the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. Only the beings of the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect can save the Holy One. With almost no hesitation, Lu Yao rose into the sky and flew towards the location of Wan Dao Sword Sect. Not long after Lu Yao left, in the sky, hundreds of figures fell rapidly. These people. He is a monk from Tianma Temple. I saw that the abbot and everyone in the entire canyon were swallowed up by the black light that erupted here. Open the stone door. In addition to the monks from Tianma Temple, many people rushed here. Everyone wanted to open the stone door and enter. Whether it is the ruins behind the stone gate or the great opportunity that may be hidden, it is very desirable. However, what they didn't know was that there was a completely different world in front of the stone gate and behind the stone gate. This is where, when Yang Mucheng regained consciousness, he found himself on a suspended island. This suspended island is several times larger than his palace island in Wandao Sword Sect. At this moment, it is floating in midair, slowly flying towards a certain place. In addition to Yang Mucheng, there are hundreds of people also on this suspended island. However, most of these people were in a daze, as if they had just woken up, looking around in astonishment. Hua Tianxi isn't here! Yang Mucheng immediately became alert. He only felt that he was being swallowed by the black light. And even Hua Tianxi was also in this black light. Yang Mucheng not only failed to discover Hua Tianxi, but also discovered that the thousands of people swallowed by the black light were not here. Where are we? Everyone who regained their clarity suddenly panicked. They looked around in shock. We weren't in the decaying forest before. How did we get here in an instant? Could it be that we were transported here after being swallowed by the black light? Is this the world behind the stone gate? Everyone exclaimed. This is really amazing. And this unknown and vast world shocked everyone even more. But what shocked Yang Mucheng even more was his current position. Chapter 785. Sacrificing one's soul. The huge suspended island was slowly flying in the sky. He looked down and found that under the island was an endless black ocean. The deep sea seemed to have been spilled with ink, which made people feel numb. Where exactly is this island taking us? Didn't we enter a sealed land? Why is there such a big ocean? The inter-universe formation. To be able to set up such a huge inter-universe formation. This skill and method is simply astonishing. Where are the others? Where are the other people? Why? Are we the only ones left? Those who woke up looked around and immediately discovered this strange scene. But, for Yang Mucheng, it was naturally a relief. After all, as long as Hua Tianxi is not around, he will be safe for the time being. After you recover your strength, try to escape from here, Yang Mucheng secretly said. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat up cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish the internal energy consumed in the previous battle with Hua Tianxi. No! I don't know where this suspended island will take us. It might be an extremely dangerous place. My life will never be left to the control of unknown beings. Just when Yang Mucheng was practicing, a strong man from Zifu shouted angrily. Such a huge ocean. Such a strange floating island. And an unknown destination made everyone feel secretly anxious. The strong man from Zifu looked in all directions and said secretly, the floating island will take us to a dangerous place. If so, I can leave here and leave the sealed place as long as I fly in the opposite direction. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, this powerful man from the Z Mansion rose into the air and flew in the opposite direction desperately. There were also a few people who were secretly excited and prepared to follow this powerful man from the Z Mansion. But, the moment the body of this powerful man from the Purple Mansion left the suspended island, he suddenly felt a terrifying force sweeping over him. This power is so huge that it is unbelievable. It was as if they were coming from all directions, squeezing his body hard. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The body of this powerful man from the Purple Mansion was crushed crazily by this shocking force. In midair, a bloody mist erupted. Hisses. This scene made everyone's scalp numb. Even the strong men of Z Mansion cannot leave from here. Could it be? They could only follow this suspended island involuntarily and be taken to an inexplicable location? Originally, those warriors who wanted to leave also did not dare to act rashly after seeing this strong man from Zifu die on the spot. They stood there honestly. Call. At this time, just when the body of the powerful man from Zifu exploded in midair, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from the center of the suspended island. This golden light rushed into the void and immediately turned into more than 100 rays of light, flying into the hands of every warrior. Those rays of light are actually tokens. So that's it. Understood. This suspended island will take us to the core. And at the same time, one of the tokens also fell in front of Yang Mucheng. The moment he almost touched the token with his palm, a huge wave of information swept over and rushed into his mind. I see. Yang Mucheng nodded. Only then did he understand why there were only 100 or so of them on this suspended island. Turn out to be, all the people swallowed by the black light have been divided into 32 groups and flew to 32 suspended islands. And in this small island, there are heavenly spirits and earthly treasures with the nascent soul realm. There are 32 islands in total. This one of mine is the first area. I don't know which area Hua Tianxi will be in, but there is no doubt that I will probably meet him in the end. Yang Mucheng clutched the black card and thought to himself, no matter what, it's important to regain your strength. No matter where you are, you must have the ability to protect yourself. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the hundreds of people in front of him. These people, although they look kind-hearted, once the baby appears, no one knows whether they will suddenly take action. He was injured by Hua Tianxi and needed time to recuperate. About 3 hours later. But see, the floating speed of the floating island has slowed down a lot. At the same time, they also saw that huge piece of land. We're here. We're here. That's our destination. I wonder what kind of heavenly and earthly treasures, what kind of magical weapons will be found in this land. At this time, everyone cheered. However, this burst of cheers did not last long. Just when everyone thought that the island would send them directly to land, they suddenly discovered that the island stopped less than 1 mile away from the land. What on earth is it? Why did you stop suddenly? Due to the previous death of the strong man from Zifu, everyone did not act rashly and flew towards the location of the land eagerly. Buzz. Waves of trembling sound sounded quietly. The token in everyone's hand trembled at this moment. And at the same time, another stream of information poured out from the token and passed into everyone's mind. It seems that it is indeed about to begin. One of the nascent soul grandmasters laughed secretly after digesting the information in the token. Yes. I haven't taken action before because I don't know what kind of rules there are in this area. But now, after knowing it, I will naturally not restrain myself anymore. Another strong man from Zifu also sneered. And at the same time, among the warriors who came in, those with lower cultivation levels instantly turned pale. Even at this moment, he was constantly on guard against everyone. Yang Mucheng also slowly opened his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. Because, at this time, many people's eyes fell on him. Originally, I thought that I could regain my strength on this suspended island. But I didn't expect that trouble would come so soon. This moment, everyone is in danger. Those with high strength naturally have nothing to worry about. But with a slightly lower strength, he immediately became the target of everyone's attention. This is entirely because of the information sent on the token. Only by sacrificing the souls of 10 people can you enter the mainland. Chapter 786 The Golden Mouse Takes Action. Only by sacrificing the souls of 10 people can one enter the mainland. This means 10 people must die before we can leave here. Boom! Almost at the same time, someone took action. The first one to take action was the nascent soul grandmaster. Almost without hesitation, he struck the body of the warrior closest to him with a swift palm. That warrior was only in the late nascent soul stage, although they are already very wary of each other. After all, there is a difference of several levels between the two sides. Boom! Grandmaster Nascent Soul struck with a palm, which passed directly through the warrior's defensive hands and struck him on the chest. Wow! Suddenly, the late Nascent Soul warrior screamed. His heart was shattered on the spot, and his chest was dented with a deep 5-finger palm print at this moment. The warrior, at this moment, flew directly backwards and flew away from the suspended island. At the same time, his body exploded completely, and even Nascent Soul didn't have time to escape. In the blood mist of the explosion, a ghost figure let out a shrill scream. In an instant, it received a huge attraction, blasted towards the center of the suspended island, and was included in the formation. In the small island, that strange magic circle was 1/10 lit up at this moment. Let's do it! When Yang Mucheng saw this scene, he didn't feel surprised at all. He had no intention of interfering. Instead, he directly activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique at this moment to absorb the energy and blood of the warrior in the late nascent soul stage into his body. The entire suspended island. There are 2 or 3 strong men in the Zifu realm. There are also many half-step purple mansions. These existences are almost standing at the top of the pyramid. Naturally, they are not in danger, but those nascent soul grandmasters, and even people below the grandmaster, have become the targets of attacks. For a while, those with low cultivation levels turn pale. They are trapped on the island with no way to escape. Only death. Why should we? Those of us with low cultivation. Die! A warrior in the late nascent soul stage shouted. Hee hee. You are not very strong. But you still dare to come to the sealed land to join in the fun? If I don't kill you, are you waiting for you and us to snatch the treasures of heaven and earth?
A long-haired young man sneered.
That's right. What's more, this is the message from the token. Without killing you, how can we open the formation and let the suspended island continue to move forward? How can we enter the land?
A half-step Zifu also said.
If you want to survive, then find someone weaker than you to attack. I don't care who of you lives and who dies. In short, 10 people must die on this island.
At this time, a strong man from Zifu also spoke. Buzz, even the powerful men of Zifu have spoken. And no one dares to interrupt anymore. 10 people must die. And they don't dare to offend each other easily. Once you piss off the other party, maybe the other party will attack you directly. This time, the faces of the 7 or 8 warriors in the late nascent soul stage also turned pale. But, no matter how much you complain, it's useless. This is the martial arts world. This is the extremely realistic martial arts world. Everything is based on strength. And everything is respected by martial arts. Perhaps, in the outside world, they were the patriarchs and elders of the 8th and 7th line forces. But in this sealed place where heroes gathered, their strength became so inadequate.
As long as 9 more people die, why don't you do it? If you are impatient, I will do it myself.
I saw that everyone was not moving. The long-haired young man urged with a sneer.
Let me give you a start. Although that guy is at the peak of nascent soul, he was seriously injured before and should not be able to fight back at this moment. If we kill him, there will only be 8 people left.
At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Maicheng. Yang Maicheng was blasted down from the void by Hua Tianxi, which was naturally witnessed by everyone. And after he entered the suspended island, he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Even now, his face is still pale, and his breath is unstable. He was obviously seriously injured.
Right. As long as we kill him, 1 less person will die, and we will have a chance to survive. No matter who he is, no matter what his status is, who allowed him to enter this cemetery.
Boom. Almost without any hesitation, these warriors who were forced to jump over the wall rushed madly towards Yang Muqing's position without any hesitation.
Golden Mouse, I leave it to you. I am seriously injured and have not recovered yet, so I am temporarily unable to fight.
Yang Maicheng didn't even open his eyes. He was talking to himself. His strange behavior immediately caused everyone to be stunned.
Who is he talking to? Are you desperate and driving yourself crazy? Have you become possessed by a demon?
Everyone looked over. Where is anyone around Yang Maicheng? Just when everyone was stunned, they saw a palm-sized golden-haired mouse growling out of Yang Muqing's arms. This mouse looks like a dragon, but not a dragon. Looks like a rat, but not a rat. After getting out of Yang Muqing's arms, he grinned at everyone. Until then, only then did they realize that this kid was talking to a monster again.
Humph. A little monster can also resist us? I wonder if killing this monster counts as a quota. Whatever. Kill him first and then talk.
Boom. At this moment, many warriors rushed madly in front of Yang Maicheng, and the overwhelming attack swept in crazily at this moment. But see, faced with this terrifying attack, Yang Maicheng remained motionless, as if he had left everything to the golden-haired rat. And the golden-haired rat actually came in front of Yang Maicheng at this moment, as if he wanted to block the attacks of the 8 warriors by himself. Just when the overwhelming attack was about to come, the golden-haired mouse suddenly took a breath, and its small chest actually swelled up at this moment, like a full balloon. Then, it opened its mouth suddenly.
Roar!
This shocking roar sounded like a beast but not a beast. A dragon, but not a dragon. Accompanied by this shocking roar, you can see that the terrifying sound turned into a shocking ripple at this moment. At this moment, the entire void seemed to have turned into the sea, and the ripple spread crazily forward. As it spreads, those sweeping attacks were completely shattered into nothingness at this moment.
What? This?
Everyone's eyes widened. Not only the warriors who were charging towards Yang Maicheng, but also those powerful men from the Zifu were all shocked and looked towards the golden-haired rat in disbelief.
Are you little bastards trying to take action against my boss?
The golden-haired rat grinned and spoke human words. The next moment, a frightening glow suddenly erupted from its small pupils. Chapter 787. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. Boom! In this terrifying sound, the invisible sound waves spread rapidly, along the ripples spreading crazily. You can see the large waves sweeping out quickly. The stone slabs on the ground were blown into dust on the spot
as the sound waves emitted. From a distance, it looks more like a circular wave. And those 7 or 8 warriors were the first to be enveloped by this sound wave. In an instant, they couldn't help but tremble. And their entire souls were stunned at this moment, as if they were temporarily absent-minded due to the impact. But the strong man from Z Mansion in the distance could clearly see him even half a step away from Z Mansion. Just after this burst of roaring sound fell, the golden-haired rat's body suddenly grew, transforming into a huge being 100 meters tall. The huge mouth closed in the air, and a strong air flow appeared at this moment. The 2 warriors, under this terrifying suction force, seemed to be sucked into their mouths by long whales. Crack! With almost no hesitation, the golden-haired rat grinned and bit, tearing the 2 warriors into pieces and swallowing them in its belly. From the blood-covered fangs of the golden-haired rat, 2 black shadows of souls flew out wailing and fell into the formation on the island. Suddenly, the array was lit up by another 20%. And this time, only then did the other warriors come back to their senses. With a face full of horror, he looked at the golden-haired rat that suddenly grew in size and quickly retreated towards the rear. Want to escape? The golden mouse grinned. Tongue! Its huge body possesses an almost unmatched speed. At this moment, it has already quickly caught up with someone, and its huge claws slashed down in the air. No! A warrior wailed and forgot to dodge at this moment. He only came to his senses when the claws landed on top of his head. He let out a wailing cry and raised his arms in front of himself, trying to block this terrible blow. Crack! But the warrior's body was immediately smashed into pieces, like a dead tree and a rotten plant under the shocking palm of the golden-haired rat. Call! This warrior just died. His soul was immediately pulled out and thrown into the magic circle. Nature. The energy and blood of these 3 consecutive warriors were also sucked into Yang Muqing's body. Kill this demon king! When the other nascent souls saw this later, they were immediately horrified. This demon king is really terrifying. If they don't attack in groups, they might all be killed by the golden-haired rats. Kill me! The golden mouse grinned. At this moment, it stood upright and danced its huge claws in the air, causing a shocking wave. I saw the sharp claws interlacing in the void, like a white crane drying its wings. Suddenly, several golden lights crossed and passed by, like a large net connected by dozens of giant blades, and swept forward. A sharp whistling sound sounded, and the air was completely torn apart at this moment, and a ring of white mist clouds rose in the void. The warrior who had previously clamored to kill the golden-haired rat was chopped into pieces on the spot. Even Nascent Soul was torn apart at this moment. Several warriors, who quickly retreated, were unable to avoid the bombardment of the giant blade and were torn apart on the spot. In just an instant, these 8 late Nascent Souls were killed in an instant. Call. Original. Everyone thought that Yang Muqing was just a soft persimmon who was seriously injured and allowed them to bully him. But no one expected that such a terrifying demon king would jump out next to Yang Muqing. The strength of this demon king has even reached nascent soul consummation. Hiss! The golden-haired rat's hair exploded all over its body, like a cat with explosive fur. Its eyes were fixed on the other people on the floating island, obviously on guard. Once someone approached Yang Muqing, it would attack without hesitation. There's no need to show hostility to so many people. Right. Yang Muqing stood up slowly, after absorbing the energy and blood of 9 people in a row. Although his injuries have not fully recovered, he can at least stand up and no longer have the same difficulty in moving as before. It leaned on the golden-haired mouse and said with a smile, Now! 9 people have died. Only the last guy is missing. I think you should know which one to kill. Right. Uh-huh. At this moment, the golden-haired mouse turned his eyes and immediately fell on the long-haired young man. Seeing the murderous intent on the golden-haired rat's face, a half-step Sifu frowned slightly and prepared to step forward. However, he found that none of the other strong men made any movement. After a moment of concentration, he still stood firm. It's better to do less unnecessary things. Anyway, 10 people are dead, and the formation has been activated. Whoever dies or lives has nothing to do with me. Except for this half-step Sifu. Almost all of them have this kind of thinking, and they don't care about themselves. The expression of the long-haired young man changed. How could he have imagined that there would be such an unexpected incident? He himself only has nascent soul consummation, and among so many people, his strength can only be considered average. Otherwise, he would not be so eager to bully those low-cultivation warriors to kill each other, because only in this way can he protect himself. Brother, It was all a misunderstanding just now. The next one is Wang Luoyang, a disciple of the Phantom Tianxian sect of the Sixth Lion sect. I have offended you more just now. Please don't mind, the long-haired young man said with a smile. Obviously, he was very afraid. Golden Mouse. Misunderstand? Yang Mucheng sneered. If the golden-haired rat hadn't been hiding in his body, just one word from this young man would be enough to kill him. How could such a person let him live? Yes, Wang Luoyang's words are reasonable. Since you are safe and sound, there is no need to hold grudges so much. Here, there are several warriors from the late Yuaning stage and the peak Yuaning stage. It will be the same if you kill them. At this time, a half-step Zifu stood up and spoke. Senior, thank you for speaking up. Wang Luoyang felt confident when he saw someone speaking for him. Don't worry. I am Yi Hanfei, the great elder of Xianyi Tianning sect. Your Phantom Tianxian sect has a good relationship with our sect. Don't worry. I won't stand idly by. Bamboo Zifu looked at him lightly. Yang Mucheng. Boy, did you hear what I said earlier? Since you are not dead, please stay out of here. Wang Luoyang chuckled and quickly established a relationship. He knew that with such a half-step Zifu protecting him, if nothing else, at least his life would be safe. Senior Yi, according to my seniority, I have to call you uncle. I won't take care of you. Forget. As he spoke, his face turned cold. He looked towards Yang Mucheng and shouted in a pretentious manner. Boy, did you hear that? The great elder of Xuanya Tianming sect has spoken. If you dare to take my idea again, be careful to offend our two major sects. Yang Mucheng stood there without saying a word, his head lowered. The golden-haired rat also seemed to be unsure of his decision and frequently looked at Yang Mucheng, not knowing what to do. Just when everyone thought that Yang Mucheng had surrendered, they saw Yang Mucheng grinning at Wang Luoyang and saying in a cold voice, Offended two major sects? Who am I afraid of? Today, I will kill you first. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. Chapter 788 The Suppressed Person. Boom! Yang Mucheng's faint words fell on everyone's ears. But everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Whether it was Wang Luoyang or Yi Hanfei, who was half a step into the purple mansion. Everyone looked forward with wide eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. This kid is too crazy. He is not even afraid of facing two major sects. And he dares to be so arrogant? A strong man from Zifu raised his eyebrows slightly, with a look of surprise on his face. His name seems to be Old Demon Yang. Could it be that the hundreds of sects regard him as their master? Impossible. How can such a young boy, who is only at the peak of nascent soul, make so many sects regard him as their sect leader? Someone asked. Original. However, a few warriors who heard Yang Mucheng's words wanted to step forward, but suddenly realized that the other party's identity was unknown. And after thinking about it, they stopped. This matter has nothing to do with me in the first place, so there is no need to step into this muddy water. What did you say? Yi Hanfei frowned, closed his eyes, and stared at Yang Mucheng. As the great elder of the sect, one person is inferior to 10,000 people. He speaks the truth, and his disciples all treat him with respect when they see him. Now, in this sealed place, he was actually being contradicted by a young boy. How could he bear this? What nonsense are you talking to him about? Yang Mucheng sighed and patted the golden-haired rat. If he hadn't been seriously injured, if Yi Hanfei dared to speak like this, if he dared to talk to him like this, he would have slapped him to death. Tongue! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the golden-haired rat suddenly took a breath, and its huge body swelled up again. Then it opened its mouth and spat out, and a stream of extremely condensed white spirit shot out like lightning. With heavy blows, it hit Wang Luoyang's chest. This white refining is an extremely condensed inner energy, comparable to a sword. It penetrated directly into Wang Luoyang's chest, and then shot out from the back. A tearing sound suddenly resounded, directly cutting Wang Luoyang in half. There was no time for him to cry out. Boy! Yi Hanfei was furious. Although, for him, Wang Luoyang's life and death had nothing to do with him. But after all, he had spoken. Now that Yang Mucheng dared to kill him, it was a slap in the face. Just when Yi Hanfei was about to take action, he saw Wang Luoyang's soul turned into a black light and being absorbed into the formation. Almost instantly, the entire formation was suddenly lit up. Countless rays of black light blasted out from the formation, enveloping everyone on the entire island. At the moment when he was wrapped in black light,
Yang Mucheng still heard Yi Hanfei's furious voice.
If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a human being.
The voice has not yet fallen. Yang Mucheng felt like the world was spinning, and the sun and moon were upside down. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in front of a lake.
Here it is!
He looked around in surprise. Yang Mucheng discovered that the suspended island he had stayed on before was still far away in the void.
It seems that the magic circle is completed and this is land. Others should have been teleported to other places on the land. This is an excellent opportunity for me. If I can recover from my injuries here and improve my strength, I may have a chance to meet Hua Tianxi. Contend! Golden Mouse. Let's go! Aren't you the best at finding treasures from heaven and earth? It's up to you next. This is where? Suspended Island? Where's old Demon Yang?
Hua Tianxi, who woke up from Qingming, frowned slightly and kept looking in all directions. On the small island, hundreds of other people also looked in all directions with surprise.
I only remember that I was enveloped by the black light. Is this the inside of the sealed land?
Hoo ho ho! Just like the first floating island, more than 100 tokens quickly rose into the sky and flew towards everyone. Everyone who received the token couldn't help but change their expressions.
I see!
Hua Tianxi held the token, frowned slightly, and sneered coldly.
There are 36 floating islands in total, which means that old Demon Yang must be on one of these islands. If I follow the token, the fingerprints will surely reveal Yang Mucheng on the last continent. I have decided to kill. If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill him first and then Yang Mucheng.
Except for the small island where Hua Tianxi is located. Other floating islands are like this. On every small island, the weakest group of people were killed on the spot. Sacrifice your soul to activate the formation. Although there are only about 10 people on each island, the total of 36 islands is quite terrifying. The total number of people is as many as 360. Notice, these weakest people all have mid-stage, late stage, or even peak strength in Yuanying. Their identities are either the heads of a sect, or the elders and deacons of a certain sect. However, these people were led into the sealed land one by one, and under an inexplicable guidance, they continued to kill each other. But everyone who entered the sealed land did not feel any of this, because they were completely stunned by everything in this world. Because the inner universe formation is the most basic method that every sect masters. The higher the strength, the more it can increase the area of this square land to the extreme. Now, the space in this sealed land is simply equivalent to a small world. How can this not shock everyone? Just when everyone was shocked, no one knows that in the center of this small world, on a lonely island, there is a deep dark prison without any light. In this dark prison that has existed for who knows how many years, there are still people being suppressed in it. In the dark prison, a pair of black and white eyes slowly opened, and the light in the pupils seemed to contain the luster of the stars in the sky.
The sealed land has been opened again? Has someone been tricked into entering again? Kusai! In order to suppress me, you actually set up such a shocking situation.
In this prison, the voice of a living person could be heard. There are still people who have been in prison for who knows how many years, and they are still suppressed by the most powerful person in the immortal sect. If Mr. Elegance were here, if Yang Mucheng and other powerful people knew about this matter, they would definitely be shocked. But unfortunately, no one knows, because everyone was completely shocked by the existence displayed in this small world. And at this time, Yang Mucheng also found the first place of heavenly spirit and earthly treasure under the leadership of golden-haired rat. A huge spiritual spring. Look around. There are at least hundreds of them in this spiritual spring. And the largest spring is dozens of feet in diameter. But what made Yang Mucheng wary was, in the center of Lingquan, there is also a huge sycamore tree, with a huge bird perched on the tree. Chapter 789 Mysterious Fire Sky Bird. The sycamore tree has a radius of 100 feet, and a crown covering 1,000 meters. It is like a huge umbrella cover, completely covering the whole world. And on the crown, sleeping was a huge divine bird. The feathers all over the body are red, like flames. From a distance, it looks like the whole body is covered in flames, looking extremely powerful. And there are phoenix-like feathers on the top of its head.
That is...
Yang Mucheng looked surprised. He found, in the 100 Beasts genealogy, that summarizes countless monsters in the Wandao sword sect, there is no record of this divine bird.
It should be the Xuanhua Tianming bird. The reason why it looks like this is probably because it has absorbed the blood of the ancient phoenix.
The golden-haired mouse narrowed its small eyes and said thoughtfully,
Boss, don't worry. it has fallen into a shallow sleep. As long as we don't get close to the sycamore tree under it, it will definitely not wake up.
Xuanhua Tian Mink. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. It seems that this Demon King is the Demon King stationed here. The Demon King guarding these spiritual springs. As long as you don't wake it up, you can absorb these spiritual springs. Let out a breath. Yang Mucheng jumped into the outermost spring. Woo! With his body soaked in the spiritual spring, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. After the battle with Hua Tianxi, all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Although he had recovered some of his internal injuries, there were still many hidden injuries. Soak in it quietly, feeling the pure energy continuously buffering along the skin and muscles, becoming relatively gentle and slowly penetrating into the internal organs. As the power slowly enters, Yang Mucheng could feel that the injuries in his body, and even the cracks on his bones, were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. Unknowingly, the spiritual liquid in this pool had been absorbed by him, and Yang Mucheng immediately replaced it with another one and continued to recover from his injuries. The golden-haired rat was quite funny. He got a few water jars out of nowhere, emptied out 7 or 8 spiritual springs, and then carefully stuffed the water jar into the space in his mouth.
What are you doing?
Yang Mucheng asked with a smile.
Boss, dig a deep hole and accumulate food. I am making reserves in advance to avoid being in trouble in the future and not even having the capital to turn around.
After saying this, the golden-haired mouse jumped into the spring with a plop sound, with a satisfied look on his face.
Back then, when I was knocked down from the God realm and my cultivation fell to the mysterious Qi realm,
I couldn't even get a hair, let alone snatching away the heavenly and earthly treasures. From that moment on, I swore that whenever I see treasures from heaven and earth, I will pluck them out and store some of them first. If someone knocks them down from the upper realm again in the future, and I fall into a situation where I can't recover, at least I still have these tiling dibbos stored up to make a comeback.
The golden-haired rat's words immediately amused Yang Mucheng, who had previously been filled with murderous intent. He smiled and shook his head. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes. With so many spiritual springs, I should be able to recover from my injuries. If you want to deal with Hua Tianxi, even ascending to nascent soul perfection may not be enough. His strength is at least in the later stages of Zifu, and has even reached the peak of Zifu, which is a whole level higher than mine. No matter how many magic weapons I have, they are useless. I can only deal with one blow from him. Shaked his head. That's all. Don't think about this. It's more important to recover from the injury first. In the end, improve your cultivation. If I can get out of this sealed place, I will not only cut that old dog into pieces, but I will also crush his sect. After exhaling a long breath, Yang Mucheng quickly activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Call. Immediately, a huge force quickly emerged from Yang Mucheng's body. Ripples suddenly appeared on the calm spiritual springs. These ripples were very small at first, just a tiny bit, but then they turned into waves. Little bits of spring water jumped up drop by drop, and under the pull of this force, they rushed towards Yang Mucheng's body. Yang Mucheng sat there cross-legged. The lake water was just a drop of water at first, but after a while, it was already a wisp. Yang Mucheng's body was like a sponge that had dried up for a long time. The spring water containing the power of heaven and earth was directly and completely absorbed by his body. Infinite power quickly sneaked into the body, quickly traveled among the limbs and bones, and finally poured into the nascent soul in Dantian like hundreds of rivers converging. As the strength enters the body little by little, Yang Mucheng's body is also recovering bit by bit. However, at this moment, a huge force suddenly spread out. Boss, it's awake. The golden-haired rat's voice woke up Yang Mucheng, who was practicing. Is it? Yang Mucheng opened his eyes and looked directly at the huge sycamore tree. Sure enough, due to his ancient heaven-swallowing technique, the sleeping Xuanhua Tianming bird was completely awakened. Groan. A huge eagle cry resounded loudly. Suddenly, the terrifying wings suddenly unfolded at this moment, and the aura on its body was completely revealed at this moment. The feathers that were originally so powerful erupted into even more powerful light at this moment, and the infinite magical light transformed into the monstrous flames. This flame is obviously just an existence of nothingness, just an illusion of inner energy, but at this moment it seems to have condensed into substance. Not only did the entire sycamore tree suddenly burst into flames at this moment, but even along the center of the sycamore tree, One could see that the springs that had been sucked dry by Yang Mucheng's ancient sky-swallowing art were also constantly rising at this moment. There were waves of shocking flames. Boom! The surging flames swept across crazily at this moment, like pillars of fire reaching into the sky. And in this pillar of fire, the sleeping Xuanhua Tianming bird spread its wings. When the wings were spread out, it reached a full height of 360 meters, covering the sky and the sun. And when the Xuanhua Tianming bird saw the spring that was being sucked dry, it suddenly let out an angry neighing sound. A pair of pupils stared straight at Yang Mucheng. "It's you? Did you actually suck up these spiritual springs while I was sleeping?" Yang Mucheng said with a smile. "It's me. I'm going to eat you." Xuanhua Tianming heard Yang Mucheng respond so neatly and suddenly let out a shocking roar. As soon as his wings spread out, they turned into a billowing flame and charged towards Yang Mucheng. "Eat me?" Yang Mucheng slowly raised his eyelids and sneered. Chapter 790. Your time is over. Da Peng eats people. 108,000 in one mouthful. According to legend, before the spiritual energy of Kyushu dispersed, countless strange beasts were running rampant in the world and eating countless people. Many monsters even enjoy eating humans. Yang Mucheng knew this period of history, and was not surprised at all when he heard the words of the black fire sky bird. Instead, he had a sneer on his face. "Call!" But he saw the mysterious fire sky bird folding its wings and leaping down from the huge sycamore tree, its huge body shooting like an arrow from a string. The flames rolled like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. "Tongue!" The golden-haired rat jumped out directly from the spiritual spring. "The demon king of Z Mansion also dares to be rampant in front of your grandfather." "Say it." The golden-haired rat will transform into his true form to deal with this black fire sky bird. Yang Mucheng waved his hand slowly and said, "Leave it to me. My injuries have recovered, and my bones are almost rusty. I just want to practice my skills with this mysterious fire sky bird. When the time comes, pick it off, I'll give you its demon babies as snacks." "What?" Xuanhua Tianming was furious when he heard this. "You traitor! You are actually working with the human race. I will kill this person first, and then I will eat you." A warrior at the peak of the nascent soul, a demon king with a perfect nascent soul, actually dared not to take himself seriously, and even dared to discuss picking off his own demon baby. It opened its mouth wide and spit out a mouthful of red flames. The flames swept out and merged into one, turning into a huge fire phoenix and rushing towards Yang Mucheng desperately. "Kill me!" Yang Mucheng chuckled. He raised his fingers and slashed in the air. The phoenix-shaped flame was cut into 2 pieces before he even got close to him. "In the past few days, I have been holding back a lot of anger, so I will take advantage of you." Boom! As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, his right hand was in the air and pressed downwards. Suddenly, the infinite spiritual energy gathered in the air and formed a huge palm, which was struck down in the air by a roaring wind. The back of Xuanhua Tianming was heavily shaken, and the terrifying giant palm smashed down on the head like a Mount Tai. The Xuanhua Tianming bird let out a scream, and its huge body hit the ground heavily, creating a huge deep pit in the earth. Seeing that he actually smashed the Xuanhua Tianming bird down in the air, Yang Mucheng seemed a little surprised. He looked at his fist and frowned slightly. "It seems that the power of these spiritual springs is not only this. It has also greatly increased my strength. If I can kill this mysterious fire sky bird, plus the largest pool of spiritual springs, it will completely by absorbing it. I might be able to achieve nascent soul consummation. Although there is still a long way to go before we can deal with Huatianxi. But in this sealed place, we have the ability to protect ourselves. Humanity!" Just when Yang Mucheng was thinking secretly, the mysterious fire sky bird that was smashed into the ground and splashed with endless rubble flew up again. Its eyes were blood red, staring at Yang Mucheng, and its big wings were flapping to the extreme. Boom! 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 Waves of shocking explosions resounded wildly. Xian even saw huge pillars of fire rising into the sky at this moment, reaching their peak. After the fire pillar was raised to the extreme, it spun up and rushed towards Yang Mucheng like a tornado. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. He directly revealed the true dragon body protection and allowed the huge flame tornado to hit his body. "Call out!" Seeing that his own flames had no effect on Yang Mucheng, the Xuanhua Tianming bird neighed again. Its wings slashed and retracted several feathers, and it was already sweeping in quickly. The feathers were blazing wildly. Their entire body was crystal clear, shining with red light, as if they were made by fire spirits.
It was really spectacular. Yang Muchung stood on the spot, motionless, stretched out his right hand as if he had grasped the universe, and slowly pointed out. Each finger accurately pointed on the feathers. With every finger he pointed, a rapid ripple erupted. The crystal clear feathers trembled quietly, and dissipated like a dream, turning into countless powder.
Golden Mouse. As a monster, you actually associate with humans?
When Xuanhua Tianming saw that Yang Muchung blocked his attack easily, he was shocked and shouted quickly. The golden-haired rat was soaking in the pool without opening his eyes, and snorted coldly.
When I was conquering the God Realm, there were only 2 or 3 small birds in the Xuanhua Tianming birds. Are you arguing with me? Tell me about it after you enter the immortal sect and change your body.
The golden-haired rat ignored it, turned over, and continued to soak in the spiritual spring, looking leisurely and contented.
You?
The Xuanhua Tianming didn't know the origin of the golden-haired rat, so it was furious. It neighed and grabbed Yang Muchung again. The hook-like talons were like steel nails. When caught on the ground, there was a deep pit, and soil flew up for a while. Yang Muchung stood on the spot and easily intercepted his attack. On the one hand, he unblocks his muscles and bones, and on the other hand, he exercises his hands. Although this true dragon bodyguard has been trained, it has only been used twice so far. 1 victory, 1 defeat. It's not too much to master.
Groan!
Seeing that his attack had no effect at all, the Xuanhua Tianming bird suddenly let out a sharp roar. The flames all over his body were billowing crazily. But he saw that the flames were getting brighter and brighter, and actually flashed with a golden light at this moment. Boom! At the same time, a crazy high temperature swept over desperately. Even the sight of the Xuanhua Tianming bird became blurry at this moment.
Boss! Destroy it! It's about to use its ultimate move! Don't burn all the spiritual springs dry by then.
The golden-haired mouse turned over lazily in the spring water and said slowly.
Boom!
The furious divine bird spread its wings even more vigorously. The red flame turned into golden light at this moment. How could it endure that a demon king who was in the Purple Mansion realm and was a superior being was actually looked down upon by a middle-class demon king?
I'm going to burn you all to ashes!
Just when the furious roar resounded crazily, Yang Muchung on the side raised his brows, as if waking up from a dream, and then realized that there was also the largest spiritual spring. Looking at Xuanhua Tianming, who was almost in hysterics, Yang Muchung smiled faintly and took a step forward. Just when he took this step, his palm was already tightly strangled on the throat of Xuanhua Tianming. Suddenly, the shocking golden flames of the Xuanhua Tianming bird were quietly extinguished as if they had been completely cut off from the air at this moment.
Your time is over.
Yang Muchung grinned and contracted his fingers hard. Chapter 791, Being Preempted. Click! A crisp voice sounded, and a trace of struggle and disbelief flashed in Xuanhua Tianming's eyes. But immediately, the glimmer of light in his eyes quietly disappeared without a trace.
Strength has been fully restored. Next, it's time to elevate the nascent soul to its perfect state.
Yang Muchung looked at his hands. There was almost no hesitation. He quickly sat down cross-legged and activated the ancient heaven-swallowing technique.
Boom!
In an instant, a high-pitched sound of water resounded crazily. However, they saw that the spiritual spring guarded by the Xuanhua Tianming bird suddenly erupted with a shocking sound. The infinite spiritual water is like endless waves at this moment. Yang Muchung simply opened his mouth. The vast spiritual spring was taken into his belly like a dragon swallowing water.
Refining! Refining! Refining!
His hands formed seals in front of him, and the seals were formed one by one quickly. The purest spiritual spring transformed into the purest power at this moment, continuously sweeping towards Yang Muchung's limbs and bones. And Yang Muchung's body was like a piece of earth that had been dry for 3 years, frantically absorbing the most powerful force in the spring water at this moment. The energy and blood mixed with the mysterious fire heavenly Ming bird also surged up at the same time at this moment, like a surging sea, and were finally summed up in the nascent soul. At the same time, there is also the phoenix blood that was once absorbed by the Xuanhua Tianming bird's body. Although the power in this phoenix blood is already a very small part, it should not be underestimated. It is enough to increase the strength of Yang Muchung's body to another level. And this time, Yang Muchung's aura was also gradually improving. 5%, 60%, 80%, 90%, 10%. Boom! When the last breath was filled, an invisible ripple swept wildly along Yang Muchung's body. The sycamore trees that were more than 100 feet apart were shaken by this terrible hurricane, and they began to sway, slowly opening his eyes. A trace of golden light condensed into substance flashed in his pupils. He raised his hand and heard a bang sound. The huge sycamore tree, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, made a muffled sound, and the rough trunk suddenly dented with a distinct palm print. Almost at the same time that the palm print appeared, countless mottled cracks spread in all directions, like spider webs. Soon, amidst the harsh sound of destruction, the sycamore tree groaned and fell to the ground.
The nascent soul is complete. Sure enough, Jean Lion doesn't bully me.
Along the way to martial arts, there are many ways to advance. You can rely on hard work. You can rely on elixirs. You can rely on enlightenment. But in Yang Muching's view, asceticism is a method used by fools. Elixirs are a method used by people with poor talent. And enlightenment is too elusive to master. Therefore, he has always believed that the fastest way to improve his strength is to fight and kill. This path is also the most suitable for him.
Has the next treasure of heaven and earth been found?
Converging his gaze, Yang Mucheng looked at the golden-haired rat that was holding the Xuanhua Tianming bird demon infant and munching on it.
We have already found a solution. We are just waiting for you, boss, to finish your training.
The golden-haired rat stuffed the half-eaten demon baby into its mouth, picked up a branch and started drawing patterns on the ground, mumbling.
I walked around a bit earlier and found that our location belongs to a high ground.
Yang Mucheng nodded. I saw. The area they were in was the location of a volcano crater. It is considered a high ground and can overlook the surrounding area, centered on the entire crater. It is surrounded by a forest. Farther away there are swamps, deserts, and mountains. The location of each piece of terrain is very vast, covering at least more than 100 miles. And it appears to be very vast. Yang Mucheng was shocked when he looked at the map. Who is it that set up this inner universe? Is he a powerful person from Tai? Or is it a higher being than Tai? The golden-haired mouse pointed at the branch, drew a straight line around the crater, and said,
Boss, we are here now. Follow this road and go straight into the swamp. There is a divine light in the swamp. Those in other areas are much larger and thicker. As for the deserts and mountains, although there are many heavenly and earthly treasures, they are actually not too advanced. Let's go straight forward along this line. If we encounter a treasure, we can take it as we please.
The golden mouse said as he spoke. On one side, 3 circles were drawn in succession on this must-pass road, 2 of which were in the forest, and the other one was in the swamp.
That's right.
Yang Mucheng nodded and said,
Others must have been teleported into this continent immediately, and they may be closer to these heavenly and earthly treasures. It is obviously unrealistic to get all the treasures. How about that? Get the treasure with the highest value first, and then the other treasures.
Tongue! The body turned over, and suddenly 1 person and 1 mouse were rushing towards the location of the first spiritual treasure like an arrow from the string. The location pointed by the golden-haired rat was a unique barren land in the forest. From the sky, it looks like a bald spot on the head, which is very conspicuous. Before he got close, Yang Mucheng could feel the very strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth floating in the air.
Arrive!
With almost no hesitation, he landed. But see, this location is a small lake with a small island in the middle of the lake. However, the water in the lake has dried up, leaving only some low-lying areas. However, the remaining lake water is not an ordinary lake water, but a spiritual spring emitting endless red light.
It's actually a spiritual spring. It's the same as the spiritual spring I soaked in the crater of the volcano before. This lake is so huge. It's even as big as the spring guarded by the black fire sky bird. It's a pity that I arrived a step too late and was overtaken by others.
The golden-haired rat jumped off Yang Muching's shoulder and rummaged around on the lake bed. Soon, it found a small pit.
Boss, let's be late. The most precious thing in this lake has been taken away.
It sniffed vigorously, raised its brows, and revealed a sneer.
It seems like we are still old acquaintances. Old acquaintance?
Yang Mucheng was confused.
Yi Hanfei, the old guy who wanted to stop you from killing Wan Luoyang. When we were sent to this continent, he said, I will not be a human unless I kill you.
The golden-haired rat sniffed hard again, nodded and said,
Yes, this smell does belong to him.
Yang Mucheng sneered.
This old guy dares to obstruct me, and dares to talk arrogantly to me. Kill him first, and then slaughter his sect.
The golden-haired rat also nodded. It looked at the small island in the lake, with a trace of regret in its eyes.
Their demon babies must have been taken away too.
Chapter 792. It's me. Guarding the spiritual spring are 3 willow tree demons. They form triangles to protect the entire lake. No matter who comes from any direction, they will be attacked by these 3 willow tree demons at the first time. However, these willow tree demons were not as scary as the ones Yang Mucheng encountered in the tombs. At most, they only had the cultivation level of the Yuanian Grandmaster. Original. The countless willow leaves all withered at this moment, and the tree trunks were completely dead. There are also 1 or 2 willow leaves hanging on the tips, emitting a slight red glow, as if they will die at any time.
Golden-haired rat. Why can some trees be transformed into demons while others can't?
A question arose in Yang Mucheng's mind. These 3 willow trees are obviously smaller than the sycamore tree in the crater, at least thousands of years smaller. But the sycamore tree did not become a demon, but the 3 willow trees became demon kings. This naturally made Yang Mucheng extremely confused.
Boss, how can you ask us about this kind of thing?
The golden-haired mouse grinned and said,
Everything in the world has its own way of heaven. It is even more difficult for ordinary beasts to become monster beasts. It is naturally 100 times more difficult for a tree to become a demon. But once it becomes a demon,
its lifespan will be increased 100 or 1,000 times. Although the human race is the leader of all things, it always has a lifespan limit. If you don't reach that level, you can't get eternal life.
Yang Mucheng's heart moved.
Which level?
The golden-haired rat chuckled.
Boss, you still have a long way to go now. You haven't even reached the Purple Mansion, and you haven't even entered the Immortal Sect. For the people of Kyushu, reaching the Golden Core stage is the threshold of cultivation. But in my eyes, it means reaching the Tai realm without even stepping into the threshold of cultivation.
Doesn't even reaching the Tai realm count as entering the threshold of true cultivation? There was a trace of horror in Yang Mucheng's eyes. He wants to know more and more. Where is the divine world that the golden-haired rat once lived in?
Boss, let's leave quickly. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the next few treasures will have to be taken away.
The golden-haired mouse urged.
Good.
Yang Mucheng gathered his thoughts. Stop thinking wildly, and quickly move forward. Really? Still, the golden-haired rat got it right. When Yang Mucheng arrived at the second location, 7 or 8 people had already gathered here. The leader was Yi Hanfei. In his hand was an old man with a white beard, who was the school captain. At this moment, he was trembling, holding the compass tremblingly, looking for something.
I've given you half a stick of incense, but you haven't been able to find the treasure so far. Do you believe I will kill you?
The school captain looked sad and said,
Elder Yi, you can't blame me for this. Some heavenly and earthly treasures are like mountains and rivers, and they are easy to find. But some heavenly and earthly treasures are different. Just like people, their wealth is not revealed. This tiling dibbo is deliberately hidden. If you want to find it, you have to spend at least a little effort.
Oh! Yi Hanfei raised his eyebrows and sneered.
Can the treasures of heaven and earth be hidden? This is natural.
The captain nodded and said,
There are some special treasures of heaven and earth. If they are not open to the public, you will not be able to find them at all. Wow.
Unexpected. The captain's mournful face suddenly showed a trace of ecstasy. And he said quickly,
I found it.
Yi Hanfei raised his eyebrows, and then released his right hand. The captain, who was caught in the air by a dog, was immediately thrown to the ground and was in a very embarrassed state. But he didn't dare to complain at all. He quickly grabbed the roulette wheel, bit the tip of his tongue and spit it into the void. That mouthful of blood mist condensed but never dispersed. The captain grabbed a wolf brush out of nowhere and drew a series of pictures in the void. Suddenly, the blood mist transformed into 5 evil ghosts with green faces and fangs. After these 5 ghosts appeared, their bodies trembled and they quietly appeared in an inconspicuous place. This is it. The captain let out a breath and said,
This spirit treasure probably wasn't born naturally. It might have been hidden by someone who had entered here.
As he spoke, the 5 ghosts were already spinning rapidly around the ground, and there was only a loud explosion. Then, that inconspicuous place suddenly burst into light, as if an invisible thing was torn apart in the void. In the flash of light, a tree with 3 branches and leaves appeared. Out. This tiling dibbo is obviously mature. Along emerald-like leaves, ripples continue to float slowly. Just like the tide, the captain said to himself.
According to my estimation, this must be the first batch of warriors who entered here and discovered this heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. However, this heavenly spirit and earthly treasure was not yet mature at that time. So he did not pick it and set a ban here. I plan to wait until the heavenly and earthly treasures mature and leave them to future generations to pick.
Yi Hanfei glanced at the heavenly spirit treasure, raised his brows, and said,
"The last spirit treasure is in the swamp. Is it like this one that has been banned for Wu Fa to find?"
"That's not true." The captain shook his head.
"As long as you enter the swamp and go 30 miles east, you can see the location of the Lingbao. What do you want to do?"
As soon as the captain finished speaking, he saw Yi Hanfei's face suddenly darken, and the killing intent in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Boom! However, he was not allowed to argue or beg for mercy. Yi Hanfei almost said nothing and clapped his palm down, hitting the captain's head hard.
"Now that the spiritual treasure is in hand, why should I keep you?"
The few warriors with him felt chilled in their hearts when they saw this scene. How many of them? They are all the masters of Yuanying and the perfect existence of Yuanying. Previously, he was captured by Yi Hanfei at the first Lingbao location. Although he was not killed, he was still controlled by the opponent like a slave. Now that they saw the school captain helping Yi Hanfei find 3 spiritual treasures, he immediately killed them. For a moment, they felt a trace of sadness in their hearts. But, since Yi Hanfei is half a strong man in Zifu, they don't even have the courage to resist and can only accept the oppression obediently.
"Who is it?"
Just when Yi Hanfei was about to walk towards the Lingbao, his face suddenly froze, and he looked fiercely into the depths of the woods. At this moment, everyone swept over in unison. But I saw a young man in casual clothes, with his hands behind his back, looking leisurely and contented, slowly walking out of the forest. His expression was calm, and he didn't look like he was entering a mysterious realm again. Instead, he seemed as relaxed as walking in his own back garden. However, when Yi Hanfei saw the young man's face, his eyes turned cold.
"It's you?"
If that young man wasn't Yang Macheng, who else could he be? But seeing him grinning, he said, "It's me." Chapter 793 Show Off Your Power.
"This boy? He actually came here? Isn't it true that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will have to throw yourself into Hell if there is no door?"
Everyone looked at Yang Macheng in surprise, and their faces suddenly showed an expression that the other party had thrown themselves into a trap and rushed to die. To know, on the suspended island, everyone had an unforgettable memory of this young man's performance. When this young man appeared in front of everyone for the first time, he was very eye-catching. After all, he was blasted down from the sky by a strong man from the Purple Mansion, and the existence of the Sure Men was opened. As for the second time, it was naturally on the suspended island. At that time, he was seriously injured, and in everyone's eyes, he was like a piece of fish lying on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. But, unfortunately, the golden-haired rat next to this young man was showing off his might.
Back then, this kid didn't listen to Yi Hanfei's persuasion and actually killed Wang Luoyang, which angered Yi Hanfei. I didn't expect that he would dare to show up now. Yes, I don't even know how to write the word death. Yi Hanfei also said before that when he got the treasure of this continent, he went to kill him. But he actually came out and delivered it himself. "Come to the door, little bastard."
Yi Hanfei clenched his fists and stared directly at Yang Macheng.
"You have the guts. And you actually went against me. Unfortunately, it's not enough to be a good person. You also need to have the corresponding strength. Since you took the initiative to come to the door, don't blame me for being rude. Elder Yi, how can you be needed to deal with this kid?"
At this time, a short-haired man smiled coquettishly and said,
"I'll go get him. Cut off his ears and serve him as a meal for you."
Yi Hanfei nodded and acquiesced to the short-haired man's actions. The short-haired man who spoke was already 10 meters away from Yang Macheng and facing him directly under everyone's gaze. This short-haired man, in his 40s or 50s, looked capable. Although he had bowed before Yi Hanfei, his eyes were staring straight at Yang Macheng like a wolf, exuding a kind of fear. The light of man. Just from his eyes, you can see that he is definitely a person who will do whatever it takes to survive.
Li Xuanfei, Yuanying is complete. It is said that he is the leader of a certain 7th line village. He is a person who will do anything to survive.
Yes, he is so eager to accept the challenge. Obviously because he wants to show off himself in front of Yi Hanfei. In order to gain Yi Hanfei's favor, he will never hold anything back.
Seeing the short-haired man coming out, people around him couldn't help but start discussing in low voices.
This kid named Yang Lao Mo shouldn't be anything powerful himself. But the Demon King following him is terrifying. That's right. Li Xuanfei has many tricks and has killed countless Demon Kings. With his strength, that golden-haired rat will never be able to dodge his sword.
Li Xuanfei stared at Yang Mucheng quietly. A pair of palms that had killed an unknown number of people and were stained with blood were slowly placed on his waist.
Tongue!
At this moment, the cold light in Li Xuanfei's eyes rose sharply. And in an instant, the aura of his nascent soul perfection surged crazily. The sole of his foot slammed into the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. And Li Xuanfei was like a demon king hunting madly, shooting towards Yang Mucheng. Clang! The moment Li Xuanfei blasted out, there were two crisp sounds of sword light that resounded rapidly. In his hands, he held two arm-length scimitars with antelope horns. The blades had a strange arc, and they rushed to Yang Mucheng's side with a shocking light.
This kid is dead.
Many people have already reached conclusions, because if this charge comes towards them, except for the powerful ones above Nascent Soul Grandmaster, I am afraid no one can resist it. These people all looked towards Yang Mucheng, wanting to see what kind of choice Yang Mucheng would make under such a charge.
Snort!
Just when Li Xuanfei was about to rush in front of Yang Mucheng, he saw Yang Mucheng snorted suddenly and waved his right palm forward. Suddenly, a white palm print slowly floated out. This palm print was extremely fast. Before anyone present could react, they saw the palm print passing through the forest, creating a white wave of air on the ground covered with fallen leaves, and suddenly split the earth into two halves.
Not good!
Li Xuanfei's eyes flashed with shock. He struck with two swords. At this moment, instead of switching from offense to defense, he slashed forward crazily with a stronger attack than before. He intertwined his swords, and his internal energy surged, bringing up a burst of intersecting cross-shaped sword lights, and slashed at the handprints crazily. A burst of crushing sound was heard, and wherever the sword passed by, whether it was a rock or a tree, it was cut in half, and the fracture was as smooth as a mirror.
Boom!
With a wave of shock, the cross-sword light struck the white palm print heavily. At this moment, it was like the nine heavens were reversed and the stars exploded. The indescribable sword light that was enough to split everything exploded in an instant. If the cross-sword light is a huge wave that can destroy everything, then this white palm print is an indestructible mountain peak and rock. No matter how terrifying this huge wave is, it cannot collapse a mountain peak. Even, on the contrary, he will be smashed to pieces by the impact.
Crack!
A crisp sound resounded, and the white palm print shattered the indescribable cross-sword light.
What?
At this moment, there were constant exclamations. However, what was even more shocking was Li Xuanfei. His face was pale, and he held his two swords in front of him. But the blade suddenly broke with a click, and the powerful force caused his jaw to tear apart. Even after destroying the two swords, the remaining force remained intact and hit him lightly on the chest.
Crack!
A crisp sound resounded, and soon I saw his chest suddenly dented, with a terrifying palm print sunken into it. In the hands of Yang Mucheng, this warrior with perfect nascent soul cultivation was not able to resist even a single palm, and was killed alive.
What happened?
At this moment, exclamations broke out. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They never expected that Yang Mucheng, a young man who was still in a dying state when he entered the sealed land, would unexpectedly display his power at this moment and kill someone with one palm. The nascent soul is complete. Kill Li Xuanfei. This is simply incredible.
Hee hee. No wonder you dared to come here.
Yi Hanfei looked at being knocked to the ground. His eyes widened. And Li Xuanfei, who looked like he was dead, spat and cursed.
A loser, actually even. There's not even a single piece of trash to clean up.
He clenched his fists, looked at Yang Mucheng, and sneered.
In that case, I can only take action myself.
Chapter 794 Wolfang Arrow. Li Xuanfei is dead. Yi Hanfei is ready to take action. This scene completely shocked everyone around him.
How can this be? It turns out that he has also reached nascent soul consummation. We are both nascent soul perfection. How can this kid be so powerful?
Logically speaking, Yang Mucheng's breakthrough to nascent soul consummation should have happened not long ago. Perhaps, he was able to break through after finding the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure here. But after all, he is far from Li Xuanfei, who has made breakthroughs for a long time.
They had thought that Yang Mucheng might fight fiercely when faced with Li Xuanfei's attack. They also thought that Yang Mucheng would summon the golden-haired rat again to deal with Li Xuanfei. But they never expected that Yang Mucheng would kill Li Xuanfei with one palm strike. Are you going to take action? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Well, you actually dare to interfere with my affairs on the suspended island. If I don't kill you, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. In this case, I will let you know that no matter what, you can intervene. Once upon a time, you still dare to mention the floating island? Yi Hanfei opened his eyes angrily. On the suspended island, Yi Hanfei personally spoke to protect Wang Luoyang. But Yang Mucheng still ignored him and killed Wang Luoyang. For Yi Hanfei, this was like a slap in the face in public, without leaving him any face. How could Yi Hanfei, who had always been aloof, endure this? If that's the case, then I'll let you know what my methods are like. Upbraid! Yi Hanfei roared. This shocking sound came from his mouth and immediately turned into ripples. At this moment, the ripples scattered in all directions, and wherever they passed, countless trees around them were completely crushed by the ripples. The warriors around them all changed their colors. Not good! This is a sonic attack! They were horrified and poured their inner strength into their hands and covered their ears. Under this burst of roaring sounds, Yi Hanfei rushed towards Yang Mucheng like an arrow from a string. He grabbed it with both fingers, as if catching the wind, and slashed it in the air. Just after hearing a "bah" sound, a crazy knife mark appeared. This knife mark stretched over 100 meters, spreading from Yi Hanfei's feet to in front of Yang Mucheng. Is that all you have? Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. What? Yi Hanfei closed his eyes. His body was still in midair, but he took one step forward and appeared in front of Yang Mucheng as if he had shrunk to an inch. Suddenly a punch came out. This punch was silent when it came out, but when the punch came out an inch, it was like a cannon being ejected from the chamber, and the air was shattered. When the punch reached the center, the speed suddenly increased several times, and the shattered air around him seemed to use Yi Hanfei's punch as the eye of the wind, gathering rapidly and forming a small tornado. By the time he arrived in front of Yang Mucheng, the force of this punch had increased dozens of times compared to when he punched. Hisses. Looking at this scene, the warriors around felt their scalps numb. Yi Hanfei can be regarded as fully displaying the most rigid and powerful characteristics of the hunting fist. Even though the punch was not aimed at them, they still felt that they were almost unable to breathe under the force of the punch. I'm afraid this punch can completely kill him. Everyone's eyes widened. But unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng stood there, silently, and struck the hunting fist with his palm. In an instant, everything disappeared. No matter it was a hurricane or a tornado, nothing was left at this moment. How can this be? Shouts of exclamation resounded throughout nature. The most shocked person was Yi Hanfei. Even the half-step Zifu couldn't catch his punch. But now, he was caught by an inexplicable boy. This made him neither shocked nor angry. I don't believe it! Letting out a low roar, he took a step back before punching, using his left leg as the fulcrum. His body violently spun, and his right leg kicked out like it was sweeping across an army. At this moment, all the bones in his body were crackling at this moment, and the spine on his back was tumbling like a dragon. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands on his back with a mocking look on his face, as if he couldn't seem to show any interest. No matter what kind of attack Yi Hanfei made, he easily defused it with one hand. Until then, everyone around could not help but be shocked. Even an idiot can see the difference in strength between the two. His ability to defeat Li Xuanfei is enough to shock me. But now, he can actually resist Yi Hanfei's attack with ease. Yi Hanfei is half a step above Zifu's level of cultivation. Moreover, he only used one hand. Ask yourself. Those present could not withstand Yi Hanfei's attack, which was like mercury pouring down the ground. But Yang Mucheng only used one hand to intercept it, and he did so easily. The gap in strength between the two sides is already very obvious. How can this be? Yi Hanfei was shocked to the extreme. He understood that he had hit a brick wall this time. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng, a seriously injured boy, would not be able to make any big waves. But the current situation is exactly the opposite. The opponent's strength is simply terrifying. No, this kid is too scary. Only the Yuaning perfection has such strength. If he continues to practice, I'm afraid he will be in serious trouble. Yi Hanfei's heart moved secretly. Almost at the same time, the inner energy in his body shook, and it exploded violently at this moment. Boy, no matter who you are, you will definitely die today. You can possess such terrifying strength when you reach the perfect state of nascent soul. But do you think you can compete with me just like this? Drink!
He opened his big mouth, and in an instant a golden lightning was revealed by him. Everyone took a closer look and saw that the golden lightning was actually an arrow about 3 inches long. It was made of gold and glowed with strange light. The tip of the arrow was curved, like a wolf's fang. When it blasted out, a horrifying roar erupted, piercing the void. When this wolf fang arrow blasted out, a terrifying wolf howl resounded from heaven to earth. Ouch! An aura from the Demon King emerged crazily.
Wolf fang arrow! Yi Hanfei actually took it all out? It seems that Yi Hanfei has encountered a formidable enemy.
This was the second time Yi Hanfei used the wolf fang arrow after entering the mainland. After every strong man learns that the mainland has heavenly and earthly treasures, he will think of eliminating dissidents and eliminating some people first. Although Yi Hanfei is not weak in strength, he is still far away from the first-level Zifu powerhouse. When he came to this continent, he was targeted by a strong man from the Z Mansion. Then, Yi Hanfei used this wolf fang arrow to repel the opponent. Now, when Yi Hanfei faced Yang Mucheng, who only had the perfect state of nascent soul, he actually took out the wolf tooth arrow again. And Yang Mucheng's response was just a punch. Chapter 795 The Demon King in the Swamp. The small wolf fang arrow shot out, while the wolf roar resounded in the void. The infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered crazily at this moment. In an instant, he saw that the spiritual energy pouring and turned into a huge and terrifying wolf king. As soon as the wolf king appeared, it rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position like lightning. The wolf king's wolf kiss spreads wide. The fangs flashing with a cold light were clearly the arrow body capable of penetrating everything. But Yang Mucheng's response was just a punch. Call! The punch was slowly pushed out. Seemingly slow but actually fast. In the astonished eyes of countless people, his punch suddenly shook the wolf fang arrow heavily. Under the power of this punch, the huge illusion of the wolf king exploded in an instant and dissipated like a bubble. And the golden gleaming wolf tooth arrow also shattered under Yang Mucheng's iron fist. Boom! The terrifying gust of wind suddenly rushed over and turned into a shocking fist mark, which hit the wolf king's body heavily. Only a dull loud sound was heard, which resounded loudly. As soon as he saw it, Yi Hanfei made a dull sound, and a half-inch deep fist mark was immediately dented on his chest, while spitting out a mouthful of blood. The whole person lost his balance at this moment, swept backwards, and hit hard against a black rock tens of meters high. Boom! A muffled sound resounded. The huge black rock exploded when he hit it, and countless cracks spread crazily along his back. At this moment, there was silence all around. This wolf fang arrow, which was enough to repel the strong men of the Z Mansion, shattered into pieces under Yang Mucheng's punch. Not only that, this punch even caused Yi Hanfei to vomit blood and fly out. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Mucheng without the previous ridicule and contempt. In addition to shock, there was only trembling. This? How could you? Yi Hanfei climbed up from the ground tremblingly, his face full of shock, even incoherent. When he saw Yang Mucheng slowly walking towards him, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. You? What do you want to do? I am the great elder of Xianyi Tianming sect. If you dare to do anything bad to me, Xianyi Tianming sect will not let you go. Yi Hanfei screamed in horror. Kneel down! Yang Mucheng raised his hand, suddenly smacked it hard on Yi Hanfei's face. This slap directly made Yi Hanfei's body tremble, and his knees hit the ground heavily. Hearing a boom sound, his knees directly smashed 2 deep holes into the ground. Dense cracks spread crazily along the knees and in all directions. You want to kill me, but you dare to threaten me? In my eyes, your Xuanya Tianming sect is just an ant. When I leave this secret realm, I will crush your Xuanya Tianming sect. If you dare to interfere with my affairs on the suspended island, you will be punished by death. Yang Mucheng looked at Yi Hanfei quietly. You? Yi Hanfei's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid not only wants to kill himself, but also wants to destroy his sect. Who is this boy? How dare you say such rebellious words? Our Xuanya Tianming sect can be regarded as one of the strongest among the 6 line sects. Doesn't he know? However, not allowing Yi Hanfei to think too much, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his feet. The next moment, under Yi Hanfei's shocked eyes, the sole of his foot stepped down like thunder. Crack! A sound of broken bones resounded quietly. Immediately afterwards,
Yi Hanfei turned into a pile of flesh under Yang Mucheng's feet. And Yang Mucheng. He looked fearless, as if he had just trampled an ant to death. Senior, please spare your life. Several warriors, who were treated as slaves by Yi Hanfei around him, suddenly trembled when they noticed Yang Mucheng's gaze. They fell to their knees in fear, smashed their heads on the ground, and kept kowtowing to beg for mercy. Let's go to the last swamp. Yang Mucheng was originally going to kill them, but after thinking about it, he chose to stop. Really, this choice is right. During the rest of the journey, these Yuanning consummation and Grandmaster warriors served Yang Mucheng well. If we say that I surrendered to Yi Hanfei before, it was because I was afraid of the opponent's strength and had to make a choice. But in front of Yang Mucheng, they didn't even dare to think of resistance. 3 days later, only then did everyone arrive at the swamp. Here, it is also the last remaining spiritual treasure in the entire continent. I saw a huge swamp spreading for hundreds of miles, with mangroves growing in the swamp mud. The ferocious mangroves grew like evil ghosts, making people's scalp numb. Moreover, this swamp looks calm, but who knows what could be inside? In the calm swamp, huge bubbles slowly emerged from the mud occasionally. The color of the bubbles actually gave off the color of blood. When the bubbles expanded to the limit and exploded, they emitted a strong smell of blood. For a while, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Their first reaction was that many people must have died in this swamp. Otherwise, there would not be such a strong smell of blood. Where? Yang Mucheng asked. Straight forward. Deep in the swamp. A head of the golden-haired rat popped up, sniffed carefully, and said, Boss, be careful. There is a demon king in this swamp, and he is not bad at it. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, since even the golden-haired rat said that his strength was not bad. That existence must be extraordinary. Senior, let me find the way for you. At this time, in the team, a warrior quickly stood up. This warrior's name is Chen Bo, a casual cultivator. As a martial artist without a sect, he was able to cultivate to the level of nascent soul grandmaster because he had enough opportunities. Among them all, he is the fastest and most clever. All right. Yang Mucheng nodded. Tongue! Without saying a word, Chen Bo stood up and jumped quickly among the mangroves. He did not touch the swamp, but carefully relied on the mangroves growing in the swamp as a leverage point to keep leaping forward. However, just as Chen Bo's feet stepped on several mangroves one after another, the mangroves suddenly started to move. A human face appeared on the tree trunks, and large branches swept towards Chen Bo. This scene scared everyone. However, although these mangroves have become monsters, they are only low-level monsters in the Jindan realm. Naturally, they are not Chen Bo's opponent to Yuanning consummation. With a flick of the dagger, it hit the trunks of several mangrove trees and killed them on the spot. Chen Bo then turned around and landed firmly on an ordinary mangrove tree. He turned around and waved to Yang Mucheng. Senior, this area is safe. Yang Mucheng nodded and was about to step forward. The next moment his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, Careful! However, late. Chapter 796 Touching the Dragon God, 10th update. Careful! Yang Mucheng's voice was a timely reminder. But the monster that emerged from the swamp still succeeded in attacking. Without him, it's so fast. It was like a terrifying magma that suddenly erupted from a volcano, reaching its peak in an instant. It was a huge, narrow and flat figure, carrying endless mud, and it swept over fiercely, and its huge mouth directly bit Chen Bo's neck. Tongue! Almost at the same time, Yang Mucheng also moved at this moment. Wow! He took one step forward, and the flat swamp suddenly collapsed. The location of the collapse was actually a terrifying footprint, and his whole body was like a sharp arrow, shooting out suddenly, with a terrifying speed that even exceeded the speed of sound at this moment. Everyone could clearly see that Yang Mucheng's sides seemed to be wrapped in a cloud of mist. It was a spectacle that broke through the air. Such a strong aura even caused countless tree demons to wake up quickly at this moment. Original. This was just a quiet forest, but under Yang Mucheng's crazy movement, it suddenly transformed into that terrifying demonic realm. Countless red tree demons were dancing wildly with their roots at this moment, and the treetops were constantly sweeping towards Yang Mucheng's position. They were frightened. Rabbits will bite people when they are anxious. Not to mention these dryads. Sensing the danger, the mangrove demon launched a frantic attack almost instantly. They want to completely obliterate this powerful existence that suddenly appears in their domain. But they chose the wrong person. Boom! 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 That crazy explosive gesture already brought infinite power. Along the layer of clouds and mist outside Yang Mucheng's body, it had transformed into a steel shield under the surging internal energy. The earth-shaking tree roots and treetops were completely broken almost as soon as they hit Yang Mucheng. The broken branches crackled into the swamp, and fountain-like liquid erupted from the broken tree trunks. This moment was as spectacular as thousands of severed water pipes. Not good! These are all tree demons! The appearance of the tree demon immediately shocked everyone. To know, dryads are much more dangerous than monsters. After all, any normal warrior will choose to take a detour when seeing a monster, and will be more vigilant no matter what. But once the dryad is disguised, it looks like an ordinary tree. Just like before, Chen Bo crossed hundreds of mangroves in a row. But these mangroves did not wake up. Now he attacked them all at once. What a spectacular scene. However, just when everyone thought that Yang Mucheng was likely to be dismembered by hundreds of tree demons this time, they saw Yang Mucheng moving quickly in a horrified manner, almost ignoring all the attacks of the tree demons. With an overwhelming power, he rushed in front of the huge monster that suddenly appeared. Boom! The terrifying punch shook the monster's body heavily. Suddenly, this huge black shadow, comparable to a Yingjiao, was immediately driven back by Yang Mucheng's punch. The terrifying figure was like a flagpole that had lost its support and fell straight into the swamp, causing a shocking wave. Boom! Until then, the sound that broke the wind speed belatedly resounded in everyone's ears. Pap! There was a muffled sound, and Chen Bo, who was snatched from the monster's mouth, fell heavily into the swamp. Chen Bo's face was full of shock. He originally thought that he would definitely die here, but he didn't expect that Yang Mucheng would actually come to the rescue. He was a little stunned for a while, swallowing his saliva, looking at Yang Mucheng standing in the void like a demon. He spoke after a long while. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Get back! Yang Mucheng shouted coldly without even looking. How dare Chen Bo talk too much? He could swear that if He Hanfei saw himself being attacked by a monster, not only would he not come to rescue him, he might just pat his butt by the seawater and leave. Without any hesitation, he fled towards the outside regardless of the mud on his body. You actually rescued someone? Sealed place. In the dark prison of the isolated island somewhere in the center, the owner of the pair of eyes raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Although he is imprisoned here, but after all, he is a powerful Tai. As long as he is willing, he can spread his spiritual thoughts to every corner of the entire sealed land at any time. Even pay attention to everyone. And Yang Mucheng, among the people who have entered the sealed land, can be regarded as the youngest one. So naturally, he will not fail to pay attention. I originally thought that this young man was someone who would do anything to achieve his goals. But now it seems that I was wrong. He actually still has feelings and righteousness. Those slaves, I'm afraid, wouldn't come to the rescue. But he did. Interesting. The owner of these eyes nodded secretly, as if he had discovered a new toy. I don't know. Will you be able to come to me in the end? Kududu. The huge monster slowly lifted up from the swamp again, along with the muddy water. The huge shadow almost covered the sky and the sun at this moment. However, after this huge monster emerged from the mud, it did not rush to attack Yang Mucheng. Instead, it looked curiously at the warrior who had previously punched him away. And this time, Yang Mucheng was also looking at the monster at the same time, with a hint of fear and a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Chen Bo and others in the distance couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the true face of this monster. Centipede? Touch the dragon god! But see, this one hidden in the mud was a centipede. But its size was extremely huge, even more than twice the size of the Yingjiao that Yang Mucheng had seen before. The flat body is 4 to 5 meters in diameter, with countless densely packed centipede legs on both sides. Only half of its body is exposed outside the swamp. But it can be guessed that if the centipede showed its entire body, it would probably be even more terrifying. Is this the tricky monster you just told me about? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Although, the previous punch hit the centipede, and there was a terrifying backlash from the fist. But this guy may not be his opponent. No, there are other monsters. The golden mouse shook his head. Suddenly, its expression changed and it lost its voice. Here it comes! Chapter 797 King. It is recorded in the 100 species of beasts. The dragon-touching god is a monster that grows in swamps. It can reach 7 or 8 meters when it is born, and can reach 100 meters as an adult, reaching the Purple Mansion realm. In fact, the cultivation level of some dragon-touching gods can be even higher. In addition, they are basically elusive, so it is difficult for anyone to find them. And even if they encounter them, they have to take a detour. But Yang Muchung didn't expect it. I met them today. And I met them both at once. Boom! Almost as soon as the golden-haired rat finished speaking, a terrifying sound suddenly erupted. Just saw, along with a shocking surge of mud, a larger dragon-touching god appeared. If it can be said that the dragon-touching god that Yang Muchung defeated with one punch earlier looked like a child, then the dragon-touching god who appeared this time was like a grandfather. The armor all over his body has turned jet black, and even looks like it has patches of scary reflections. This is a general comparison. The previous one that touched the dragon god was nothing compared to this grandpa's one. Boss, it's hard to deal with. There was also a hint of trouble in the golden-haired rat's eyes. I will deal with the big one, and leave the small one to you, Yang Muchung said. Wow. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the little dragon-touching god was already rushing towards him. For it, the muddy swamp is like water, without any resistance. When it flew over, it was like riding the wind and breaking waves. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of Yang Muchung. The high-pitched and terrifying body bent into an arch shape, and then swooped down from top to bottom. The golden-haired rat also jumped out of Yang Muchung's arms at this moment. Almost as soon as he jumped out, he immediately transformed into his true form. Tongue! A sky-swallowing dragon rat hundreds of meters in size suddenly appeared at this moment, and directly collided with the dragon-touching dragon. How could Chu Longshan have imagined that such a monster would appear? He was caught off guard for a moment, and was knocked directly. The two of them rolled into a ball, and crashed into the swamp. Just listen to the sound of crash, and countless mud splashes like millions of fountains. Swimming like crazy, the golden-haired rat opened its mouth wide, and its fangs directly toward the armor of the dragon god, as if it was about to bite it off at the waist. The dragon god was in great pain. His flat body suddenly retracted and wrapped around the golden mouse like a snake. From a distance, it looked like it had shrunk into a ball. The two demon kings fought together. The fight was fierce, and the situation was out of control. It even twisted into a ball and rolled crazily towards the distance. Wherever he passed, patches of mangroves, whether they were ordinary trees or tree demons, were crushed on the spot. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, remained motionless, staring intently at the larger dragon-touching god in front of him. Early stage of Z Mansion. Yang Muchung discerned the cultivation level of this dragon-touching god, although it is of the same level as the previous little dragon god and the previous mysterious fire sky bird. But the danger it poses to Yang Muchung is much higher than the previous two combined. Although they are both demon kings in the early stages of the Purple Mansion, this dragon-touching god has at least thousands of years of lifespan longer than the previous one. This feeling is no less than that of a human warrior. Be careful, lest the boat capsizes in the gutter. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. And far away, Qin Bo and others were completely stunned after the even larger dragon-touching god appeared. To them, touching the dragon god is already a very terrifying existence. Now there is actually another one, and it is several times larger than before. Does this mean that no one will survive? Escape? An idea appeared in everyone's mind, because they simply did not believe that Yang Muchung could survive the attack of the Dragon God King. But at this moment, they can't escape at all. Under the aura of the Dragon God King, their legs seemed to have lost control, and the only thought left in their minds was fear. However, at this moment, Chulong God had already launched an attack. The first move of the Dragon God King made everyone stunned and exclaimed in disbelief. How is this going? But see, the Dragon God King pulled out the half of his body buried in the mud and suddenly slapped it on the mud. At the same time, a shocking demonic energy also erupted. I just saw that a large area of mud was lifted up like a river, and soon the countless mud turned into a mud sword. When mud enters water, it melts. But these mud swords were so ferocious that when they struck, they even tore the air apart. The mud sword that didn't hit Yang Muchung even penetrated a tree demon, and it blasted out with unabated force. It wasn't until the internal energy was exhausted that it turned into a soft mass. Mud water crashed into the swamp. Hisses. This scene made everyone scalp numb, and their spines trembled. Even, for a moment, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their whole bodies were cold. Each of these sharp swords has the power to kill a nascent soul grandmaster and injure a half-step Zifu. Can you block it? They looked forward in shock. I saw. Yang Mucheng didn't have the slightest fear under such a terrifying bombardment from King Chulong God. Instead, he quickly rushed forward. Even in the face of the overwhelming mud, his speed did not slow down at all. Instead, he flew towards the dragon-touching God King crazily at an extremely high speed. The Dragon God King discovered that this attack had no effect on Yang Mucheng, so he quickly changed his strategy. As soon as the huge body turned in the mud, the lower body covered with centipede legs swept forward like a giant whip. Call! A gust of wind stirred up, and the huge tail of Dragon God King was swept away, bringing up a wind blade visible to the naked eye. When this wind blade appeared, it was already 100 meters long. When it reached Yang Mucheng's side, it covered an area of more than 1,000 meters, making it almost impossible to hide or escape. Careful! At this moment, Chen Bo couldn't help but exclaimed. After all, Yang Mucheng saved his life. But he didn't want to watch Yang Mucheng die in the mouth of King Chulong God. Looking at the terrifying wind blade sweeping towards him, Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold. Since it was unavoidable, there was no need to avoid it. Boom! He quickly stood still on the spot, and a dragon roar suddenly erupted from his body. He raised his hand suddenly. At this moment, he seemed to be holding up a mountain. Chapter 79800 Eyes Shock Change. The calm swamp suddenly exploded at this moment. Yang Mucheng's casual lift seemed to lift up 1,000 feet of mud. You know, this is dozens of times heavier than lake water. The internal energy consumed by the same height of mud will definitely be dozens of times more. I saw this mud wall that almost penetrated the entire swamp rising from the ground in an instant and appearing in front of Yang Mucheng. On top of that huge mud wall, there were even more corpses of countless monsters and warriors mixed in. The dense bones were clearly visible. Boom! Almost as soon as the mud wall was raised, the huge wind blade slashed horizontally and exploded. On the flat wall, a huge bulge like a wind blade suddenly appeared, making people worry that this wall would be cut in half by the wind blade. But, at this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and his hands holding the sky were raised even more powerfully at this moment. Boom! The mud wall, which was tens of meters high, was instantly injected into the mud wall under the two superimposed internal forces. This mud wall rose up to a height of over 100 meters in an instant, and was wrapped in inner energy, condensing like a rock. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The wind blade exploded, and large sparks splashed into the void. Come here! Yang Mucheng let out a roar, and suddenly grabbed his right hand forward. Just then, he saw that the rolling wall turned into a big palm holding up the sky due to the surge of internal energy, and fiercely grabbed the Dragon God King. The Dragon God King let out a scream, twisted his huge body, and plunged into the mud. Senior, we cannot let this Dragon God King escape. Chen Bo's voice came from behind. Snort! Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. Do you want him to teach you about this kind of thing? Notice, monsters like the Dragon God hold a grudge the most, and they will not let go of anyone who intrudes into their territory. Not to mention that you have been fighting with him for so long. If the Dragon God King escapes, he will definitely not give up with his vengeful character. I will definitely find a way to attack you again, unless you completely give up on this spiritual treasure in this swamp. But is it possible? Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed his right hand downwards. Suddenly, the huge sky-holding palm broke through the mud with a puff sound, splashing high mud. Then, as if he had caught something, Yang Mucheng looked happy and retracted his right hand. But he saw that the sky-holding stone palm actually caught the dragon-touching god alive like a loach. Die! Putting his hands together, the stone palm transformed. Suddenly, it transformed into a huge stone ball, and even more suddenly converged at this moment. Obviously, Yang Mucheng planned to crush the dragon-touching god king alive in this stone ball. Chen Bo and others looked horrified. But before it was their turn to cheer, they heard a loud noise, and the dragon king was knocked out of the stone ball and turned into a black light. The sword rushed toward Yang Mucheng again. Suddenly, the two sides struggled fiercely. The entire mud was like a pot of boiled porridge. The mud rose into the sky and tore the tree demons around it on the spot. The shocking sound was as deafening as rolling thunder. Roar! Suddenly, the Dragon God King let out a roar, and his huge body twisted strangely at this moment, releasing endless evil energy. These evil spirits swept in all directions, turning into sharp swords
and heading towards Yang Mucheng. This sudden and strange move prevented Yang Mucheng from reacting, and had to retreat quickly.
Puff puff!
The demonic sword that missed Yang Mucheng shot into the swamp one by one. But strangely it didn't make any waves.
This beast!
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. His hands were trembling slightly. Although he had punched the body of Chulong God King before. The body of Chulong God King was covered with a thick layer of armor. That layer of armor was the SHL of a centipede. After the Dragon God King was born, he experienced the inner strength of the demonic energy, which was comparable to a piece of armor with extremely strong protective power. The previous fist smashed over not only did not hurt the Dragon God King, but it actually made him feel a little uncomfortable.
Hey! This beast is not feeling well either!
Yang Mucheng looked over. But see, touching the Dragon God King is also uncomfortable. Although its natural armor can withstand most of the power, a lot of it still penetrates into the body. Under the armor full of cracks, traces of fishy blood were already slowly flowing down the cracks. Its blood seemed to be extremely corrosive. When it dripped on the swamp, it made a squeaking sound, and a slightly fishy green smoke erupted from the mud.
Boss! Have you solved it?
At this time, there was a cry, but they saw the golden-haired rat, covered in wounds and blood, dragging the dragon-touching god back. The dragon god was torn into two pieces by it. One part was dragged behind, and the other part was held in its arms and slowly chewed.
This idiot is so cunning and full of poison,
the golden-haired mouse said while eating angrily.
I was so angry that I tore it into two pieces, took out the nascent soul and ate it. Only then did I destroy it.
Just as the golden-haired rat was talking, he was suddenly startled, because it discovered that the Dragon God King on the other end heard the sound and looked over. The next moment, the originally pair of red eyes of Dragon God King became even more weird at this moment. Especially when it saw the dragon-touching god who died in the mouth of the golden-haired rat. It exploded on the spot. A sharp sound resounded loudly, and the Dragon God King exploded violently. Under this boiling demonic energy, the complete piece of armor on the chest of Dragon God King actually cracked on its own. And there were countless cracks. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, these cracks grew into huge pupils. 100 eyes touched the Dragon God King. As the hundreds of pairs of eyes suddenly opened, the huge dragon-touching God King took a sharp breath. And this surging suction force caused a small hurricane to set off around it. Even the air brought a harsh whistling sound. Immediately, the Dragon God King, who opened hundreds of eyes, let out a frightening roar. Then opened his big mouth, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of red poisonous mist at this moment.
Roar!
There was a trembling roar, and the poisonous mist mixed with the infinite demonic energy rushed in crazily like sea water at this moment. It reached an astonishing extreme in an instant, as if it was going to kill Yang Mucheng in an instant. Completely engulfed. Chi. The terrible toxicity exploded to the extreme at this moment. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. At this moment, everyone was shocked and horrified. No one expected that the Dragon God King would undergo a shocking change at this moment. Opening hundreds of pairs of eyes. Chapter 799 Mysterious Voice.
This? Oh my god! How could this touch the Dragon God King?
Chin Bo and others were originally frightened by the terrifying strength of the dragon-touching God King. But they did not expect that at this juncture. The dragon-touching God King could actually open so many pairs of eyes, and even mutate. As the pairs of eyes opened, the dragon-touching God King, who had already calmly descended in aura, began to increase in strength at this moment. And this breath is even more terrifying than before. Mixed with the terrifying red poisonous mist, it surged in like a tide.
Hiss!
Just see. The poisonous mist swept across, and wherever it passed, the mud boiled and rolled crazily. Even the tree demons were not spared. While being wrapped in this poisonous mist, it quickly dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like being burned to ashes.
Boss! Run away quickly!
The golden-haired mouse cursed and immediately screamed.
This red mist is poisonous.
Escape? How to escape? Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with shock. This red mist gathered the aura of the 100-eyed Dragon God King, like a tide, covering an extremely wide area, and it was obviously rushing to kill them all. How could you possibly escape? And after the Dragon God King spit out this mouthful of red mist, his eyes, that were shining with strange red light, quickly closed in pairs. At the same time, its armor, which was glowing with black light, also dimmed a lot at this moment. Obviously, this poisonous mist consumes a lot of it. Staring at Yang Mucheng and the golden-haired rat, A glimmer of pride flashed in the eyes of the Dragon God King.
Correct.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He quickly grabbed something and threw it forward. This object is clearly the demon-subduing pestle from Tianma Shura Temple. The demon-conquering pestle is a very strong and masculine thing. Although it has turned into a magical weapon due to countless murders, its characteristics will not change. Now, he can only place his hope on this demon-conquering pestle. Clang! Hearing a vast sound, he saw the demon-subduing pestle blasting out, as if riding the wind and breaking waves. Infinite black ghostly energy erupted from the demonic pestle. All the poisonous mist, when it touched the ghostly aura, was like spring snow and the scorching sun, and it rushed forward quickly. The poisonous mist was more like meeting a nemesis, and it was like the tide being separated by itself at this moment. Boom! Everyone only saw a flash of black light, and the demon-conquering pestle broke through the poisonous mist and pierced into the body of the Dragon God King. There was a loud puff sound, and the demon-subduing pestle was blasted out from the back of the Dragon God King. Amidst the spray of blood, everyone could clearly see that a transparent phantom in the shape of a centipede was forcibly pulled out of the body of the dragon-touching God King by the demon-conquering pestle. And that transparent shadow is the soul of the Dragon God King. Boom! With a shocking sound of hitting the ground, the huge body of the Dragon God King fell hard into the swamp, and the demon-subduing pestle nailed onto a mangrove demon with a ding sound. The mangrove demon was already dying due to the poisonous mist. When it was nailed to the body, with the demon-conquering pestle on its back, it suddenly flashed back to its light, let out a terrifying roar, and immediately died completely. Call. Yang Mu took a long breath and said secretly,
"These spiritual treasures seem to be like traps, luring warriors to come and pick them. This place is definitely not a good place." "That's right."
At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Yang Muchung's mind. "Uh-huh." Yang Muchung was startled and quickly looked around. "But where is the person?"
"Stop looking. I'm not on this continent."
The voice continued to ring in Yang Muchung's mind.
"What you said is correct. This land is indeed not a good place. It is a trap. All the warriors who enter this place will be killed one by one, and your spiritual energy will be obtained to support this place. A small world. Who are you?"
Yang Muchung shouted in his heart.
"Is this place a trap set by you? It's not me. It's Kuzai. It's the sealing place set by the most powerful person in the immortal sect for me. Once you enter this place, there is death and no life, and you can't get in or out. If you want to live, you have to go to finally. I can send you out,"
the voice said calmly.
"Kuzai. Kuzai again. Is this Kuzai's suspicious tomb? Who are you?"
Yang Muchung shouted. However, that voice seemed to disappear suddenly, and it was like an hallucination, as if it had never appeared. Frowning slightly, just when Yang Muchung was doubting whether the content in the voice was true or false, several others had already recovered from the shock of the King Chulong god being killed.
"Tongue!"
Chen Bo rushed to the mangrove tree and prepared to pull out the pestle and return it to Yang Muchung. But as soon as his palm came into contact with the demon-conquering pestle, he suddenly felt a forceful energy sweeping in crazily, making his body tremble, as if falling into an ice cellar, and making him tremble with fear.
"What kind of magic weapon is this? Let alone touching it. Even standing aside, it feels eerie. Senior can actually pick it up like it's nothing."
Chen Bo swallowed his saliva, feeling nothing but shock.
"Boss, what's wrong with you?"
The golden-haired rat chewed up the rest of the dragon-touching god in one big gulp, swallowed it into his belly, shrank his body, shrank to the smallest size, and looked at the distracted Yang Muchung strangely.
"Nothing."
Yang Muchung shook his head, grabbed it with his right hand, and took back the demon-conquering pestle nailed to the tree trunk. This demon-subduing pestle killed Queen Chulongshen, and the evil spirit and energy in it became stronger.
"Let's go!"
Looking at the crowd, Yang Muchung said,
"Take the spiritual treasure."
Chen Bo and others nodded quickly and continued to explore the way forward. Both dragon gods were killed, and there were no other monsters in this swamp. Those mangrove demons did not dare to show their faces. They pretended to be dead and disguised themselves as harmless saplings, allowing people to pass by without daring to launch any attacks. Yang Muchung slowly followed the crowd, still recalling what the previous voice said in his mind. Is this a sealed place? Is this a place of repression? This is actually Kuzai's work? That's right. Other than this top master of the immortal sect, who can lay out such a huge inner universe formation? Who can make this place a small world? no matter whether the owner of that voice is true or false. I must go on. Although, Yang Muchung still had a trace of doubt in his heart. But as soon as he got the spiritual treasure in this world, the token in his arms received another news. And this news also made Yang Muchung's heart sink. It seems, everything the owner of that voice said is true. Chapter 800, Who are you talking to? Certainly. Except for Yang Muchung and Chen Bo. Everyone has received the news. Almost instantly. Their expressions suddenly changed. And they looked at Yang Muchung with fear on their faces. Because the content of the previous information was almost exactly the same as that on the floating island. After sacrificing the souls of 32 people and entering the Sky Tower, you could enter the next continent. We still need 17 people. Apparently, in this continent, 15 people have died, including Shangya Hanfei. 17 more souls were needed to be sacrificed. Sure enough, just like what the voice said, this trap is to lure everyone in and continue to kill each other. If it looks like this, I really want to meet the person who spoke to me before. Buzz. Just when Yang Muchung was thinking about it, the information in the token came over again. We still need 16 people. Tongue. Almost immediately after receiving the news, the slave ran away. The name of the one who escaped was Sun Lankai. Although Yuaning was at his peak, he was the weakest among them all. Yang Muchung looked up and saw that Sun Lankai had escaped half a mile. With a smile, he stretched out his hand to grab, and a burst of inner strength turned into a giant palm, grabbing Sun Lankai and throwing him at his feet with a bang. Senior, spare your life. Spare your life. Sun Lankai got up and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Why should I kill you? Yang Muchung looked at Sun Lankai with a smile. You have served me all the way. I will not be cruel enough to kill anyone. Real? Sun Lankai was stunned. Notice, when their strength and cultivation reach their level, they don't even know how many lives they have saved. Killing someone is like killing a chicken or a sheep without blinking an eye. If their strength is higher than others, after receiving this news, they will definitely kill everyone around them first, and then go to the Sky Tower. Idiot! Chen Bo cursed from the side. Senior, if he had the intention to kill you, he would not have captured you just now. If you fell into the hands of others, you would definitely die. Sun Lankai suddenly realized. Those with low strength are already dead on the suspended island. Nowadays, their group of nascent soul peaks and perfect nascent souls are already at the bottom of the pyramid. No matter where you escape, you will die. By following Yang Muchung, there might be a way out. At least, judging from the fact that Chen Bo was caught by the dragon god before and Yang Muchung came to rescue him. He is not a cold-blooded person. Even they may not be able to do this. Let's go! Yang Muchung was too lazy to explain. If it is normal, if Sun Lankai escaped, he would escape. But at this time, he wanted to keep Sun Lankai by his side. This small world is designed to make everyone kill each other. I have to protect some people to prevent this trap from continuing. If I can, I will protect most people. Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back and thought to himself. The existence of these people can partly prevent traps, and partly because they are more powerful. They can also be a helper if they really meet the guy who sent me a message before. Present. A group of people walk towards the center of the continent. Almost every half day, the token will send a message to everyone's mind. We still need 13 people. We still need 9 people. We still need 6 people. By the time everyone arrived in front of the Dingtian Tower, only the last person was left. Apparently, during this time, everyone was constantly attacking each other and killing each other. However, the most tragic place is naturally in front of the Sky Tower. When Yang Muchung and others arrived in front of the Dingtian Tower, they found that 50 or 60 people had already arrived at the Dingtian Tower. Outside the building, 2 people were fighting fiercely. The 2 sides fought from the sky to the ground. Almost inexorably, the surrounding rocks and trees all exploded, sending pieces of sand and rocks flying. Yang Muchung discovered that the cultivation levels of these 2 people were in the ranks of nascent soul perfection. It was considered to be the lowest level of cultivation. And the Yuaning Grandmaster, Banbu Zifu, and Zifu Strongman in the Dingtian Tower all gathered there, looking coldly at the 2 people who resisted the war. Boom! In midair, the 2 of them struck each other with palms. Regardless of whether they were equal, they both took hundreds of steps back before stopping. The 2 of them have been fighting until now. And it's a tie. Isn't it a situation where they both die together? A half-step Zifu said with a cheerful smile. It's just right to die. There is still one last place missing.
These two people have the lowest cultivation level. If they hadn't died, who else could have died?
Another strong man from the Z mansion snorted coldly. Turn out to be. Naturally. These strong men would not attack each other so easily. On the one hand, he is not sure of defeating the opponent. And on the other hand, he does not want to establish a strong enemy for nothing. Therefore, these people with weaker cultivation naturally become the targets of others. For the strong like them, the weak don't even have the capital to resist. Just like the antelopes and hares in the animal world. They only have the fate of becoming food. What's more, the number of spirit treasures in this area is limited. The fewer people fighting for them, the better. It's also good to get rid of a few in advance. The reason why these two nascent soul consummation are fighting each other is because of the words of a strong man before. Only one of you can survive. The soul of the dead one is used as a sacrifice. The one who lives can enter the sky tower. So, in order to fight for the right to live, these two warriors almost used all the tricks in the box.
Huh?
At this moment, a sudden sound of surprise came from the Dingtian tower. Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the corner. But they saw that Yang Mucheng was already walking towards the Dingtian tower with Qin Bo and Sun Langkai.
This kid is still alive?
With the sound of surprise, everyone looked towards the leading boy. When they discovered that the other party was the young man who had offended Yi Hanfei on the suspended island, their eyes suddenly widened.
Didn't Yi Hanfei swear to kill him? Why did he come here so openly? Yi Hanfei doesn't seem to be here. Could it be that this kid killed Yi Hanfei in the mainland?
At this time, many people were surprised. You know, they had already taken the initiative to get rid of people like Yang Mucheng, Qin Bo, and Sun Langkai. After all, their strength is not high, and they are definitely targets for others to attack. Now that he has come here like this, how can he not surprise everyone?
Yi Hanfei was only halfway through the Purple Mansion. How could he die in the hands of this kid?
Someone who knew Yi Hanfei said in disbelief.
That old guy. He also has a Wolfang arrow. I attacked him earlier, and he used that Wolfang arrow to hurt me.
A strong man from Zifu said bitterly. Apparently, he was the one who was killed by Yi Han before. Fly to defeat the strong man. But, among these people, the most angry ones were the two nascent soul perfection warriors who had stopped fighting. When they saw that there were actually two nascent soul peak warriors among Yang Mucheng's team, their eyes almost burst into flames. One of them stepped forward angrily, pointed at Yang Mucheng and shouted,
"You idiot! There are actually warriors at the peak of nascent soul in the team. Why don't you kill this waste that is holding you back? If you kill this peak nascent soul warrior, 32 soul sacrifices are enough. It won't hurt the two of us who have been fighting here for a long time."
Apparently, this nascent soul consummation, under the pressure of a group of masters and half-step Zifu strongmen, fought with his opponents. It was like walking through the gate of HL, and found that Yang Mucheng's team actually still had someone with a lower level of cultivation than himself. Existence? Naturally furious. Qin Bo and Wang Kainan suddenly turned pale and looked at Yang Mucheng with pleading for help. And this time, everyone in the climbing tower also cast their gazes over. They planned to see what Yang Mucheng would do next. But see, the nascent soul consummation warrior continued to shout, while stepping forward, preparing to push Yang Mucheng away, and grabbed two nascent soul peaks from his team as scapegoats.
"Idiot! Get out of here! I want this peak nascent soul in your team. As long as you kill them, the quota of 32 souls will be enough."
But after he pushed like this, Yang Mucheng stood still, motionless. But see, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and stared at the nascent soul perfection warrior with a half smile.
"Who are you talking to?